smoke cigarettes if this trend of okay bucket pulls continues. This sounds like a name that I would make up, ladies and gentlemen, because I think it's one of the funniest last names in all of comedy, but it appears as though this is this guy's real name. Make some noise for David Jenkins, everybody. I do believe I use that word all the time. This is David Jenkins.
Hi, everybody. So, I was grocery shopping the other day, and my unemployed friend wanted to come along, as they do. And he just is one of those political types that can't stop talking about how bad Trump is. But I let him go on, tell the whole spiel. And his big thing was he was against borders. He said, borders don't work, borders don't work. I was like, all right, you do you. But we get to the checkout line, and on that little conveyor belt, he puts that little divider. So I'm just a little confused. Do borders work or do borders not work? It really didn't look good because I was buying for taco night. Do you think an autistic girl has ever paid for fake tits to avoid eye contact? That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, David Jenkins, welcome to the show. This is your first time here, correct?
It is.
Welcome. That was okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've done it like 5 times.
5 times. You live here in Austin?
I do.
Born and raised?
No.
Where are you from?
Tampa.
Okay, what made you want to move here?
I've got a long history here related with my girlfriend.
Nice.
She lived here for several years up until 2020. And I visited in March of 2020, right when the lockdowns happened. And then in June, and then I had a one-way ticket for the first time here, and we drove back together to Tampa, where she came back with me.
Okay.
And then we moved out here.
You guys are
in
still
August.
together?
Yep.
Amazing. What does she do?
She does DoorDash.
What do you do?
Accounting.
Wow, you're a real accountant?
I am, and that's my real last name.
Jenkins is your
I know.
real last name?
I know. I thought about making a fake Jenkins name because I know you love to use it. But
I
I'm
love
like,
it.
no,
I
let's
think
go for it.
Jenkins is the funniest last name.
Perfect.
Absolutely incredible. Well, that's your real name. So you come from a long line of Jenkins.
I'm actually the third.
You are David Jenkins III.
Yep.
What does David Jenkins Sr. do?
He's dead.
How about your dad?
He's retired now, but he did. He was a mechanic for airplanes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've done it 5 times. You're an accountant. What made you want to start stand-up?
I just love it. I've been listening to it for so long. Like, I remember in 5th grade, I don't remember which album it was for Brian Regan, but just listening to that again and again and cracking up every time, putting it on the radio for my dad. And I've just been obsessed with it ever since.
He's the man. He makes everybody do a shot before they go on stage, before his shows.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Little fun fact.
Welcome, how are you?
Like, clean and sober, but he knows how to fucking
Really?
party hard.
I know he looks like Santa now.
Hello,
I didn't know that.
how are you? What up, Leafwind? Hello? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say hi. If not, we're just watching Kill Tony. Enjoy.
Didn't know that. All right. Tell us the most interesting thing about your entire life, David, before I get you out of here, because we're going to fly through some
I've got the same tooth knocked out 3 times.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So they keep putting, when you say you got it knocked out,
Yeah.
is it people knocking it out?
1 time. But not on purpose. It was never on purpose.
You were just force playing around?
Yeah, the first time I was running up a wet slide, fell, hit it, boom.
Boom.
Second time I hit a kid on the forehead while playing basketball, and the third time I got hit in the face with a baseball. So 2 out of 3 times sports. Kind of surprising.
Wow. James, what do you think about this?
I love that you've had the confidence to wear a beanie that makes your head look like the tip of a penis.
Absolutely true.
I think that's good. Right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What made you pick flesh-colored?
It's my girlfriend had it, and I didn't want to buy a new one, and it's really warm. I mean, it's cold out tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
And you've coupled that with the I have grandchildren sweater?
Yeah, you can't scare
Yeah.
me. I have grandchildren. Where do you get something like that? A lot of hip dudes on Tonight Show. Where do you get a shirt like that?
I thrifted it on Depop. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's like an online thrift.
Oh, I know all about it. I go all the way to Round Top just to antique sometimes.
I don't believe in Depop. I think that's the weak way to do it. I go to the big, weird Goodwill with all the troughs and the angry Hispanics fighting you for the stuff. That's what I do. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know all about it, and they're extra angry for me. When I walk in there, I go, "You're all lucky to even be here. Get out of my bed."
No.
I thought the joke at the end was good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be supportive, and it was.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
No, I got more laughs than I thought it would, to be honest. So
It got more laughs than I thought it would, too.
Yep.
It's because the audience has only heard comedy for a total of 2 minutes tonight. It was Aya and Martin Phillips. Here's a little joke book. There you go. I've been given more little joke books, by the way. I've been handed little joke books. The Great Bones Eye is somewhere skinning a cow right now live for us to be able to have more little joke books. I have decided to pre-pull names, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into turbo bucket pull mode. When you hear those noises, that means that since there have been no big joke books given out tonight, that I will be pulling and we will be watching people do minute sets until somebody truly kills Tony tonight. This is the 9th bucket pull of the night. It could end right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Wes Bullens, everybody. Wes Bullens.
Am I the only one that always gets jump scared by Valentine's Day? It's the same day every year, guys. It's a day to just be sad as fuck, you know? Think about all the past trauma from your last relationships. Valentine's Day is like my day of Holocaust Remembrance Day. Because every relationship I've been in has just been completely over-exaggerated, if not just made up. Joking around, guys. I'm not Elon Musk. We're just having some laughs, having some drinks. At least I see you guys drinking here. I actually went sober. That was my New Year's resolution, to go sober. It's a good thing, right? Yeah, it's a good thing. No, that shit sucks. It's just you and everything you hate about yourself trapped together all weekend long. You start looking forward to Monday? That's rough, man. I challenge you guys, go to a dive bar sober and actually see what it's like. It's traumatizing. It's like Valentine's Day and the Holocaust every single weekend. Thanks, guys. It's my time.
And you know what that sound means. Little joke book for Wes. No interview. He's gone. Wes Bullens, we are in turbo mode. When you hear that slot arpeggio, that sweet slot chime. We're going until someone kills. Who's with me? Your next bucket pull. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute for Matthew Jordan.
How you doing? Welcome. So I've been going to the gym lately, dropped 40 pounds already. Thank you. Got addicted to Zumba all the time. Going in there, first time ever in there, they looked at me like this gringo's going to be out after 3 songs. But I'm there, I just want a little bit of taste of that. You just can't stop with that. So going to by the 3rd song, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I don't know if I'm having a heart attack or not. I'm going into Zumba, going. Boom. But then the 4th song, wait to the 4th song, because if you do make it past the 3rd song, the 4th song, you just start feeling the music. The music starts going. You don't even know what you're doing anymore. You're moving back and forth, back and forth. You're clapping. You're in a rush to get to the front of the stage. You want your spot, because once you get to that spot, you're up there and you're dancing. So you know you get a target on your back. That's Betty back there. She's coming up. She wants that spot. No shit. I was here an hour early, putting my water bottle down in that spot right there. It's mine. Who knows about all that? You fight for your spot in Zoom, but I'm telling you one thing.
Holy fucking shit. There's a little joke book. Make some noise for Matthew Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. Your 10th bucket pull of the night. This is unbelievable. We are quickly approaching the record, which I do believe is 16. The 16th bucket pull that night. A fun fact, as I remember, because I'm a big fan of this show, was Aaron Belial, who would go on to win a golden ticket. He would go on to America's Got Talent, and he's a ticket-selling star today, so anything can happen. This is bucket pool number 11. We have one little joke book left again. Make some noise for Ian Sharp. Number 11, everybody. Ian Sharp.
Hey, thank you guys. So the other day I was walking around town, and believe it or not, I saw a real-life Nazi just standing there. Broad daylight, full uniform, table full of propaganda. So I knew what I had to do. I said, not in my town. So I walked right up to that Nazi, punched her right in the face. Beat the shit out of her. Don't worry, I wasn't in any danger. She was way smaller than me. Like, suspiciously small, you know? She was about 5, 6 years old. But listen, if you're old enough to wear that uniform in public, you know, the infamous Nazi uniform with the green skirt and the beret and the sash covered in war medals. If you're old enough to wear that, you're old enough to get punched in the face by a grown man and get all of your cookies stolen. All right, now listen, folks. I'm no hero, all right? All right, we'll call it.
You guys are insane. You've forgotten what... Okay. We're going through a turbo round, no interview. Ladies and gentlemen, I just pulled another one, so before he comes up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring someone up who specializes in following people bombing. I've waited. I didn't want to have to wake him up. I didn't want to have to bring him out of his fucking cage. But ladies and gentlemen, here he is while we wrangle a bucket pull, because it's up to a bucket pull to get us out of this mess. We will go all night. We will do all 200. This is Drew Nickens.
My dad is my best friend. Even though you talk shit about me on Reddit. And he's a kooky guy. I was scrolling through Facebook. I got a group recommend that said sexy superheroes. And my dad was a member. So I checked on it just to see what type of ditty freak-off shit he's into. That's when I realized my dad is a Batman cosplayer. Imagine this. He is a 6'6", 450-pound black man in a Batman costume, in a wheelchair that he calls the Batmobile because he can't walk. He goes, I'm Batman. I love solving crime, unless there's stairs. Like, why can't you be trans, Dad? It was awkward. I walked into my parents' house, aka the Batcave. That's when I realized my parents were creating content. My dad, full costume, batarang, hanging out. My mom hunched over in a pleather costume. It smelled like an Arby's roast beef sandwich in that bitch. They had the meats. But I'm not going to king shame. So you can find me in that group at the Retarded Robin. Thank y'all so much.
All right, Drew Nickens, ladies and gentlemen. We're flying through it tonight, Drew. There he goes, Drew Nickens, everybody. We are still in turbo mode. I don't know if you guys hear those sweet slot chimes. You guys hear that?
Come on, let's get some energy up in this room.
No. We don't want fake energy.
All right, let's bring that energy back down, everybody.
We want you to be a true judgmental crowd. We know what the fuck is going on here. Stay judgmental. Make these. Someone's got to fucking earn it. Ladies and gentlemen, in an unprecedented episode, this is indeed your 12th bucket pull of the night. Make some noise for a minute from Matt Rivera.
Hey everybody, my name is Matt. I've always struggled with my masculinity. I think it's because I like bubble baths, which is really confusing because now ice baths are cool. It's like, what, you get in a tub of ice, you're manly and you're stoic, but you add some soap and you're a pussy. I don't know how to treat people, man. I saw this homeless guy the other day, and he asked me for money. I opened my wallet. I only had $2, so I told him no. And the next day I came back, and he was dead. And when something like that happens, it really, like, fucks with you, and it teaches you to appreciate things in life. Like, I am so grateful I didn't give that guy any money. Because he's fucking dead now, and it's a tale as old as time. You know what they say? A bird in the hand beats two in a dead homeless guy's in a bush. I've been getting a little freakier in the bedroom. Recently, I had sex in the Amazon position. Yeah, it's pretty hot. It's when I'm on top and she's at her phone looking at throw pillows. All right, thank you guys.
All right, Matt Rivera. The biggest laugh you got there, you shook your head like that. You go, why'd you do that?
I don't know. I was just, yeah.
Were you surprised?
I'm surprised that I'm here right now. What the fuck is a lightning round, dude?
Well, you know how you were at that bar across the street and all those people came over here? You saw people leave with a person with a headset?
I did see all that. I guess it's not going great. I don't know.
It's not going great. And it's still not going great. It is still, as you hear that sweet, sweet sound, it's still not going great. I have no more little joke books to give out, but I will give you a bottle. This is a bottle of souvenir Comedy Mothership water. Now, it might not seem like much. Now, I'm going to wait on the cigarette butts. This doesn't look like the kind of guy we want to give our DNA to. Now, this might seem like nothing, but this is actually a $13 bottle of water. Have you ever had a $13 bottle of 20.600 milliliters before? No, it's impossible to have that small of an amount of water worth $13. Only here, a true souvenir, courtesy of the Comedy Mothership, a $13 bottle of water. Right when you think Joe Rogan can't get any richer. Leave it to a $13 bottle of water, ladies and gentlemen. There's also, it's reusable. John Dees has reminded me, as I'm sure that Carrie would, who runs the joint, it is reusable. That is one of the things that they tell me when I make fun of them for having this bottle of water. Is they go, it's reusable. I go, who the fuck is going to fill up? Who's drinking this rusty, second, sloppy? All right.
Excellent water.
Yes, it is delicious.
High quality water.
It is unbelievable. Do you drink water sometimes?
I tried to, yeah.
There you go. Yeah. There he goes, everybody. Matt Rivera. We are on number 13. It seems like it will never end, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Sean Stewart, number 13.
Woo! Howdy, y'all. Howdy. It's crazy inbreeding used to be cool, right? You had to be rich and famous to fuck your cousin. A king and a queen. The powerful fuck their cousins. Now they fuck kids on an island. Right? I'm kind of sad I wasn't invited to that island, though. Not as an adult, but as a kid. I wanted a Nickelodeon show. I think it could have been better than Drake and Josh. Right? No? Everybody got real mad when they found out Stephen Hawking went to the island. I don't know why. I don't think his dick worked. If I was a kid on that island that got him on my weekly schedule, I'd be kind of pumped. Right? You know he gave some bomb-ass head. Right? It was like, harder, deeper, daddy. The show would have been great.
Sean Stewart, everybody. You hear that sound? We're in a turbo round, Sean, so put the mic back in the mic stand. You don't have to do an interview. You get to go right back to bed where you came from, back in your sweatpants. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been on this show multiple times. I do believe he's the door guy here. This could be the answer we've been looking for. In bucket poll number 14, it would be crazy if this guy doesn't do good. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a new minute from Adam Lucky.
Just Tony, how the fuck we doing, everybody? We in it? I'm gonna do a fucking catchphrase right now. I'm gonna go Ayo. You guys give me a shebango. Ayo! Fuck yeah. So the other day I was beating my daughter at Jenga. Am I right, guys? No, that's a joke. She beat me. So I punched that bitch in the fucking face. Ayo! Fuck yeah. Anyway, I don't be fucking that bitch, by the way. I may look like a pedophile, but I'm not one, which is tough. Because I do have resting. I'd be fucking my daughter's face, which is not easy. Which I don't like, because I got to walk around with that daughter, and it's tough, because she's not even that hot. So it's like, damn. Not only do I look like a pedophile, I look like a pedophile who can't even pull. Like, uh-oh. God damn. She may be 5 years old, but she's a 4 at best. Am I right? Oh my God! I went to the Kill Tony show and a guy made a pedophile joke. Fuck yeah! Suck it, fuck it, boys! Hell yeah!
Now you did good. You did good. And normally that would be good enough for a big joke book.
Thanks, Tony.
But I realized that it's kind of defeating the purpose having someone that already has a big joke book up. Because we are, without a doubt, inside of the turbo round.
All good, brother.
Anything crazy happened since the last time you were on the show?
Stayed off cocaine.
Well, congratulations. Normally, a lot of people that open up with, give me a shebang and I'll give an AO, are still on cocaine.
Ironically enough. But on the kratom.
Oh, you're on kratom?
No, I'm trying to, yes, I am.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what every addict does now. I don't know if you guys have any of these kratom
It's
buttons.
It's
yeah.
fun.
Yeah, so you started with just a little bit, right?
What, the kratom?
Yeah.
No, I went in full on hard.
Really?
Yeah, because I used to be a painkiller addict, so I went in deep.
Okay, and so now you're deeper, right? The addiction only grows. A little bit more of a, how do you do it? A scoop?
No, they have these press pills now, which is basically just like gas station Vicodin, so it's badass.
Wow.
They're really cheap, and they make fucking Hey Arnold really funny. So I highly suggest it.
And how many does it say to take on the instructions?
It says 2 a day, and I'm down to 30 a day. So
You're down?
no,
seriously?
No, not really.
Right.
No, I'm 4 a day. Tomorrow I'm supposed to quit, go cold turkey, so I'm just gonna sweat in my room for 4 days.
Have you thought about quitting before this? Have you tried at all to quit?
Yeah, pretty much. But tomorrow's like the day I'm like actually gonna really try hard. But we'll see. No promises. Sorry, Mom. I don't give a fuck.
It's not gonna work.
No, it probably won't work. I know.
There's no
Thanks,
way you're
Tony.
quitting kratom tomorrow.
I mean, I'll do my
I
best.
can just feel it in the air.
Thank you.
You've tried to quit before. How long have you been on this kratom addiction?
I mean, overall, probably like 6 years.
I was expecting that to be Heidi, and it was James McCann.
I didn't know the show was going to go for 9 hours tonight.
I know. It's a crazy one.
Hey, James.
All right, here we go.
Good to
There
see
he
you.
goes. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Adam Lucky, ladies and gentlemen, has multiple appearances on this show. We're going till we give away a big joke book. A true fucking bucket pool. Here we go. It could be right now. There's the lovely Heidi. Total opposite from James McCann. Make some noise for... This is, indeed, our 15th bucket pull of the night. We are 1 away from the record. Make some noise for Luke Newcomb, everybody. Luke Newcomb.
Y'all, I think it's safe to say life is like toilet paper. We all go through it. Some more than others. They say they don't. They gotta be full of shit. I wouldn't shake their hand. That's what I'm saying. That's a hot take. I think cheating is bad. think it's worse when women do it. A woman will cheat, not even come. Fuck. Like guys are so gross. Like they'll be like, "Oh, just a fucking pussy." Like, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, you know what that means. Do you want a cigarette butt? Do you want one of Red Band's cigarette butts?
Yeah.
There you go.
Man,
All right, there he goes. Luke Nukem, everybody. We're in the turbo round, Luke. I don't know if you hear that noise. Keep the volume up. Jesus Christ.
A woman will cheat and not even come was like a beautiful poem or something, you know?
Hold on. Let me make sure I have this correct. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This will tie the record for all time. Are you guys excited to be here at a record-setting episode? How long's it been? 12 and a half? Start June 2013. What is that? 12 years? I don't know. We've been doing this show a long time. This will tie the all-time amount of bucket pulls. This should be your final bucket pull of the night. Make some noise for Bruce DeTore, ladies and gentlemen. A minute for Bruce.
That's right. Suck it in, ladies. This is what Jeff Bezos would look like without any money. This is the improved me. I've lost 60 pounds, but I didn't get the results I wanted. I ended up with loose skin. I wanted a tight-toned stomach. I ended up with a belly that looks like a used grocery bag. Yeah, you know, if my body was an amusement park, it would be 6 red flags. You know? And everything's going crazy now. Everybody's like, oh, the fuck, Trump's in office. But, you know, I'm looking forward to it. Because, quite frankly, I like Hispanic women. With all this talk of deportation, there's got to be somebody cute out there that wants a green card. You know? He just renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I can't wait to see what he does next. There's a body of water that borders the west coast of this great country. We're going to call it the Great American Ocean. What are you going to call the one on the other side? The Other American Ocean. That's what we're
It's a tough predicament. It is a tough predicament. Bucket pull number 16 coming out with that head. I mean, you are so funny looking. It's almost not fair the amount of laughter that you get looking the way that you do. You are a funny looking guy and you're aware of it.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh it away.
I love it. I love it. So you're a real guy, huh, Bruce?
Well, some of my exes would disagree, but fuck those bitches.
I love it. My goodness. And I see the extra skin. It's there on your neck. It's there, too.
Yeah.
What's the most you ever weighed?
About 250.
About 250. How'd you lose the weight? What is your secret?
Just diet and exercise.
Okay.
Anything you enjoy in life, stop doing it.
Yeah. What do you do for a living?
I used to be in automotive, and now I'm just pursuing comedy and mooching off my trust fund.
Okay. How much do you have in the trust fund? How much do you have saved up in your trust fund?
I basically live on about $2,500 a month.
Okay. Is that what all they give you? Is that what you're allotted?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so your trust fund, you get like a monthly thing. They didn't want to give it to you all at once.
Yeah, I get like a monthly stipend, and then what little bit I make off of comedy and so forth.
Yeah.
A little bit of acting here and there.
And the trust fund was from your parents?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and your father passed away?
No, he's still around. It'll be way better when he goes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I love you, Dad. I know you're not watching, but I love you. Please stick around.
That makes sense. Tell us more about your life, Bruce. You seem like a guy that's been divorced a lot.
Oh, dear, I'll tell you the closest I've ever been to marriage was I was going to ask a girl. I said, I need to ask you a question. She said, dear God, please don't ask me to marry you. That wasn't the question. The question was, have you been cheating on me? And she did say yes.
Why do you think she was cheating on you?
Because she's a fucking piece of shit. She introduced me to the guy too. She's like, "You got to come meet this guy. He looks exactly like you."
Did he look exactly like you?
He's a little taller, but apparently he wasn't as good as in bed because she called me later to complain that he couldn't make her come.
And you could make her come.
Apparently not good enough. I don't know.
It's such an interesting predicament.
Yeah.
What are your secrets to making a woman come? Teach me, Bruce.
Just pure. Just work the tongue just desperately until they either tell you to stop or are such a good enough actress you believe they're not faking.
Okay. Ah, shit.
I think we should just give up.
You guys think we should go to the bucket one more time? All right. This is indeed a record. This is officially a record-setting episode. Bruce Dottore goes on to the next one. You know what we're going to do? While we go wrangle that person, I'm going to bring to the stage just to show you that it is possible to kill. I'm going to bring up one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show, who would normally close the show, just to show you that comedy can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest regulars ever, here with a brand new minute. This young man, I promise you, will one day be a citizen of the United States of America. One of the shining stars of the Kill Tony universe. This is the Estonian assassin, Ari Mattis!
I took the bus last week, and I sit in the back of the bus, and I think I'm alone on the bus. Until at one point, I look to the front. There's another guy there, and he has the Down syndrome. I'm not saying nothing bad about him. He just got it. And he notices me too. And he starts playing the game with me of whoever looks away first is a pussy. And you know me, dog. If you want to fuck with me, I'll fuck you back. So I stare this motherfucker down. And we keep going. I missed my stop. Now who's retarded, huh? And it was one of those buses, you know where the middle part has the slinky accordion. So every time the bus would turn, me and my guy would lose each other. And then every time it straightened out, there he is. The only moment we broke eye contact was because in one of the bus stops from the middle door, a lady enters the bus. And she has, I don't even know how to say this, but she's got burger. They were so big that the tits were on the bus. She almost missed it. You know what I'm saying? Dude. And me and my guy, we like both at the same time. We like both look at the tits. And brother, when we look back at each other, the connection we had, that's how perverted men are. It's in our DNA. Because I got a high school diploma, and he thinks mirrors are another room. But at that point, we were both like, so ladies, get those milkers out and bring this country together.
Thank you so much. Proof. Proof that it's possible.
Thank you.
3 minutes of brand new material. After doing tens and tens of minutes before on the show's history. Take note. What's it? 16 bucket pulls we've been through. Nobody had 1 minute, like any minute of your 3 minutes. And you've done this.
I mean, people like me. I have an advantage. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I know that. But I'm just saying, this is a wild episode. Have you been keeping track? I'm sure you've been back there waiting for a while.
I was listening, but I had to go. I had to walk.
Yeah.
Dude, I was starting to bomb. Like,
yeah.
You know when you listen to comedy, you're like, what is stand-up even?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Exactly.
I was starting to think it was me. I thought I was bringing it down.
James. Dude.
Ari, why don't you put the mic in the mic stand? Why don't you sit in next to James and join us? Let's get through the rest of it together. Let's just see what happens here. You want a drink? What do you want to drink, Ari? Order a drink. We might be here a while. What do you want to drink, Ari? What do you want to drink?
Whiskey and soda water.
Can I get the whiskey and soda water?
Two.
We're having fun here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is officially a record. Your 17th bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Zach Myers, everybody.
What's up? So recently I've been banging this cancer bitch. Yep. But she's not one of those leukemia hoes. She was just born in July. Yep. The issue with her, though, is she does have cancer, and I'm just not into that. How much can you expect me to care when I can't get to second base because she's already at stage 4? They cut her tits off too quick. Thank you. And a lot of my buddies will be like, well, why are you even into her, bro? And I tell them, it's simple. As an Arabic, I find it sexy how easily she got in the terminal.
And that means your minute is up. The cat is gone and the slot chime is in because we are in turbo mode. There was one point in the middle of your set where you said thank you. Did you remember that?
Yes, sir.
They were laughing because of the way that Ari Maddie was laughing.
Yeah.
At the overall thing. There was a part where James laughed because you did a cancer, what do they call that?
After this show, I'm going to have to just stare into a flower for half an hour.
There's good news. There's good news. The show is never going to end. Give it up for Zach Myers as it continues.
He looks like a vampire, no?
We are in deep, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Zach Myers back to...
He's going to live 1,000 years.
Back to the movie Twilight he goes. Did we get that? Did that bucket pull come back yet? You need another name? Oh, boy. Red Dan wants to get out of here so badly. The noises that he's making. Thank God he's not in control of the show. Am I right? Yeah. Just hand it off. There you go. We're having fun here. Let's kill some time. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Ari, Maddie, have you been on the road lately? What have you been doing?
Yeah, I went to Denver this weekend.
Oh, yeah, Comedy Works, downtown.
Wonderful.
Literally, I say the best built comedy club in the world. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, it was crazy hot, the crowd.
Yeah.
You get a bit too confident up there, maybe, after some shows.
It is ridiculous.
I didn't like the Denver airport, though. You know an airport where you take a flight and then you gotta take a train? Bro, we flew 1,800 miles. Can we fly 2 more? Take me there!
Baby, maybe I'm autistic, but I fucking love getting on that train. Pittsburgh Airport, I'm like, fuck, I wish I could have taken a train to this airport. Bang! I'm on a train! I love it. I love it.
Wow.
We're going to find a superstar here tonight. Can you feel it? I can
really
feel
are.
the energy.
Hey, don't you guys think James looks like a cute dog with glasses?
He does have that
Yeah,
vibe.
that dog. That,
Yeah, you do.
It's the nicest thing Ari has ever said to me. I appreciate it.
Which one of us is gonna get a green card first, huh? Fight.
People are leaving, huh? Because they think the show's over or something?
Lock the doors!
Someone should make an announcement there at the bar that the show is continuing until somebody does good. Here, I'll give you 2, because let's face it, we're probably going to go through them. And if the first one does better before the second one, then we'll put the second one up next week or something. We're going to stay here all fucking night.
Yes!
For those of you getting thirsty out there, let me remind you that this is a reusable bottle of water. It's $13. Shocking. But it's reusable. So, something to keep in mind. Plus, it has a mothership logo on it. I mean, look at that. What's not to love about a...
Hey, lady, you want to do the secret show Thursday?
Wow, a woman from the audience. You do? Did you sign up? Do you do comedy? Oh, it's a shame. I'll bet you're funnier than everybody without being prepared. Do you think you have a minute? Do you think you have...
Who here has a minute, huh?
Do you think you have 20 seconds?
Should we get somebody who looks funny?
Did you sign up, sir? You did? What's your name? All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brandon Ferris. We are doing this tonight.
Let's go, Brandon!
This guy literally just said, I can do it. Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen? We will be here all night until somebody who hasn't been on this show before does good. This is the Kill Tony debut of Brandon Ferris.
I've been told I have resting Republican face. I look like I buy my daughter black baby dolls because it's February, Black History Month. So good. So good.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Brandon. Put the mic back in the mic.
Okay, Brandon.
You said it's up. Put the mic back where you found it. Jesus fucking Christ. Get out of here. Go get back to your fucking seat.
He lost confidence in 4 seconds.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full. I do believe this is fucking number 20 or something. I don't know what's going on here. Make some noise. We know this guy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Dubs General, ladies and gentlemen. Bucket full number 20, Dubs General. I can already tell you. We have another one coming.
So, white people, I'm new to dating. Are y'all still afraid of AIDS out here? I've been fucking these ratchet bitches lately, and I was in with her, and I was getting it in. I was trying to get it. I was, fuck y'all, that's how I fuck. And she said, I kept fucking. I didn't give a shit. I kept fucking. I'm not finna do this with y'all. Thank y'all very much. I have yourself a great.
There he goes, Dubs General, ladies and gentlemen. You can go, Dubs. We're in turbo round right now. We are flying through it. Go ahead. Are you guys having fun still, huh?
Fuck yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, I've lost count. I literally have to count the days.
22!
We are in it. Make some noise for Eric Bell, everybody. This could be the one. Eric Bell.
So my oldest daughter just turned 13 recently and into a little bitch. Guys, it's still illegal in the state to attempt to sell your child to a wealthy old childless couple, even if they're white. What? She gets a new and better life and get a new Corvette 3LT.
I told that one online. I didn't go viral. I did get a ha-ha like, however, a friend request in a comment asking, where can we see more of your material? From Texas Child Protective Services. Ladies, I'm dating. I get it. All right, I've been collecting extra feedback from you ladies for a long time now. I get it. It's not the faces closing ass with you. But you have to be so goddamn mean about it. A woman told this to me recently. This wasn't a date. It was just over the phone, me trying to live free out in the wild. She said, Eric, your looks are not that special.
Another minute from Eric Bell. Now, let me just say something here.
Comedy's hard.
Let me say something. It's crazy because just a week ago, and you can go back. You can go back one episode right now. Those of you watching on YouTube, you can go back one episode. Jim Norton and Tony Caruso right here just a week ago. And only one of the bucket pools got a little joke book. Literally 8 out of 9 or whatever it was, or 9 out of 10 or 7 out of 8 got big joke books. And still, as it continues, there's still not one. There goes Eric Bell. Thank you, Eric. We're in turbo round right now. I'm going to count it. Just for our own sake, I'm counting it. Counting it. Somebody say something while I count. Talk about something.
The goodwill has left my body. Someone needs to be great. Come on.
I feed up my foot bags. But if you want good comedy, James McCann, new special, out now. Out now.
That is true. Hey, America. Go to Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast on YouTube. By the way, this episode is brought to you by Maya and Blue Chew. And this is literally your 20th bucket pull of the night. This has to get us out of here. Do you feel it? This could be the one. But stay strong. Be real. This is a minute from Aaron Spaller, everybody. Aaron Spaller, number 20.
Have y'all seen these Honda Civics driving around? They got that big-ass spoiler, really loud exhaust on it, and all these stickers. And it's this shitty little car. It's trying so hard to be a race car. But it just can't do anything that a race car can do. Shit's really annoying, right? Yeah, it's the same way I feel about trans women, too. Walked into a fucking fire right now. Breathe. Something I've learned living in this city.
I cut you off right there. Aaron Spaller. There he goes, Aaron. You seem like you'd be a very fun interview, but I got to keep it moving. I don't know if you hear the slot chimes, but we're in turbo mode. Red Band has low blood sugar right now. He wants to go home. This is bucket pull number 21. It's a female comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ashley Palmer, everybody.
I'm a doctor in Canada, which means the government pays me to stick my finger at people's butts. Yeah. Gotta wear a glove, though. Yeah. Morphine is addictive. Western medicine tried to solve this with heroin. Oops. It was sold over the counter to treat coughs in children. It worked. You know, it also helped kids learn how to write a lowercase n. N is for nap time. N is for Nancy didn't wake up from nap time. But don't worry, morphine's been replaced. I'm sorry. Don't worry, heroin's been replaced by its non-addictive cousin, fentanyl. Modern medicine. We just keep getting better.
Wow.
I'm sorry, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Even if a guy fucks you, he should still be on a list. You know what I'm saying?
That is true.
My man looking for loopholes.
It is incredible. This is what free healthcare gets you, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine walking in and this is your doctor. Are you like a general health doctor?
Wow.
Yeah, I work. I'm a general practitioner. I work up north, so I do like clinic, emergency room, and in a hospital, in a rural place.
Is that weird to be a white doctor in Canada? I hear it's mostly Chinese.
There's a lot of white South African doctors.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're really good.
Why do you think the South Africans are so good at being doctors?
It's their training programs.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just intense.
Yeah. The colleges in South Africa?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a trial by fire type of thing, so they're just good at handling situations.
I can't believe you've killed another one. You're shameful. You would do what that teacher told you to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I study the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is. And I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. I don't know if you guys know this, but Canada does suicides now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No,
Okay. Correct me where I'm wrong.
it's called MAPE, which is medical assistance in dying, and no one's ever approached me about it, but it's like...
That's because you're working, you just said, at an emergency, like, urgent care thing, so they would go to a hospital or a normal, actual, professional, actual, real money-making, full-time doctor.
I work in a clinic, too.
Yeah,
so...
no, I know. They wouldn't go to, a free clinic for that. They would just be like, hey, everything's free everywhere. Like, what you're saying at clinic, that's just like the minor league hospital, right?
No.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Sure.
What's the difference between a clinic and a hospital?
I work in a hospital also.
What do you do at the hospital?
Inpatient care.
Is that the people that would kill themselves?
Sometimes, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it's like for terminal illnesses that cause like a lot of suffering.
I know 21 people who want to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to multiple Canadian doctors and civilians that live in Canada, and they have all known someone or know people or have assigned it. You haven't?
I know people who have, but I've just never had a patient.
Now, just to make this clear so that everybody understands, in Canada, it's not you're sick with something and dying from something that would make you kill yourself like here in America. You have to be dying in order to have other people help you kill yourself. In Canada, you just have to be sad, correct?
Oh no, but that's something they've talked about, which would be really fucked up if it's like that became a thing and then like you don't accept like psychedelic medicines, which are really like you know what I mean? Like
it sounds like you're in denial that your healthcare system in Canada is so wild that sad people just get to kill themselves and then they schedule them to kill themselves. Where's the air horn when you need it?
I don't know if that's like in practice yet, but that's a dark dystopian potential.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You say that it's a dark dystopian potential,
Yeah.
that it's not in use. Can you describe what MAID is then?
Oh, but it's just not for sad people. It's like for suffering, but for like physical pain. But
Do you think you have to have physical pain to do it there?
I think so.
You're wrong.
Okay, that's possible.
You could just be sad.
Oh,
I know more about your system than
Well,
you
that-
because I have a bit about it.
Okay.
That I'm purposefully not doing because I don't want to leak it here because I want to do it on a thing one day.
Yeah.
But I would go into it and it works.
Okay. Yeah.
But the point is the premise is what's most important. Here's what's crazy is not only, this is going to be interesting for you, not only do Canadians do this, over 2,000, actually between 1,500 and 2,000 people did it in 2024. And again, this is no physical ailment. This is just being sad.
I wish I was in Canada right now.
I know, that was the joke that I implied 28 seconds ago. Now, perfect timing, by the way, to do that then. But they schedule you. So literally, it's not like you go into the hospital and you're like, I want to kill myself. And they're like, come on, we'll do it. They schedule you for a later date. They have to process stuff and do things. So they're literally like, okay, come back on this date. and we will help you kill yourself. And people have to wait, and that's Canadian.
Or you go to their home.
Really?
Yeah,
The
that's
service with a smile up there in Canada.
Right. They do it. They go to their home.
Yep.
Home visit.
Right.
Home
But
visit.
what's the weapon?
It's an injectable drug.
Yeah. And you've never done it though.
No.
You know, in Finland, they have the highest rates of suicides in the world, and also last year, the happiest country in the world. Suicide works.
No doubt about it. All right, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Ashley Palmer, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ashley. Welcome to America. We're going to keep it moving here. This is bucket full. I don't know. Again, I think it's 21 maybe. Owen Galavan, everybody. Owen Galavan.
Hey, everybody. Because I think registered sex offenders are, like, really dumb. Yeah. I'm never going to register. That's my little secret, you guys. For real, though, I don't know how we landed on the term registered sex offenders. Feels a little soft for what they actually are. Could have easily went with convicted sex offenders. But we went with registered for some reason. Why are we making it sound like they're sex offenders that did all the proper paperwork? Like, you register to vote, you register a weapon, you register your car. I don't think a cop's ever walked up on a sexual assault, like license and registration. He's like, oh shit, that actually checks out. My bad. Didn't realize you had all your ducks in a row, sir.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
I like that one.
You like that one?
That was a good one.
Really?
Yeah, there was like clever stuff.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Yes.
Really?
Thank you.
Am I losing my fucking mind right now?
He's fun.
Registered sex.
All right, we're going to keep it moving. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. We're in turbo round. I don't believe you. I think Red Band's just trying to go home. Make some noise for Nate Mueller, everybody. Nate Mueller.
Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. Oh my God. What a scene!
That's it. The episode's over, ladies and gentlemen. We're done. We did it. Brought to you by Maya and Blue Chew. James McCann's new special.
We believe. Tony, we don't give up when the going gets hard. We keep going until greatness is achieved.
It's the constant.
All right, everything stop, man, stop. Okay, let's ignore the Joe Rogan's Club. You start from the top. Let's go. Skip the Joe Rogan's Club. Do your material. Go.
Unfortunately, that was my material. He's built a beautiful scene down here, so I moved.
Okay, there he goes,
But I
everybody.
can
There he
tell I
goes. That's
moved.
okay. All right, Nate Mueller, everybody. There he goes. You're in a special turbo round, Nate. No bombing.
Dude, I've
allowed.
never seen.
I was
Tony
too late.
Look like this. This is a.
All that I had written on this when I came up here was Martin Phillips and Ari Matty.
We're a part of history now. This isn't a normal Kill
History.
Tony episode. This is a historically bad Kill Tony episode.
I'm that West Side pimp.
From the corpse, a flower must grow.
You know what's going to be great next week? It's going to be all bucket kills that are killing.
Do you have an appointment to go to?
No, he has nothing in the world.
No, I just have
He has to do VR in like a few days or something for a little bit. He has absolutely less than nothing to do. There's no one I know that has less to do than actually Red Band. He's very excited to drink and complain about his night tonight. That's all he has to do, right?
It's my fault, guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
The next great comedian in America is behind that curtain.
Well, not yet.
There
They're not.
might be 6 or 7 people behind that curtain. There might be 154 or more people behind that curtain. But I believe that greatness is going to walk out of here tonight.
Is there anybody else inside that signed up? What are they pointing at? You did?
Do it.
You did? What's your name? Jeff Scott? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Jeff Scott. This could be the one, everybody. Do you believe in miracles?
All right. I was watching a documentary before the show, but it got a little depressing, so I had to turn it off. But it turns out dolphins will have sex with just about anything. Like, they're extremely horny creatures. And they kind of bummed me out, dude. I just thought what me and Flipper had was special, you know? I have herpes now, bastard. I really am trying to improve myself right now, though. I quit playing video games. No more smoking weed or, no more drinking. I started going to church, and that means no more masturbating, especially no more jerking off. In fact, if I'm going to have sex from now on, I only want it to be the Lord's way. I just wish the priest would, take it easy on me, dude. I haven't felt a fart since Easter. That's all I got.
Okay, go back to your seat, Chuck. We are in turbo
How crazy for the girlfriend, huh? Dude, I saw you have a panic attack there.
I'd like to give a special shout out to a special guest that's here tonight who told me 18 years ago when I said that I wanted to start stand-up that I'm going to go to a local open mic in Burbank and start. And he told me, start at the Comedy Store. He's visiting tonight. First time I've seen him in Austin. First time I've seen him in years. What a hand for Jeff LaBeouf up there visiting everybody. Old friend, you're not going to see him. Don't turn around. It's dark up there. It's a VIP balcony. You peasants don't get to lay your eyes on them. All right, back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Marvin Izzy, everybody. Marvin Izzy.
Yum. We here. I smoke weed. That's something me and my father used to do. Smoke weed and laugh, smoke weed and laugh. But we can't do it no more because his lungs can't take it like he used to. Because he's dead, right? Smoke so much, he's ashes now. Don't feel bad, though. I got a quarter pound of him in my living room. My little sister hit me up, was like, I want some of his ashes so I could put in a locket. I was like, I'll sell you an 8 for 60. I want me and my wife to have a kid so I can know what the race of my baby going to turn out to be. I'll say race because I'm Puerto Rican and my wife is Honduran. So if you use your mixed race calculator, Puerto Rico plus Honduras equals Mexican. Cuban if you carry the 1. Y'all think I'm joking. That mixed race calculator for real. Like if you get a Chinese person and a Jamaican, you get a Filipino. You get an African and a Venezuelan, you get a Haitian. If you get a Colombian and a Cuban, that's just a very serious cokehead in front of you. Just letting you know that shit right now.
Yeah! Yippee! What was it? Marvin Izzy.
Yes, sir.
Is it Honduran or Honduran?
Potato, potato.
Okay. We're in a turbo round right now, Marvin. We're going to keep it moving. There you go.
Yum!
He's got a catchphrase, everybody. It is yum. A little fun fact, Jeff Scott was pulled out of the bucket just now. So Destiny is right on cue. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Are you guys still alive?
Hell yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Caesar Leone, everybody. Caesar Leone. We are in, oh my God, all right. Caesar Leone.
Alrighty, good evening, Austin. Where are all my Latinos at? You guys see how easy it was to round us all up? Right? We can't help but express pride. And I feel like in this day and age, we kind of need to take lessons from Italians of the past century, you know? Kind of go incognito until white people forget about us. Eventually, they'll accept us. Because if you think about it, an old school Italian is basically just a wetback with a towel. No? Alrighty then, moving forward. But seriously, now that Trump is in office and these ICE raids have started all over the country, we kind of need to be a little bit more vigilant as Latinos, you know? Whenever we go, scout out the area, be aware, learn to read the room, not just clean it. Right? But alrighty then.
Caesar Leone, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes, Caesar Leone. There he goes. We're on a turbo round. No interview for you, Caesar. This is fucking crazy. This is an absolute mathematical fucking anomaly. We don't go through this many bad bucket pulls in a month. Not to mention an episode. This is absolutely crazy. Ari, what's the report coming in? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Is there perhaps a band member that has a minute? Any of the horn players got anything? You got something? No, these fucking guys. Deep Madness is wasted right now. There's no way. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Back to the bucket. This is the show you wanted to go to. Trust me, I wanted to be done an hour ago. Make some noise for Matt Puchitsky. Matt Puchitsky.
My wife does these charcoal face scrubs. Ladies, you've probably heard of them. Apparently they work wonders because she does them every night. I'll just be chilling, watching Netflix before bed. She's walking around full black face, not batting an eye. I'm like, whoa, babe, I'm trying to watch Django Unchained right now. You're totally ruining the vibe. All right, cool. Guys, there's a family of immigrants behind that curtain. If you don't laugh, I'm going to have to tickle them very hard to get sound bites. All right. The worst is when she does these charcoal face scrubs.
Matt, we're just going to keep it moving. We're in a turbo round. All right. It's a special part of a special show. Thank you. And you, there we go. We're going to keep it flying along.
I love
comedy! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket pull. We are almost double the record. This is Mario Zapata, everybody. Mario Zapata.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I used to be Hispanic. Yeah. My full name is Mario Alejandro Zapata Diaz. Yeah. Who gives me the most shit about being pale is other Hispanic people. It was like, why are you so pale? And I'm like, well, my family flew here. HBO is remaking Harry Potter. Fans are concerned because they want to cast a black actor as Snape. Because in the book it says Azkaban, not Axkaban. I think that the reason the word retarded is such an offensive word is because so many people are, you know?
How are you, XIB?
Thank you.
Mario, look at this. You see this shit right here? Oh my God. Do you believe in miracles? Look at the energy on this fucking guy. Holy shit. A standing ovation for what some people would call, on a scale from 1 to 10, about a 7.2. But here, goddamn it, we needed it. You'll never understand what happened before you on a night like this. Mario,
I'm just happy to be here, guys. But yeah!
We needed a hero, and you are it. How old are you, Mario? Mario?
I am about to be 45.
45. How long you been
Yeah.
doing stand-up?
11 years.
What do you do for work?
I edit porn.
Really?
Yes.
He's even got the best interview of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
He's taking the ball and running with it. Best set, best interview.
Thank you.
What type of porn do you edit?
Giants is porn.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what is that?
It's where you're a very small person. You're looking up at a woman.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Imagine Godzilla, but it's a hot chick.
Wow.
Yeah.
How do you get into porn editing?
You have to be unemployable. Once you fucked everything up, porn opens you with open legs.
Wow, absolutely.
That was a bit. I'm sorry. I'll answer the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
I'm nervous. Sorry.
Yeah, we might not give you the big joke with that. No, I'm kidding, Mario. What else? What else is crazy about your life that we should know about before I let you go?
I got kicked out of the military for international drug smuggling.
Wow. What types of drugs did you smuggle?
Ecstasy.
From where?
Well, I didn't smuggle them, but like I paid for them to be smuggled.
Okay.
And I sold some of them. Yeah. Anticlimactic. Sorry.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have kids?
They take forever to die. No kids. I'm too selfish for kids. I'm sorry.
Okay, so where do you shoot your load when you pull up?
Anywhere. I'm just happy to be shooting loads.
All right. Okay. Here you go, buddy. Congratulations, you got us out of here.
Thank you so much.
We're done. Mario Zapata ended it. Kind of just okay, but good enough. The drawing from Ryan G. Belt is in. How about a hand for James McCann? Did the band leave? This is incredible. James McCann. Guys, play some fucking music. What the hell's going on? Jesus fucking Christ. Check out his new special, Hey America. It's on YouTube at Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. James, tell him.
Thank you for having me. I can't believe it's over.
We did it.
What a beautiful country. What a beautiful show.
All right, Maddie, thank you for joining us on the back.
Thank you so much.
The drawing from Ryan Chainbelt is in of James McCann, and it's lovely. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight. Whoa, Heidi with the gun. Look out.
More detail than ever got to be put into that one.
Thank you to Maya. Thank you to Blue Chew Red Band.
Check out the movie Das Boot.
Okay, and I got a lot of tickets up for sale. I'm on tour, going to Anaheim and Salt Lake City and Detroit and a bunch of other crazy places coming up, doing stand-up, bringing my friends with me. We're going to have a lot of fun out there. And thank you to this audience, who is legendary. You guys were at the most fucking pulls ever in an episode, I do believe. Pretty positive of that. And congratulations to us all. I love you. God bless America. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Van's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Excuse me, sir. Telephone.
All right. Let's keep it moving along. Your next comedian goes by the name of Wayne McCracken. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Wayne McCracken, live here on Kill Tony. Here he is. Make some noise for Wayne, everybody.
Oh, what's up, Texas? All right. A little bit about myself. I am not what you would call an educated person. That's right. Now, I don't think that means I'm retarded, is the thing. Here's the thing. What is not retarded about me is the fact that I think evolution is real. Do we believe in evolution in this room? You think it's no? You don't think it's a real thing? Here's what I'll say. I don't think it explains the human condition. I don't know how Homo sapiens somehow finagled their way to the top of the food chain when they're prone to things like scoliosis and sunburns. Seems a little off. But I will tell you this is how I know evolution is real. I've got one buddy, he was born with a vestigial tail, right? You know what his girlfriend calls it? The big one. That's not even the worst one. I have another friend that was recently diagnosed with super gonorrhea. A very unfortunate diagnosis. This poor asshole didn't just get the clap, he got a standing ovation. You know what I'm saying?
Raw. Okay, Wayne McCracken, absolutely flatlining up here.
Yeah.
I mean, that was that was about as bad as it gets, Wayne. That's about
it. Thanks.
You know what sucks that I forgot about?
Huh.
I'm on stage looking at no laughter, so I'm also affected.
We are not used to that.
I feel bad.
We worked
like,
long and hard to never have that feeling.
it
That's
hurt.
why I don't ever look them directly in the eyes when somebody's bombing that hard. I don't want to see what...
It hurt. It hurt me too.
No, it didn't. You're having literally the best time of your life right now.
I'm really not. I did too many drugs this afternoon, so...
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Experience. Trained by day. Joe Rogan Podcast by night. Filters. Dude, don't be fucking stupid. I fucked up. Psych, bitch. Play off, slut. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. I gotta take a piss. Come on, you little slut. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. You.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
So what's happening, man? How are you? Well, everything's groovy as could be. I'm happy to be in Austin. I love it here, you know.
It's a fun place.
Yeah. I mean, I stay here, so.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. And I don't know. It's like it's just a special place in this country.
Yeah, I agree. It's perfect because it's like a blue city in a red state. It's like even the really kooky liberal people are pretty reasonable in comparison to like the kooky liberal people from California or New York.
Yeah, kooky liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
Did you get a lot of that after Saturday Night Live? A lot of kooky liberals coming your way?
Yeah, that's a good transition.
That monologue was great, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of blowback, as I knew I would. You know, because
you told the truth.
Well, yeah, it's just that you don't want to say anything negative about vaccines, which I didn't. What I was talking about in that monologue was really about profiteering.
Yeah.
Okay, so World War II, necessary. Everyone could say that was a necessary war. Let's say this war on microbes was a necessary war, right? Why is anyone profiteering?
Yes.
Why did they, Pfizer get to make $100 billion in 2021?
Right.
Anyway,
why does the government profit off of it? Why do
the profiteering of war is just wrong. Like, okay, if you say that it has to be, there's conflicts happening right now, I disagree with, but I'm wondering, why are people making money off of it? You know, even if you think you have a legitimate vantage point from the other side of it, why does someone get to make so much freaking money off of it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the dirtiest aspect of human beings. We'll find a way to profiteer off of everything.
Yeah.
Everything and anything, even if it's just, and they'll prolong just things in order to make more profit.
Jerk. I have to take the shit. Allegedly. Damn. That motherfucker tastes like a melted Jolly Rancher.
off it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know that, Richard Nixon knew it was imperative that the war continue, the Vietnam War, back before he got elected,
Yeah.
He didn't want that to get settled.
Yeah.
And there's a great phone call. I don't know if you've listened to any of Johnson's phone calls. Lyndon Johnson.
What phone call?
There's a phone call he had with Nixon, saying, "Hey man, you're going against the peace," because he was trying to get a peace to go before the '68 election, right? Which he eventually just bailed out of anyway, because he could see he was going to lose it, Johnson. I don't, maybe you haven't.
No, I've never heard that conversation between Nixon and
It's an incredible conversation. And Nixon's like, "Oh, I wouldn't do that. I would never, And of course, he was doing that. He was subverting the peace process, in the same way that, they wanted to make sure Carter didn't get those, those guys released in Iran.
Yeah. I always wondered about the Vietnam War, how much of it was about heroin. 3 days before 1968 presidential election, President Johnson contacted Senate Majority Leader Everett M. Dirksen to inform him the White House had received hard evidence from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The campaign of Republican presidential candidate Richard M. Dick Nixon was interfering with Johnson's effort to start peace talks to end the Vietnam War. In this call, Johnson referred to contacts between Nixon's campaign and South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thieu, I don't know how to say his name, urged that they thwart any such negotiations. Yeah.
Yeah, and that did happen. And also, they definitely, Bush, the senior Bush, George Bush Sr., he met with the leaders of the Iranian, we call it, party, whatever, before the election, the fight between Carter and Reagan, and insisted they needed to not be letting those hostages go.
Right.
And so I met Carter in Austin, or rather in Atlanta, I don't know, 3 years ago, right? It's very exciting for me because I've always been a big fan of Carter. I think he's the best president in my lifetime. And I talked to Carter, and he was like, and I said, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, is there a better time to ask? When am I going to have another time?
Right.
And so that was known as the October surprise, right?
Right.
That Bush met with those guys. Anyway, I just said, I'm going to ask him. I said, well, I just wonder, is there any truth to the October surprise? And he looks at me like, man, he hadn't heard this question lately. Right? And he looks at me and he goes, well, I never talked about this publicly, but we did still have people in the White House after we left who were there during the Reagan administration. And they confirmed it was true.
Yeah, of course it was true. It was too obvious. The hostages get released right after Reagan gets elected.
Yeah, they released them on the day he took office.
Yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous. Yeah. It's kind of disgusting.
Very disgusting.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to be one to talk ill of American government. Far be it for me.
Yeah, we don't need to. Hey man, your movie's fucking great. I loved it.
Oh, you saw it?
I saw it Wednesday night. Yeah, it was great.
Oh,
really,
thank you.
Really great. Nail biter.
Like, yeah, and the edge of your seat.
Yeah,
movie,
there's not a single cut the shit moment in that movie. There's movies that there's where you have to suspend disbelief and it takes you out of it. There's none of that in that movie. It's really good. It's really good. Very suspenseful. Very fulfilling. The end of it, you feel super entertained.
Yeah. Oh,
great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love it. It's so exciting, that film. It's like an action movie. I mean, It really is like as nail biter as any action movie I've seen. I love it. And Alex Parkinson, he was the director. He also directed because it was a documentary, Last Breath.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Because people may not know, this was a real incident that happened.
Yeah.
In the North Sea. Anyway, yeah. Simu Liu and Finn Cole, loved those guys. Loved working with them. That's a great experience.
It's a great movie. It's very good. It's very fun. Like, it's exciting. And I hardly ever go to the movies anymore. But your people made me go see it in the movie theater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so I had to actually go to the theater and see it. It was great, though.
Yeah, well,
I really
thanks
enjoyed
for
it.
doing that,
Oh,
man.
my pleasure.
That's
my pleasure.
I know you're a busy man. You got a lot going on.
Yeah, but I was excited to talk to you, man. I'm a big fan. I've been watching you since Cheers.
Oh, thanks, dude.
It's a
Thank
long
you.
time.
Well, I'm a fan of yours, too. I really am. I love the things you've done that just flipped everything on its head. The people you've interviewed, that you got, people genuinely up in arms, like you're not afraid. You're a fearless warrior, and I appreciate what you do. Like allowing voice to people. Other people will be like, you're wrong just to interview that person.
Yeah, you get a lot of that for sure, but that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous thinking. I don't even understand that. I really don't. I don't understand how we got to a place where you're wrong to have a conversation with someone, even if you disagree with them. This idea of platforming people. Well, how the fuck do you know what they really think? Based on what? The mainstream media that lies to you constantly? That's supported by all sorts of special interest groups that have no need to tell the American public the truth. They have a very specific narrative that they want pushed. They want no deviation from that at all. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's crazy. I mean, if you have a large audience, I think you have at least a certain amount of responsibility to talk to some people that you think might be telling the truth.
Yeah, I liked your interview with Robert Malone.
Yes.
That was a crucial interview at a crucial time.
Well, there was the most pushback I'd ever experienced ever in my life. And I was like, this is crazy. It was really sad to see people like Joni Mitchell and Neil Young and I wanted to sit down and talk to them and show them some studies and give them Robert Kennedy's book and say, you don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, that's the thing that makes me sad is a lot of this information they're receiving is from mainstream media, which certainly has its own objectives and its own, things that it won't discuss.
Yes. Yeah, at all.
And I just felt like after that happened, I was going to try to get in touch with you just to tip my hat to you, but it just felt like, why don't people just listen to the interview? Because I feel like everyone who was giving it a hard time hadn't even heard the interview.
Of course. Yeah, they had heard the mainstream media saying that it was dangerous misinformation. By the way, everything he said has turned out to be true. Every single thing he said had turned out to be true. Sure. Everything that everybody said about whether it was a lab leak, whether the vaccine had side effects, whether it was pushed, whether they lied about the studies and distorted the information, everything was true. All of it. Including Yale just released some study about people producing spike protein 700 plus days after the injections, which was never thought to be the case when they gave them to these people in the first place. And a host of different serious problems that people are having because that everyone's covering up and people are lying about and everyone's trying to obfuscate and doctors are trying to sweep things under the rug because they don't want to be in trouble for mandating these things and telling people to get these things. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. And if we go back to the allowing, I just feel like to mandate was
crazy.
Wrong. They're just that to me is fascistic behavior.
Yes.
If you mandate that I have to take this thing, that if you take it, you're protected. Well, if I take it, wasn't that my, that should be my prerogative. I either want to be protected or don't want to be protected. Or maybe I am like I am, which is the last two entities on earth I would trust with my health would be big pharma and big government. Like those would be the last two I would look to. how much Big Pharma has done to just push shit through that they know is bad for you, that they know harms you. And in this case, they know what's happened.
Yeah.
They know. And all we're left with after the, 86 that they mandated that you couldn't sue the vaccine companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so since then, we've only been left with VARs, right?
VARs,
the government VARs, the government website. And there we have millions of people who fought through the red tape and the bureaucratic whatever just to anonymously be known that they were injured.
Yeah. Yes. So, it was weird watching so many people that I thought were intelligent stand up for the government and for the pharmaceutical industry.
But it's not weird if you think of how, it was ubiquitous. It never stopped. The mainstream press was just harping on it constantly.
Yeah, constantly. Yeah. But it's just weird that so many people went along with it without question. And especially the weirdest part was it was the people on the left. That was so confusing to me because all my life, people on the left were very, very hesitant to believe anything that Big Pharma said and always distrusting in any major institution that was profiting off of something. And it was all very clear. You could see where the motivation was with everything. You could see the amount of profit that was going to be generated, and still, everybody was just so scared. It just exposed a lot of cowards, a lot of fools, a lot of cowards, and a lot of people that are just, at the moment of any form of adversity, are willing to just bow down and do what the system tells them to. It's very strange.
Well, yes, to say cowards, it's interesting because of the nature of it being so mandated. I had many people I know got vaccinated because they wanted to be able to fly, they wanted to be able to work.
Yeah.
So when it's mandated that you can't work, how many drivers?
Yeah.
Every single driver had to be vaccinated in Atlanta. Every person on the crew had to be vaccinated, and you had the first vaccination, but when you got the booster, it had to be within 6 months. If it's 6 months and a day, you won't work that day. Yeah. It was very regimented. Everybody in every crew.
And including people that had already been sick. It didn't even make sense. Not only that, if you talk to virologists, they say you never vaccinate during a pandemic because that encourages variants. I posted that on Twitter, the study on Twitter, and so many people were attacking me. I'm like, hey, I didn't write the study. This is a study that shows that when you vaccinate with a non-sterilizing vaccine during a pandemic, it encourages variants. And that's what happened. And they were blaming
the non-sterilizing.
So a vaccine that doesn't actually prevent you from catching the disease or spreading the disease.
Oh, right.
And that's what COVID is. So that's what
initially it was supposed to stop you. It was 100% going to stop and then of course that guy had to be modified. It came to now it will lessen your symptoms. A completely unprovable.
Yeah.
claim.
Well, there was never any studies ever in the beginning that ever showed that it stopped transmission. None.
Right.
Zero. All it did is it showed that it had an immune response.
So you read Bobby's book?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And even the guy, interestingly, Kerry Mullis, I believe his name, the guy who created the PCR tests, there was some discrepancy with other people. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But the guy credited, he said, this vaccine, this test cannot prove
infection.
It doesn't prove causation. So in other words, you're having a response that says that you have a viral load, but you don't know what the cause of that is. You don't know what generated that. It can't prove what the illness is.
Not only that,
what the problem is that causes that.
Depending upon the amount of cycles that you run the PCR, I mean, you could detect like the most minute amount that is not indicative of the person being infected.
Right.
And that person will have a false positive. And there's false positives were all through the fucking roof.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing made no sense, and it was just designed to push a vaccine that they profited off of massively, and I hope we learn. I hope next time things roll around, people are a lot more hesitant to just jump in and believe this shit.
Well, already they were coming up with additional vaccines for this or that, or another booster, and people were like,
yeah.
No. So I think people have already started to question the validity of things. You know?
Well, I think this pandemic and the response and the mandates and all that shit, it ruined people's faith in, first of all, the mainstream media. I think the mainstream media took the biggest hit out of anybody. Like the trust in the television shows and the newspapers that are supposed to be delivering the truth is at an all-time low.
Well, I hope you're right.
Oh, I think I'm right. I think
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious. I mean, the ratings are down on every fucking show there is. Newspapers no one wants to buy them. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, CNN is fucking no one's watching it anymore. MSNBC is a ghost town. No one's watching these shows because they're all just lying. They're still lying. They're lying constantly. And now they're lying about the Department of Government Efficiency, when before they were lying about pandemics and vaccines. It's not really the news. If it was the news, they wouldn't be paid for by the pharmaceutical drug companies. You can't have the fucking news sponsored by the people that you're supposed to be reporting on, and then you never report on them. That's just crazy.
Yeah. Well, also that whole trusted news initiative.
Yeah.
You familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess you would be.
Yeah.
You talk to Bobby and everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Trusted News Initiative is just like, okay, we won't. Like I'd send a YouTube video that I just got to someone else, and by the time it gets to them, they're like, it won't let me watch it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why? Misinformation. But isn't misinformation also information?
Yeah.
It's like, how can you term it misinformation, and what are your criteria that allow you to call that misinformation?
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping people have learned that it was a weird time, an educational time though. It was a good experience for some people to learn that, like, hey, like, there's sources that you cannot trust. And I think now the beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter and turning it into X and having community notes is now you have a way of fact-checking things, where people use the community notes and they start posting studies in the community notes and saying, no, this story is not true. Here's why it's not true. Here's why it's provably not true. So this is the best way to handle misinformation. It's not leave it up to government censors.
Yeah.
And that was where everybody was going in 2020. It was just fucking crazy.
Yeah, those weren't government censors. Those were the mainstream media censoring themselves.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
at the behest of government, but also at the behest of big pharma.
Yeah. Well, we found out that the government was actively contacting social media companies and having them remove things that were true. Because there was malinformation. Did you know that term?
I haven't heard.
So there's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is true, but could have a detrimental effect on society. True information that can have a detrimental effect on society is malinformation. That also should be censored. It's Orwell.
Wow.
It's right out of 1984. It's crazy.
I feel so Orwellian, just the time we've gone through, the time we're in. It feels extremely Orwellian.
It's very weird. It's a weird time, but I'm optimistic.
I want to be optimistic. I think cynicism is the worst disease of old age. Once you're cynical, you are fucked, man.
Yeah.
Like,
It's hard
it
to get out of it.
affects every part of your being, you know. But you say very positive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you seem like nothing can stop you.
I try to stay positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm affected like everybody else is. You know, I was down during the pandemic. It bothered the shit out of me. But we came through it on the other end, and I think people have more resolve now. I think generally the general public has, at least a good percentage of the general public has a healthy distrust now for bullshit.
Certainly your listeners.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, but after that Robert Malone thing happened, I was really curious. I was wanting to contact you, and I didn't. But I was just curious how, because man, I never seen anyone take more body blows. But I got to say, it was cool. They were like stood behind you. Is it Spotify?
Yeah.
Spotify was like.
Well, fortunately, they're not American. It's not an American company. You know.
Oh.
Yeah. They're
Where are they from?
Sweden.
Oh.
Yeah. So they're like, we're not buying it. Also, the show was big enough where they were like, why would we pull this thing off the air? Let's hang in there and see what happens. And it just kept getting bigger. And so they were realizing that the people were basically on the side of free distribution of information. And they didn't buy it. But there was two guys, Peter McCullough and Robert Malone. Those are the ones. And then there was like some fucking...
Oh, yeah, Peter McCullough. Boy, he took a lot of hits big time.
Most published doctor in human history in his particular field of study. I mean, he's a well-respected, rock-solid, credentialed...
And it was one of his videos I tried to send right after I got it. I tried to send to people. No.
Yeah.
They were so quick. I've never seen such quick censorship or editing, almost impressive,
It was creepy. What was it like in Hollywood having your perspective, your healthy distrust of what was going on, where everybody was sort of in lockstep with whatever the government propaganda was?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, I don't know how many sets you visited, but everybody was like, in mass.
Mm-hmm.
And then there'd be different zones.
Yeah.
And then, the closer you get to the actual set where the shooting is, and then that red zone, people, put your mask on. And I was just like, I never bought it. And I never bought it from the beginning. I'm just like, this doesn't feel right. All right. I'm supposed to wear a mask, but I haven't been, now at this point, right now, I haven't been sick in 8 years, right? Well, back then was 6 years. But it was just like I knew, well, no, I'm doing the math. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it had been a long time since I'd been sick. And I'm like, I don't feel like I need to wear a mask. So I would just not wear a mask, but everybody else on the set's wearing a mask, which is very discomforting because, you can't even relate to people so well without seeing their face.
It's very weird. It was very weird.
Very strange time.
Yeah, the strangest. And it didn't make any sense. And there was also this narrative that if you weren't vaccinated, the virus was going to hunt you down. They keep saying that. The virus will find you. If you're not vaccinated, the virus will hunt you down. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's so funny. I did a video. Oh, I wish I had it with me. But, maybe Ilya's out there, my assistant. Maybe she could pull it up for you.
Is it online?
But I did it's 11 seconds. Yeah, she's listening. Hopefully she'll look at it. But it's like, I inhale and hit a pot, right? And then I put on my mask.
And blow it right through the mask.
And I exhale. And it just comes out right? And every exhale, and by the way, hundreds of times heavier than like a virus.
Right.
Right? So viruses don't just, what the concept, people have, for people saying, trust in science, very unscientific concepts.
Yeah.
And Fauci, anyway, in the beginning, said, no, we don't need to wear a mask. And then someone said, no, you do. We do. We should wear a mask. And, so silly, that mask, man. And just something about it felt like, You know, it was just like Big Brother won.
Yeah.
Big Brother won.
They won a battle, but I
They
think
won a
ultimately
battle. Yeah,
that's what's gonna cost them the war. I think
Well,
the
what do you
lessons
think?
learned from
What do you
that.
think? They could be able to accomplish anything.
This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Let's talk about subscriptions. It seems like there's so much you can subscribe to these days. You got the obvious ones like streaming services and shopping, but you also got your coffee subscription, meal kit subscription, the beers from around the world subscription. If you can think of it, there's probably a subscription for it. But let's face it, you sign up for something, forget about it after the trial period ends, and then you're charged month after month after month. The subscriptions are there, but you're not using them. In fact, I just learned that 85% of people have at least one paid subscription going unused each month. That's why you gotta love Rocket Money. It's a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. See all your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money is going. For ones you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them. A great feature is Rocket Money's dashboard. It gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. You can easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE. Well, one big one that he wants to accomplish is to remove this liability waiver for vaccines. And to make them go through real trials.
And how do you think that's going to get through Congress?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out.
Dude.
We're going to find out.
There's no way that gets through Congress.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the resistance is.
Every one of those guys is getting money.
A lot of
Big
them
Pharma.
are. A lot of them are.
Well,
but also,
certainly all the Democrats.
People are paying attention now, and they will get primaried, and I think they're aware of that. So I think there's a vulnerability for their entire career. If people find out that they weren't willing to do this in the face of overwhelming evidence. Like Bobby was just talking about the hepatitis vaccine. That they were saying that the hepatitis B vaccine, they were having a hard time selling it. And so they all of a sudden start saying, don't worry about it. We're going to prescribe it for children. And they put it on the vaccine schedule for children. And they did that just because they were having a hard time. Because the only time you get hepatitis B is from dirty needles and risky sex. And people are like, I don't want that fucking thing. And so they're like, nobody would stand
by that statement. Those are the only times you get hepatitis B.
I think that's it.
There's just two possibilities. Dirty
What are
sex
the
and
other
dirty
ones?
needles.
Do you know of any other ones?
Well, I mean,
It's a sexually transmitted disease. And
Oh,
it's
it
often
is?
transmitted-
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
It's transmitted through intravenous drug use.
Okay, then I didn't know.
Which is how do you think you got hepatitis B?
I just assumed you get run down, like most sicknesses.
No,
you
I
get
don't-
run down, you get sick.
Well, let's Google it. What is the cause of hepatitis B, Jamie? Yeah, that's how you get it. You don't get it as a fucking baby. So injecting babies with it, the only reason why they did that is to sell more hepatitis B vaccines. Yeah, if the mother has it. Unprotected sex with an infected person, mother to child, during childbirth, breastfeeding if the mother's infected. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
Tattooing. Dude, you got a lot of avenues you could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess dirty needles. I guess that falls under dirty needles. Yeah.
But anyway, I just wonder that, it's just, again, the profiteering, like, why are we not talking about profiteering? That should be on everyone's lips.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. That's all the woes and ills of our society. It's people emphasizing profit over humanity. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, it's this fucking disgustingly short-sighted approach because you don't live that long.
to live your life just profiteering off of the expense of other people's suffering is so crazy. When you got 80 years if you're lucky, you got 80 summers, 80 spins around the sun, and you're gonna fucking sell people out for some money that you're never gonna have enough of anyway. All those cocksuckers, they all want more. It never ends. They all want a bigger yacht. They all wanted this. They all wanted that. There was always something. It never ends. And somehow or another, we let them get away with it because we're profiting as well. That's
I was wondering about like billionaires. You got to figure there's a certain hierarchy of billionaires, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so even if you're a billionaire and you're thinking, well, that guy's, he's good, he's made it, right?
Nope.
Well, no, I want to be the richest guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it never does end in a way.
Well, if that's what your game is, right? So if your game is just numbers, you're never going to be satisfied. You know, if your game is just numbers, you're always going to look at the other people. Like my friend Brian has a friend that has $3 billion, and he says he hangs out with his billionaire friends and he feels poor because they have $30 billion. Like, you know, crazy. Imagine having $3 billion and feeling poor. But I can kind of understand the thought. I mean, it's stupid.
The poor white trash part of the group. Only $3 bills.
Poor bastard. How's he even buy a country? How do it even affect elections with $3 billion? That's nothing.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Local elections.
Well, I mean, this is just a symptom of the moral decay of our society. That, you know, we don't have a moral and ethical framework. We don't have a moral and ethical structure that we operate under. And too many people are just motivated by money instead of humanity, instead of looking at people as like a community. We're all a community of people, and you can still profit and you can still make money, but like making more money at the expense of people's lives and suffering should be the most abhorrent thing that we could possibly imagine, especially if you're already wealthy. This should be absolutely disgusting to us. Instead, it's condoned and just like accepted. And, you know, you shrug your shoulders. That's what people do.
Well, I think the majority of people agree with you 100% on that. And the majority of people have a very humane and compassionate view of others, you know.
Yeah.
But there are those people who are just, you know, it's like you say, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, war makes people really rich.
Yeah.
Gets a lot. I mean, I guess, I don't know, big pharma would be the number one industry, but not far behind. It's got to be the weapons industry.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why are these, if you even get away from why are these wars happening or are they justified, why are they making that much profit off of these wars?
Yeah.
You know, strange.
Yeah.
That bothers me. I get sleepless over that.
It should.
Especially because the United States has just done, you know, World War II, okay, I give you that one, you know, but I certainly don't give you the Korean War over the potential domino theory, which was absurd. The same theory that, so 4 million people die in Korea, 3.5 million in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. They started carpet bombing in Laos, you know, which is everything in a 2-mile radius presumed dead.
Yeah.
You know, what we've done throughout Central, South America, all over the world, we've become masters of war, but like toward what end? To help those rich people get richer.
Yeah.
It's like, I would understand if it's a justifiable, you know, you have to stop Hitler, Mussolini, I get it.
Yeah.
But, you know, come on.
It's crazy that it all really boils down to that. It really boils down to a lot of his people profiting, you know?
I always have said that if war weren't so lucrative, there'd be a lot less of it.
Yeah.
You know?
No doubt.
Sometimes just the war itself that's a moneymaker.
Yeah, but it's like, how do you fucking do that? What do you got there, fella?
I brought this for you, man.
What is it?
It's a very nice Northern California.
Wow.
You know, I have a dispensary in
Oh, do you?
in L.A. Yeah, called
Oh,
The
nice.
Woods. It's phenomenal. It's the most beautiful
Isn't that
dispensary
crazy?
in the world.
You can have I remember when it was completely, totally illegal, and then you had to have a medical card. And and you just say you had a headache. That's all you have to say. You got back pain, you got a headache, you can get a subscription or prescription rather, and then it became legal. But just in 2016,
Not here.
No, it's
It needs to be
decriminalized.
legal in Texas.
It should be. Well, it should be federally.
This could be such a. This state's so great anyway. We could change everything if Texas was legal.
Well, the whole country should be legal. The idea that America, the land of the free, criminalizes the use of a plant that's never killed anybody is fucking crazy.
It's legislating morality, and it's an odd morality anyway, because most people believe you should be able to smoke if you want.
Not only that, it's a morality that's based off bullshit about profiteering from the 1930s. So it's propaganda from the 1930s that's still working today, 90 years later, which is really crazy.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part of it. And that the only reason why it picked up steam is because they needed to put people to work after they had stopped banning alcohol. So prohibition ended, and everybody's like, what do we do now? Well, let's fucking go after marijuana. And then you get Harry Anslinger and William Randolph Hearst. And they're all profiting from it, and they all fucking make the marijuana movies like Reefer Madness, and everyone's going to go crazy. And to this day, there's a lot of people who believe that. They think it makes you lazy, it makes you stupid. And
it really is. Although I would say my stupid quotient I've dipped down to a new low. No, but I agree with you. I think that, like Anslinger, nobody knows about that. How this guy went all over the place and got governments all over the world to make, declare this the enemy drug. But like I really just believe, there's such a thing as a consensual crime, which is victimless crimes. So if I'm smoking a joint, well, a lot of it's like the vaccine. If I'm smoking a joint, how does that hurt you?
Right. Well, it hurts.
What am I doing to hurt you?
If you drive and fall asleep at the wheel and
well, that's one thing, of course.
But there's already laws for that.
Okay, but that's another. Okay, outside of the driving world, I don't see how I'm hurting you.
Outside of the driving world, that's really the end of it.
And if I'm not getting my job done, then fire me. Right. Okay, so there's it just there's no. And by the way, most people do agree with this, but when you have like over 70% of the people in jail are there for victimless crimes.
Yes.
Mostly drug-related crimes.
Well, then we go back to another thing, profiteering. Because we have private prisons, which is crazy, where you're essentially taking human beings and you're using them as batteries to generate money. That's really what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, the more people you get in there, the more profit you're pulling out of it, which is just crazy. So then you have prison guard unions that are lobbying to keep laws on the books, victimless crimes on the books, like marijuana.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I imagine there's a lot of unions pushing it, but I didn't know till I saw the 13th. Is that what it was called? That movie, 13th Amendment. It was about the 13th Amendment. I didn't know about the. What's it called? There's a movie. I think it's called the 13th. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, Anyway, there it is. Yeah, that's the first time I really thought about it, in spite of being around prisons, much of my life. I'd never thought about the fact that that's just they're making them work. It's just slave labor.
Exactly.
Just
making them work.
I'd never thought about it until
slave labor for insanely small amount of money, and they keep them locked up and they produce things. Yeah.
Well, you watch that, you believe it for sure. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh,
I'm aware of the laws, though. I'm aware of that's a lot of where the Jim Crow laws came from. When they abolished slavery, what they did was just arrest people for basically anything and put them to work. I mean, that was the modus operandi.
Yeah, which is, I guess that's when all the 13th started, was back then.
Yeah.
As a part of the Jim Crow
It all goes to the same thing, profit. And ironically, a lot of this lack of compassion
could be solved with psychedelics. A lot of it, where people expand their consciousness, understand that what they're doing is morally reprehensible, and even though you can sort of justify it because it's legal, it's disgusting. And we should change those laws. Those laws don't make any sense. Just because it's written on paper doesn't mean it's just. Doesn't mean it makes sense for logical, rational people.
I agree. It'd be nice to get some acid in the punch bowl at some kind of congressional,
Well, consensually. I think.
Consensual. I mean, you're not going to get all those guys who need it to agree to it. So I'm just saying, throw a little in the punch bowl. They're all going by the punch bowl.
Do you know who Graham Hancock is? He's an expert on ancient history, like a kind of a renegade historian. He's got a sort of alternative version of ancient society, ancient civilizations. But point is, like,
he has a podcast.
He's got a 2 seasons of a series called Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. It's really amazing. Wow. It's all his field of study is the evidence that human beings and human civilization has gone through a reset, and that somewhere around 12,000 years ago, and this is all supported by this theory called the Younger Dryas impact theory, where they found evidence that the Earth was bombarded by comets at more than 2 different times in history that probably reset civilization, and that this is probably why you see like ancient structures that people can't explain, and that these stone buildings that have incredibly complex geometry and precision building from thousands and thousands of years ago.
Chicago, like they had all those buildings.
That's a little different.
You're talking about that?
Yeah, no, that's a little different. I'm talking about like ancient Egypt.
You're talking.
I'm talking about Turkey.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like Göbekli Tepe and these ancient structures that they found that are absolutely 11,000 plus years old, where people are supposed to be just hunter and gatherers, and that we had thought up until last 40 or 50 years that society emerged around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. What he believes is that is a reemergence of society, and that society had already reached a very high level of sophistication around 12,000 years ago, and that something happened, some sort of gigantic cataclysm, and reset things. But Graham is also an enthusiast of ayahuasca and the power of psychedelic medicine, and he has often said that to run governments, it should be mandatory that you have psychedelic sessions. And you should probably do it publicly. So you really find out. I mean, imagine getting Lindsey Graham fucked up on mushrooms and then filming him.
I would love to see that.
It would be amazing.
I would give to see that.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
But it would be nice if they had a little more. Because it's almost, those drugs that you're talking about are just like, it's like the universal, God's little helper.
Yeah.
Help you see how the world really works.
Yeah, God's little helper.
The illusory nature of what it is we're experiencing.
Yeah.
And to come from the heart.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they encourage compassion. They encourage kindness and love. And that's, we need a lot more of that in this world. And that's the problem with being so politically and ideologically divided. It's like it's so easy because people are so tribal. It's so easy to hate the other tribe. The other people are the enemy, And so we've got this bizarre thing where we're supposed to be a community, but we're a 2-sided community, and one side hates the other side, and whoever is in power, those people are the problem. It's like,
yeah, that is such a weird part of the human, nature,
psyche,
or whatever you want to call it, psychology. It's like, and I noticed just the other day, there was some dude, like, I can't remember what the context was, but I remember he kind of came into my zone, and I thought, look at this fucking guy, man. This guy is such an asshole, You could just tell, you could just feel it,
Right.
And then I thought, wait, why are you, what, you've got nothing that tells you that that's true,
Right.
Other than maybe you're jealous because he's more handsome than you are, so. No, but anyway, and so I go, how you doing? And he smiles, and I'm like, this guy's incredible, like, you just, all you need to do sometimes is just generate a smile on that other
Sure.
person who you think's an asshole's face, and suddenly they're a kid. You know, it's suddenly you're in a different. You're using your kid juice to interact.
Well, that's like the importance of charisma, right? Because a person isn't exactly who they are. They're who they are when they interact with you. And however you interact with them will affect the way they interact with you. It's a two-way street, most sort of interactions.
If they see a frown on your face, then inevitably there's a frown on their face.
Inevitably. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But smiles generate smiles. And if you think about it, that is the easiest energy generating thing is another person's smile.
Sure.
And getting you to smile.
And common ground, you know? And I think that's the problem with the media and with political ideologies, is that there's no currency in common ground.
How you living, pimp? I hope you're well. Can you hear me? Hope you're having a good day. Shout out to you, David. David, do you know who I am? If you don't, let me know and I'll tell you who I am. That's okay. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. On YouTube, I have more data online than any person ever. And data is its number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. It's a real-life Truman Show. I'm live here. I'm live in Discord. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on everywhere. I have about 16 different YouTube streams right now. It's the biggest event in global history. Tell all your friends about it. We talk about things like ending world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. We talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million. Essentially, we have built wells in Nigeria. I want to continue that good work. I'm a major advocate of the Life Shop program and desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. We're watching Joe Rogan right now. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
The currency is all in division. That's where you can gain the most momentum, get the most people on your side. You have to say the other people are the enemy. Common ground is much more common. Most people agree. Most people want to be safe. They want to be healthy. They want to be happy. They want to have friends. They want to have a good time. They want to have a nice family. They want to be loved. They want to have love. That's most people. And they think that the other people are trying to prevent that. Instead of just accentuating those important factors and saying we should all concentrate on that, and then we should all look at things that prevent that. What are the things that prevent happiness and love and health? And let's all work collectively together to eliminate those aspects of our society. The problem is you don't make a lot of profit doing that. You know, the profit is in the division.
The media does push the divide for sure.
The media is bullshit. First of all, they're dying. They're dying like AM radio. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. The internet is more compelling, and independent journalism is more accurate.
Restart one of my
and it's going to be more.
Are you sure that's not a subjective vantage point, Joe?
It's certainly
I'm
subjective.
here. Don't worry, big dog.
All your vantage points.
And I'm not going
Yes,
anywhere.
everything's subjective. It's definitely
I'm the
subjective.
best
But
of all time.
listen, I think there are very good people that work in journalism. I think there are very good people that work in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and even in CNN. I know them. I know people that work at CNN, and I like them. I know people that work at the New York Times, and I like them
Let me
very
know
much.
if you want to talk.
The problem is
You
the
don't-
institution.
That's
And the
tight.
institution is based on profit. And where do you get your money? Well, you get a lot of your money from pharmaceutical drug companies, from NGOs. There's funding from all these different political groups, and that's the problem. The problem is enormous entities that need incredible amounts of capital in order to stay relevant. And in doing so, what's crazy is if you're in the information business, well, you can't be accurate. You cannot be accurate about the distribution of information if your profits are based on you pushing a bullshit narrative, because those are the people that are supporting you. So therefore, they're not going to make it. Like, it's like you see the writing on the wall. It's like, this is not tenable. You're not going to be able to continue this. You're going to either have to adjust course or you're going to be swallowed. And that's what people realize that now with the internet. When you got people like Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and Glenn Greenwald, respected journalists who are now on the outside. And so now they've amassed this huge following on the outside because, if you go to Glenn Greenwald, he's going to tell you what's actually going on. Why are we invading this? Why are we bombing this country? What's going on? And he'll tell you it all goes back to 2013 when this was passed and this is what happened and they tried to do this and this is what we're trying to do because there's oil here or there's minerals there. And you're like, oh, fuck. And so, but most people don't have the time to do that kind of a deep dive. So you turn on CNN and CNN says, safe and effective. Have you gotten your knife booster? Get your knife booster. And the fucking anchors are blacking out on TV, and it's like, wow, like they're in a trap. They're in a trap. First of all, they're in a trap because of the actual format of the show sucks, right? Format of television shows suck. You have 3 talking heads yelling at each other 5 minutes before commercial. Everyone's trying to get a sound bite that goes viral, and then you cut to a commercial about antidepressants. And then you come back, and you come back. You come back, and there's a flood, and there's fucking Detroit's frozen. You see that shit in Detroit? They had a flood, and then it froze, and so you got cars like up to the fucking windshield, frozen solid in the streets, and car alarms going off.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it happened yesterday. There was some sort of a water main line broke, probably because of the cold, and then the streets flooded, and then the streets, when they flooded, then they froze. And so all these cars, like literally up to the windshield, stuck. See if you can find it. It's crazy to look at. Like, look at this. Entire streets filled.
Oh, my God.
And if you watch a video of it, all the car alarms are going off. So the car alarms are going off, and all the So everybody's fucking car alarms going off because the car's getting crunched. So the cars are getting disturbed, so they're getting crunched. So the cars think that people are breaking into them. Minus 70 degrees. As if Detroit doesn't have enough fucking problems.
Oh my
Poor
God.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but Detroit's been doing so well lately.
Yeah.
It's really, I went there not long ago.
They're making a comeback.
And it was phenomenal.
They're making a comeback.
Wow, what a fun place. Like,
well, you know what?
Artists kind of took
Yes.
it over, and
Yes.
it just became, it's pretty groovy.
Artists and artisans and companies that are like proud, like Shinola. That company.
Yeah, that's my buddy, Tom
you know him?
Kartsotis.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're great.
Do you know him?
No, I don't, but
He's
I
one
bought
of the
their
great
stuff.
humans on this planet. Yeah, he started Shinola. He's incredible. Shinola is a great company.
It's a great company. I have one of their
he's an
laptop
incredible
bags.
guy.
They make awesome
Oh.
stuff. They make great watches, great stuff, but made in Detroit, like proudly.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's-
And
it's
they
so
got the record player that he did with Mike White, Mike, White. No,
Jack White.
Jack White.
Oh,
I knew that wasn't right. I
Yeah.
couldn't. Mike White makes
From the White
White
Stripes.
Lotus. Yeah, no, Jack
Yeah.
White. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also do vinyl. They make all these vinyl.
Oh, that's cool.
Those guys do cool stuff, man.
Yeah. Well,
Shinola, I
last
love
time I was in Detroit, I did the Fox Theater, and I saw a lot of that too. A lot of like small shops and cool places, and you know, because real estate's cheap, so people are like moving in, and artists are doing things, and it's fun. It's like a little bit of a revival after they got fucked by the auto industry.
Well, yeah, for sure.
More profiteering,
For sure.
right? Sent
Once
all the fucking
again,
jobs to other
yeah.
countries because you can get people to work for slave labor.
Yeah. Well, and now they're dealing with this incredible ice flood.
Yeah, I think that's a small isolated area, but still pretty fucked.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, go fig.
Are you still in LA? Where do you live?
I'm in Austin, right here with you.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
are.
Come on.
Where do you live, though?
Where do you spend most of your time?
No, I live in Austin.
Oh, do you?
I live in Austin.
I didn't know you lived here.
Yeah, I live in the Drip.
Oh, nice. Dripping Springs is great. I love it out there. That's a nice place. That's a nice area.
No, I'm determined you and I are going to have to hang out sometime socially.
I would love to do that. Let's do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, well,
Fuck
you
yeah.
don't feel just like you're back against the wall?
No, I
because
love
we're
you,
on
man. Come on. I'll hang out with you anytime.
Oh, great.
Call me at 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll go meet you somewhere. I don't give a fuck.
Perfect.
I'll bring you down to my comedy club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I bought a
Oh,
comedy club on
right.
6th Street.
What's it called?
Comedy Mothership.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
It's fun. It's a great place. My buddy Jimmy Dore is there this weekend, who's also great, and he's filming his comedy special there this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jimmy Dore is amazing. He's another guy that's risen as an independent journalist. He's a comedian, and he started his show basically just making fun of political things. And then during the pandemic, got vaccine injured and really got kind of red-pilled and kind of became like the voice of truth and reason. And, you know, another guy who's been completely outcast by supposedly progressive people for just telling the truth, the inconvenient truth.
Inconvenient. But yeah, I guess the progressives, are they now the conservatives? We got to change the term because progressives seem a lot less progressive.
Yeah.
I really felt quite, you know,
I think
during
they got
this whole
co-opted.
thing, I felt quite, yeah.
I think they got co-opted, and I think it was on purpose. I think there was some very sophisticated psychological manipulation that was involved, and a lot of money was being spent in order to push some very specific narratives. And they did a great job of it. You know, they did a great job of it, but we're finding out because of the Department of Government Efficiency that most of this was funded by our own tax dollars, which is really fucking crazy. A lot of these NGOs that supported a lot of these crazy riots and all these different things that were happening in our cities was really supported by our own tax dollars. And it was just a subversion of public discourse. You know, instead of allowing people to figure out what's right and what's wrong, they pushed what they wanted you to say, and anybody who deviated from that was canceled. And because of the fact that before Elon bought Twitter, the left had complete, total control over the narrative because they owned all the social media sites and they were in lockstep with the government. So it's just a dark time for information, but a few brave people, you know, braved the storm, and one of them was Jimmy.
Oh, that's good. That's a good.
He's great. You would love him.
Shout out to him.
He's great.
Well, you know, I remember when the guy was. Remember that guy? I think they were in London, maybe, but it was the guy who was. I think directed one portion of Pfizer, and he met with some guy, and he had a body cam. The other guy had a body cam. It was like a date on Tinder.
Oh, it was like one of those Project Veritas, James O'Keefe things.
Did you not see it?
I'm sure I did.
But this is the perfect example of how the Trusted News Initiative managed to, a lot of news just never got to people because the guy had a body cam and it's talking to him, and the guy who works for Pfizer is saying they've just had a meeting talking about how they could weaponize these other viruses in order to basically create another pandemic to create so that they would have the vaccine to address it and make more money, which is not a surprising thing that they would be discussing. But what was great was he admitted it to the guy while they're sitting there at a little diner.
It's always chatty gay guys.
But the main thing, huh?
It's always chatty gay guys. It's always a guy on a date with another guy, and it's like, I'll tell you what we're doing. It's like they just chat it up.
But the incredible thing, like he got, the stuff that he said was incredible.
Yeah.
What was more incredible? Well, he told the guy basically that he'd been filming him. The guy freaks out. Anyway, this should have been across every possible platform of media.
Of course.
And yet you did not see it, zero in mainstream media. But because Musk had bought Twitter, Musk put it on and it immediately got 40 million views. And also, what's his name? Tucker Carlson put it on. And then there was a lot of views that way. But other than that, but if you have asked your average person, they never heard of this incident.
Yeah.
It's like an amazing thing talking about, what's the term for that? The weaponization of a virus. Do you know? He's looking it up.
Term for the weaponization of a virus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, they do it. Well, that's what they think that they were doing in
Wuhan.
China.
Well, 100%.
They were weaponizing.
Well, that was why you would get banned off of all these social media platforms if you even brought that up. I mean, it used to be if you brought that up on YouTube, you get pulled from YouTube. Now it's fact.
Right.
Now it's a fact. Now it's undeniable fact. All the things, like you said about Robert Malone, all the things that he said are now fact. Everything, every single one of them. The fact that it doesn't stay, the injection doesn't stay locally, that it infects various parts of your body in different ways. If it gets to your heart, it's very dangerous because your heart doesn't have the ability to heal, which is why you don't get heart cancer. So your heart just scars over and you get myocarditis. He started talking about all these different effects, and he personally was vaccine injured. So he's a guy who took it, almost had a fucking heart attack, was like, what is going on? His whole body freaked out. He was deadly sick, managed to get through it, then started speaking out against it, then started doing more research and finding out what was going on, and then that was the collective freak out.
Well, it's incredible that so many people were injured, and yet it's still kind of not a widely discussed thing. I think people are discussing it.
More people are discussing it now, but it's still, there's a lot of people that don't want to bring it up because they don't want the heat. They saw what happened to people that did bring it up, and they don't want that coming their way. It's still fresh in their memory, and they keep their mouth shut. Yeah. But over time...
Did you find out what it was called? Weapon? No.
Is it a term?
It's a term for, huh?
A term? I don't know what the term is.
Yeah, anyway, doesn't matter. It just, I don't know. It's a crazy time in this world.
Yeah. But crazy times are fun, too. Because people snap out of it. They pop through it, they come out on the other side, and they go, what the fuck was going on? And then you have a re-examining of society. And I think that's happening right now. And I think that's a good thing. As long as people keep their cool and they don't go tribal. You can't go tribal. You can't go us versus them. They're the bad guys. The fucking all those people with blue hair, those fucking pieces of shit. No, they're sad, lost people. That's what it is. Sad, lost, angry people that think they have to lash out at the other for the problems that is really caused by gigantic corporations and the exchange of money. And,
it always comes down. Follow the money. Yeah.
Follow
Just
that
always.
fucking cheese.
Every time.
It's always the money.
Cheese.
And it's never enough. It's a weird thing about us. And again, I think part of the problem is this lack of methods to escape. And I don't mean escape reality. I mean to escape the fog of propaganda. And that's literally why all that stuff was made illegal in 1970. Richard Nixon was trying to stop the anti-war effort in the civil rights movement. That's why they turned the the sweeping Schedule 1 Prohibition Act of all psychedelic drugs. That's what that was about. It wasn't about protecting society. If it was, they would have got rid of OxyContin. They would have got rid of addictive painkillers and Vicodin, Percocets. They never got rid of any of that stuff.
They got rid of Big Macs for that matter.
See,
I know. Listen, I know
thing
you're a
about Big
meat
Macs.
guy. You love meat, but can we say Big Macs are not the greatest thing for you?
No, they're not great. They're not great for you. But I feel like you should be able to eat a Big Mac if you want to. I feel like
you should
have
never
some
do
discipline.
anything if you want to. I wouldn't care if you shot up right now.
But that's what I'm saying. Don't get rid of Big Macs. But don't eat them every day, you fucking idiot. It's like I say about Doritos. People are like, we should get Doritos off. No, Doritos as they are a perfect snack. They're delicious, but they're fucking terrible for you. Just like cigarettes, just like whiskey. They're terrible for you. Right. But in the moment, they're great. The key is recover and then don't do it every day. That's the key. The key to all things is moderation. All things.
Dude, I wish you'd have given me this speech like I was 20. It's some precipice after 21. I just started. Became immoderate, In fact, I didn't even smoke pot until I was 21.
I didn't smoke pot until I was 30.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to turn you into a loser.
Yeah.
And I bought into all of it. I grew up with a lot of people that had drug problems, and I wanted to succeed in life. And my biggest fear was being a loser. Just someone who just never got their shit together. And I was like, well, anything that gets in the way of being successful and being healthy and happy, avoid that.
And now, what point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not a loser, and there's no chance of me being a loser?
Oh, I don't know if you ever think. I guess I think that now, but I think you're.
Or do you sometimes doubt it and say I'm a loser?
Well, I definitely think I'm very hypercritical, self-critical. So I battle against that because I think that's something that anybody who strives to be successful battles against. You always feel like you could do more. But there's a balance between doing more and being happy, enjoying yourself, but also accomplishing things you want to do, feeling fulfilled, having worthwhile goals, things that you think are valuable, not just to you, but valuable to other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then do you feel like you must feel
I feel like that
good
now.
about it.
Yeah, but I don't think about it, honestly, because I think if you think about it, then you get lost. Then you get like, look how good I am. You can get really lost in success, where you get intoxicated by that too. So I think you just got to kind of exist. You got to kind of exist and not feed your insecurities, but also don't feed any delusions of grandeur either. Just be a person. Just learn how to be a human being.
That's got to be hard for you, dude, because you're at the tippy top of the tippy top, and everybody's got to be kissing your ass and telling you how great you are. It's got to be hard to not allow your ego to dictate things,
Yeah, I don't know. I stomp my ego pretty good. I do it with workouts. I do it with martial arts. I do it with cold plunging and saunas. I put myself through voluntary adversity. It's pretty fucking brutal. And that's my best way to achieve like homeostasis. That's my best way to achieve like a balance. Is that I put myself through way more than life ever gives me. So that I'm always, I get it. You're always vulnerable. You're always weak. You're always late. There's always something. So as long as you confront that all the time, and keep your mind healthy and balanced, have a healthy perspective. There's a lot of like new agey sort of bullshit terms that unfortunately have been co-opted by silly people, but a lot of those, like, they're very important, like gratitude. Gratitude is a really important quality that people should have. Mindfulness is a really important quality that people should have. But these things are co-opted by goofy people that wear wooden beads and want you to join their cult. It's like they want you to think that they're special and they're particularly spiritual. And so unfortunately, really good concepts are often tainted by silly people. Like love and God and a lot of the things that are really like beneficial to us as a society. They get co-opted by goofy people. Like how many people have been turned off by religion by watching mega pastors in these huge churches flying around in private jets and driving in Rolls Royces? Like, oh, well, this is all bullshit.
Yeah. I had a couple of jokes. No.
Go ahead.
Do you think, I'm curious. I must have heard you talk about this, but what is your concept of religious? Do you have a specific religion that you adhere to?
Not necessarily. I'm not in favor of any restrictive religions. I'm not in favor of any religions that punish people that don't follow them, and I'm not in favor of any religions that force a very rigid structure on people that has to be adhered to, or you're a sinner or cast out. Or I think that most religious experience. I think most religion is based on human beings very unique experiences that have provided enlightenment, and they're trying to express that enlightenment to other people. And I think the problem with religious stories are that people are full of shit, and a lot of those stories suck. You know, a lot of those stories are probably distorted by the hand of man. But I think, I'm of the school of thought that a lot of the religious experiences that people talk about were probably inspired by psychedelic experiences. And, there's a great book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Marco Allegro. Do you know about that book?
I've heard of it, but I never read it. Yeah.
It's a great book, but it's very hard to follow because it's very, unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like,
I'm fluent Aramaic.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah, I got Aramaic. I got obviously French. I had to learn Spanish when I was working construction in Houston, and then I got.
Can you hear him with that microphone? I should push that microphone up.
I got some of the click languages.
Oh, really?
No, I only speak only English. Come on, Jay.
But the John Marco Allegro book, he was an ordained minister, but he was one of the people that was assigned to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he did it over the course of, I think it was about 14 years. And he wrote this book because it was his belief, and he was a very straight-laced scholar. He wasn't a psychedelic enthusiast, but he believed that the entire Christian religion was based on the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals. And he thinks that a lot of these stories, that their origins come from that. And
Really?
yeah, and he believed that a lot of it was the Amanita muscaria mushroom, which is a very confusing mushroom because a lot of people have a hard time tripping on it. They don't know exactly. Then Terence McKenna believed that the problem was that the psychedelic compounds in it varied regionally and genetically, and that they weren't all the same, and that a lot of these people that were having these experiences were not. It really depended upon where you get them from and how you got them and how you treated it, and a lot of that information was lost. And also, like, there's certain religious ceremonies that involved very mysterious things like soma. Soma from the ancient Hindu texts. They don't know what was in there. They don't know what it was, but it seems like it was some sort of a psychedelic compound, whether it was blue lotus and psilocybin or a combination of many things, like the Eleusinian mysteries, where, in ancient Greece, they believed that was that ergot was mixed in with the wine, ergot, which is a very similar experience to LSD.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a great book on that, too, if you never read it. It's called The Immortality Key by a scholar named Brian Murarescu, who's a brilliant guy who's been on the podcast a couple times. But he's done a lot of really legitimate work on proving that these vessels, these wine containers that they had from these ancient times, they found trace elements of ergot in these wine vessels. And they know that wine back then was not just fermented grapes. They would add a bunch of things to the wine. And so,
party please.
Yeah. So these experiences that people would have, they would go to the Ulysses, and I went there when I was in Greece a couple of years ago, and it's an amazing place, man. When you're there, it feels weird. When you go to the place where they had these psychedelic rituals, the place has a bizarre memory that you feel when you're there. Because you can literally walk on the grounds where they had these rituals, and you're there, and you're like, whoa, this place feels wild. It just my kids rather were like, what's wrong? I'm like, I'm fine. It's just it's weirded out by this place. I feel it. I feel a bizarre connection with this place. It feels alive. It's like it's humming or something. It was very weird. Very weird. I was touching the rocks and just trying to feel what's going on here. It's you get thousands of years ago, these people were just tripping balls and inventing democracy right here at this very spot. It's literally the roots of democracy.
They had to be tripping to think of something so bold as democracy.
Yeah. I mean, it is literally what we were talking about. If you want something that accentuates compassion and this sense of family and brotherhood and sisterhood, that we're all together in this thing, what better than psychedelic drugs?
Yeah.
And that's why they're illegal.
Exactly.
It gets in the way. It gets in the way of this us versus them narrative that is so prevalent in our goofy society that's detached from these sacred compounds.
Yeah, the herb, it really is a unifying thing. I've always, from the first time I tried it, I just felt such bonhomie,
Yeah.
such compassion to everybody around me.
Yeah, it makes you kinder.
Huh?
It makes you kinder.
Makes you kinder.
Yeah,
And,
that's why they call it kind bud.
Kind bud.
That's probably why they call it that.
I have a little of the kind. But yeah, no, I like the image of it is just a unifier,
Yeah.
And so that's what makes me wonder, why does Texas not just say, hey, let's open the doors to this? It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You could have the best cafes in Austin.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's weird because there's certain weed here that's legal. What is it, Delta 9? Is that the legal stuff or Delta 8?
I know
Which
what
one?
you're talking about.
It's weird. It's weird because it's like pretty much just weed.
Yeah, I never got into that stuff, though.
It's just a different version of the plant.
But it doesn't get you high.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll get you some.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like how many syllables you got out of yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're doing it, but somehow or other they're skirting around the rules and developing something that is basically the same.
The Delta 9 Center.
Yeah, it's basically like weed's twin sister that has different genetics. I don't know. I don't understand it.
No, I heard they're trying to work out a thing where there's no more of those exceptions here.
Oh. Well, that would suck.
The legislature.
That's goofy. I mean, there's plenty of things to concentrate on. Why concentrate on that? It's just, it's a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule that's mostly enforced by people who don't know what the experience is. They have a distorted idea what the experience is, and they think it's just going to make people losers.
Well, also, it's being mandated from people with different kinds of, desires, and a lot of it financial, but, anything that does, I consider a crime anything I do that hurts you or your property.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no crime.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we got to get past that. I think there's just a lot of people that recognize that what they did in the 1970s was very effective. They threw water on the entire psychedelic movement and the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, and they did it by banning a lot of these compounds that were changing the way people thought about life. And like the whole peace, love, and hippie movement of the 1960s was all inspired by psychedelic drugs, all of it.
Right.
And it was a revolutionary, complete change of society from 1950 to 1960. I mean, 10 years, the music and culture became almost unrecognizable. It could change so radically. And I think it was terrifying to the powers that be. And unfortunately, the propaganda that they pushed, just like the propaganda that we saw during the COVID times and propaganda that you have whenever there's a war, that propaganda is sticky. That stuff sticks. It sticks around for a long time. And unless you have viable representations of opposing narratives that are really effective, it's very hard for people to change their perspective on things without a personal experience.
Right.
And most of these people that are like, straight-laced, no-nonsense type folks, they don't want to smoke weed. What, I'm going to ruin my brain? I've heard like legitimate scientists say, I would never want to interfere with the way my brain works. I'm like, okay, do you drink coffee? Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you exercise? What do you do? What do you do? Do you eat good food? There's a lot of things that change the way your brain works. This is a dumb way to look.
You really want your doctor looking healthy. You don't want to walk in and see some obese, having heart trouble breathing type of guy.
Yeah.
It's going to give you your advice.
Well, that was one of the most fascinating things about COVID. When I was talking to Dr. Peter Hotez, who's an overweight guy who eats junk food, and he's telling me everybody's got to get vaccinated. I'm like, are you healthy? Like, are you healthy? Because you don't see, do you work out? Like, do you eat well? Do you take vitamins? No. None of those things. But you think that, like, chemicals, that the only way that you're going to get healthy is from a laboratory and an injection. That doesn't seem real. That seems crazy.
Well, the whole notion is to bolster your immune system's response to this specific item, right? But so, if your immune system's strong,
right,
you really have nothing to fear.
Well,
if
that's
your immune system's weak, you have also a lot to fear by taking a vaccine that can, with this recent one, it actually hurts the immune system. It harms the immune system.
Especially with
at least
repeated
old
doses.
people should get vaccinated. Should old people get vaccinated? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the problem was also any sort of, I mean, this is Dr. Birx is now admitting this, and she's being questioned, is that they stopped any early treatments that weren't the vaccine, and that they probably shouldn't have done that, and that a lot of people could have been saved because of that. And that's true. And then that's something that people need to, that's one of the best aspects of Bobby Kennedy's book, The Real Anthony Fauci, is like understand like what pressures were put on these organizations to stifle and completely stop the prescription use of a bunch of different things, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, also like the studies that were done on vitamin D deficiencies and how that impacted immune systems, and just sunlight, exercise, diet, all those things play a critical factor in how well your immune system functions. And the idea that the only way your immune system functions at its peak is you got to stick a fucking metal pin filled with a solution that gets plunged into your tissue. That's the only way. It's the only way, Woody.
Yeah.
You got to shove a fucking needle in your arm. Like, what?
But you make a great point, because it's like, why didn't we hear from America's Dr. Fauci or the other representatives from the medical industry? Maybe eat less, sugar.
Yeah.
Maybe eat less fast food. Maybe exercise. There was no other directive.
No.
Take the vaccine.
No,
That's the only directive.
They didn't want to fat shame, so they never told anybody to lose weight, which is one of the major comorbidities that affected people negatively.
Yeah. Bill Maher was onto that really
Yeah.
early. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's weird times. But again, I have hope.
Yeah, me
really
too,
do.
man. In spite of everything, I have hope.
Well,
because I believe in people generally. There's people who in California and New York, they look at Texas as like, this lost state. You know what I mean? Greatest people in the world.
Yeah.
Greatest, kindest, nicest people.
Yeah.
But you may not want to talk about certain subjects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, just avoid those subjects. You get along.
And even the subjects that you're supposed to avoid, why? Why are we avoiding them?
Well, I agree. I'd like to talk about any subject.
Yeah.
I like a little healthy, debate.
Also, I want to know why you think the way you think. If you think totally different than me, I want to sit down with you. And I want to give you all the room in the world to say what you think. I want to know how you came to those conclusions. I want to know what your childhood was like. I want to know, like, what experiences have you had that led you to have these, like, concrete evaluations of the way society is that are so different than mine.
That's a great compassionate vantage point. That's what we really lacked.
Yeah, we need that. You need to sit down with people that you don't agree with and find out. And oftentimes they fall apart. That's just the fascinating thing. Give them enough room. You just keep talking to them. They fall apart. You know, one of the weirdest conversations I had on this podcast was talking to Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN. They sent him over here to fucking straighten me out. And, you know, by the end of it, it was a very bizarre conversation. By the end of it, he was essentially agreeing with me.
I had heard that he didn't think you should necessarily vaccinate. I thought he was a little more progressive on that.
He's smart, but he's also working for CNN, and, you know, he's also a neurosurgeon. So he's, you know, he's a bright guy. He's just, like, captured by the system. And that's part of the problem. But there was a lot of things that didn't make any sense. Like one of the ones where he wanted me to get vaccinated after I'd recovered from COVID.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, I had COVID.
Shouldn't that be the reason I'm already vaccinated, basically?
Yeah. Well, I'd recovered from COVID in 3 days. It wasn't hard at all. And that's when I got hit. That's when everybody came after me. It was because I was a bad example. because I was healthy. And I was giving people bad information by telling them all the things that I took to get better, which is really weird. And then they focused on this one thing, which was ivermectin. I read a laundry list of stuff that I took. IV vitamins, NAD, ivermectin, monoclonal antibodies. I talked about all the different stuff that my doctor put me on, and I was better in 3 days. And then what did CNN do? They turned my face yellow. They put a filter on the video to make me look sick. And they started talking about me taking horse paste, which is crazy. They said I was taking a veterinary medicine.
Yeah, the ivermectin?
Yeah.
They suddenly calling it that in spite of it treating, millions of humans effectively.
Billions of prescriptions have been filled. Billions. Yeah. Billions of times human beings have taken ivermectin.
They have the guy who invented it in the statue at the WHO. I mean, that's why, because he invented ivermectin.
Yeah. He won the Nobel Prize.
That was an interesting thing, how they made these other drugs, negative. What was the
hydroxychloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which some legitimate doctors found to be effective. Suddenly you can't even bring it up, and then you couldn't even get it.
Yeah.
Suddenly they made it ungettable.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't get it from Walgreens. They wouldn't prescribe it for you. Unless you had some sort of a
malaria or something.
Yeah, you'd have to have or some sort of a parasite. That's why they said it was a dewormer, because it was anti-parasitic. But when I said it to Sanjay Gupta, I go, but it's also been shown to stop viral replication in vitro. And I said, you know that, right? And you can see there's this look on his face like, oh shit. Because that's a fact. They've studied viral replication. You use ivermectin in petri dishes, it stops viral replication. It's a fact. There's studies on this. It's one of the most safe drugs known to man. It's the safety profile is incredible. And this idea that Rolling Stones printing articles that people are having overdoses from ivermectin and people can't get into the emergency room because of gunshot wounds. They even showed a photograph of a bunch of people outside of an emergency room wearing winter coats in August, because it was a photograph of people waiting in line to get a flu shot. It was a bullshit photograph that fucking Rolling Stone published. This is so wild to watch, because it's not just propaganda, it's really shitty propaganda. Right. Because there's not much truthful they can say that would go against this stuff. So they have to just say it's horse dewormer. You're a fool. You're taking horse dewormer. But what they didn't understand is, at the time, they didn't understand the media landscape. They thought they were still huge. But they didn't understand, an average video on my show was 10 times bigger than their show. It's just, we weren't talking about it. We weren't saying it. So they still thought they were CNN. They were going to crush this rebellion against this one specific thing that you had to do, which was get vaccinated.
Right.
Just fucking, remember when Biden was on television, he was talking about the hurricane was coming. Most important thing when the hurricane's coming is get vaccinated. Everything's harder if you're not vaccinated.
Yeah, well, all that money they gave those guys,
they gave them a lot of money.
They had to do something.
Yeah,
payback.
It's wild though. It's going to affect their ability to make money in the future. That's for sure. Especially CNN.
Yeah.
They all take a hit.
Honestly, I won't miss these other organizations anymore.
I watch them every now and then.
They lost my my confidence.
Yeah, yours and most people's.
Yeah,
I think that's good. I do. I think that's just that's healthy. That's the human mental immune system weeding out pathogens.
Yeah, right. That's true. The media you take in can certainly be a pathogen.
Yeah, sure. Man, it is. But again, there's a lot of cool shit out there. It's you can concentrate on that, or you can concentrate on how much cool music there is now, how much great comedy there is now, how many great movies there are now. There's plenty of things to concentrate on. It's there's just, the problem is there's a lot of people, their business is division.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that song? Politics and religion causing more division. But it's really government and media.
It's really
more
money.
division.
I'm that
It's really
pimp
money.
Western.
There was no money in politics.
Everybody knows
There
it.
was no money in pharmaceutical
Everybody
drugs.
shows
There's
it.
no money in war.
I'm the
We live in a
sexiest
much better
motherfucker there's
place.
ever been. There ain't never been anybody as sexy as I am. I'm the biggest pimp
we
of
have to
all
move closer
time.
to that
I
somehow
got
or
that
another.
fucking
And
Surgeon
whether Bobby
General
Kennedy
look,
can help
motherfuckers.
us along those
Sexiest
lines.
motherfucker of all
All these other
time.
people that are
Rabbi
trying very hard
ROTHSCHILD.
to stomp out
Biggest
a lot of
pimp
this
in
bullshit
global
that we've been
history.
experiencing for so
Where,
long. Hopefully.
Where?
I mean, Bobby, I really
I got
hope
more
he's
muscles.
able to do
I got
some
muscles
good
on my
things, 'cause
muscles.
he's
Bitches
certainly
just
a
call me
man on a
Beefcake
mission and a
because
man
I'm
who
sexy like that.
cares deeply.
Yeah.
And I think really heroic how much he stood up for things that he didn't need to talk about, that didn't help him in any way.
Look at this athleticism.
He just took
I got
one
more
arrow
athleticism in
after
my
the
little
other
pinky
over.
than anybody's got in their
To
entire
me,
body, baby.
even if he was
What's this
wrong, which I
bullshit?
don't think he was, then it's heroic to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he wasn't wrong. The thing is like I was a victim of that propaganda, and I told him that when I met him and I had him on the show. I said, I always thought you were a kook. I had always heard, I bought into it. I just had this sort of cursory examination of what people were saying about you, like, oh, that guy doesn't believe in vaccines. He's a nut. He's some sort of an anti-science nut who's just a conspiracy theorist. He's just like all these other nutty people.
Right.
And then I read his book, and I was like, okay, well, this book is real. Why isn't he getting sued? If it's not real, why is he getting sued? Why if all these things he's saying about Anthony Fauci during the AIDS crisis, if that's not true, why is he not getting sued? I would sue the fuck out of him if he lied about me and said I was vaccinating foster kids with experimental drugs that were killing them. I would sue you if that was not true. Like, hey, you fucking liar, I never did that. This is a lie. You can't prove, but it's not a lie. And
if it was a lie, he'd get sued. If
Yeah.
it being truth, they just ignored it.
Yeah.
But man, that is a heavy tome.
Yeah.
Oh my God. There's some info in there just blew my mind. Like the way Fauci was able to get these principal investigators from like all these respectable colleges and put them on these committees that ended up saying, yeah, this is the vaccine we'll use. This is we'll use AZT. He started with the AZT thing.
Oh, yeah.
And, AZT was known to be a highly toxic, really ineffective drug.
Yeah.
And of course, but that was the one they picked. And so they started using that again. And I don't know how many people that killed. That killed friends of mine, AZT was very toxic, and they finally had to yank it.
Yeah.
Now they use different chemical cocktails, but like Fauci did some extraordinarily evil shit.
Yeah,
he knows what he did.
He was the villain of the Dallas Buyers Club, that movie. That was about people trying to seek alternative treatments to deal with AIDS.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's Fauci.
Right.
That's AZT.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson got on AZT and it was killing him, and he got off of it.
Yeah.
And
he's still alive.
Yeah. It's a bummer. It's just a bummer that someone had that kind of power for so long. It was such a fucking monster.
Yeah. Did you see that little meme that went around? It was right after he got first time anyone ever got pre-pardoned.
Yeah.
And you said nothing says trust science like a blanket pre-pardon.
Yeah.
Picture of Fauci.
Well, the problem with that pre-pardon is he's pre-pardoned federally, but he's not pre-pardoned state-wise. These states can still sue him. Not only that, when you're pardoned, then you can no longer plead the fifth. So you could be held for perjury. So there's a lot of issues with being pardoned that I don't think Biden took into consideration or Fauci took into consideration either. I think he just wanted anything to protect him because he knew it was coming. He knew that just the emails that were available that showed collusion, where he had gotten a hold of all these different researchers and changed their perspective on whether or not it was a lab leak. Because through Eco Health Alliance, they had funded gain-of-function research after Obama.
Gain-of-function.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to think. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
But gain-of-function is essentially taking a virus and making it more infectious to human beings.
Weaponizing the virus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea is supposedly to study it, but if you're studying it and you don't have a fucking cure, You've been studying this shit for so long and you don't have a cure. Like, what are you actually doing? Well, you're doing weapons research. You know, this is one of the things that Bobby's talked about with Lyme disease, you know, where they tried to get him on Lyme disease, which is a very funny grilling. They say, did you say that Lyme disease was a leaked bioweapon? He goes, I probably did. And he did. Plum Island, they were fucking researching whether or not they could infect bugs, fleas, and ticks, and then dump them on populations to overwhelm their medical system and to use it as a bioweapon so we could invade easier. Yeah, they did that.
With the Masters of War.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a funny way. Good impersonation, by the way.
It's not hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Poor Bobby. I mean, if really science wanted to come fix his fucking voice, man. If that guy had his old voice, he'd be a lot more powerful. It's like people dismiss him because his voice is hard. It's hard to listen to sometimes.
Yeah, that condition he has, you would think there'd be some way to address it, but I don't know.
Well, he believes that condition came from the flu vaccine.
Oh.
It's a side effect of flu vaccines. He used to take a flu vaccine every year. And so he developed this this voice problem. And he believes it's a vaccine injury, which is very ironic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Those fucking things don't work either. Those things, and he's talked about that. Like, even if it protects you from that one flu, it makes you many more times more likely to catch other things. We're fucking around with complex systems inside human bodies with pharmaceutical drugs that have been, the way they've studied them is filled with shenanigans. They might do 10 studies and one of them shows effectiveness because they've rigged the study in a certain way. And then he explained to me that the reason why they could say it's 100% effective was because one person got it in the vaccine trial and two people got it in the placebo. Exactly. So it's 100%.
100% better.
You know, one is 100% better than two. Like, what? That's correct. No, that's not. 100% means nobody gets infected, you fucking assholes. That should be a law. That should be a crime to explain things like that. I had this guy on who was, he litigated against pharmaceutical drug companies, particularly against Vioxx, when they released this anti-inflammatory medication Vioxx, and some 50 to 60,000 people died from it. A friend of mine got a stroke from Vioxx. This guy was saying that when you hear peer-reviewed studies, when they do a vaccine study, or a pharmaceutical drug study, they don't even give the peer reviewers the raw data. They give the peer reviewers the data as it's been interpreted by the scientists who work for the pharmaceutical drug companies. So they review it and then they give their version of it to these other scientists who are already on the payroll. They're all NIH funded. Everybody's together. Everybody's all in the loop. Everybody's dependent upon whether or not they're going to receive grants and funding. It's all based on Fauci, and that's how you find out whether or not something is good or bad. It's all rigged. Yeah. And when he was explaining, I'm like, that can't be real. And he's explaining to us, showing us how it works. And it's corrupt. It's fully, completely, totally corrupt. And if anything Bobby can do, it's make sure that we have valid studies, valid, real, peer-reviewed studies on everything that people are supposed to be taking. Let's find out what the fuck is really good for you, because it's not like all pharmaceutical drugs are bad. A lot of pharmaceutical drugs have helped people, saved people's lives, enhanced people's lives, cured diseases. There's a lot of stuff that's great. Let's find out what it is, what's real and what's bad, and why are you profiting off of shit that's killing people? That shouldn't be so hard, would it?
I'd vote for you, dude.
Oh, I don't want to run for nothing.
No, I know it'd be a step down. Why would you? Yeah.
No.
Just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote for you.
Thanks. That's terrifying. Yeah.
You want to have those days where you just have a lion. You know what I mean? Not getting up till maybe noon. You can't have that if you were president.
No.
You don't get one day like that.
No, unless you're Biden. I think he slept a lot. He was really president.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what's really wild. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm encouraged. And I also think things are going to get really weird with AI. I think with AI, and especially when AI gets attached to quantum computing, we're going to have an undeniable access to truth. That's going to be very disconcerting to a lot of people. We're going to have an understanding of the reality of the world that we live in that's going to be very undeniable. And it's going to be strange. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of propaganda that's with that too, because, you know, a lot of this AI is programmed by people. So there'll be a battle of which AI is the most trusted and effective. And then the real fear is that AI governs us, which is probably going to happen. We're probably going to be more effective. No.
The government so far has really been subpar.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't look at individual presidents, because I just look at, like, overall, the presidents have to bow down and kiss the ring, no matter who it is. So you're not getting in there.
Right.
So, you know, the last guy who didn't was probably John Kennedy.
Yeah.
You know, but certainly even a guy like Carter, who I love, you know, I consider the best, you know. Everybody has to kiss the ring. So
he didn't kiss it enough. That's why they got rid of him.
You know what he did? He levied a windfall profits tax on the oil companies because they were gouging. They were making so much profit, right?
Yeah.
Which happens all the time, you know, whether it be the oil companies or what, you know, or the vaccine companies, whatever. These insane, you know, profits that are just, you know, they create some fear and then boom.
Yeah.
They make a lot of money. And so, but he was bold enough to lay this tax on them for their profit, and that's what killed him. There was no way he was getting another term after that.
Yeah.
And that's why, and then it was after that Oliver North was vital in helping to kill that rescue attempt with the helicopter. And
also the Contras versus the Sandinistas, they selling crack in Los Angeles in order to fund all that shit. All that stuff was going on at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally believe that.
Oh, it's fact.
Absolutely.
I had Freeway Ricky Ross, the guy who went to jail for it, on the podcast a few times.
Oh, was he the guy, the plane? He had the planes and he was
No,
flying?
that was Gary Webb. That was Gary Webb. The guy was flying into
Gary Webb,
Arkansas.
right.
Yeah.
Gary.
Oh, no, Barry Seal. Gary Webb was the reporter who committed suicide. Didn't he shoot himself in the head twice? Yeah. That's right. Barry Seals. Thank you,
the
James.
first one would have slowed down the second bullet.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, he was one of the main whistleblowers about that. Yeah, there's it's a sordid, horrible history. But Freeway Ricky Ross was, unbeknownst to him, was selling cocaine, funding this war, and he didn't even know what was going on until he went to jail. He couldn't read. Went to jail, became literate, and then became a lawyer in jail, and then figured out that they tried him on the 3 strikes rule incorrectly, got out of jail. And now he runs weed dispensaries in California.
Really?
He's a great guy.
Where does he live?
He lives in L.A., yeah.
Oh,
he's a great
you gotta
guy.
Connect me to him. I want to meet him.
You know Rick Ross, the rapper? He stole his name from Freeway Rick Ross.
Oh.
Rick Ross was a famous, street gangster. This famous street coke dealer who was making millions of dollars a week and couldn't read. He was a tennis player, a really good tennis player, who then used the discipline of being a tennis player to become a very disciplined drug dealer.
Ah.
Yeah.
Just like Pfizer, disciplined drug dealer.
Yeah, and now he's out. And wonderful guy to talk to. Fun guy, very happy, peaceful guy. And I mean, what a story. Learned how to read in jail and then realized that they fucked him and then tried his own case and got out.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. My daughter is a lawyer. She's a public defender in Manhattan. She loves it.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And so she's helping a lot of people who are at a kind of a pivotal point in their lives where it could just be, and they can't get her unless they have no money. You know what I mean? So they're already in dire straits, and she loves helping people.
That's beautiful.
She's an incredible kid. I'm so proud of her.
That's amazing. That's a beautiful way to live your life.
And like, you're gonna be a lawyer, and then it's like, oh, a lawyer that makes no money, bravo, bravo.
Isn't that crazy? Like, we all think like, lawyers are all evil. No, there's great lawyers. My good friend Josh Dubin, he used to work for the Innocent Project. Now he works with Ike Perlmutter, and we've had a bunch of podcasts where we've highlighted innocent people who are incarcerated, and just through this podcast, we've got a bunch of people released.
Dude, that's doing something great.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. He's like completely dedicated his life to wrongly incarcerated people.
What's his name?
Josh Dubin.
Where's he live?
Florida. He was a New York guy. Moved to Florida fairly recently.
Wow.
Yeah, great guy. Love him to death, and does nothing but great work, just helping people, just constantly concentrating all these different cases where it's like, corrupt DAs, corrupt prosecutors, corrupt judges. It's like, it's all over the place. Like, one of the guys that Biden pardoned was one of the people that was involved in that Kids for Cash, where they were putting kids in detention centers just for profit.
Oh.
Yeah, you know that story, right?
I don't know.
There was a judge, was it Pennsylvania? Yeah. There's a judge in Pennsylvania that was making millions of dollars through putting kids in detention centers and ruining kids' lives, causing suicides, deaths, downward spiral of their life, like wrongfully detaining them and doing it for profit.
How is he getting a kickback?
He's getting kickbacks from private prisons.
Well, from private prisons?
Yeah, from private prisons, from prosecutors, I don't know exactly who was funding it, but he was convicted, and he's one of the guys Biden pardoned.
Oh, really? Huh? It's sick.
Biden pardoned like 8,000 people.
Did he?
Yeah. He pardoned more people than anybody, which generally I'm a fan of pardoning people. I think most people are incarcerated for far too long. I don't think it rehabilitates people. I think it probably makes them more hardened criminals in most of the cases. There's a few cases where people decide to take a better path in jail and educate themselves and learn and come out a better person. I've met a lot of those people. And unfortunately, I've met a lot of those people from Josh Dubin that were wrongly incarcerated and then came out these amazing, incredibly intelligent, really well-read, interesting people because they dedicated themselves to doing that while they were in jail. Because they realized, like, I did not commit this crime. I'm forced into this situation. What can I do to make better of my life while I'm here? Well, I'm going to educate myself, and I'm going to come out a better person.
That's great. By the way, I wouldn't mind a pre-pardon. You do whatever you want. You're speeding, whatever. I got a pre-pardon.
There's a lot of people that got pre-pardons. They were like, how did Adam Schiff get a pre-pardon? Why is Liz Cheney get a pre-pardon? Like, what did you do? What did you do that you need a pardon?
Also, that's never happened before. There's never been a pre-pardon.
No.
How can you pardon someone if they haven't been convicted of something?
Well, there's a lot of debate on the constitutionality of it, too, like whether or not that's even what the pardons were intended for. And that was the thing during the 2020 like when Trump was leaving the office. There was talk about what if he pre-pardons his family? That would be outrageous, and all the Democrats were against it. And then, of course, when Biden did it, everybody just shut up. Yeah. He pre-pardoned his son from 2014 or something? 11? Oh, what a good guy.
Yeah. That was necessary.
Yeah.
That was a pre-pardon? Seemed like a post-pardon at that point.
He was about to be charged, and he was never.
What was Gerald Ford going to be charged? Or Nixon.
Watergate scandal.
Watergate. Yeah. That's another one. The Watergate one's a weird one, too. Because the lead guy was an intelligence agent who was all of a sudden a reporter.
Bush gave some to the Iran-Contra affair people.
Oh, what a good guy. Casper Weinberger. There you go. Abraham Lincoln did. During the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln preempted pardons, part of the broader strategy to maintain national unity. Oh, okay. Extended to Confederate sympathizers and soldiers. Okay. As an incentive to lay down arms and support the Union.
Jimmy Carter for the Vietnam draft?
Yes. Well, that was a good one.
There's a few, but not like the same reasons.
I remember I was a kid. I was living in San Francisco when the Vietnam War ended, our parents were hippies. We were living in like Haight-Ashbury, like the like down near Lombard Street in the middle of like hippie San Francisco. And I remember thinking, whew, as a little kid, thinking, wow, finally the war's over. I don't have to think about war anymore. I'm like, people are going to learn from this. I really believe that. You know?
You are, because you're a hopeful person.
Also, I was 10.
Yeah.
Or whatever I was.
Most 10-year-olds, I guess, are pretty hopeful. But
Yeah, well, you're terrified because I had thought of the idea of being drafted. Like, in 8 years from now, can I be drafted and have to go and fight for some fucking insane war that makes no sense? And if you don't, they put you in a cage. Like, that was the reality of life in the 1960s when they had conscription.
Yeah.
That's scary shit, man. And being forced to give up your life to go fight in some fucking insane war that makes sense. That's probably about heroin. Probably had a lot to do with heroin trade.
well, yeah, they say that bombing in Laos was a lot of that on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. A lot of that had to do with that avenue for heroin there on
Yeah.
that Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Oh, how about Afghanistan?
Yeah, Afghanistan. Yeah, that can't be a coincidence. Poppy's there and Poppy's there.
Not only that, we were guarding poppy fields. We were, because we needed, these farmers need to grow poppies. Is like, this is how they make a living. We got to help them. We got to fight the Taliban. And, it's 90+% of the world's opium is coming from this area. Like, what?
90%?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's 94. I think it was 94% of the world's heroin was coming from Afghanistan while we were occupying Afghanistan.
Really?
Oh,
And
yeah.
Now where's it coming from?
Probably Afghanistan still.
Now it's safe. Secure.
I mean, the Taliban were the people that were against it, which is wild. 2021, Afghanistan produced more than 90% of the world's illicit heroin. However, Myanmar has since surpassed Afghanistan. Wow. Didn't Myanmar just have a giant coup? Didn't they have a military takeover of Myanmar? I think they did. I'm pretty sure because, yeah.
Yeah,
Burma.
Maybe it's follow the drugs instead of follow the money.
Yeah.
Same thing, maybe.
Yeah. Myanmar coup. Just write coup. Yeah, 4 years after the coup. The atrocity crimes. Yeah. 4 years after the coup, chaos reigns as Myanmar's military struggles. Yeah, they're probably taking control. I mean, if you've got a place where now they've taken over the heroin production of the world, and all of a sudden you have a military coup. Shocking.
Right.
Crazy.
It does seem to follow along these routes.
Yeah. It's too many things to concentrate on. That's the problem. And we're all getting inundated every day with terrible news from all over the world. And on one side, it makes people more accountable because now you know all the terrible things that are going on all over the world. But another thing, it's like it's unmanageable. If you're one human being living in Austin, your phone is blowing up all day with atrocities that are happening all over the world. You're like, what can I do? What is life? Everything's terrible. Meanwhile, you go to the coffee shop, everybody's nice. You go to the restaurant, say hi to everybody. It's like my world seems pretty fucking normal. But but when you're inundated constantly, so you're in this constant state of anxiety and weirdness and
I know it's not a good thing, but I think that's why I stay away from the media. I don't read newspapers. I don't, I just try to stay away because it's that toxifying element. It can really, and granted, it keeps me ignorant.
Yeah.
But they do say ignorance is bliss, and I feel pretty blissful. So, I mean.
Well, as long as somebody's paying attention, I guess it's okay.
But I mean, about some of these items we've been discussing, I've actually, studied this. So there's things that, but there's other things that I just can't get hit every day with like 90 things that are so depressing,
Do you go on social media at all?
No. I do have, what's the Zuckerberg? No.
Instagram?
Instagram. But because, they make you like you have to give us all your information and access to your picture. So I can't personally get on the Instagram. But if I have a picture, I have to get someone else to post the picture.
Yeah.
So
that's probably healthier.
Yeah. Huh?
That's probably healthier.
Yeah.
than being on it all the time. Because I know a lot of people that are on it all the time, and it makes them sick. It's like radiation poisoning.
Yeah, I'm pretty much never on it.
That's good.
But I should post more. I post like once every 6 months or something. But no, I don't know. I'd rather have an alt to Instagram.
So how do you
find out about? Think of a good alt?
An alt? I don't know. The problem is, well, X is what I use the most as far as like getting information, but every now and then I'll go on and watch people argue and see like these toxic fights back and forth, and that puts me in a shitty mood. And I'm like, God damn, why do people fucking treat each other like this? Like it's like such a stupid way to communicate.
Yeah,
you know?
It's so disheartening.
And it's also, it amplifies the worst aspects of our society, which is like shitty division. It's like shitty division is what gets a lot of clicks. You know, partisan thoughts and attacking people, tribal thinking. That's what gets the most clicks, and that's what you see the most. But there's enough of exposing of actual legitimate corruption and information about what's actually going on in the world that I get out of there that it balances it out for me to the point where I'm willing to engage in it to a certain extent. But I don't do it at night, and I don't do it when I think it's going to like fuck me up before I go to bed. I don't do it if there's anything I really have to concentrate on, because I don't want some new pathway to open up my mind where now I'm concerned about this.
Right. You know? Yeah. But you know, all of that adversity you faced, do you feel like it actually increased your popularity?
Yeah, it definitely did. Yeah, like during the COVID stuff when they were trying to get me removed from Spotify, in that 1 month I gained 2 million subscribers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the height of the attacks on me, the show got way bigger. Yeah.
Right. So how many people listen to that Robert Malone show, would you say?
That's a good question. Between Spotify, YouTube, and all the clips, fucking, who knows, hundreds of millions probably.
Oh, great.
Yeah. A good show that gets spread around, like how many different eyeballs will see it. I mean, it really depends on how profound the person's revelations are, like what they're talking about. Like, you know, like the biggest one we ever did, well, some of the I think the biggest one we probably ever did was Bob Lazar. Is that number one? So the Bob Lazar one, you know who Bob Lazar is? Bob Lazar is the guy that in 1989, he did an interview with George Knapp in Las Vegas, and he said he was working back engineering UFOs for the government. And he has this crazy fucking story about working at Area S4, Site 4, and Area 51 in the Nevada desert, which at that point in time, the government would deny that Area 51 even existed. He's like, no, I work out there, and I was working back engineering propulsion systems from crashed UFOs. And he's explaining how these things work and explaining how it's in some sort of a gravity propulsion device that works completely different than any propulsion device that we've ever devised, and that they're trying to back engineer them. They don't know how to do it, so they keep bringing in new propulsions experts. So he was a guy that had previously worked at Los Alamos Labs, and then he gets a job, and they're essentially throwing as much shit against the wall as possible, trying to see what sticks. Like, can you figure this out? And they're bringing in new people. And he was brought in apparently allegedly after an accident where they tried to cut into the reactor and exploded and people died. And so they said, okay, well, that's not going to work. Let's try another method, bring in some other people. And he was one of the people they brought in. And when you have top secret clearance, what happens is they tap all your phones. They listen to you all the time. Well, he had this job where he couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. So he would get this phone call saying that he has to fly out to Area 51 at like 11 p.m. So he would go to the airport, fly out. His wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. So she starts fucking her flight instructor. She's got some flight instructor. And so because his wife was having an affair and they knew it from the phone calls, they thought that he was going to be emotionally unstable. So they removed him from the project. So he gets removed from the project and he says, well, I'm telling my friends. So he goes and tells friends, like, this is what I was doing. I was working on these fucking UFOs. They have actual UFO. That's the one. That thing on the desk right there, that's the recreation of what he called the sport model that they worked on that has this flying saucer that's behind the antlers.
That's like the three.
The classic.
It's like the Tesla 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
If you were the,
the classic.
The peppy little
sport model.
Got it.
So he brings people out to watch. He said on Wednesday they have these flights and they test these things. I'll take you guys out to the desert. He took them out to the desert. He takes them a couple of times, then he gets arrested. So he gets arrested and he says, they're going to fucking kill me. I have to go public. So he goes public and tells the whole story. And so he does these series of interviews with George Knapp, who's an investigative reporter in Las Vegas. And they become legendary. He's told the same story for now going on 40 years. And it's an insane story.
Still alive.
He's still alive. Yeah, he did my podcast. So he did the podcast, and I don't know what to think. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. It's hard to know, but he's told the same goddamn story for all these years, and he's obviously a brilliant guy. When you talk to him, he's obviously very literate in science, really understands what he's saying. And many of the things that he said from that particular interview have been corroborated by other people, including his knowledge of Los Alamos Labs. They tried to say he never worked there, but they found him on the employee roster. And he knows the building. He took people into the building. He took George Knapp in there. He knew the security guards. He knew where to go, showing everybody around the place. And that's our biggest podcast ever because it's so fucking nuts. There's an incredible, Jeremy Corbell did an incredible documentary called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. And it's all about his experiences there. And it's one of those things where you just, you don't know. But it's so weird. It's like if this guy's telling the same goddamn story, and then they have all these videos of these things that the Go Fast video and the FLIR video that the government's released that were covered in the New York Times, and these crafts are exhibiting the same sort of behavior that he was explaining in 1989. Yeah. Particularly, and they fly like this, but then when they want to go fast, they rotate sideways and point whatever this gravity propulsion, whatever this thing is, this generator, and they shoot this way and take off. And there's videos of these things doing this. Wow. 40 years later.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So that's the biggest video.
Yeah.
So that video on YouTube got 60 million views, and then on all the other platforms, who knows how many, and all the clips, it's probably hundreds of millions. Yeah.
Bizarre.
But it's one of those things where you don't want to think too much about it because it might be bullshit. You know? That's how I feel about the whole UFO thing.
But what would be his point? What's his motivation?
That's a good question.
I don't see how it benefits him other than he's got now people calling him a wacko. Which he didn't have before. So
right.
What's the good of it?
Right. That's a good...
You always got to look at possible motivation.
Well, there's a lot of people that want to pretend to be special. So they make up stories so that make them special. They make up encounters. They make up abductions. I've been abducted by aliens. I'm a special person. They took me aboard. I have a message for humanity. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of delusions.
Right. That's a different thing.
Right.
I mean, a guy like that, I don't see his, if that's what he actually did for a living, then I don't see why
he would do that.
Benefits.
Well, one of the more interesting stories is this guy's. This is Travis Walton. This guy's got a little bobblehead. Travis Walton was a guy, I don't know if you ever saw that movie Fire in the Sky. It was based on a bunch of loggers in Arizona, and they saw this thing land, and this guy, Travis Walton, gets out of the truck and goes to it, gets blasted by this bolt of energy, collapses to the ground. His buddies take off. They're screaming in the car, all these loggers, like, we got to go back and get him. We got to go back and get him. They turn around a mile later, go back, he's gone.
What up, Oppenheimer?
He's gone for 5 days.
Hope you're doing well.
And
just watching Joe Rogan.
He shows up back in the town 5
I'm glad
days
to see
later
you, man.
with this
I remember you
story
from
of being abducted, taken aboard this craft. They healed his body, and then they communicated with him and then
Twitter
returned
space.
him. And the thing about
Hope
it
you're
is,
doing
like,
well, big
all
dog.
these experiences, these people talk about the exact same creatures. They talk about the exact same entities, these things with big heads and
Shout
large
out to you.
eyes
You
and
stood up for
spindly
me when
bodies,
he asked me
and they're
that
communicating
question
telepathically.
about
It's like it's
Modani, and I
universal.
really appreciate
It's
that.
like over and over
Shout
again.
out
It's
to
a
you,
very
big dog.
similar story. And the problem is, if it happened to you, who the fuck is going to believe you? It's a unique experience, a completely novel experience that only you have. And then you have to go and try to make sense of it to other people that haven't experienced it. And they're going to think you're fucking crazy. But if you have enough of these people that say the same story over and over and over again, which is, if you read John Mack, he was a psychologist from Harvard that did a lot of hypnotic regression work with people that have had alien abductions. This guy was
read that.
Did you ever? It's a crazy
I
book,
met
right?
him. I met John.
Did you really?
Yeah.
When did you meet him?
I met him on the campus at Harvard.
Oh wow.
You know I went to Harvard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had a great night, and then went back home. No, I I only visited there a couple times.
Well, I know you play really good chess.
I did play chess.
Magnus Carlsen told me.
Huh?
I had Magnus Carlsen in a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
He told me that you did one of his opening moves. That
Yeah.
you did it for him. And he was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, he couldn't even figure out why you did that. But he realized afterwards, like, oh, you're a really good chess player. That was actually a legitimate move. You did his opening, right?
Well, yeah. I did one time. I did an opening for the other guy. What's his name? Anyway, and I'm gonna do this opening, and at the same time, I want to tip over with my pinky, tip over the king, just as a joke, you know, because if you tip over the king, the game's over, right? So I did that, but then and there was kind of a chuckle and everything, and picked it up, and then he's
right
looking
here?
quite concerned. Oh yeah, this was it.
Hey, friends. Welcome. You don't know who I am? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week,
I knocked
365
it
days a
down,
year.
and then I
For World
pushed
Peace. I've been live
Yeah,
streaming
slow
for more
down,
than 3.5 years.
But then I pushed the
I've more
pawn,
data on the
right?
internet
And then
than
I
any
realized,
person
because
ever.
I thought he
It's going to
said
be the biggest event ever.
Right?
We just need people to find out about it.
D4. He said E4. So you know, I'm looking at his face, and he had whispered it to me into my bad ear, and I'm like, well, why do you gotta whisper? I'm gonna make the move anyway.
Well, Magnus said you stuck around and you played a lot of people, and he said you were really good.
Oh, that's very nice.
Coming from
Magnus
him.
Carlsen.
Yeah.
He's the Mozart, man.
Yeah. Fascinating guy. He was here a couple days ago.
Was he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I do admire him. He's great. And that whole thing, you know, that just happened with the jeans, like that was great. Did you see it? You know, he went to one of the big, I forget which tournament it was, but anyway, came in jeans, and they're very strict, right? And so they wouldn't allow him to play. And then, so he basically was going to end up sacrificing the day because he came in jeans. Right? He said, I just wasn't thinking about it, you know. Well, so then he just like, you'll have to come back tomorrow. You're sacrificed for today. He's like, you know what? I won't be back tomorrow. And then boom, they changed the rules.
Oh, wow.
They changed it.
Yeah, that's a stupid rule.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit if you're wearing jeans?
I know. That
Sure,
shouldn't
playing a
make you
bikini.
a better or worse player.
Yeah, it's stupid. Everybody should be able to have to play in their underwear. That way you know they don't have any devices on them.
Right.
You know, you're not
But
doing
they could have it in them, too.
They could,
So
yeah.
maybe you got to do a rectal probing before. This is full circle with the talking about the aliens. But, you know, maybe you have to do something before.
Well, we got into very specific ways that people cheat. It was pretty interesting. He was talking to us about the different ways that people have been busted cheating. Different people signaling them in the room, moving to different parts of the room if they wanted the piece to move in a different area.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that one guy he said was cheating. He said he knew as soon as the move was made, and then he walked out.
Yeah.
That was another time.
Yeah.
He just like, there's no way this guy made this move. No chance.
Well, that was what was fascinating, that you could tell by the way a guy's playing that something was amiss. That this is not inside of his capability. He knew the way the guy played so well that you could tell that something was off, which is so crazy. Which is, I'm not literate in chess, so I don't understand how you could do that, but I believe him. Especially when you talk to him, like,
well, he's got a thumper in his sock or something. You know, somebody's giving him
he thinks
looking
it's
on
an
a
earpiece.
computer, and then dun,
He thinks it's an internal, like a very small, invisible earpiece.
Is that what he thought?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he thinks. He thinks that one of the possible methods. And then there was the anal beads. People were talking about anal beads.
Anal beads. It's like guy don't want a thumper in his sock. He just wants to go pure inside man.
Yeah, I guess it would like vibrate. I guess you would do it like vibrate a certain amount of times first to indicate the letter, and then a couple times to indicate the number. That's where the piece would go.
A little Morse code in the rectal cavity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing chess?
I started playing more probably like 10 years ago, or maybe more than that, I started playing Willie.
Oh, wow.
Started playing Willie all the time. But then we'd switch over back to dominoes. He crushes me in dominoes, and then I was mostly winning chess. And then toward the end of our battles, he started switching to just, you know what, we'll just stay with the domino. Such a hustler.
Such a hustler. Yeah, I tried to interview him, but he's scared of COVID.
Yeah.
He's an old guy, you know? I get it.
It's 92.
Can't take a chance getting infected. You know, a lot of old people, I got it. I got the fear because it's like death is close to them. It's just they're too vulnerable. I get it. I get why they got roped into it.
Well, yeah, the fear of germs. That
was the Neil Young thing too. That's why I gave Neil Young a pass. I was like, I get it.
You still see wearing masks.
Oh, all the time, even in Austin.
Yeah.
I see them driving their fucking car still with masks on.
Yeah, alone in the car with the mask.
Yeah,
That
they're just sick.
Confuses me. But you know, like fear is a fairly relentless occupation for some, and I don't know. I just, you know, I studied the germ theory. You know how it came to be the backbone of Western medicine. Do you know
the Rockefeller thing?
Well, that came after this, but yeah, Rockefeller pushed that whole narrative, but it was before that in the 1887 or something, 89, where Louis Pasteur stood before the French Academy of Science and said, "I've realized the origin of all disease, and it's the germ theory." And he took credit for the germ theory, which of course had been around for centuries at that point. But there was another guy named Antoine Béchamp who was actually a real genius, whereas Pasteur was a charlatan and he basically stole all these good ideas that he never had from Antoine Béchamp, including how fermentation works, how they had diseases in the grapes of at the time, so how to deal with that disease, and also having to do with where they make the silk, like silkworms and stuff. That also was another thing that Béchamp figured out, and then Pasteur, who's on the same committee, ends up reading these papers and basically kind of putting his own spin on it and getting credit for, the fermentation, the silkworm, the wine thing. Like each thing, he becomes more and more famous, and until he's able to sit down in front of Napoleon in 1863, Napoleon III, he said, I will eliminate all disease. I will eradicate all human disease. He was an arrogant guy, and he was a complete fraud. And Pasteur believed the germ theory, obviously. That's the theory that he pushed, right? And then Béchamp believed in the terrain theory. Now, that's what I believe. The terrain theory, the germ theory, obviously, a pathogen, a germ, a virus, whatever, lands in your cornflakes or on your eyeball or whatever, it gets inside.
Right.
And then in this pristine blank slate environment, it causes damage, maybe sickness, and eventually death. But to me, I don't believe this theory as much as I do the terrain theory, which is that your health is dependent upon your internal biological terrain and your internal filthiness or cleanliness. And so that's what I believe is where people's immune system gets messed up from what they're consuming. And in a nutshell, that's why I believe in Béchamp's theory as opposed to the germ theory. Mm-hmm. And at least it's got to be both. At the very least, it's got to be both.
I would imagine it's both. We know for a fact that one of the main factors in eliminating diseases in North America was when they started having hygiene and when they started having flowing water and sewage systems, and that just having cleanliness. I mean, most cities at the turn of the century were filled with filth. I mean, during the smallpox epidemic, people lived terrible. They lived in filth. When you had various, like there's a bunch of different diseases that can be attributed to poor hygiene. Poor hygiene, no access to antibiotics, no access to any kind of medicine. And we all attribute that just to a disease broke out. But why did the disease break out? Well, the people who are living in filth. There was no running water. They didn't have any sewage systems. They didn't have any sort of antibiotics, and including like when people talk about the Spanish flu, like if the Spanish flu broke out today, we'd be fucked. No, we wouldn't. First of all, we have antibiotics now. Spanish flu would be killed quickly. It's the real factor was all these diseases that people were getting because of the infection that could be cured by antibiotics. But
I'm
also
not a big antibiotics guy.
At all?
No, I mean I took them. I took them one time. I credit them with really having saved me. But
they'll save you under certain conditions.
Right. If your immune system's shot and there's nothing else you can do to bolster your immune system in a short amount of time, where whatever is happening quickly.
But you're saying like ubiquitous use of antibiotics for everything.
Yeah, where it's just like
that's probably not
it's like a Pez dispenser that
Right.
and it does affect your immune system adversely, especially continuous use of antibiotics.
It's also why we have MRSA.
What?
MRSA. MRSA is medication-resistant staph infections.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's
Okay.
I've had a bunch of friends who get that because that's one of the side effects. One of the unfortunate aspects of jiu-jitsu is a lot of guys get staph infections. You know, if you're not clean, you're not
Because
taking
of
care
what?
of getting scratched and scraped up, and you're on the ground, dirty mats. People come in dirty, and you can get an infection. I've had staph twice. You get staph, ringworm, a bunch of different things that people normally get on the mat. But there's ways to combat that in a healthy, organic way. And one of the best ways is the use of, there's a bunch of different oils, tea tree oil and eucalyptus oil, a bunch of oils that don't affect your skin biome in a negative way. But what they do is they protect you from bad diseases. And there's a company called Defense Soap. And I always recommend it. I don't have any affiliation with them. My friend Guy Sacco runs the company, but he developed it because a bunch of wrestlers and grapplers were getting skin infections. And so he developed natural remedies that don't affect because a lot of times guys would take like antibiotic soap and they would clean themselves with antibiotic soap. The problem with that is it kills all your healthy flora, all the skin flora that's healthy. That gets torched too. It's taking a blowtorch to, like a small patch of weeds that you can just pluck out.
Right.
And instead of doing that, he developed this soap that uses all these natural organic remedies that doesn't affect you in a negative way at all. It's the only soap I use. I use that soap every day. And it keeps your skin healthy and it doesn't fuck it up. So there's ways around it. The real way is to prevent it, though, because once you actually get staph, especially if it's aggressive, you got to take antibiotics or you're fucked.
Well,
it gets systemic.
Yeah.
My friend's wife.
Sorry, go ahead.
My friend, his friend's wife, rather, died of it. She was trying to do it organically. She was trying to use herbal remedies, and she wound up dying of staph infection because it gets systemic. Yeah, it gets into your blood and goes into your whole body, and then you're fucked. But you really have to get on heavy, hardcore IV antibiotics for long stretches of time. So I've had friends that have huge scars on their body because they got a massive MRSA infection in their knees, and then they had to get it all opened up. They have to clean it out, and they have to get them on IV antibiotics. It's a nightmare, and it's one of the main reasons why people die after surgeries. It happens after surgeries where people get MRSA infections.
Yeah, well, Jesus,
superbugs.
Stay healthy.
Yes, stay healthy, Woody.
Yeah.
Do you eat only vegetables? Is that what you're talking about, like meat? Are you a vegan?
I'm a vegan.
Yeah?
Yeah. But, I mean, I really my real belief is in raw living food because I feel like, you know, we talk a lot about you getting your protein or you getting your carbs or whatever. I think the most important component of the food are the enzymes.
Mm-hmm.
The enzymes being the life force of the food,
Mm-hmm.
and the enzymatic activities, your eyes blinking, your heart beating, those are enzymatic activities. If it wasn't for enzymes, we couldn't do them.
Yeah.
Like enzymes are highly important. Anything you cook over 118 degrees for a minute, you destroy the enzymes and most of the nutritional value of the food.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm a believer in raw living food. And I just know from when I've had lots of experiments from when I was doing it and when I was eating a lot of cooked food, and you can really feel the difference. It's there's no question about it. Supporting the energy of the body better than anything. But meanwhile, I agree that it's very hard to avoid eating cooked food because it's delicious.
Yeah.
But to have as much raw as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing. And I try to get a lot of sprouts and microgreens and everything. And then, I also eat, cooked food.
Do you take algae or anything where you're getting B vitamins? Do you think?
Yeah, I take. I do take. I take niacin. I should take more of a comprehensive B vitamin probably, but I do take reishi and I take ginseng every day. Yeah.
So healthy mushrooms.
Yeah, I believe in the healthy mushrooms, and
I take all that stuff too.
Yeah, there's a cool. Yeah, I got to get on the regular medicinal mushrooms. Those are crucial.
Yes,
and especially brain repair, which is, I think, something I need.
I think we all do.
Fix those pathways.
Yeah,
that have been compromised.
Do you ever fuck around with nootropics? Do you take any nootropics?
Like what?
Nootropics are essentially nutrients that contribute to cognitive function. Building blocks for human neurotransmitters, acetylcholine, theanine, things along those lines.
No, I don't do that, but
no,
I'm open-minded.
Yeah,
I imagine Downey would know all about that stuff.
Yeah, I bet he would. Yeah,
he's really, really knowledgeable about that. But you've studied this shit too.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like, you could almost take stuff all day long. There's so many different things that could benefit you. You'd have to have a fucking stack of shit in front of you all day long, which gets tiresome.
Yeah, I mean, I much prefer. I mean, I think the best thing for restoring health, for if you're sick and you want to get better, is fasting.
Fasting is fantastic
for thousands of years, and it just works.
It does.
Because the congestion in the body is really what disease is. It's congestion. And
it's inflammation.
Generally, inflammation, you could call it that too, but that congestion begins in the colon.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't clean that out, issues.
Yeah. Do you concern yourself? Do you eat organic vegetables only?
Yeah.
That's huge because I think what is it, like 90-something% of people tested have glyphosate in their system. I was reading some study on fucking on Girl Scout cookies, like how many, like, they've done studies on Girl Scout cookies where they break them down and find out what's in them. But holy shit, they're fucking toxic as fuck. It's so many I'll send it to you, Jamie. I sent it to my wife because she's trying to avoid Girl Scout cookies.
Because those smiling face of
those little
Girl
hustlers.
Scout, you can imagine she's going to give you something back.
Yeah, those little hustlers. They catch you at the grocery store. I'll find this for you, Jamie. There was this thing about. Oh, here it is. The different seed oils, all the different things in them. Yeah, it's probably one of them. What does it say here? Thin Mints being the worst offenders. 5 flavors of Girl Scout cookies contained. Scroll up, back up. Contained levels of glyphosate and heavy metals above EPA water safety limits. New investigation found 100% of tested Girl Scout cookies contained glyphosate, 100%. Controversial herbicide and Roundup, 88% contained toxic metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury. Key finding, Thin Mints had the highest glyphosate levels at 111.07 ppb, 334 times what experts say is harmful. Peanut butter patties had the highest heavy metal contamination with lead reaching 42.5 ppb and aluminum at 27,500 ppm. 76% of cookies tested exceeded cadmium safety limits, and 96 contained lead. That's wild. Girl Scout USA, which sells 200 million boxes per year, $800 million in revenue, did not respond to researchers before publication. I wonder why. I wonder why they wouldn't chime in.
Whoa. See, there you go. And by the way, that you could replicate the same thing in so much of the American diet.
What does Girl Scout cookies have to say? Girl Scout cookies are made with ingredients that adhere to food safety standards set by the FDA and other relevant authorities. Oh, really? Our trusted bakers remain committed to compliance with all food safety standards. Maybe we should change the fucking food safety standards. Just because you're complying with bullshit standards.
That's what I'm hoping is going to happen going forward.
I hope too. I think, I don't know how much Bobby can affect things and what he actually can do, but I know what he's trying to do. And one of the main things he's trying to do is this whole idea of this Maha movement, make America healthy again. And that's possible. This is something we can do. And
it'd be so nice. And not a lot of, it could be relatively simple.
Yeah.
Just modification. Doesn't have to be a revolution in one's diet. But like, first thing I do is cut out Girl Scout cookies.
All right. Time to go to bed?
That's my first.
It's crazy that 100% of them have glyphosate. Like, fucking A, man.
But the glyphosate is just absolutely crazy. It's just still, we know how toxic and terrible it is, and we're still using it constantly.
And other countries aren't.
In corporate, or industrial farming. It's just wrong. I know you're into regenerative farming. I think that's great.
Yeah.
But you see, over the long haul, the regenerative farmer gains. He gains financially, and he gains in terms of the soil not just turning to shit.
Yeah.
You want some shit in your soil.
You want
let's not get sidetracked.
Yeah.
but it's a net gain in the end. So hopefully,
it's carbon neutral.
Yeah.
And everyone's trying to reduce carbon. Organic farms are carbon neutral because that's how nature intended animals to live. That's how nature intended us to grow crops. It's also supposed to be animals graze, manure, all this different stuff. It helps.
You got to
helps
think
everyone.
of the soil biome just as much as you have to think of your own biome.
Yeah, and it all works together. And thank God there's people out there like Joel Salatin, who runs Polyface Farms, and Will Harris, who runs White Oak Pastures, who educated these people and gone on written books and gone on these tours and explained to be like Will Harris, who's been on the podcast a couple of times. He spent 20 years changing his family farm, which was a industrial farm, into regenerative agriculture, and you can see the difference in the soil. We have two glass bottles of soil out there, one from an industrial farm and one from his farm, and his farm is dark and rich and filled with nutrients, and the other one is just pale and dead and just covered in bullshit fucking chemicals.
And meanwhile, that's the stuff that gets highly subsidized.
Yes.
So it's a catch-22.
You see all the work that
If the real value, if the real expense of what happens to that soil were experienced by the American taxpayer, I think there'd be a revolt.
We're
lazy people. I'm a lazy person.
The real problem is we have so many people that need food, and that we're reliant upon factory farming right now to a large extent, because there's enormous populations of people that live in a place where they grow nothing. Whether it's New York City or it's Los Angeles, these urban environments, they need food constantly shipped into them, and no one's growing anything, and the population keeps booming, and you got to get these people food. And we right now are dependent upon factory farming for a lot of that food.
Time to eat sandwiches.
Well, I wonder if you could, through regenerative farming, cover it.
I wonder.
Could that ultimately be?
Yeah,
What's
I
your
wonder. I
opinion
think
on
people are
this
definitely
fucking
going to have
Joe
to change the
Rogan?
way they eat.
It has to change. Well,
That's a
we
good
at least
one.
have to change the way we farm,
That's
because
actually a
otherwise
very
we're
good
going to
one.
have just more desertification.
I like Woody
But at
Harrelson.
least people are aware of it now.
As an actor.
At least there's more information and more education about that today than has ever been before. I mean, this was never a discussion when I was a kid. I never heard anything about that. It was just being done, and this is just you
But that
got
would be
food.
my
You need to
question.
think about where it
It
came
wouldn't
from.
be
And then the term
how good of an
organic came
actor
around. Like,
is
what's
Woody
that?
Harrelson. It would
Like,
be
there's no
are you
pesticides.
fucking
Like,
done.
what's pesticide? What's on the food? You know, like we didn't know. And if back then there was no access to any information other than mainstream media, so it was pretty easy for them to keep going on with these practices.
What's going on here?
Unless you went out and sought it out and went and found books, or someone told you about a book, you didn't know. You didn't get that information. I think more people have that information now than ever before. So that's one of the reasons why
They're
I'm
just
hopeful.
like a symphony.
And I'm real, and I think Bobby really does have an idea of how to do this, and I hope he's successful.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Doug.
Well, listen, brother, it's been great talking to you. I
Hey,
really appreciate
we
it.
fucking watched one.
I'm very
It's been
happy to meet you.
so long since I've watched
enjoyed your
Joe
work
Rogan.
for so
Like-
many years, so it's a pleasure to do this. And
pleasure's all mine, dude.
I gotta watch
It's a privilege to be here with you. Thank you for having me.
my pleasure. Let's break bread someday. Have a
love
good time.
to.
Hang
Great.
out. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna
Get
crack
your
my
info and
We're
I'll
friends.
give you
Oh,
my
got it.
email.
All right. Sounds good, brother.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Check out the Joe Rogan podcast right now. All day. Dog, are you gonna eat? I fucking love macaroni salad. I love potato salad. I love potato salad. I love all kinds of salad. I love Israeli salad. I
The Joe
love
Rogan
cucumber salad.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, my friend. It's been too long.
What's up, fool? Good to see you too.
When was the last time I saw you, brother? It was like 5 years ago or something.
5 years ago, and I did the show here when you were in LA
Yeah.
at the warehouse.
Damn, that's what I miss most about the store is, traveling dudes. We'd meet up. We'd meet up at the home base.
Yes.
You know?
And when I was a young comic, I would see like older comics like that I would see on television. They would just come hang out at that bar or the patio.
Just get a refresh.
Yeah, and you pass by and you say, "Oh,
Yeah.
that's man,
Arsenio Hall. Holy
that's Elaine
shit.
Boozler,
Right,
OG right there."
right,
you know
right.
what?
Right.
I used to see her at Dodger Stadium when I worked working at Dodger Stadium, and I would ask her for advice, and she was just like, well, every comic like that, just keep writing.
She was a funny comic.
Yeah.
She was a funny comic. Who's that lady that was on Curb Your Enthusiasm? She's very funny too. Old school comic. God damn it. I'm very embarrassed that I forgot her name. She hasn't done comedy in a long time. Look that up. Yes, Susie Essman.
Oh, Susie Essman did stand up?
Yes. Oh, she was great.
Oh.
She was really funny. I middled for her once. Like fucking 1989 or some shit. Way back in the day, my friend.
Who you middle for? That lady? Wow.
Yeah. I forgot someplace on Long Island. I can't. Might have been like Governors or something like that. I do not remember, but I remember she was very nice. She was very funny, very nice, very encouraging. Which is the best, man. When you get to work with somebody that you see on television and you just like starting out, and they're nice to you. That's so valuable.
I can't believe it. Like when I
There
want
she is, Susie Essman.
There she is. Whoa! She looks like Elaine from Seinfeld.
Yeah, similar.
But that's the haircut back then, huh?
Yeah. Well, they all had
What's the other
crazy
lady?
hair. Everybody lost their mind in the 80s.
Ali Lieberman.
Yeah, they all lost their mind back then. Because like from the 70s to the 80s, nobody knew how to dress. They did crazy shit with their hair.
She got over her
You're not
set.
gonna watch Felipe Esparza? Do you think he's funny?
Yeah, they would all tease their hair
Yeah.
up. It was crazy. There was like a big hair thing. I think it was when people started doing cocaine. That's what I think. I think is the 80s was Miami Vice, cocaine. Everybody lost their mind. They lost their fashion sense. People started wearing wacky clothes. Cars started looking like shit.
Yeah, man, like the sob.
Anything from this. This is like watching cartoons.
Bro, cars just started looking like shit. I mean, if you wanted objective analysis of what happens to a society when they remove marijuana and mushrooms and then they bring in cocaine, it's like,
hey, you know what it's gonna call Ford Fiesta?
Yeah.
We were Fiesta yesterday.
No way.
But cocaine brought us Sam Kennison too. So you have to realize cocaine's done good.
Mushrooms.
You think he did a lot?
No. I think it's terrible for everybody who does it. But I do think that there's moments of inspired creativity from all kinds of substances. Especially that rock and roll cocaine that they used to get, where it was like real, pure cocaine. It wasn't stepped on. Didn't have amphetamines and fentanyl in it, all kinds of other shit.
Good shit. None of the stuff you buy like in Grand Rapids,
And
Iowa.
I should say this is a person who's never tried cocaine. Never tried.
Be lying.
No, I would not lie. Never? No, never. No, I got real lucky. When I was in high school, I had a buddy of mine, and his cousin started selling it, and he was a great guy. And I watched this dude kind of like shrink into himself and lost a ton of weight, and him and his girlfriend they had this attic apartment, and they would just hang out and do coke and sell coke. They would just like watch TV and do coke, and it was like they got bit by a vampire, man. It scared the shit out of me.
I was afraid of cocaine, man, because when I started stand-up, like in 94, 93 at an open mic, and I was clean, I was sober. I was in rehab, and I wanted to be a comedian. So I went to the library to learn about writing, G. Perret, comedy writing, step by step. Another book called How to Write Funny, Be Funny, and Make Money Being Funny. And that was a real great book, bro. I mean, it had comedy clubs, locations in the back. And it had booker numbers to submit your comedy.
Yeah, well, remember the Comedy USA Industry Guide?
$100.
Yeah.
Can you believe that shit?
Bro, I remember dudes used to take out full-page ads. That's how you knew they were killing it. When a dude would take out a full-page ad in the Comedy USA Industry Guide, like, wow, he's got a full-page ad.
I remember, bro, when I was looking for gigs in 2000, right? And I remember this comedian named Shang and comedian Dante.
I remember those guys.
Those guys had a list, like a 5-page list of comedy bookers' names, knack a number to call, and the back of the page was shitty bookers to avoid. And they used to sell it to the comics for like $75.
Wow. I got lucky that I was in Boston, and Boston had that was like the boom happened in Boston when like Stevie Wright got on the Tonight Show. Everybody found out about Boston, but it was already this like crazy. There's a great documentary called When Stand Up Stood Out.
You had that guy on the show here.
Yeah, I've had a few of those guys on the show.
It was like a Chinese restaurant.
Yes, yeah. Don Gavin was one of those guys. Steve Sweeney, legends. I still say to this day, they're some of the best comics I have ever seen in my life. I've seen them murder harder than anybody I've ever seen in my life, but it was just very regional, very local, and a lot of it didn't translate nationally for some reason. Like Steve Sweeney in Boston, in front of a Boston audience, is the funniest guy that's ever lived. And I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. He would get like Boston accents and Boston attitudes. It would be all a big part of his act. And dude, it was murderous. If you had to follow that, you were fucked. You were fucked, man. And they would do that to dudes from out of town. It was the most ruthless, cruel shit they would do at Nick's Comedy Stop. They would take these assassins, these local assassins, and stack them one after the other. It would be Kenny Rogerson, Don Gavin, Steve Sweeney, and then they throw up some headliner. And this poor headliner is used to soft acts on the road. He's used to being known for the guy who was on television. Hey, folks, so I'm Mike, the sitcom, and They tried to do stand-up, and they were getting eaten alive.
He's talking about nuggets. The guys were up there all coked out.
Oh, yeah, they were
working the crowd.
They were wild boys, too. They were big, like, football player-sized, wild, crazy drinkers and partiers, and they were fun, man. And so because there was this, like, love of comedy in Boston, they had all these comedy nights all over the place where you could make a living. So you could be, like, a half-ass comedian like I was, and, you know, you can make $500 a week just hustling, just moving around. That's what we all did. So there was so many places that you could work, and so many like little booking agents, and like Western Massachusetts. You have to go out there, like, you know, like there's these weird towns that are like liberal hideouts. You know what I mean? Like like Amherst. You'd get like Amherst gigs. It was weird, like Amherst, Massachusetts.
The other place, you gotta be from there to pronounce it right.
Which one is that?
The one is that they use it for a steak sauce.
Oh, Worcester.
Worcester.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks weird.
I was 2010. I was doing last couple standing there, and I got there a day early, and I hung out with a Boston comic. I think his uncle is the guy they caught that was missing in action. The Irish gangster.
Oh,
David
yeah,
Bolger is the comedian. Yeah, and he was. I said, yeah, man, we were performing Worcester, sir. And then he took the joint. He goes, no, bro, Worcester. Okay, thank you for telling me, bro.
Yeah, you don't want to say, hey, Worcester, sir. Nice to be here. They would fucking kill you. They're like, that's where the great Doug Stanhope is from.
Yeah, Worcester.
Doug Stanhope started in Worcester.
I love him.
He's the best. All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. You just mix it in some cold water. Take a nice moment in the morning to do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out.
I had his first comedy album, the one he did with Warren or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the one where he did with music in the background?
Yeah.
That was great. That's a great
There was a place like that, a Boston place, but not in a documentary, but Will Durst, he's a San Francisco comedian.
Sure.
He had a room like that called a comedy zoo, or the zoo.
Holy City Zoo,
Holy
right?
City Zoo.
Yeah.
And there's a comedian that came out of there that's a killer comic, and he's still alive, and he opened for me. And he opened for Rob Schneider and Papa, and he opened up for a lot of people. Larry Bubbles Brown. And he's an old school guy. After every joke, he goes, "Murr, murr." But he did Letterman in 1992, and then he did it again in 2006. So he has a record for doing Letterman between 30 years.
Wow.
But he's one of those comics that never left San Francisco.
There's a few of those guys that got trapped like that.
Yes.
Yeah, they were like really good guys. Remember that one guy in Chicago? Fuck, what was his Larry Reed?
Larry Reed.
Remember Larry Reed? He was a guy like that, like a really solid national act, but he was so Chicago. He kind of stayed around there mostly. It was like every now and then, you find towns like that. You're like one murderer that lived in the town.
Bob Marley in New England.
Yeah, that was Maine. Bob Marley, the murderer of Maine. And Robert Schimmel was Arizona.
I love Robert Schimmel.
Yeah, he was the best. He was the best. He was such a good guy. But he was he lived in Phoenix, and it was somewhere in that area. I think it was Phoenix. But for him, it was like it was easier to get around the country that way, and he didn't want to be a part of it. He was like one of the first guys that I was like, oh, you could like be a big time comic and not have to leave your state. Like you get to a point where you could live in Oklahoma, like Larry the Cable Guy does, probably. Where does he live? He lives in like somewhere like Georgia or something like that.
I don't know.
Where does he live? Is that where he lives though? I don't want to give up his. I'm not trying to dox him.
He's like on the radio there.
But I think, yeah, he's definitely from there. I just don't know if he lives there. We probably shouldn't say where he lives. But that dude is, he could be anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like, you could just go anywhere.
I just see his face when I go to El Paso on the strip, and all the dudes you're talking about, they were all there.
Dude, I remember Josh Wolf showed me a picture that he took when he was on stage, and they were doing, it was like 60,000 people. So Larry the Cable Guy was doing like 60,000 people, and Josh Wolf's like got his camera, and he's like moving around on stage. Like, that is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. That crowd is so insane. That's how big that guy got.
That was in people, man.
And he was another dude that got hated on for no reason other than his success. It was like, for some reason, everybody couldn't believe that you could say offensive things as a joke in a character all of a sudden. And it had so coincidentally happened at the same time as him getting super huge. It's like, you guys fucking haters.
That's crazy how when they start hating the character and not the person.
Well, that's the Dice thing.
Yeah, right? Just like the guy with they should have that puppet in New York.
Oh, Adam George.
Yeah, Ray Geraldo, when I opened for him back in the day, back in Addison Improv, he told me that he was saying the nastiest shit, that puppet. And this lady threw shit at the puppet, but not at Otto.
Bro, we were talking about it Tuesday night in the green room. We were talking about how that puppet was kind of possessed. And I'm not even bullshitting. You know, Otto was out there.
Yeah.
Otto was out there. I mean, he was out there. Everybody, I mean, that dude partied. He went hard. And he was a genius comedian. But he would get rides to gigs and say, pull over, I got to check on George. And he would, in the fucking side of the highway, he would pull over, pop the trunk, and check on the dummy.
Wow, his buddy.
Weird, man.
Weird, man.
Weird. Someone,
Whoa, there he is.
Bro, someone stabbed that dummy once
Yeah.
at Dangerfield. Some Puerto Rican guy. The dummy was saying Puerto Rican jokes to this guy. And the guy fucking stabbed the dummy. Stabbed the dummy.
Was it a knife or a sharp bed spring?
Knife.
Or a sharp bed spring, bro.
Something, anything. Whatever you got to be polished down to a point.
You ever watched the Fabulous Miss Maisel?
What's that?
The Fabulous Miss Maisel is about a female comic growing up in the 50s on Amazon.
No. Oh, Fabulous Mrs. Maisel.
Mrs. Maisel. Oh, she's Mrs. All right.
I thought you were saying something in Spanish. That's hilarious.
You ever seen Mousy Macion?
That's hilarious. I literally thought you were talking about a completely different show.
You remember the ventriloquist that did like a 1 minute set of a
Yeah. Well, so like ventriloquist now, it's like, it's one of those things like with Carrot Top, he's like so successful with props that no one does props anymore. But when we first started out, everybody did props. There was like 10 guys on a lineup of 20 guys that have props they bring to on stage. Because sometimes it was really funny.
Rusty Dooley.
Yeah, Rusty Dooley was great at it. But it's like, he owned that for whatever reason. Because Carrot Top got so big using props, he's the only guy that still does it, that he kind of owns that. And then with Jeff Dunham, he got so big at being a ventriloquist. They're like, there's no ventriloquist anymore. Like when we were kids, there was always comedy ventriloquists. There was like Willie Tyler and Lester. Remember? It was like it was a fun thing. You could get the dummy to say fucked up shit, and then you go, I can't believe you could say that in front of these nice people. And then George would be like, fuck these people. He tells everybody to suck his cock. It was crazy.
What's another one? Woody and the Hood.
Yeah. Well, with Otto and George, it was a little different, man. Because I think Otto believed that George was alive. I think Otto believed there was something about George that was different than him. Like, he was not Otto and George. He was just Otto. And George only existed when George was there. And it seemed like there was something going on with that. And it might be because he fucking fried his brain to the point where he was connecting with all kinds of energy that wasn't even there. He was out there. He was out there. But the combination together. What, they smoke crack together? Yeah, he probably made George smoke it. Yeah. His famous auto crack stories. That guy was gone. But he was also brilliant. Really funny, man. Fucking funny. And in a comic, like we would all sit in the back of the room to watch when he was on stage. But so there's a lot of those guys that are like real genius, but they're real eccentric. And for whatever reason, the general public doesn't find out about them. There's not like a good vehicle, at least back then there wasn't, for them to get out to the general public. Like today, I would say an example of that is like Brian Holtzman. Yes. Right? Like Brian Holtzman, we've known forever. He's always been a guy we all watched. He was always the guy that at the end of the night, especially if something fucked up happened, like there was a plane crash, like someone got eaten by a lion.
That's funny you mentioned a plane crash. That's because I was there when he did that joke. I was in the back of the comedy store. He said American Airlines is hiring.
Yeah. It's like...
And then he said, because I remember who survived that airline. And he said, fuck that. Everybody says, how come they don't build a plane out of the black box or sleeping next to the black box? Sleeping next to a fucking baby. Baby survived. Give me a hold of that baby, bitch. On the way down. Yeah, baby survived an airline at the flight one time, and he said, oh, I want to hold that baby. I want to hold somebody's baby in an airplane. Just in case it goes down. Because if a baby survives, I'm going to survive.
You have to see him say it. I don't think we're doing it justice.
No, I'm fucking it all up.
My favorite one was when Susan Smith got arrested for drowning her kids. He goes, I heard those were bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't put away their blocks. Those kids will not be missed. The fun thing about Brian is if you know him, like in real life, he's like the sweetest guy on earth. He's such a sweetheart of a guy. Like super friendly to everybody, loves everybody. Like he doesn't even have an enemy. Like Brian Holtzman has no enemies. He's always sweet and friendly. And then he gets on stage and it's like he becomes like his version of George.
Yeah. I hung out with Brian Holtzman. I hung out with Brian Holtzman and his mom in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, wow.
Because we were doing the Latino Laugh Festival.
Oh, wow.
And he was the only non-Latino on the show, him and Darren Carter. And, bro, there was all Latinos, bro. Everybody was getting shit. Johnny Sanchez pronounced his name like an American, and somebody yelled out, "It's Sanchez, fucker!"
How did they say it?
I don't know. He said, "I don't know, my name is Johnny Sanchez." And then somebody said, "No, it's Sanchez with 5 A's. Sanchez."
Oh,
so he got heckled. So
he got heckled for saying his name in a non-Mexican way?
Yeah. And then Brian Holtzman goes up there.
Bro, it's rough out in those streets.
And Brian Holtzman goes up there, he said, he goes, "This is not a comedy show. Close all the doors." He goes, "Border Patrol's going to come in here and take everybody."
I belong to the neighborhood bar with a bartender named Lila.
Bro, but this is after we were doing this taping. Mencia shows up, does a guest spot on our taping, and goes long, really long, like Jeff Valdez looking around. So then that's when Brian Holtzman goes up and murders it. He goes, "Man, I got to figure out how to this immigration problem, man. We got a bunch of U-Haul trucks. We go around to every Home Depot. We got these people. Yeah, we're hiring, bro. This is not a job. Muchos trabajos. Come on, get in the trucks. We fucking take these trucks. We dump them off in Tijuana, Mexico."
Yeah. You have to see him say it.
He starts screaming and shit.
But it's also like he's playing this bizarre psychotic character that only comes out when he's on stage. He's the most different when he's on stage.
He had his job too. When he had a job,
he always had a job. That was the problem.
Guy.
That was the problem. He never hit the road. He stuck around the store because, like I was saying, there's not like a path for those guys. Like nobody wanted Brian Holtzman to open for them. That's too weird.
No.
He belonged at the store, and now he's found a crowd at the mothership. His shows at the mothership, they're all sold out. Like, he's hilarious. People come to see him, and he didn't have a path before. It was like there was like he's too weird to put on a television show. It's like you really want to be in the room. That's what it is.
Yeah.
There's if anybody is way funnier in the room, it's Brian Holtzman. The discomfort, the weirdness, and the way he works around it when you're in the room is so fun.
And every show's different.
Every show's different. And he's always talking about new things. He's it's really like he channels this fucking character. It's like he should be two different people. He should be Brian Holtzman, the super nice guy, and then whatever the fuck his name is when he's on stage. It's almost like he needs a second name. Mitzi should have done that a long time ago. Mitzi used to call Joey Fat Baby. Do you remember those days?
Yeah.
Someone has one of the lineups that they got from Jeff Scott and on the lineup. It's got everybody's name, and then 15 minutes, and then it says Fat Baby, Fat Baby. She wanted him to be called Fat Baby.
I just felt like you said. No,
Weird advice sometimes, man. The managers give you
terrible advice. Can't listen to any of them.
I know, man.
What good advice?
I was bummed out one time because you have to go back and forth, so they make you a regular. And I was trying at the Laugh Factory, and one time James Masada, he told me, I don't see you making it for another 6 to 8 years.
Oh boy.
And then when I finally got Last Comic Standing, I looked at him and said, Jamie, your advice was full of shit. Fucking 12. It took 12, not 6. But I was bummed out when they told me that. I was like bummed out. You get bummed out, like you're like putting all this work in, and like you can't be a regular here, so you gotta go back to these other rooms. I talked to Brad Williams, and he said, "Fuck that advice, bro." You know what he told me? He told me that I should get all the little people I can find in Hollywood. All of them. All the little midgets, all the little persons. And bring them to the Laugh Factory. And Jamie said, you can have the biggest little person show in all of Hollywood. That was his advice for Brad. I was not feeling so bad after that. Then I talked to Alonzo Bowden, and he told Alonzo Bowden that he should put on shoulder pads and be a football comic. So, Joe, after hearing that, I didn't want to cry anymore.
Oh, my God. He had some terrible advice. I think he was giving advice. I think he was giving his advice to Todd Parker. He was telling him, it was either Todd Parker or Robbie Prince, two guys that I knew from Boston. One of them, he was telling him, I think it's Todd, you've got to be Generation X guy. This is what you're going to be, buddy. You're going to be Generation X guy. So from Generation X, this is how I see the world, buddy. Like, everything was as a Generation X guy. Like, he was like, that's the worst advice I've ever heard in my life. Like, why would I do that? But people would have like schemes for you. But the thing is, they're just trying to help. Yeah, but the no one knows how to do it other than you. You got to figure it out. No one can tell you.
Yeah, they're like outdated too.
Like, who would have told Mitch Hedberg, wear sunglasses and sometimes turn your back to the crowd?
No one.
No one. Mitch Hedberg would be killing with his back to the crowd, high on heroin. All non sequiturs for like an hour and a half.
They have stage fright?
He was just crazy.
Really with him? You met him?
I met him. I didn't know him well, but I knew him enough that it was a bummer when he died. I remember I was with Stanhope. We were filming something, and we found out that he had gangrene. He got admitted to the hospital. He had gangrene. Like, gangrene fucking kills people. Like, this is fucking scary. And, he just had a problem. He just liked that heroin. And he didn't want to stop. When people wanted to clean him up, he did not want to get cleaned up. He's like, I am not interested.
I did heroin one time, but I didn't show it up. I just smoked it, but I was in Amsterdam.
Dude, it doesn't seem like anybody has a great old time with the rest of their life once they start doing heroin.
Yeah.
It's like cocaine. It's the same thing. It's like, I think there's probably moments of brilliance that have come out of heroin, though. I definitely do when I think about 1960s music. I think heroin and LSD affected a lot of rock and roll in the 1960s, and cannabis for sure too, and probably mushrooms. But the thing that it always kills me. Like, everybody always ruins everything. They all died young. Everybody, like, Morrison 27, Hendrix 27. Although there is a wild conspiracy about Hendrix.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What you hear?
That he was killed by his manager. The conspiracy, there was one of his bodyguards, right? Is that what it was, Jamie? That wrote this book?
How did he die?
I think he died of asphyxiation from throwing up, which is one thing that can happen to people that are doing drugs. But the bodyguard, I believe this, don't hold me to this, but I believe the story was Hendrix was going to leave his manager. His manager was mobbed up. His manager was a scary guy. And his manager was making a lot of money with Hendrix. Hendrix was trying to leave. And he's got the rights to the Hendrix catalog, and he kills Hendrix. So his former roadie. So the thing that's compelling about this is shortly after this, his girlfriend committed suicide, air quotes, by being thrown off a roof. So they got rid of Hendrix and they got rid of his girlfriend, if that's what really happened. So he was the benefactor, allegedly, of the guitarist's $2 million life insurance policy. $2 million. Okay, worth around $1.2 million in 1970. According to Wright, Jeffrey told him about the crime in 1971, a year after the 27-year-old Hendrix was found dead in a London hotel. He said, "I had to do it, Tappy." Wright claims the manager said, "You understand, don't you? I had to do it. You know damn well what I'm talking about." We went round to his hotel room, got a handful of pills, stuffed them into his mouth, then poured a few bottles of red wine deep into his windpipe. Hendrix was found dead at the Samarkand Hotel on 18th of September 1970. The cause of death was reported as barbiturate intoxication and inhalation of vomit. I can still hear the conversation Wright wrote of Jeffrey's confession. "See the man I'd known for so much of my life, his face pale, hand clutching at his glass in sudden rage." Hendrix's manager died in a plane crash in 73. So this guy's dead. Supposedly did this. Listen, man, they did that back then. They were gangsters. There was gangsters running everything. If there was a lot of money to be made, scary people moved in, and it became a real problem.
Yeah, man, gangsters own a lot of stuff that a lot of people wouldn't want to own, like a gay club.
Yeah.
Like in LA, they own all the gay clubs. They were not raided because they were paid.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. People like to throw around all these red flags, things someone says or does that you don't like, which is fine. But instead of focusing on the negative all the time, why don't we focus on the positive? If you're looking for a romantic partner, think about what traits you like to see in a person. If you like to work out and stay in shape, you might want to find someone who's also health conscious. Or if you like to travel, you probably want to find someone who's just as adventurous. Now, once you're in a relationship, it's a whole different ballgame, and things aren't always going to be perfect. But that's what therapy is for. Therapy is an excellent way to work through any problems, even the small ones. Like, say you and a loved one have been fighting a lot lately, but you still really want to make things work. Therapy can serve as a mediator. It can help you identify the problem and teach you positive ways to address it. If you're new to therapy or want to try something different, BetterHelp is a great place to start. It's convenient and affordable since everything is done online. It's already helped over 5 million people worldwide connect with a credentialed therapist. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. But if you want to talk about something like that, like would a manager kill a client for a life insurance policy back then? Yeah,
I read
they didn't have DNA back then, man.
I read this, right? It's like crazy, right? My mom didn't like Elvis. She liked the Beatles, right? And I asked my mom, "You don't like fucking Elvis? He's badass too." Oh, because Elvis said that I'd rather have kiss a dog than a Mexican woman. And I said, "When did he say that?" And he goes, "He said it." Then I found out later on when I went in a rabbit hole, it was a colonel. The colonel spread that.
The colonel spread that
because he wanted to keep him in America and not tour like anywhere.
The colonel was an evil dude, man.
Yeah.
That by the way, that Tom Hanks performance is fucking fantastic. in that Elvis movie where he plays the Colonel.
Yeah.
Is when you see it, like you appreciate how a guy can really like become a different person. Like he becomes this creepy manager guy, this manipulative, gambling, creepy manager guy. I mean, it's fucking genius, man. It's so good. Like you really. That's what's crazy. Like you forget that's Tom Hanks. You're like, oh, but you really got a sense of the relationship that Elvis had with this dude. Because those guys that get crazy. Look, there's famous, and then there's Elvis famous in the 1960s, and you don't even understand what that means. No one understands what that means. And he was the first one to be like that. Imagine that.
I know, man. Imagine walking into a room and just go, you want to kiss? Let me kiss.
Just imagine just trying to navigate life as a human being, and you are literally the most desired person to be around a lot. Like you can't walk down the street. People scream and they cheer and they run at you. Women faint, they cry, and there's never been someone like that before. That's what's crazy because this is the first time you've seen a guy on television, and he's on television shaking his hips. And so they go crazy.
No one ever done that, huh?
No. You never had a pop star on TV shaking his hip. Fucking. Yeah. It was too much.
Was they cover it up the first time?
I think they did something where they were upset at him because they didn't know he was going to do it. I think he was actually going to get fined in some places. Like you weren't allowed to shake your hips like that. Like this is how crazy being Elvis was.
Badass. There's this one video or picture of Elvis that I like, besides the one you have here, the arrested. When he's playing outside, an outside event. He's wearing all black, and he's fucking young as hell, and the pompadour looking good, the blue eyes are shiny. He's like, bro. And everybody fainting.
And there was no Elvis before Elvis. That's what's crazy. So he's like this one guy that becomes way more famous than any entertainer ever. And then he's got an evil manager. And then he's doing pills. And then he's just living in paranoia. And the whole world don't make any sense. Nothing makes any sense. It can't make any sense. You have no peers. You have no one around you that's like you. No one around you that can understand you. And you're being protected by some guy who's like siphoning money from you.
He was doing shitload of gigs, right? Like he'll leave, go do like a 2-hour show, then leave, go do another 2-hour show somewhere else.
Well, I think he got into a financial bind, right?
Oh.
Wasn't that a part of the movie? And then he got that Vegas residency. Bro, the Vegas residency is probably convenient because you don't have to go anywhere. You know where you live, you know where the gig is. Like Carrot Top seems to like it, but I don't think I could do that.
But if you're a musician, though, like Elvis, great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But even like comics can do it. A lot of comics do it. I just don't know about living in Vegas.
I lose my mind being in the same place 7 days a week, 14 shows.
The people that live outside of Vegas love it, though. If you live like in like Henderson or some of those places, like they're very, very nice places. But it's still, you're still connected to this place where people go to get psychotic. Like, there's some weird energy about that. Listen, this is not a knock on Vegas. I love Vegas. Look, I love New York City. Ari fucking loves living in New York City. I can't live in New York City. I can't handle all that. I gotta get the fuck away. Some people love it. Everybody can love everything, but it just seems like that. It's like Vegas is a uniquely crazy place. People go there specifically, like we're gonna go to Vegas. It's like it's in the title of the state means craziness.
I know,
went
man.
Vegas
Every day. Probably like 50,000 people show up.
It's every day. And then you got rodeos coming into town and UFC fights coming into town and fucking concerts.
Raider fans.
It's a fucking wild-ass town. I love being there. I just don't know if I could live there. It seems like it's almost a little too crazy. So this is Ed Sullivan Show, 1956.
This is the only time. This is the first time his hips show up on the screen. Just 10 minutes into this.
Yeah, he was wiggling his dick too much.
That's all he was doing, though.
That's a lot, Jamie. What do you mean? That's all he was doing. That's offensive.
After this aired, they said they wouldn't air him from the waist down anymore.
Isn't that crazy?
But the opposite. It's barely shown. It's so crazy.
Bro, he probably had it. Look, his big old dick keeps slapping at his jacket. That's what it is. Look, if you see that side, back it up a little bit. That's what the problem is, Jamie. Look at that jacket popping up and down from his big old Elvis dick. Look at it.
The symbol with it.
Bro, he's making his jacket pop with his dick. I'm with the censors. I'm with the censors. Of course he had a big dick.
Yeah.
He had everything. He had everything. He had voice, talent, beautiful. You think he's going to have a little dick?
Hell
with
no,
all that,
man.
all those gifts?
How tall is he?
I don't know. He's probably at least 6 feet tall.
21 years old.
21.
Kid, man.
Wow. How can you manage that? How can you navigate that at 21 years old? It's him.
No, man.
Bro, it's him and Michael Jackson. These are the two case studies and people that got too famous.
Sometimes I wonder, man, like, how would I handle that much success at that early age?
Bro, you wouldn't.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You wouldn't. You would go crazy, bro.
How about you?
I'm crazy. I would go crazy.
I would have been sitting with a big fucking cold sore.
Yeah, dude, I got lucky. My fame ascent was a slow drip, you know, like over time.
Oh, bro.
It was a slow drip.
Mine was like that little mountain guy on The Price is Right. And then stopping along the way. Bunch of haters. Fighting with other comics. Coke here.
Yeah.
Hanging around like El Compadres too long with Joey Diaz.
El Compadres is the spot. 64 years ago today, more than 60 million people watched Elvis Presley perform on the Ed Sullivan Show. 60 million, that's so crazy. But that's how it used to be, man. And that's why losing control of that is so devastating to mainstream media. That was what it was. When I was a kid, there was 3 channels, dude. There was NBC, ABC, and CBS, and that was it. And then all of a sudden there was Fox, and we were crazy.
But yeah,
we got a whole nother channel.
Local channels too, though, in your neighborhood?
Yeah, we definitely did. Especially, everyone has local channels. So you always had, like, the local NBC network, which
You need those. Somebody got karate movies.
Yeah, we didn't even have cable. Like, it didn't exist. We had, like, you have to realize how nuts the world was when everything you watched on television was just television. That's all you ever saw. Like, there's no cable, so you have 4 channels. And you felt so lucky to have that 4th channel. You got The Simpsons, Married with Children came on that channel. Fox changed the whole In Living Color, changed the whole like feeling of what a channel. It's crazy that Fox is now connected to like conservative Republicans reporting the news. But it's like Fox when we were kids was Married with Children. It was, it was like the Renegade shows. It was The Simpsons. It was, there was a bunch of, like, fun shows that were on Fox.
Shows, man. Living Single.
Yeah, but In Living Color, to this day, I say, is one of... There's 2 of the greatest comedy... Like, Saturday Night Live always gets it for longevity because it's crazy. They've been around so long.
SCTV.
But for, like, pure funny, for me, it's, like, In Living Color and Chappelle Show. Yeah. And I feel like you don't get Chappelle Show unless you have In Living Color first. I feel like In Living Color broke open the door for chaotic sketches that were like really funny, man, wildly offensive, really fun. I mean, to this day, like there's a lot of shit on In Living Color that if you tried to do like in the height of wokeness, like 3 or 4 years ago, bro, they would fucking call for your censorship.
Yeah,
they would come for you.
Especially when David Wayans and David and we were doing Men on Film. There's an episode where fucking the camera falls.
They gave it 2 snaps.
Yep, the camera falls on David Wayans and he becomes heterosexual all of a sudden. And then David Linguil touching him and goes, "Make your telephone away from me, man." That episode.
How about when he played Handyman? He played mentally retarded.
I love that one.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite movie.
Yeah, a handicapped superhero. It was...
And he made a superhero movie
Oh
about
my God.
Handyman. He would fly like this.
Yeah. Dude, this show was
hilarious,
wildly offensive, but so funny.
Even Fire Marshal Bill, bro.
I
was
just gonna bring that up.
Let me tell you something.
The guy's fucking whole face is burned off. Jesus Christ.
My daughter's a bird baser, by the way.
That's harsh, bro.
That's what you would get.
Yeah. It's wild that shows like
that one, bro. Ahead of his time.
Oh, way ahead. Well, so was that other movie. We were just talking about that. Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
Yes. When you find out that she's a trans person and the dick comes out and everybody starts throwing up. First of all, I don't buy it. Even if she had it turned to that photo again, that's Sean Young, right?
That's Sean Young, yeah.
Yeah, when she was hot. So even if she had a dick, there's a lot of guys who are like, listen, nobody needs to know about that dick.
Nobody needs to know about that, man.
That dick is between you and me, and I
remember one time it happened to me, bro. I just looked at it and go, wow, that's a big-ass skin tag you got right there.
Skin tag. Ooh. Yeah, all those shows, like, I mean, what are the other great sketch shows? Matt TV had some bangers.
Matt TV.
There's some bangers on Matt TV. But it's another show that's
Second
like...
City TV,
I watched so many Kids in the Hall.
Kids in the Hall.
Kids in the Hall. Kids in the Hall was fantastic. That was great. You know, I was a Kids in the Hall fan, but I didn't really start watching it, like really get into it until after I'd met Dave. Like, I didn't know much about Kids in the Hall. I knew it was funny. I knew everybody said it was funny, but I don't think I'd ever even watched a sketch. And then I became friends with Dave doing news radio. And then I started really getting into it. Oh, that guy had a very unique, or still does, have a very, very unique sense of humor. He rewrote, like, I don't know what percentage, 40% of, like, the lines on news radio, like, on the set.
Yeah.
He rewrites things all the time. And he was always, like, coming up with a better way to do something. And always had, like, a sense of, like, a pacing. That's a totally different thing, man. When you're making sketches, like sketches, like to be able to do that and do a lot of like really funny scenarios that are unique. That's a very.
It's hard, right? To stand up because we want to end it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a totally different way of thinking. You know, Gillian Keys is another fantastic one. That to this day, like the problem with that show is like it's got this amazing core fan base, but it's way funnier than the amount of people that have seen it. It's way funnier, which is crazy because Shane Gillis is one of the biggest comics in the world.
Yes.
And he's one of the biggest comics on earth. Like, he's selling out arenas everywhere.
Yes.
But yet people don't realize how good Gillian Keys is. It's like, there's the one where they do the OnlyFans dad. It's one of the hardest I've ever laughed in my fucking life. It's so funny. It's so funny and so crazy. And because no one's telling them what to do, they're just doing what's funny. And that's what got fucked up. There were so many fucking nannies around everybody, telling everybody what you can and can't say, and so many subjects you can and can't cover. Like, you gotta stay out of the way. Just like the managers in the early days.
Yeah,
They're telling you, be clean. You need braids. You know, braids, bro, with beads, and you talk about the beads when you're on stage. You're like, what?
You wear a suit.
Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
I remember one time, bro, they told me to wear a suit, and I wear it, and I saw Joe Deere wearing a suit, and I said, bro, we look ridiculous, huh? Joe Deere, you were wearing a beanie. I remember I called him the Coca-Cola bear you got now.
Suits are a weird move, but they're sometimes fun. I've worn suits on stage before. It makes you feel different. It does. It
Do you
really
feel
does.
like you're gonna like change your posture, or
no? You just feel like more of a motherfucking professional. Bitch, look at this. And a well tailored suit is what you really want. The kind like modern suits, you can move in them. Like they have like stretch to them, which is different than When I was a kid, I thought of suits. I thought of like your handcuffs. Like you can't move good.
Yeah.
Like you can't kick someone with fucking suit pants on. You can't move well.
I know I always see Johnny Carson in his suits.
Yeah.
Those suits look tight as hell.
Well, it's just the fabric sucked back then. Especially if you're a bigger person, if you lift weights or something like that, if you have muscles, everything's going to be constricted and tight and all fucked up. It's not going to fit good. So suits now, if you get a good one, like I got mine made by Dave Mid-August. They do them for the UFC, and I've had them make a bunch of suits for me. They're amazing. And they do it to your actual shape. So everything fits perfect.
I don't want to tell the other guys, but you're announcing, you're a big muscle guy, but it doesn't look like you're coming out of that suit when you wear it. Look real good on you.
Yeah, it's because they make it to your shape.
So it's real Fox Sports, man. They're about to just come out and they look like fucking orangutans, bro. They look like Mr. Hyde.
Well, a lot of those dudes are bigger than me anyway. That's
bigger than me too.
There's a certain size that you get, like if you put The Rock in a suit, it still looks ridiculous. It's like, what the fuck are you made out of, dude? First time I met him, backstage at the UFC, and he had cowboy boots on, right? So it doesn't even seem
Cowboy
like
boots?
Yeah, he don't even seem like a real person. Like when you meet him in real life, like what the fuck are you? He's like a superhero.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing like a real live superhero. And a super nice guy, man. He came and worked out with us. We all worked out. Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek, Hassan. We all fucking lifted weights together, hung out, got in the sauna. Shane Gillis. We're all just chilling with The Rock, working out with him. Like no cameras, no nothing. I was like, we don't have to post this. Let's just have some fun. It's like, fuck yeah. He was cool as shit. Cool as shit, man.
Wow, that's amazing, man.
It was fun. I enjoyed talking to him. He's a good guy.
I was in the airport at the Delta, and I saw Jason Momoa.
Oh, he's another one.
And I said,
a little too handsome for me.
And I just said, what's up? No, I don't know how to meet people. I went to weird people. I said, Jason. I said, Jason. What's up? And then I didn't know that we were sitting almost close together on the airplane. Then he saw me again, bro. Then I said, what's up? Then I felt like I creeped him out again, man. And then my wife was recording him, bro, But I was on my phone. He thought I was recording him, but
I met him in a Whole Foods parking lot. In Woodland Hills. I was going to pick up some groceries, and he was there too. I was like, what's up, man? How you doing? What's going on? We're talking. I think that was before he did Conan, which I still say to this day, the movie's not good. Like the Conan movie, it's kind of falls apart. But the way it looked was amazing. And he played Conan, and he's the perfect Conan. Like, that's what Conan would have looked like. He wouldn't have looked like a bodybuilder. No disrespect to Arnold, he looked amazing. But it's like Conan was just a big, giant warrior. And when he played that guy, what was the guy he played on Game of Thrones?
Crackle or something like that.
I can't remember. He was fucking incredible at that.
He played it.
That's Conan, man.
Yeah.
That's Conan. Someone needs to do a good Conan the Barbarian movie. Go back and read the Robert E. Howard books. The books are great. It's this super depressed dude in like the 1930s who writes about this barbarian. Yeah. Khal Drago, that's right.
There we are. Two people are getting me thinking about it.
Bro, get a photo of him when he was Conan. Jason Momoa as Conan.
All the DS and everything. And then you'd have
bro, he's the perfect Conan, right there. That's what Conan's supposed to look like.
That's how I'm supposed to look.
That's the perfect Conan. That's the Conan you believe is real. That's a guy throwing a sword around his whole life, fighting off dragons. He's not a bodybuilder. He looks like that. That's what it looks like in the book. Like that's fucking Conan.
We're identical.
That's Conan. I mean, someone, the guy's still capable of playing this character. Someone, please. I wish Quentin Tarantino was into Conan. Quentin, if you're hearing me, please read the book. Quentin Tarantino doing Conan would be the most epic thing of all time. Could you imagine? He would do it right.
Or Beastmaster.
If he was into it, he would have to be into it. I have no idea if he's into it. But if he was into it,
if Quentin Tarantino might do it,
somebody should do it.
The ending, it'll be like the ending of the movie in the beginning, and confused.
Somebody should do it. The books are great, man, because it's all from the mind of this tortured, depressed dude who winds up killing himself.
It'll be the first time that you'll see a Conan movie with everybody saying the N-word over and over.
I don't think they had that word back then. I think if you want to do it right,
they'll make one up.
I think if they really wanted to do it right, they should probably do it the way like Mel Gibson did Apocalypto.
That was a badass fucking movie, bro. You felt that movie.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? Like hearing the people say it, and the same thing you did with The Passion of the Christ. They spoke in the language. And it was all subtitles. Like they spoke in the language, so you were transmitted exactly how these people were saying. You felt like it was real. Like Apocalypto, you felt like it was real. Like there was no English in that movie. That is a blockbuster movie. That is a wild action adventure movie.
That one was hardcore, man. Passion of the Christ.
Yes. There's something about being sucked into hearing the actual language of the people that would be doing this. It's so much better than because like whenever they do like Game of Thrones, or something like that in another country, all of a sudden everybody has an English accent.
Yes,
that's how they do it. Instead of talking like an American, you can't talk like us. Because that would just throw people off. So you have to have some sort of a proper way
like
of
the
speaking.
Exorcist, man. Like if the Exorcist, the devil, would have had like an Irish accent, it would have been a totally different movie. But the Latin accent, the whatever language, Latin language,
Right. Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
Exactly.
you don't even know what the language is, but you're fucking scared.
Right, it has to be exotic. You can't have the devil going, "Hey, you fucking piece of shit, I'm gonna fuck your eyeballs."
You better get out of my garage.
Yeah, you can't have the devil talking like Jerry Seinfeld.
I speak in absolutes.
Yeah, you can't have the devil with a whiny voice.
Or a Boston accent,
That was the scariest thing about Mike Tyson. He had this voice, this like voice that was so easy to make fun of, and he fucking murdered everybody. He was like, it was almost like he was begging you to make fun of his voice.
Dangerous dude.
Yeah, it was almost like he was like begging you.
You're like you, bro. You're like one of those guys. You're like to someone that doesn't know you personally. You're like, try me.
No, I'm not like that at all, though.
If I didn't know you and I saw you walking on the street and you're not Joe Rogan, I'd be like, okay, man, this guy's good fight. He's healthy. Stay away from him.
I'm friendly. That's what we all need, my friend. You need friends.
But you've been friendly since day one, though. I was talking to your driver, Rebel, about when you gave me that solo pipe. And then you say you started using it because of butane.
Yeah.
And I remember I was telling you that the reason it's called solo pipe because you're supposed to use it by yourself. But I remember I told everybody you gave it to me, and everybody wanted to hit it. And by the time I got it back, it was fucking hot.
Yeah. I remember those things. I try to stay, like, I think if you're smoking a cigar, like, butane is the way to go. You know, you burn the end of it, but you don't want to, like, keep doing it. You want to, I feel like a certain amount of this is a chemical, no matter what. Like, that's a chemical. You only want so much of that. You really should probably have matches if you're gonna smoke a cigar. You should really probably have matches. And I think if you're like a super cigar nerd, they do it even further. They take cedar and they light cedar strips and they use that to light their cigar. Those are super nerds.
Cedar strips? What
Cedar
is that?
strips, dog. Pieces of wood. They light little strips of wood and they light from pure wood. Then they light their cigar. There's super nerds when it comes to cigars. Like they get into
Oh, that's what that guy said. Guys in New York, give me some ember.
Give me some ember.
Ember? Oh, that's ember. What is ember? Fire? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So these guys, they take little cedar strips and they light them on fire and they light their cigar from the cedar strips. So this way you're not getting any of the butane fumes. I don't even know how much you would get. I don't, you know.
Get better later?
Yeah, sure. No, we're good.
No.
He was 13 years sober. He was like,
We're probably going to find out.
This dude was eloquent. He had his life put together. He was a multimillionaire.
Every time you burn a lighter near you, you inhale like 10 times more than you're ever supposed to in your life. We'll probably find something like that out someday. It can't be so good to have convenient fire. Like, fire that quickly means like you've got some funky gases that you're burning. You're burning some funky gases. Yeah.
Oh, horrible. So I remember like lighting a match and you get the ugly ass.
You know what's real bad?
What?
Scented candles. Scented candles apparently are not healthy. Jamie, Google that. Maybe I should say some scented candles. Maybe there's a way to do it organically. We should find out if that's true too, because that would be a good thing to know. Because I think there's some things in some scented candles that you're not supposed to inhale. And when you're a person that likes to have candles, who doesn't? They're cool. You want to have candles in your house? That's dope. Like candlelight dinner with a bunch of friends is dope, right? But I think it's the scented ones.
I was like, all right, dude, I told these people you're my friend.
The ones that are made from paraffin are the problem. It's a cheap byproduct primarily sourced from the refinement of petroleum. So you're burning petroleum. Paraffin is the most used candle wax worldwide, according to the National Candle Association, the major trade association representing U.S. candle manufacturers and their suppliers. So it's all candles made from paraffin? However, few studies on candle emissions or their potential effects on human health exist, and conclusions from the research are mixed. There is no overall conclusion that paraffin candles will either will or won't harm your health, says pulmonologist Dr. Sobia Farouk, a clinical assistant professor at the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine. But the risk may also depend on various factors, including candle type and quality, how often and how long you're burning it, the airflow in the space where you're burning it, your health status, and more. Well, either it's not good for you or it's fine. These are the options. And it seems to me like there's a little gaslighting going on here. Like, how could it be good for you to have petroleum burning in your house? I want you to show me a study that's like to measure the fucking air in the room when you have 3 candles. Measure the air in the room when you have 4 candles. Measure. Keep going. Tell me when I'm gonna get lung cancer from this shit. Because wow, yeah, benzene, a known carcinogen, is another VOC released by paraffin candles. Hawk added long-term exposure to this chemical has been linked to blood disorders such as leukemia. When inhaled, benzene can also be a respiratory irritant, which means it could probably, yeah, fuck. So people think candles are cool. It's like, but what is a candle that you can use? Like, there's got to be candles that are not bad.
All those candles that I've got in a massage parlor were safe.
New candle. Oh, now candles made from soy wax, beeswax, or stearin, coconut oil, or animal fats are often considered healthier, but anything that is burned emits harmful particulates or chemicals, Evan said. So these candles also release VOCs into the air. It's just that paraffin wax is usually more polluting, according to... Oh, great. So they all suck. The risk of toxic emissions is greater when candles are scented or dyed, which is another reason why paraffin-free candles aren't immediately in the clear. This is because artificial fragrances have VOCs, including phthalates, which have been linked to learning and behavior problems, obesity, impaired development of the reproductive system, and more. Evans said the unscented candle in the 2015 research also caused concerning concentrations of toxins, but had the lowest amount compared with its scented counterparts. Yeah, by what ratio? I wonder how much lower. The National Candle Association maintains that candles are safe for use in the home, a spokesperson said in a statement. First of all, you can't totally say anything's safe. Because I was dating a girl once and she burnt her fucking house down with candles. That's exaggerated. She burnt a wall in her house.
What was she doing?
She just let her candles burn down, and something caught fire, and it like lit the side of her fucking bedroom wall. Like her wall was on fire. She liked candles, so they're not totally safe. It's fire. Fire's not totally safe. Fucking lighters aren't totally safe. You can't say it's safe. Like you could definitely do something stupid with it. Like, you know what? It's safe? Marshmallows. Marshmallows are safe.
Why did you light them?
It's not good to eat. They're bad for your body, but they're fucking safe. I'm going to tell you.
Unless you burn them to make s'mores with a lighter and a fork.
You know what's supposed to be really bad for you? Paper straws. Paper straws have those forever chemicals in them. See if that's true. Otherwise, we'll have to cut this out without getting sued by the paper straw industry. Oh, speaking of straws, right? Everybody knows that paper straws came around because everybody saw that video of that turtle with that straw in his nose. That's the only reason why we started looking at paper straws different than everything else, right?
Paper or plastic?
Plastic.
Okay.
Plastic straws came about. What did I say, paper? Plastic straws came about because of that video of that turtle with the plastic straw in his nose, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
That was
like in their nose, right?
Yeah, deep in the turtle's nose. New studies found that 90% of paper straws tested contain forever chemicals, or PFAS, compared to 75% of plastic straws. So even plastic straws have those fucking chemicals in it, but it's even worse for you to use paper straws. Paper straws assessed by researchers at University of Antwerp, Belgium, were found to contain more forever chemicals per polyfluoroalkyl Fluoroalkyl. How do you say that? Give it a shot, Felipe.
Polyfluoroalkyl.
Yeah, substances or PFASs than plastic, but all of them are bad for you. What it's basically saying is that even straws, 75% of plastic straws have tested that they contain forever chemicals. That's not good. So all of it's bad. We should probably abandon the idea of straws.
I like McDonald's straws, the big fat one.
So you don't want a metal straw and a Stanley and then fall on your face. Okay, because people have done that.
Idiots.
Well, listen, I've fallen before. No, but I've fallen before. I'm
With
an
a
idiot.
straw?
No, I haven't, but I would imagine, just because you fall with a straw doesn't mean you're an idiot. But people got to be aware that that's basically a metal shank that's going to go right through your face if you trip. You got to carry that thing if you're like clumsy, like as if you're carrying a knife. Like move it away from your body. Don't catch your body with it if you fall down and stab yourself.
I know, man. You wouldn't let your baby hold that. Why you holding?
Yeah. Why are you holding that? You're not ready for that yet.
Yeah, ready.
Well, especially if you're clumsy. Clumsy people should really know they're clumsy and be super careful with what they're carrying. Are you clumsy?
Yeah, man.
Don't carry a rake.
I was outside over there going. I was holding that baseball, and I'm thinking, I'm holding that baseball, and I'm looking at the werewolf. I'm thinking, looking at my wife. I bet you I could throw a knuckleball and make it right in the fucking werewolf's mouth. You'll fuck something up, sit down.
Yeah, don't fuck up my werewolf, bro. That's one of my prized possessions. And even if you could hit it, what does that prove? Don't want to break the werewolf's teeth. What are you trying to prove, Felipe?
That's just a throw a knuckleball.
Were you a good baseball player?
Hell no.
No? So you got a good knuckleball? Or no?
No, I was good at playing street ball with a tennis ball, and I had a good jump on a tennis ball. And we would throw like a regular fastball, like to make that shit. Yeah, that was good.
Dude, we used to play stickball on the street. That was fun. We were kids.
I don't get that game. We competed the other day to learn how to play because they're having like a stickball tournament in New York last week when I was there. Yeah, that's the video I saw. Yeah, they were having a tournament. All the veterans that used to play stickball in New York showed up to play. Yes, bro. But I never knew the game because in LA we play over the line.
That's a good way to get a staph infection.
Look at that,
Sliding on concrete. Good way. They're getting pumped. That looks like a guy who plays really good stickball. Yeah, it's a city thing.
A room thing, right?
When I lived in Jamaica Plain, a little place outside of Boston, we played that. We used to play stickball on the street. People get mad at you, they hit their car with a tennis ball. It was stupid. But kids are just always looking for something to do back then. Now they're all online.
I used to play crazy games growing up, bro. I don't pretty sure kids don't play that anymore. I used to play this game called Huevos, which is called eggs. We used to put like a bunch of holes on the floor with your name on it, and then somebody would throw a tennis ball. And whoever the ball lands in that hole, that person has to grab that ball and fuck somebody up in the back before they make it to the wall. And that person you hit has to grab that ball and then hit people on the way back before they get to the other side of the wall. And if you miss everybody, you get an egg on your little hole. And once you get 4 of them, we all take turns fucking you up with a tennis ball when you just stand there like this.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there was no cable back then. And we didn't want to join gangs.
I think you did.
And we didn't want to read.
You guys had a softcore gang.
We didn't have no Boy Scouts.
That's a crazy way to make friends.
And you ever play suicide though?
I don't remember. How's it go?
It's a handball court, a wall, and you throw a ball. And there's 5 kids. And you catch it. But if you miss it, everybody starts fucking you up.
No, never
till you make it to the wall.
No, I never played that.
Suicide.
Never played that.
I will tell you, everybody stand up the wall and throw the ball against the wall. You try to catch it. And if you miss, they fucking jump you till you get to the wall with the ball. Fuck that. That's how
you got videos of it, Jay?
Suicide! Oh my god,
Oh my god. Requires at least 2 players. Can have as many as can be accommodated by the playing area. This is funny when they take a game like this and they break it down. Like, these are the rules.
We did play wall ball. We called it wall ball.
You call it wall ball? Did you do like that?
It was honestly, yeah. So if you fucked up, you'd have to stay on the wall. People could throw the ball.
There it is, right there. They're fucking them up. They're wall ball. Until the player touches the wall, they are open to be pegged, struck hard with a thrown ball by the player who caught it. If a player comes into contact with the ball but fails to catch it, they are also open to be pegged.
I mean, that's what it was. That's a tough word to use. That's what it is.
Getting hit by a tennis ball is a good thing to get hit by, though, right? It sucks. Like if someone's throwing it, it sucks. But it's not going to kill you.
There's always this asshole kid that didn't like that kid that was going to get hit. And he'll put that fucking ball in a shitload of water and mud.
Oh, that's a problem. He's cheating. He can't cheat.
That guy, also, remember, if that person that supposed to get hit by the ball runs home, we'll fucking chase him home or beat him up in front of his mom.
Boy. That's why cable's important.
Yes, man.
That's why the internet's important. YouTube, you got to keep people pacified.
TikTok saved your life.
Imagine if it did. Imagine if it saved a few lives. People just at home scrolling instead of out gangbanging. You know, I mean, everybody gets addicted to it. If you don't go out and do terrible things because you just scrolling and staring at your TikTok.
I know, man. I wonder if kids still shoplift for fun.
I bet they do. You know, there's been like famous people that have been caught shoplifting. I think a lot of people shoplifted.
You shoplifted when you were little?
I did.
You were hungry?
I got no. I was just dumb and young, and I got caught.
You don't do it now, right?
No.
Like, you see opportunity.
No. I did it like a couple times ever. It was like candy bars and shit. When I was just hanging around with a bunch of bad kids, and we would do that. We would go. It was a thrill. You go to a store and steal something, and I think we probably did it 2 or 3 times, and I got caught.
I don't do it anymore, but
I felt so stupid.
I know, but sometimes I'm walking around and I see like a bag of donuts, but they're far from where the donuts are.
Right.
Like they're by the shoe, and they're open, and I'm all high looking at the donut, like, damn, you're lost.
Joey Diaz used to swipe lighters from 7-Eleven just to stay sharp. He would swipe lighters just to stay on his toes.
How you doing, brother? I saw him do that while he's talking to the guy, and he put his Snickers.
Yeah, he's get some hand movements to distract you.
I think that was a game, man, that road comedies would do, bro, on the way to a gig. We could shoplift the most shit out of the gas station.
That's not good for our reputation. That's not good for our reputation.
You get power bars.
Traveling entertainers. You get power bars. Your gas station food, man. Those times when you're on the road and all you're eating is garbage.
Hell yeah, man. You gotta buy a real cheese there and put pork rinds in there from the package.
You gotta take a chance with the bean and cheese burrito that you microwave. You have to like open that strip of plastic.
Those were good, though.
When you were hungry.
Ramonas.
Every now and then you got like good food at a gas station. You're like, why doesn't everybody do this? Like sometimes you go to a gas station and it's like a gas station, but it's also like a
fried
taco
chicken
spot. Fried chicken, cheeseburgers. You're like, damn, those are a legit fucking cheeseburger. Okay.
Grandma, this has been dangerous here.
I mean, you would make more money, right? That's what Buc-ee's figured out. What the fuck you want? We got it, dude. We got barbecue, pickled dicks. Let's go. We got eggs, cheese, milk. You can buy a house. You can buy a fucking sled. What do you need? Fishing poles?
What you need? You need a hamburger? What else?
A shed, Yeti cooler, and a Traeger grill. We got those.
We got a shower in the back if you want a shower.
You know, there's a lawsuit going on with Buc-ee's. They're claiming that these people copied their logo.
Chucky's?
No, there's another spot that has like another kind of an animal.
Yeah, they do that with all. That's knockoff. They knock off, and that wherever that is, they knock off all sorts of stuff.
Is it in another country? Oh, I thought it was in America. Oh, interesting. Oh, Mexico loves to do that.
Because there's a fake.
Oh, I've seen that. No, I've seen that. That's not in there. That's the fake Buc-ee's in Mexico. Put that picture up again. Put that picture up again.
Oh my God. So there's a fake In and Out in Mexico too.
Oh, that's so funny, man.
And there's a fake In and Out in California.
Yeah, I've seen the fake In and Out in Mexico. There's a fake one in California?
Yeah, it's called Easy Takeout, and I think they used to they same uniforms, same stand, same burgers, but they just added a breakfast burger. It's called Easy Takeout in West Covina.
Wow. So they copied the logo.
It's just very similar here.
Lucky's.
This is what the lawsuit's about. Same city, Temple, Mexico.
Oh, yeah, they even got a little gap in between it. Lucky's knockout. Lucky's spotted.
He's lucky to have 2 teeth.
But that's the one in Mexico, right, Jamie?
They both. I told you,
They're both. I don't think this other one is in Mexico. I might be wrong.
A month ago, 2 months ago, Bucky's taking legal action against Mexican companies.
Shut up.
It's the only thing that came up.
Oh, okay. Well, what was that animal? That was like the Bucky's is a beaver, right? So what was that other animal? What was the Lucky? Who's Lucky? Is Lucky a rabbit? Like, where's Lucky? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No. Really? Let me see.
He has a Papador, though,
Let me
right?
see. Where's Lucky's? What a bunch of dumbasses. Oh my God, it is a beaver. What is it?
You're wearing a suit. Oh, he's a raccoon.
Oh, it's a raccoon. Oh, okay. No, you can't do that.
He's a mask, man. He's a bandito.
Why can't you do that, though? Why can't you have Harry's? Or how about George's and have Curious George? They could, get together, little franchise. Curious George. Everybody loves Curious George. Would that be okay? Like if they have George's? Or would they get sued?
Or Enriquez.
There is a different lawsuit.
Superfuel's trademark infringement.
Because you imagine if, like, the owners, whoever owns
this is a little stuff.
Whoa!
I see
that's it. That's the one I saw. Super Fuels. So they're saying it's because it's got a smiling animal.
And the red hat.
See, I don't know. I'm not on board with that one. I'm not on board with that one. I can't think that you could own the idea of having any kind of cute animal as a part of your logo. That seems kind of ridiculous. I don't understand copyright law, but doesn't that seem like a little ridiculous to you?
Yeah.
Like, what if it's a cat and you make it kitties, and you have a cute little cat? Are you telling me that I can't make a business called Kitties?
That depends where you're doing business at and how much of a copyright you have. Kind of like, is it nationwide? Do you have an international copyright, which is really tough?
Right, but is that a copyright infringement if you have kitties?
It depends on what. If
You
you're not
know
doing
what I'm
the same
saying? Like,
business,
imagine someone has a copyright to the ability. I don't understand any of this stuff, so clearly I'm talking out of my ass. But imagine if somebody has a copyright to just owning the ability to use a cartoon character in your logo. That seems completely insane, doesn't it?
Yeah. But what's his name? This is Comedy Club and Tommy T's. He used to have the Laurel Hardy, the what you call it, the Laurel Hardy logos.
Laurel Hardy.
Yeah, it was and for his comedy club, and he got sued by Bozo the Clown. He owned the
Bozo owned Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah, the cartoon, anything that you put cartoon on it with Laurel Hardy's face.
Imagine going back, watching Laurel Hardy. Imagine showing somebody that had no idea about American culture at all.
Yes.
Going back and you show them Laurel Hardy, and then right after you show them Chappelle's show when Dave plays the blind white supremacist.
Yes.
Black.
Yeah, that guy.
But imagine seeing like what this is what comedy started out as, and this is comedy later. But that is a wild ride.
Yes, man.
That's a wild ride. The ride from like Abbott and Costello.
Yes.
Who's on first?
Who's on for Eddie Cantor, bro?
Who's Eddie Cantor?
Eddie Cantor was the first comedian to do radio, and he was because I have a history for Food's podcast, so I learned about the history of stand-up comedy. Plus, I watched the documentary, but he was one of the first guys, but he was very clean, bro. He sang, and
can we hear some of this?
He was getting paid $500 for 5-minute shows on radio. Yeah, he can't. He was the first guy to have a radio comedy show.
What is it? I'm trying to hear what he's saying. What is he saying?
He's thinking some vaudeville nonsense.
The dumb ones know how to make love.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. The dumb ones know how to make love. That sounds like something Theo would say on stage.
And
I like him dumb.
He'll be on the radio, bro, talking, and then he'll pinch the chicks in their butts.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and then, like, they wouldn't say nothing. Then finally a woman said something, Mr. Cantor. And he had to fire her.
Well, you gotta remember, like, people back then were basically barbarians.
Yeah.
1920s people?
Bro, back then it was
World War I, bro.
Back then, for a stand-up comedian, like, when I found out was, imagine you do a gig, $200 back then, right? And the promoter says, no, I'm not going to, the gangsters, I'm not going to pay you. And if you don't get paid, and they will call the cops. You have three vagrants walking around downtown. And then you're 3 comedians walking around town with no hotel, no pay, and they're going to pick you up for being a hobo now.
Yeah. You could get stiffed, for sure.
But that was back then. So
Yeah.
It was a hard time. Imagine from then to now.
Well, I think there's probably still a lot of shit gigs like that out there for a lot of guys that are coming up. But it's just now there's more real gigs.
Yeah, better gigs.
Well, it's comedy's more accessible, because of YouTube and everything. Comedy's just it's everywhere. Like your special. Oh, tell everybody.
Oh, I have a special right now.
What a segue.
Yeah, I have a special right now on Netflix, Raging Fool. We shot it at the Crest Theater in Sacramento, 2 shows. My wife directed it and executive produced. She executive produced all my specials. But we shot it with our own money, and we paid everybody, and then we sold it to Netflix. We made like a 2-year deal.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we own
So you
it.
look great. I love the tracksuit.
Yes, because I'm Raging Bull, Raging Fool. Raging Bull.
I love the tracksuit. It's dope.
Because I was watching that movie Raging Bull, and I was thinking that when Jake LaMotta had nothing left to do in his life, he had nothing how to make money.
Right.
He said, "You know what? I'm gonna be a comedian." So, and I thought, like, wow, he had nothing else to do in his life, so he figured, I'm gonna do stand-up comedy. Because that was the last thing in it for us. It's like the first thing.
Well, that happens with actors sometimes too. When their careers kind of dwindle, they start doing stand-up. That happens.
And he had when you saw the movie, right, Raging Bull, when he's doing stand-up, and he's at a bar called Jimmy's Corner Bar, and that bar's still there.
Stanhope was friends with him.
Really?
Yeah, because that guy lived down in Arizona where Stanhope lived.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah, he's like got photos of him hanging out at his house and shit. Yeah. Jake LaMotta was Stanhope's boy. And that's a real story, man. Jake LaMotta was a character.
Yeah.
That was a wild fella. A wild, crazy fella. And goddamn Robert De Niro nailed it. Fuck.
Nailed it, huh?
I mean, nailed. Like, he looked like an animal when he was Jake LaMotta, like the younger Jake LaMotta.
You fuck my wife?
Oh, Jesus Christ. He was so scary. He was so scary because he was just out of his fucking mind and so dangerous. And it was based on a real guy. The movie is real close to how that guy was, Jake LaMotta, when he was in his prime. He's a fucking monster, man.
I like when he looked at his hands, and then he goes, he don't like his hands because they're not big, I guess. He goes, I can never be a heavyweight.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy.
That's crazy. That's a different kind of human, man. And back then, there was a lot of people like that. You got to go back, put your mind into what it must have been like to be Jake LaMotta growing up and like what. So what year was Jake in his prime? What year did he fight Sugar Ray Robinson? Let's ask that. Jake LaMotta versus Sugar Ray Robinson.
62? 59?
I appreciate it.
42.
42. Okay. Madison Square Garden, 1942. So you gotta imagine.
Wow.
You gotta just put your mind into the type of people that lived back then. I mean, like cars were new, sewage was new. Like people had been coming over in boats. Criminals were everywhere. Crime was everywhere. Organized crime was the rule of the law in all the Italian communities, the Irish communities. You know, that was the thing.
42. Wow.
Yeah, this was just the United States. It's like, you ever watch that movie, Gangs of New York?
Yes.
Fucking great movie, right? That's a fucking great movie, and probably pretty accurate.
Yes.
Like roughly pretty accurate the way life was back then.
Some of those gangsters that were in that movie were actually real people.
I believe it.
Like that woman in that movie, I think you talked about it. The one they used to collect ears and put them in a jar.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was an actual a real person. She had a bar where people would just have a jar full of pickled ears and noses from previous fights.
Oh my god.
And they'll have fights in the back with a mongoose fighting a dog.
Oh my god. Gangs of New York, man. That movie is so, because we don't think of New York that way. You think of New York as like New York City. Well, it was kind of dangerous in the 70s, and then, you know, Giuliani cleaned it up, and then, you know, it's pretty commercialized in a lot of ways, but still a beautiful city. But New York, during the time of that, whenever that film was supposed to represent, was a wild, crazy, almost like Wild West type place. Like we think of those kind of scenes when you think of a Wild West movie, right? Right? You think,
the good, bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, you think of people getting stabbed and shot, but that was happening over there too. It's not like it never happened on the East Coast and they only did it on the West Coast.
On people.
It was happening in the whole country. And they had just gotten. I mean, these people had just gotten done with a fucking civil war, right?
Yeah.
Because back then, you got to think 1940. You go to like the 1860s to the 1940s. That's not that much time.
No.
That's pretty quick. That's 80 years.
80
A lot of those fuckers are still alive. Yeah.
Same mentality, same craziness.
And then you got more immigrants coming in on boats. No YouTube to watch, just a women of prayer. Someone told them to come.
I always think about that, man, like when
Jesus.
her. She was Maggie. How cat Maggie.
Jesus.
I think about when the Irish are coming in at the same time when that movie's happening, and they tell them, "You want a free meal? You want to fight for your country?" And they give them a uniform, and their families go off to New York, and they go off to fight the South.
Jesus Christ!
Just imagine coming out of the boat, and someone just hands you a gun and a piece of bread, and you go fight.
I'm excited about that
For America. And I think about that, like, wow, some hardcore people right there.
You are, yeah, hardcore people.
And different times, man.
Desperate.
Yeah, and then people look older than they do now.
Oh, yeah, they look old quick.
Yeah, like, you look at a person's photo, and you go, how old is that kid? He looks like 70. Oh, that's a 25-year-old kid working in a coal mine.
Yeah. Working in coal mines, those people all got sick. They all got fucked up. I mean, that's environmental pollution that you're signing up for. Like, you're going to go breathe coal dust no matter what. Yeah, everyone gets, they all get horrible fucking, what is that, black lung?
Black lung.
That's terrifying. And then you've got people that just live around coal plants, and they're breathing that shit, and they're not even a part of that business.
I know, man. Like Wilkes Barre, Pennsylvania.
Bro, there's a place that we showed a video once. It was it Indiana, Jamie?
Very handsome.
Yeah.
That makes you feel like.
So there's like 3 coal plants near this city, and these people, they can wipe their windshield, and they have black soot on their fingers. It just falls from the sky. Yeah, it's in America. So these people are for sure breathing that shit in.
So the Pittsburgh,
Indiana.
Oh, Indiana.
Yeah. That's scary. That's scary. And that's a fraction of what's going on in China, bro.
Oh yeah, because when I was in Seattle, and I was crossing waiting for the car to pass. I was going to my show, and I saw it was like a mile train, and it was all coal, real black coal coming from Minnesota. And I asked the cop what's standing there. I didn't know we still mine coal. He goes, well, we don't use it, but it's all going to China. Real? Yeah, like it was like a mile, bro, of coal, and it had no cover on it, and it was just falling up. They said that I don't know how much coal flies. I don't know shit about coal, but no, but the guy told me there was a mile train of coal coming from Minnesota on that one line, and there was a boat. I can see the boat where it was going.
Wow. And it's all going to China.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're full steam ahead with coal.
Hey,
someone should check to see if maybe they know something we don't.
I know, man. What are they producing all that coal?
They're doing a lot. I mean, they produce so many of the things that we need, which is one of the craziest things we all found out when everything got locked down is you couldn't get anything because so much of what you wanted was made in China. Like, oh my God, or made in Russia, or made in anywhere where they had to come in on a ship. You know, like that became a real fucking problem.
I thought it was made in Akron, Ohio.
Yeah, they hardly make shit here. In comparison to what we consume way more, probably, I would guess, than any country of a similar size. And, yo, dog, still rocking the Samsung. I love it. I love when a comic holds out and doesn't go iPhone.
Oh, no, man. I like the bigger phone. It has a little pen.
You like the pen. You're one of those guys. Which one is that? Is that the S24?
Yeah, that one. That
S24 Ultra?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the newest one or the one right before it?
Right before it.
There's a new one that just came out.
Right. It's pretty dope. A year and a half ago, I think.
No, yeah, that's the old one. That's the S24 Ultra. I have that one. That one's sick. Yeah. It does a lot of cool shit.
Good videos, right?
Yeah, it's great at a lot of stuff, but what the interesting thing is the AI. So what I like about it is I go to a website, and if I open it up in the Samsung browser, and then I can say summarize, and it'll summarize the website for me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if there's something that's taking forever for you to get to the point, because you want me to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling while you show ads all over the place, that's a trap. So it'll just tell you, oh, there's an asteroid that might hit Earth within the next, fucking 60 years. Like, oh, great, there's a 3%. What is the percent chance? Thank God.
Usually,
only 1.5%.
I think I take a picture I'll get a picture of you, right? And then do that one screen.
Yeah.
And then I circle it, and it'll find a sweater for me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I think that's available on all phones now. I think the new iPhone update has that as well, where you can Google search a thing and it'll show you where to buy it.
That's what my wife always wanted. She wanted to have it where you're watching television and you pause it with your finger and make a circle, and then it just ships to your house.
You know when people are going to be fed up with that thing? When, first of all, you can only buy so much shit. But second of all, like, what happens? Like, those glasses that they wear now, those meta glasses. Have you seen this Harvard kid?
The one that you can record now? Yeah, I've seen those.
Some Harvard kid figured out how to use facial recognition software with that. So he sees you, gets a photo of you, immediately gets a Wikipedia on you or whatever the fuck is available online, sees your Instagram page, finds your address. And it was wild. You're like, wait, hit the brakes.
Sound like the T-1000 Terminator.
Yeah, it's like, hit the brakes. But I don't think they can.
Was there a movie like that?
Yeah, there's been a bunch of movies.
The one with Roddy Piper was like that, wasn't it?
They live.
They live.
Glasses.
Yes.
Right. That was aliens.
I think about that when you have a guest. They go, wait a minute, he's talking about those glasses from Roddy Piper.
Similar. I think the Roddy Piper glasses, you put them on, you could see what everybody really looked like. You could see through the whatever energy field they were projecting.
Yeah.
There's these alien creatures that would pretend to be people. And there's a lot of people that believe that now. I'm less inclined to believe that, but I'm open. I wouldn't want to get tricked. I mean, if there really are people that are actually aliens that are amongst us that look like people and behave like people. This is the guy who figured it out. Try to say his name. Felipe, hit me with it.
Icary?
Yeah. What's the first one? Right there. Try that.
Oh, it's As Anfo Nguyen.
I think
And KN or Duffalo.
I don't think they say Nguyen. I think they say Gwen, right? There's been a few fighters in the UFC, Vietnamese fighters, that have that same spelling, and I think they say it as. Can you find out how they say it?
So it's Anfo Nguyen. Okay, I can see it. Little Dutch there.
And Kane Artifio. So they figured out how to do this.
Making up names now.
No, it's his real name.
Anybody can do it.
My name is.
Whoa! Can you scroll so we can explain how it's possible to do it today? How to remove your information? Oh, jeez. So it's showing how to remove your face from search engines, which you're not going to be able to do eventually. It's getting weird out there.
What's wrong with that? Bit of black face, green face, bro.
I had a friend of mine who came in here the other day, and he's down to a flip phone. And his flip phone was interesting because it has Android on it. His flip phone, you can actually get text messages on it, and you have a little tiny-ass screen on the flip phone where you can kind of clumsily type your way through a sentence. So you don't have to do it with, like, a full keyboard like an iPhone or your phone. But you also, it's inconvenient, so you don't text as much. You don't go on these long-winded diatribes like a lot of people do. Just real simple.
The whole screen is on there, but you gotta navigate all the way around to read everything.
Yeah,
I remember those.
It's a tiny little ass screen.
Yeah.
It's got regular buttons to make phone calls, and then on his little tiny ass screen is a tiny ass keyboard about that big. And you get in there with that tiny ass keyboard, and you try to type a text message, and then you can push send. And so it's inconvenient. So you don't go on Twitter, you don't check things out, you just get your text messages. It can do other stuff if you absolutely fucking need it to. But live your life, bitch. And he was in here with that. I was like, man, that seems cool. But I like watching YouTube on my phone. So
that sounds like the Larry Bubbles Brown from San Francisco.
Yeah.
He used to have the flip phone.
David Tell.
Wow.
David Tell has a flip phone. Yeah. You should see him text messages. It's hilarious.
Do they both have the original phone numbers when you first met them?
No. They've all changed numbers. You have to change every now and then. It's, you gotta purge. Gotta keep moving.
I still have my same phone number for the last 20 years.
Damn. One of those dudes. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes that's good, but it gets annoying sometimes. It's all in, you gotta manage.
You change your phone number a lot?
Ask people. You gotta manage your time.
Yeah.
The thing is about a guy like you is like you're headlining, you're on the road, dudes want to open up for you, you get the Netflix special, they want to hang out with you. It's like you gotta manage your time because you can't give your time away to everybody. Like there's a certain amount of time you need for yourself. If you don't have that time you need for yourself, you go off the rails.
Yeah.
You gotta take time to recenter all the time. And if you're constantly getting this and that, you're constantly interacting, you're never alone, you never without your shit. Yeah. I get in a sauna and I stretch out every day. I get down there, I fucking stretch everything out. When you're doing that, you can't do anything else. You can't be scrolling on TikTok when you're stretching everything out. You gotta just go through your routine. And then that clears my mind. And I feel like if you don't make room for that, you're going to fuck your life up. And I know that there's only so many people that I can entertain and help with stuff. There's so many people that are just, it's a transactional kind of a conversation to have with them. It's not fun. It's not like, what's up, dude? Hey, what's up? Those are great.
Yeah.
But then there's a lot of, could you do this? Would you do that? Will you fly to here? And do, like, hey. Enough. So you gotta know when to change now.
What time you get up?
It depends. Most days 8. I was up at 8.
8 is good. I'll tell you the story like, bro, I get up at 5 every day.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. It's the thing like people always want to do where they want to show themselves that they have the discipline to get up. I respect that. Like Jocko does that. You know Jocko Willink? No, he is. Jocko is he's amazing dude. He's a former Navy SEAL who is one of the most inspirational guys that I know.
And he writes books on leadership. Just brilliant guys, excellent podcast, solid dude, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And he, like, every morning he takes a photo of his watch. It says 4:30 a.m. I want to see that guy. This is he's every morning when he's waking up. You get his shitty Iron Man. I shouldn't say shitty because they're fucking durable as fuck. This little Iron Man triathlon watches. Oh, it looks like you got a new watch. That's a new watch, Jocko. You can't fool me. I know your old watch. Go back to the old watch picture. So it's every day, 4:30, his fucking watch. Sometimes 4:14. Takes a photo of it, and then he works out. He's just a legit dude. Wow, that's dedication. So that's him, though. He likes doing that. He likes doing that. But he's not a comedian. You know what I'm saying? I think, like, for a comedian, you can't be that rigid. You get a little psychotic. You can't be that rigid. You gotta have discipline, but you also gotta have fun. You gotta. So I don't get up at 4:30. Fuck out of here. First of all, I'm up until at least midnight almost every night. Me too. I get, like, most of my best, like, writing done and my best ideas when everyone in the house is asleep. So when everyone in my house is asleep and I'm up, I like that. It's like, look, cool. Everybody, nobody needs my attention. Now I can concentrate, and I can't concentrate when people are in the house. I feel like I should be hanging out and having fun and being with everybody. I don't want to lock myself up in my office, but that's the only way to write. But for me, it's like late at night is where it's at, because everybody's asleep and the world feels creepy. You know, at night the world feels kind of dangerous and fucked up and stupid. It's like, you know, when you worry about war in the middle of the night, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, you're in front of your computer, you're writing something on Microsoft, or you genuinely worry about war. Yeah. Genuinely worried that decisions that people are making in this country are going to one day come down on us with holy terror. One day, just in the middle of the city, just boom, some fucking thermonuclear device that levels a place 4 times the size of Hiroshima instantaneously. I think about that kind of shit late at night. And you're right. How do you make that funny? I don't sometimes. Some of it's not funny. But there's funny things attached to it. There's funny things attached to just the way we behave. It's not really, there's nothing funny about the potential for complete annihilation of the human race. But there is something funny about this desire that we have to keep doing the same things we've always done and hope that somehow or another we get it right this time. Yeah. And we're on the verge of war all the time, and there's got to be some way to stop that other than funding more war. There's got to be a better way to stop That's funny that. you said the verge of war, and when you first started doing stand-up comedy, there's been a lot of verges of real wars, huh? Yeah, the first war, when I was, so when was Desert Storm? Was that 19... Desert Shield? Which one was which? We had this conversation the other day. Desert Shield was with Norman Schwarzkopf. So that's Iraq, and that's like 2003? Yeah. Right. The one I'm talking about is Desert Storm, which was like 1990? Was it 1990, Jamie?
I got some cities that I gotta go out of respect. You know, so I gotta.
They're the same
cities next year.
Yeah, but the first invasion before we pulled out with George W. Bush in Iraq.
Iraq invaded Kuwait on August 20th, 1990.
Yes, I remember that one,
1990.
yes. Okay. So when Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, then we went to war with Iraq, and I was living with my friend Jimmy, and we were sitting, Jimmy DiTilio, shout out to Jimmy, we were sitting in our apartment in the living room, and the war was on TV, and we're like, holy shit, man, we're at war. I remember thinking, this can't even be real. It just happened at night, right? We started watching the air raids.
Yeah, it started as Desert Shield, and then when we started going after, like, ham was Desert Storm.
Yeah. And what year was that?
90, that's just like a year later. It's 91.
So Desert Shield was to protect, and Desert Storm was to destroy.
It was dropping off.
Bill Hicks had the best material about that. Oh my God. His material about the war is great. But they have such sophisticated weapons. How do you know? We got the receipts. We love to arm puppet dictators and then fuck them up. You know?
Oh, it's like, it's like a Clint Eastwood movie. Pick up the gun. It's like Dirty Harry.
I tell you, I know you're thinking.
Yeah.
Fire 4. Or tell you the truth,
I kind of forgot myself.
My favorite one is when the Unforgiven, man, when the guy crying because he killed somebody. He goes, that's what happened when you kill a man. You take away all he ever wanted and all he ever had.
Yeah. That movie was the best Western movie, I think, ever. Like, of that kind of Clint Eastwood genre. That was almost like he was coming back to update it. Because he had all the bangers. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, A Fistful of Dollars, like, incredible.
Outlaw Josie Wells.
Yeah. Oh, Outlaw Josie Wells that was another level, too. But then it's like, Unforgiven was the one where it like really gave you a sense of what it must have been like living in the Wild West.
Yeah.
It was just the people were more real.
Yeah.
It was more updated to like the movies of that era, like the Morgan Freeman character. It was a fucking great movie, man. It's a great like Western movie, just a hard story, man.
I like that line when he goes in there to get those people that killed Morgan Freeman. You just shot an unarmed man.
Yeah.
He should have harmed himself. If he's gonna decorate his place with a friend of mine.
Yeah, that was a hardcore movie, man. That was a hardcore movie. You saw the Isn't it funny that we always want to think about that kind of shit happening out west? We don't want to believe that kind of same shit was happening out east.
Yeah.
Animals everywhere. Animals. People were animals back then. They were barely human.
Hang them high.
Can you imagine if we had to do fucking stand up in 1820? Can you imagine? First of all, you're getting sick everywhere because there's no sewage. So everybody's just got shit in the streets. Everywhere you go, you're breathing shit fumes. You're stepping in shit everywhere.
That's what I think about now. When I watch those movies now, like Gangs of New York, I look towards somebody, man, it fucking stinks.
Oh, bro.
Out there, people are ignoring the fucking stink. There's a rotting body right there.
Bro, it probably was so rank. They didn't have anywhere to get rid of their shit.
And they read that the little napkin that they had on the big white wig people. They had like a little handkerchief, and they would just carry it, bro, and they would add perfume on it. They would put it in their nose so they would have to smell like the poor people.
Well, it wasn't just that, man. It was the shit in the streets because they didn't have cars, so they had horses. The horses would shit all over the roads.
And they had a job picking it up yet.
Oh, dude.
One job was someone would just put down like a handkerchief so you could walk over it.
Oh, just fucking clean it up, you lazy bitch.
And throwing like shit water out of a look at this.
Sorry, just let it burn.
Imagine breathing that every day. There's no way that's good for you. You think scented candles are bad for you? Imagine the people that lived back then.
You worried
hearing
about
us
ultra?
complain
You
about
worried about
scented
ultra
candles.
rays?
Whoa. Poop once flowed freely in the streets of New York. Look, that was a poop pipe that would go right down the street. Jesus Christ.
Oh man, when I was at my grandma's house in Mexico, they still had an outhouse. They didn't have no plumbing.
Bro, isn't it interesting, because this is a terrible way to live, that people insisted on doing it this way?
I was thinking the day that they figured it out, like, oh my God, what the?
But imagine, because you had to figure it out to get it to where it is now, right? So people had to go through that to get to the Manhattan of today, where it's all super sophisticated, amazing hotels, amazing restaurants. But why would you stick around? If you're breathing in shit every day, you can go live on a farm. I'd be like, fuck this experiment. This is terrible. This is not for us. This is for the benefit of people in the future. We're destroying
soil men who carted away of American waste.
Bro, you know how sick people must have been back then? No antibiotics. Everybody's breathing in shit. You fall, you slip, you skin your knee gets infected with staph, you die.
Oh man,
you got shit in your knee.
What is that? People were gagging as this cart would walk by.
Oh God! On a summer day in 1873, a cart stood on 6th Avenue in New York City, filled to the brink with raw human waste. The cart was uncovered, its contents exposed to the air and to the passersby, who retched and gagged as they scurried away. Excrement dipped off the sides of the cart, and the sidewalks and gutters were smeared with the stuff. The stench was so strong that it could be smelled from more than a block away. It was another day in pre-sewer America. Bro!
And meanwhile, you're
And
reading.
here's the thing, man. This is after the Civil War.
Yeah.
This is 1873.
You're in Italy reading books talking about the streets are made of gold.
Well,
night soil.
Yeah.
Night
They used it
soil.
they used it for they used it for compost, right?
Oh, so just
It was the
people
name euphemistically given to human waste because it was removed from the privies under the cloak of darkness so that polite society would be spared from confronting its own feces as the men carted the crap away, leaving a trail of stench in their wake. Every year in cities across the country, thousands of carts brimming with excrement rattled through the night streets. There was an antiquated solution to a modern problem. America's cities were full of crap. So the people were just throwing the shit in the streets.
Yeah.
How much can those guys get paid?
It's not
Shitty.
possible. It's shitty. They got paid shitty.
What a shitty job.
Imagine being at a bar.
Imagine. Look at them in.
Oh, you get a horse-pulled wagon filled with shit. That is so crazy. So living back then was hell, bro. We're so lucky. And that's how they're going to look at us. These future beings that no longer have war, that no longer have greed or anger, these future beings that are connected to the hive mind, they're going to look back at us like Felipe and Joe. We're living like idiots.
Got breath. Dog got breath.
One of the dumping grounds was a field near the White House where a marsh of Washingtonian waste putrefied under the president's nose. This suggests that this may have been a contributing factor to President Harris's untimely death in 1841, since the White House water source was a mere 7 blocks downstream. Oh my
shit
God,
water.
They killed the president with shit water.
Oh
my God.
He died of dysentery.
Bro, this is why you can't
Fucking
trust that
gross.
the experts are looking out for your health. They didn't even protect the president. Somebody concocted this idea, and they never even thought about the potential for ruining all the water that people drink. They just said, this is a good place to dump all this. Wow. Nasty. People are so nasty.
Oh man, I also think about
That's so nasty.
and condoms back then were probably still sheep's wool, right?
Sheepskin.
Sheepskin.
Yeah, like sheep
Oh my God! I
intestines.
saw a movie where a woman she was washing the contraceptive.
Yeah.
Right after this white guy threw it at her face.
Wow.
So she's using the same one for every man. Oh Christ!
So they didn't have, even by 1880s, 2/3 of flushing toilets still just went into a backyard cesspool. But read this part here.
Overflowing privy was a sight to behold. In James McCabe's 1882 account of New York street life, he described one man's yard in which the privy's contents drained down into a street sewer, forming a miniature loathsome Niagara of night soil.
Niagara.
The cascading sewage flowed right by the window, so that a man sitting on a chair at the window would not have only the odor, but also the views of this loathsome matter circulating at his feet in the pool below. Yeah, see, this is why everybody was so sick. This is
why they started the plague.
Well, also, like, there's no one's clean.
Polar outbreak, 1849.
Yeah, I would say that is the biggest breakthrough ever in the controlling of diseases. The biggest breakthrough is sanitation.
I was just thinking about too,
sanitation.
using these words dumping grounds in this time period too. This is the same time those bones were dumped in the East River with who knows.
Yeah, there's not enough vaccines in the world to protect you when you're living like that. You know? I mean, imagine the pharmaceutical drug companies try to sell you if you were living like that, and they figured out how to counteract all the different things that you're inhaling in the air from human shit.
Oh, it's so nasty.
So nasty.
So they killed the
president, bro.
Well, imagine him getting up in the morning, waking up in the morning,
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you just said that about dumping bodies, because this is a thing I need to send you, Jamie. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I read this. I don't want to fuck this up. I want to figure out what the fuck this actually means. Here, I'm going to send this to Jamie. It's about liquid human remains.
Liquid human remains?
Yeah. So, what this article's saying, it's like an Instagram thing.
You can cash out instantly once you've made
then being fed back to the population via fertilizer on crops. That.
So he's making
I don't know. I hope it's not true.
Making menudo with people or what?
I don't know. It sounds like they were using it for fertilizer, using people for fertilizer, and using people for supplements somehow or another. Like, how they're saying you're boiling down a human body.
Are they compensating the family?
I don't know, but also there's no DNA. So what did you need the body for? Like, the whole body's DNA. Like, what are you saying? There's no DNA. So what? You broke it down to chemicals, and now it's okay. So you broke the human body, the container of a soul, down to chemicals, and you're gonna pour it on your flowers, and that's okay. That seems weird.
Made up.
It seems weird. Like, what do you? How the fuck? We should find out how the fuck they do it. Is there a video we can watch on them doing it?
What kind of? And how do they liquefy them? Hot water?
It said hot water and something else. They added some other stuff too. But whatever, man. What the fuck? Is this it? Oh my god. The most eco. Let's listen to this. Can we? No.
Do they put them in there alive?
No. They'll be dead bodies. They're just cooking them. Cooking them up nice. And that's what they get? Like little bones and pieces?
Well, I want to be cremated, but if that's an option.
Yeah, but you don't want your body being resold as fertilizer. It's just weird to pour dead people on top of your fucking carrots so they grow better.
Sprinkle me.
What are they breaking it down to? What are they breaking the human body down to that's valuable for them to do that? Like, what is the stuff they're looking for? Let's find that out. First of all, we don't even know if it's true.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even believe that. How would this?
Can you Google and see if there's other stories that say that? Okay, I'm not pushing.
I gotta read.
Oh, I understand. Whatever it is, it seems like you're supposed to leave people alone when they're dead. Okay, we're supposed to be different than everything else on the planet. We love each other more than we love anything else. You can use monkeys for experiments, but
some states allow the remaining liquid with its peptides, sugars, amino acids, and captured carbon to be reclaimed and repurposed as fertilizer.
Yo. They're turning. Do they have to tell you, like how they have to tell you if you're going to buy a haunted house? Do they have to, there's a house where someone killed his whole family in it. They have to tell you that.
You see that oak tree? That's Joe Diaz, by the way.
What?
No, they're making it up to a soil, right? So,
right.
So you see that oak tree right there?
We use the Joey Diaz.
We use particles. That's right, cocksuckers.
Do you think they have to tell you though that you're buying dead people fertilizer, or they just consider it chemicals at that point? How do they get away with telling you dead people? Because it seems like if you had the option, hey, do you want like manure or dead
1888?
Whoa!
That's in 1888.
They've been boiling people and turning them into fertilizer since the 1800s.
So we have that machine, but not no fucking sewage.
Wow.
Find out where they say that they use it.
The scary thing is with them saying that they use it for calcium deficiencies. Because that means you're feeding people other people's bones so they can get a source of calcium.
But that guy's vegan, so don't give it to him.
January 26th through 29th, I'll be in Virginia.
Maybe it's okay because the person consented.
Yes. Go to the beach in the winter. This MF. February 2nd through 4th, I'll be at Chicago, out in Schaumburg, Illinois at the Improv. February 22nd through 25th, I'll be at
So body plus 95% water, 5% alkaline, basic chemicals, either potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide or a combo, sterile effluent, water, salt, sugars, amino acids, peptides, bone fragments, calcium phosphate. So that's what they get out of it. So they boil it down in this solution, and they get out all these different things: water, salt, sugar, amino acids, peptides, and then calcium phosphate. And then I guess what do they do with the calcium? So if you're buying calcium and you find out it's from dead people, they should probably let you know. You probably should have to let people know that.
I drink dead people.
You would sell a lot if you made it from dead people, for sure. Like, you had a skull and crossbones on the bottle. There's a lot of assholes who would buy that.
But then people start looking at that like they look at chicken. How was he raised? What kind of parents did he have?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you're really into...
Do they have anxiety problems?
Are you really into eating someone? Yeah. What if they were a fucked up person? You take a little bit of their soul inside of you and you go insane.
Be crazy, man.
That's got to be what's happening with the cannibals when they get that disease. They get shaky. The prion disease that they get from eating each other.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer have that?
I don't think so. Oh. I think you have to eat spinal tissue. Oof. You have to eat brain and spinal tissue. And they're called prions. The thing about prions is you can't even boil them. Like, if you cook them at like 1,000 degrees, I think, for like hours, it doesn't kill them.
If you ever get invited to a restaurant and tell you we just served you a human being, would you eat it?
No. Why would I eat a person?
Or would they tell you after, man, you just ate a
I'd be really mad.
Decomposed acroline body that we made into chicken?
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. Would you like that, Felipe?
Hell no.
Yeah, it would be weird. Needs more salt, please. Remember that movie Soylent Green? Remember that movie?
No.
It was an old-timey science fiction movie. But people were being fed Soylent Green, and then this guy figures out that Soylent Green is made out of people. And they're serving people like this fucking protein biscuit that's made out of humans.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. But there's people that
Is that the one with the old movie, right?
There's people that would do that.
Do they end with a woman boiling a foot?
Ooh, I don't remember that. Oh. Maybe. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I just remember the premise of the movie. I probably haven't seen that movie in 20 plus years.
I saw one where a guy, the movie was called Microwave Massacre.
Microwave Massacre?
And this guy murdered his wife.
In a microwave?
And no, he cuts out her pieces and microwaves the body and makes lunches. And he takes them to work every day. And
wait, this is a real guy?
Real movie.
Wait a minute, a real movie or a real person?
It's a real movie called Microwave Massacre, but probably based on a real guy. And he would take food that he made from people he murdered, and they would eat it at work. And then when they finally caught him, everybody at work was throwing up.
I think there was a woman who got caught eating her husband and serving him to the neighbors.
Wow.
How much you have to hate that dude to serve him to you? And how much you hate your neighbors? So I'm going to watch these motherfuckers eat my husband. I want to cook it up nice. Cook up that ass cheek. Turn it into a nice
really like my husband.
You're going to love this dish. This is his favorite. Jesus Christ.
I made a consomme for him, too.
Consomme. The nice bone broth. Good for the soul. Yeah, so that's where that shit comes from. Prions. It's they're scary. That's mad cow disease. That's what cannibals get. It's a very sketchy disease. And there's another one right now that deers have. It's called chronic wasting disease. Same kind of deal. It's a prion disease. And deers are getting it, and they froth at the mouth and drool, and their body shrivels up. Very creepy, man.
You can eat those?
No. You can, because there's no crossover to people, but I wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, I wouldn't. The thing is, you can test, and you can find out if your deer's okay. Like, you can shoot them and then test them, and then you know you're good to go and you can eat the deer. But if it tests positive, it hasn't jumped from animal to people. It's only an animal. But what it does to animals is so grave. Why would you take that chance? This is how I feel. Why would you take a chance of consuming an animal that literally has the plague inside of it? Because for deer, that's the plague. These deer, they're not even... See, the thing, like, with people, a disease like that would spread like wildfire, right? With deer, they're out in these big, giant, open areas, and yet still it's spreading from their saliva onto leaves, and then other deer pick it up. Yeah. It's super fucking contagious, and it kills the shit out of them. And if that jumps to people, that's a real problem. That's a real fucking problem. Because I don't know if they have medication that combats it in deer. I don't know what research they've done and trying to figure it out. But I know it's such a problem that there's a lot of places where they're killing extra deer just to try to keep the population lower so they don't interact with each other as much and so they don't catch it from giving it back and forth to each other as much.
People have this right now?
No humans have it yet. But I think chronic wasting disease has been, it used to be one type of deer. I'm not sure what deer it started out with. It might have been mule deer. But it's in a lot of white-tailed deer in America, and apparently it's made its way into other ungulates. Like, I think it's in elk. I think they might have even found it in moose. It's scary shit, man, because it's basically a zombie virus. It turns you into a fucking skeleton and waste away. Yeah, it's horrific. And it's probably some of it came from farms because they think that that's one of the ways that it's spread. Like, there's a lot of deer farms that do a great job. They're very ethical. So if you wanted a property and you wanted your own private hunting property and you wanted to put a high fence up, take care of the ground, put food plots in there for the animals, this is how you got 1,000 acres, you want to fence it all in. Like, you could do that in Texas, and you can buy deer. So you say, okay, I want to buy, 20 white-tailed deer and let them loose on my property. You got this 1,000-acre spot or wherever you're at. If you get a deer that is from a farm that's unethical, they're all going to be stacked next to each other, just like pigs. When you watch fucking factory farming for pigs, they're going to be corralled and shitty. Most of them don't do this, but you're always going to have people that are unethical. And when people do things where diseases start getting spread and they kind of cover it up or lie about it because they don't want to lose money, and then they're sending deer around. It's like there's a lot of regulations now on how you can move deer across state lines because of these diseases.
If you have bad deer meat, can you cover it up with a bunch of good deer meat where that bad meat disappears?
What do you mean?
Just say, like, because I remember myself cooking. And I had, I spilled, a shitload of garlic on my oatmeal. And I was making oatmeal for 15 motherfuckers in rehab. So I just started putting more oatmeal, and more milk to hide the garlic smell. But in the end, everybody was farting anyway, so they still got it. But do people do, that's what you're saying, that people do that with deer meat? That they cover it up?
You could do that. Yeah, you could make sausage.
The people who are not unethical, they hide it.
No. So what we're talking about, chronic wasting disease, that's different. Right? It probably wouldn't even affect the taste of the animal. They'll probably be very lean because there's not much left of them. Or they could have just gotten it and they could be healthy looking and they still have this disease. They still test positive for it. My fear would be about what that disease is going to do if it jumps to human beings. And if you're consuming it, are we sure that it just goes out of your system, or is it just inert? Is it doesn't work in your system? Could it work eventually? Is it something that has an incubation period that maybe not now? Maybe it will have 1 in 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Maybe the version of chronic wasting disease, if it evolves and changes, is going to be making the jump to humans. That's a scary fucking disease to make the jump to humans. There's a bunch of those out there.
Like bird flu.
Yeah, man. And then there's the ones that we make.
Gonorrhea.
No, like COVID. They fucking made that shit in a lab. They made it in a lab. It's spread across the whole world. You made AIDS in a lab? Wow. Did you say like AIDS?
Like AIDS. So somebody I read that somewhere. Somebody said, they make all that shit in labs.
You've been super supportive, dude.
Well,
wasn't it part of chemical warfare, right?
That is a part of chemical warfare.
Like putting disease black in the natives, well,
they've done a bunch of fucking studies. Like, that's the big conspiracy theory about Lyme disease.
Influenza blankets. That's what they had.
Oh, yeah. No. That was smallpox.
Smallpox.
But I don't know if that's even true, because I don't think they really knew what how diseases were spread back then. I don't think they knew that you could just put scabs on a blanket and give people smallpox. And if you had smallpox, are you trying to dish out smallpox? Are you trying to catch it so you're handling it and putting it in blankets? it seems like an exaggerated cruelty of what happened. And what happened was Europeans came over here. The Native Americans had, whatever you want to call them, the indigenous people. They did not have any immunity to smallpox, and it wiped out 90% of them. Diseases from North Americans or from Europeans rather coming to North America, they wiped out everybody with disease. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 90% of the people that were here are gone because of disease. So, when people want to think that there's no way to prepare like a group of human beings that has no immunity in 1492. There's no way to prepare. There's no way to prepare anybody. You're coming in with these stinky European streets filled with shit water, right? Everybody's got some funky parasite, funky disease. They probably fucking stink. They're probably infested with.
They probably smell that bullet a mile away.
They probably have viruses fighting viruses inside their body, coughing phlegm and blood, and they're drinking whiskey, and they come over to
probably having sex with each other.
Fuck yeah, and it's probably none of it's consensual. It's probably animals biting each other and holding each other down, fucking each other. And then they come to North America and they start slaughtering people. And there's this one. We've talked about this before. He was like a bishop or some religious man who chronicled one of Christopher Columbus's early interactions with these people. And it's horrific shit, man. Cutting people's arms off. They don't bring back their weight in gold, and dashing babies on rocks in front of their parents. Horrific shit, man. And those are the kind of people that brought those diseases. Like, you want to talk about, that's like a real demon horde.
Crazy, huh?
Crazy. A real demon horde of people come over on a boat stinking, covered in their own shit, breathing diseases on everybody. Everybody's dying. Like, well, he's so unhealthy.
I know, man. Like, I think about that pirate. I don't know, one of the pirates. Blackbeard, man. He was full of gonorrhea.
Oh, that.
And he would drop mercury on his penis to cure his diseases on his penis, because that's all they had.
What a good move. Who invented that? What asshole was like, try mercury?
He probably was on a pirate ship somewhere, met a voodoo doctor and said, hey, man, mercury, put it in your dick.
Did mercury kill his dick? Yeah. It says, when he held prisoners for ransom, such as the governor's son during the week-long Charlestown blockade in 1718, he asked for expensive medical supplies. This included liquid mercury, which, when injected through a urethral syringe, was a common, ineffective treatment for syphilis. Injected through your pee hole with a fucking syringe. Yo! Blackbeard had up to 14 wives in different ports. Wow. Damn. Well, somebody needs to do a movie about that guy.
Imagine, man, he had the money to put mercury in his dick. So that's what the crew probably did it. So they're out there fucking everything, man, fucking shit up.
There's this temple in China that they are afraid to go into. They discovered it, and this emperor, when he died, was such a great emperor that he had this whole field of terracotta statues that were built that look like warriors that are guarding him. Like, this is crazy. He discovered that they had.
They're giant, right?
But the ground all around where this temple is a test for high levels of mercury. And the ancient story is that anybody who ever dared open up this tomb, where this emperor is buried, will drown in mercury.
I thought you were going to say they got gonorrhea.
No, imagine drowning in mercury. Imagine, like, 2,000 years ago, a dude sets up a booby trap for greedy people and sets it up where he fills the entire tomb up with mercury. First of all, is that even possible? How much mercury would you have to handle, and how many people would have to die from that mercury? Could you imagine where do they even get it? Yeah, where do they get mercury in 2,000 plus years ago? Do you know that story about that emperor and his temple?
Just look at the shit that's going on, and now I got
No, Teotihuacan is Aztec.
So just things like that start to get weird, I remember I fell asleep.
Yeah, that's probably a common booby trap, I bet. But this one where there's temple in China.
On top of Google, it says temple drowned in mercury refers to the temple of Teotihuacan. Temple of the
Can you say temple booby trap with mercury in China? I think it's like the first emperor of China.
It says it could have been the thing that they did.
Yeah, this is the one. So there's one that they have not entered into. But I think this is the one with the terracotta statues in front of it. There's one of them. I think there's a common thing when great people died, they probably made a terracotta army for them. When they find these things, it's like, here it is. It's us talking about it. Crazy story of first emperor of China's tomb. That's me and Schultz talking about it, right? Click on that. So I'll remember. It's not our video. It's my fucking video, bitch.
Somebody else's video.
Oh.
Somebody else uploaded it.
Well, that's ridiculous, but it's ours, right?
Yeah, it's funny when.
So what is this thing? Like, they would have a copyright on my voice?
I don't want to get into it, but yeah, we probably have the revenues probably come into our thing because people claiming it, but it's up. I'm just saying. That's why I was bringing that up.
A lot of the clips that I watched are from other people sharing them.
I was just saying it's not ours, so I don't know if
okay, right. Okay, don't pick up that.
Yeah,
got it. But anyway, the point is, there's a tomb in China that's supposedly booby trapped with tons of liquid mercury. I'm sure Jamie will find it. But it's this area around it apparently tests high for mercury. So they think that it might be a true story, and they don't want to go in there. They don't want to fucking open up the door and die. Which is wild that this dude set this up, if he did, 2,000 plus years ago. I don't even remember how many thousands of years ago it was, but it was insanely impressive.
Wow, that's amazing to think of something like that and still work.
Yeah, like where do you, while Jamie's looking this up, where the fuck do you think they get mercury, and how much can they get? How much can they have back then?
I've only seen a thermometer.
I know, like where is it?
Throughout antiquity, remember we talked about cinnabar before?
Cinnabar.
That's where they got red stuff. Also, cinnabar in antiquity was the source of all mercury.
So how did they do it?
Is it a pool of it?
How did they do it? Does it say how they did it?
I mean, to extract, you need to roast it in air, convert the sulfur to sulfur dioxide. While the mercury is released as vapor, it can be then condensed. As mercury boils at 357 Celsius, this process needs temperatures well within. You need some kilns. They had those.
Wow. So they just cooked up mercury.
It's hard to do, but they did it.
Wow. Well, if they can make a temple like this guy had, they can cook up mercury and fill that temple. That is crazy. I wish maybe there's going to be a way with a new technology where they can like pierce into the ground, where they can see into things without having to like actually go in there physically. Because I know they're doing like the LiDAR stuff. I know they can kind of detect where they used to be agricultural places.
Someone digging into, is this claim real? And this says that even if
so even though mercury, either as a cinnabar or as the elemental metal, has been found in tombs dating as far back as the 2nd millennium BC, it's not clear why it was put there. Might its toxicity have acted as a deterrent to grave looters? Probably not. The dangers of mercury fumes were not recognized until Han times. If so, it seems there's a lot of mercury in the burial chamber. It's likely to be either a preservative or an anti-theft device. So the big theory is that it's an anti-theft device, and that's why people are terrified of going in there. Here, hold it right here. Based on estimates of mercury production from the Song era and allowing for the imperfections of the earlier refinement process, he thinks the chamber might have contained, at most, 100 tons of the liquid metal. Holy shit. 100 tons.
How did Blackbeard find this shit?
Well, that wasn't Blackbeard, that was China.
Here's
how do you find mercury back there?
Right.
Shiver me timber.
They probably had a oh, they have like a look at that. That was the device they stuck in their dick. Oh my god.
And that's the saying, right? Shiver me timbers. That's a surprise or shock.
I think they're saying that just for funsies. Yeah.
Found this in Iraq.
Oh my god, this guy had a mercury syringe in a rack for my pee-pee. And look, it's all rough looking. It's not even polished good.
Man, he probably was drawing in his map. Don't go over there, man. If you're gonna go to this island, take lots of mercury.
Meanwhile, they all died from that, right? Syphilis.
Look at this. A pump blister, which would have been to use pump fluid into the rectum, allowing the body to quickly absorb it. They were taking
like enemas.
They're boofing.
They're boofing. So they were doing that for drugs? Pump liquid into the rectum. Yeah, liquid into the rectum. Well, aren't people doing that with like moonshine? Don't they pour moonshine in their asshole? This is what I heard.
They pour coffee now.
I heard people take tampons filled with vodka and stuff them in their asshole.
I mean, they've been doing it since the days of the pirates. That's not new. We've got
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with people?
Severe dehydration by pumping fluid in the ass.
People like putting stuff on their butt.
And also a bloodletting instrument called a porringer.
I had a buddy of mine, and he did his medical residency in Miami in the 1980s during the cocaine times. And he said, dude, that's where he did his residency. So he was in the emergency room. So it's like every day someone's coming in with something stuffed up their ass. They're coked out of their mind. They got G.I. Joes stuffed up their ass. He found people with light bulbs, those like twisty pine cone looking light bulbs stuck up their ass.
Damn.
Bro, all kinds of things stuck up their ass.
I did a show at Lompoc State Penitentiary, and one of the guards told me that some guy made a vibrator out of 7 handballs. You know, the ones, the boys. And he taped them all up. And then what happened? All you guys know was, well, he didn't tie them up too good. They were all stuck in there. Let's take them all out.
Oh, no. He didn't tie him up good?
Yeah, because he didn't put enough wrapping, I guess.
No, so they go in his butt and get all those balls?
Yeah.
How many were in there?
Like 5. Whatever. How many balls make this? And you thought he was hiding a knife.
That's a hard way to go, too, because sometimes people die that way. You get, toxic shock. Something goes wrong. You tear your rectum, you bleed out internally. Stuffing things up your ass. Like the Mr. Hand story. You know the Mr. Hand story, right?
No.
There's a whole movie based on it called Zoo. Zoo is it's a thing called zoophilia, where people are sexually attracted to farm animals. And so these people met up online, and they found out that you're still allowed to fuck animals in Washington State. So they all went to Washington State. This is a movie? Washington State, right? Yeah. This is a movie. Based on a true story.
All right.
And this dude got fucked to death by a horse. And they bring him to the emergency room, like, what's going on? And everyone's acting a little shifty. And then they have to tell the whole story. And then they find out these people have like hundreds of hours. So people getting fucked by donkeys, horses, and shit. And they all did this out on this this weird ranch.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how the dude died.
One of the first books, they used to be a lot of sex books when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all nasty books about sex.
Yeah.
The first one I ever read was about people having sex with animals.
Oh, yeah.
But they were like, remember the Penthouse stories or Playboy stories?
Mm-hmm.
But they were all with animals. And I remember the woman telling this whole story about having sex with a horse. And like just riding that fool.
You never see the Mr. Hands video. There's one video that got leaked online way back in the day. Brian Redband sent it to me. And it's this dude getting railed by the horse. And it's not even the one where he dies, apparently. He dies in another video. But in this video, you see the size of the horse's dick, and you see his body, and you see his ass, and you're like, there's no way.
How many people have helped him?
One guy grabbed it and just pointed it in the right direction. And the horse was one gigantic thrust of death. The guy makes this horrible sound, and then his friend goes, too much? And then his friend is like, oh, he came. The horse came. And you're like, this is the sickest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's how that guy died. That guy in that video that's getting fucked by that horse was the guy who eventually dies from it.
Did they put the horse to sleep afterwards?
I don't think so. It's not the horse's fault. Fuck did the horse do? The horse is gonna, I wouldn't bend over in front of him. He's kind of, right? He's kind of conditioned now. It's not his fault.
Kind of says they only found out about all this because he died.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, yeah, but it's like,
Was that the first time or did they try with ponies first?
No, he had been fucked by a bunch of horses. or a bunch of times by the same horse, but there was apparently many hours this guy getting fucked by horses.
Sounds like that.
100 VHS tapes and DVDs.
But it's real, right? It's not like an urban legend, like
No,
when
no,
people
no,
say
the
I went
guy's
to
dead.
TJ and saw a donkey show.
You want to see it?
You gonna show it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you have it? You can still get it, right?
I don't know where to look. I'll look.
I bet you get it. I bet if you put it up on X, X is one of the few places where it's actually illegal. So maybe you can have it on X. Because bestiality, it wasn't illegal when they were doing it, though.
yeah.
There's a point.
No, that's what's called. That's called bestiality when you have sex with an animal. Okay.
Oh, it's called you're fucking gross.
And what's the one when you have sex with dead bodies?
That is
necrophilia, right? Oh, necrophilia.
Don't look on X for that.
Yeah, you can't find an X.
It's a different search result that pops up.
Oh yeah, they probably gamed the search results now, right? Yeah.
21 and older material.
Well, people have sex with animals, right? Like so you want to talk about gangs in New York, how ugly it was,
right?
Some
People just
places
fucked
with
everything that was in front of them. You found it? Okay,
moose.
here it is. Headphones, please.
Make sure.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Well,
baby.
I mean, do you verify that that's it?
Oh, that's 100% it.
Okay.
Absolutely. Go full screen. And don't show it on screen at all.
Somebody mute the sound when we play this?
Nope. Nope, let's hear it. Okay.
Dana Cruz.
It's on a porn site, I guess. Here we go. Here's the sound.
That's reverse him?
So that's the guy's butt. The horse gets on top of him. And then the guy grabs it. Look at this. Watch this. Look at the distance. Look at the amount of tissue we're talking about here. Watch this.
Like long down
Watch
silver.
This is on a loop. This is repeating. This is
repeating, yeah.
This is it's already. The whole thing really only lasts a couple of seconds.
Wow.
That guy died.
The guy has no
The movie's fascinating because the movie is like a documentary sort of recreation of those people, and it's not like that. You don't see things, but you just see how fucking bananas the whole
Is
story
the horse is known for that, or the a random horse? Because he needs to know what he was doing, bro.
Well, he probably been fucking that guy for a long time. They probably been doing. That's what I'm saying. Like it killed him one day, but I think he had
You're not
done
going
it
to
a bunch
show
of
that,
times.
right?
No. We had him.
Peter will come back to it.
We got it now.
No, who knows what I was really showing?
Yeah, we were just making noises.
That is, Mr. What the? My name is Mr. Red.
There's people out there that are out of their fucking mind. They're out of their fucking mind. You're getting fucked to death by a horse in a grainy video. You know, like what is life for you?
That would be crazy.
That's your thing. You get off work at 5, and I think the guy who died was an intelligent guy. Wasn't he an engineer? Bro, he was a Boeing engineer who liked to get fucked to death by a horse. That horse's dick is as long as an arm. Look at how long that dick is.
Oh, like long down silver.
Do you see the size of that thing?
It was like 17 and a half inches.
It was gigantic. It's probably bigger than that. When it goes into his body, you're just like, where's the room? Where's the space? How?
How do you warm up to it?
I guess you start with fingers.
Then you move up to ketchup bottles.
The ability to experience certain sensations after a motorcycle accident.
Oh, so that was the only way you could feel things?
Started going.
Oh, God. That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
I don't know why I should film it.
Well, you know what? That also kind of makes sense, right? Because we've talked about this many times about brain injuries. About people with brain injuries, they get very impulsive, they do reckless things. That totally makes sense. If this guy had a motorcycle accident that fucked up the way he feels things, he probably got wrecked.
That's crazy,
So if he got wrecked, he probably got a brain injury. And it probably turned him into a wild man.
I twisted my ankle, man. Now I want to move to fuck me in the ass.
You want to get fucked to death by a wild animal. You want to
Oh,
be the first
man.
guy to get butt fucked by a bear.
We got a taxi there. And it was just
Yeah,
a
but
long
you break your brain in that way. Like for some people, they're just different now.
Yeah, man.
Now they're different. I've seen it happen to a bunch of dudes when they've been knocked out. Been knocked out really bad.
That's crazy to get knocked out the fuck out and you wake up and goes, is there a horse nearby? Because I'm really horny right now.
Who knows what's going on with the chemistry of your brain? You just want like serious experience. You just want excitement. You want to see people suck a horse's car.
But that goes back to your old joke, man. The old joke, you say, hey, you take a break today.
Yeah, take a day off.
You know what I said when you had that joke about in the Playboy Mansion, and you said that what's his name? Well, whatever. He would have every once in a while a gay will pop in, and then he goes, and then the punchline was, nah, man, you take a break.
Don't start fucking guys.
Yeah,
Take a break.
you take a break.
Yeah, relax.
You
Relax. Crazy.
Yeah, you fucking 10 chicks a day. You know that for a guy. You take a break.
I think for some people with brain injuries, though, they get addicted to skydiving, they get addicted to gambling, they get addicted to like really reckless behavior.
Your abusing was in a head injury, right? Oh, bad one. I wonder what he's up to.
He looks like he's been in an accident. He fell on a motorcycle and hit his head on the curb with no helmet on. Yeah, it was a bad one. So California didn't used to have a helmet law back then.
It's because of him, though.
Well, I don't know, but it's because of him.
He started a big push.
Yeah.
To help that.
So he helped it, but I know that people wanted this. You know, I'm torn on that shit. It's like, yeah, you should have helmet laws because there's 18-year-old boys out there that can have motorcycles, and that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I am so glad that when I was 18, I never got a fucking motorcycle.
Once you thought of a motorcycle like at 70 miles an hour, with a helmet is like nothing, right? It's like nothing.
Depends on how you fall.
How you fall, right?
Yeah, you might slide. If you slide, you probably just get your skin ripped from your body.
Did you survive it? Yeah, bro. Just woke up to a fetish. That's it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, man. If you get really banged, you could have some screwy brain waves after that. You know, and you can think everyone's out to get you. People get real weird. They get real weird, and they feel like extra vulnerable because their brain's not working the same anymore, so they don't know who they are anymore. They don't feel like they used to feel.
Yeah,
they start to feel crazy. You know, and they start thinking no one wants to help them. They start getting real angry, negative, and then you get fucked by a horse. It's just out of all the things that you could be doing, that's how you chose to go out. All these things that you could be doing, you know, you could be seeing the world.
He said, nah, I want to see biscuits.
You could be a food blogger.
Nah, ponies.
You could be a fashion influencer. Nope.
Now I want to be Willie Shoemaker.
I want to get taken out by a horse.
The black stallion.
In some dirty barn somewhere. That's where you breathe your last breath. In a dirty barn with horse jizz in your asshole.
What did Fred do?
I don't know. They freaked out. They brought him to the hospital. They tried to drop him off. Then the cops start questioning him, I believe. I'm paraphrasing for sure. But I think that's how they got busted. They brought off the guy, and he's got a giant hole in his asshole. He's pale like a sheet. Like, what happened?
To have the same face.
What? Why is the inside of his body missing? Why does he have a fucking telephone pole?
Why could we see his shoes through his mouth?
What is going on with this dude? What did you do? What'd you do? That story about Jimi Hendrix still freaks me out. I've been thinking about it the entire time we've been talking. I go back to the idea of them just pouring pills down the greatest guitarist of all time's mouth, and then just pouring jugs of wine down, holding him down, and that's how he dies. Motherfucker, that's scary.
His manager.
Motherfucker, that's scary.
U.S. manager said the story is not true.
Of course. I would say that too. I would say that too. I mean, I don't know if it's true. Who fucking knows? But the idea, and he definitely did die. He definitely did die by asphyxiation.
Some people say also like that the CIA did it. Jimi Hendrix.
I don't know. I haven't heard that one. But if anything happens, people always think the CIA was involved somehow. Anything, no matter what it is, right? Yeah, pretty much.
They always say that.
Yeah, I don't trust nothing.
Secret agent.
Yeah, it's either them or it's China or it's Russia. who's really sending me this text telling me that I'm qualified for $4,000 in savings? Who's, you know those texts you get? Who's sending those?
What's it?
You know those texts you get, like random texts? Hey, congratulations, you received approval for your loan.
Oh, I don't get those.
You don't get those? I get them for a dude named Ray. So Ray had my fucking phone number before I moved here. Fucking Ray. Ray must have signed up to every goddamn list. Ray must have put in that number every chance he could. I keep getting these fucking text messages from Ray. And it's all like loans and you qualify for this and this is available. We're looking for someone to hire. There's always some weird scams.
You qualify for aluminum sidings.
I don't understand how they can't stop that from happening. It seems weird that you get so many of them. You get so many of these scam things where they get a hold of your phone number and just spam you lies.
I think they think you get to a certain age, 50, and they think it's gullible to these tricks now.
Well, I think young people are gullible too.
They say to 22-year-olds, hey man, you want to fix your home?
Yeah,
How do you have a home?
If you're dumb and you're 22 and you get something and you qualify for $4,000, oh shit, they think this is me. I say yes. Yeah, I'll take that money. And then, whatever the fuck they do. I don't know what to do.
There was a guy in LA that was calling women at their jobs and telling them they had won something, and he convinced them to cut their heels off their shoes.
And he film it?
No, he was just calling them up randomly. Hey, you just won blah, 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 blah. All you gotta do is cut your heels off your shoes right now. And women were doing it, and he called up a bunch of chicks, and they all just fucked up their shoes for nothing.
Oh, what an asshole. It's funny, but it's
and
also
that person was me, and I wasn't. But it was somebody.
A rude thing to do to a lady. Especially if it's your favorite shoes. You only have one pair.
Not my red bottoms.
Bro, shoes are hard to get. Those bitches are expensive, right?
Yeah.
So aren't we so lucky we don't have to wear shoes that hurt? Girls wear shoes that hurt. They can only wear them for so long. Like, I can't imagine. I don't even like wearing things other than sneakers.
Yeah.
Or like a comfortable boot. Like, I got a couple pairs of these Origin boots. Real comfortable. Easy to walk around in. Like, nice, smooth leather.
I don't think I ever have boots.
Boots are great. But the point is,
I never had cowboy boots. I've had Doc Martin, but not cowboy boots.
The point is, they don't hurt to wear. But ladies are always wearing shoes that hurt. What a crazy choice.
5-inch heels. Stilettos.
That's probably why they have better pain tolerance, too. They have to give birth, and they wear shoes that hurt all the time. So they have to deal with pain. We're so lucky we don't have any of that stupid shit. Imagine if we had to wear makeup every day. Imagine what it'd be like. Like, Felipe, what have you done to your eyes?
I don't know, man. I put mercury on them.
Isn't that interesting? Like, women, most, a lot of women wear makeup every day. Or wake up makeup regularly. On a regular basis, they wear makeup. It's not a very rare occasion thing. Most, I don't know what the number is. Want to find out? Let's Google it. Because that's probably, a lot of that stuff's probably not healthy for you either, right? What's in those colors? What kind of dyes are they using?
The red dye, huh?
Like, what is all that stuff made out of? Are we sure? I mean, maybe some of it's really good for you. Maybe some of it's terrible for you. Maybe it's just like the scented candle.
The lipstick? Well, I don't know. The lipsticks, the native lipsticks is made out of smashed little bugs.
Yeah, that's one of the red dye things,
and
too, right?
Smashed little bugs. You put them right here.
Can't be bad for you, right?
It's going to be better than a horse up your ass.
So, what percentage?
43% reported.
Okay, 43% of U.S. women reported wearing makeup daily or weekly. But it doesn't break out the daily portion explicitly. Rewinding to 2019, same source noted a higher share of women wearing makeup daily. Gen Z, 18 to 24 at 30%, and millennials, 25 to 34 at 35%, suggesting a decline over time. Separate 2023 YouGov poll of 1,000 U.S. women found that 38% wear makeup at least a few times a week or daily, with older women 65 plus being the most likely to wear it daily compared to younger groups. They probably all wore it daily back in the day, right? You got to keep up your looks, Gladys. Go back up again, please. Another study from 2017 by Statista indicated 41% of U.S. women aged 30 to 59 wear makeup daily.
Yeah, there was a woman back in the, I don't know if it was the 1800 or 1900. She was the first woman to make a woman's magazine on clothing and home gardening, how to cook. She was first later put recipes in a magazine.
Oh yeah,
kind of like for a homemaker.
Right.
And then, yeah, there was in a magazine back then. I don't know what the name of the magazine, but
Jamie, Google is makeup bad for you? What do you think? Google is makeup toxic.
When I was a kid, my 7th grade teacher thought it was bad. Don't put on that makeup, young girl.
Well, it's toxic makeup for sure.
Wait, what are the ingredients in makeup that are toxic? Oh, that's right.
The lady with the green makeup, yes.
Bro, no. The lady with the green makeup, the Wizard of Oz, or the Tin Man.
The witch.
Yeah, they got real sick, man. Yes, some makeup can be toxic.
I wish I'd have killed more people when I was young.
Lead, mercury, and arsenic. Heavy metals can be found in cosmetics. Phthalates, common contaminant in cosmetics. Formaldehyde, a chemical found in some makeup.
Yeah, man. That's why a lot of comedians back then stopped blackfacing.
Man, that's scary shit. That's scary shit. I wonder if that contributes to a higher incidence of certain issues, health issues that maybe women have that use it daily.
I wonder how many.
Gotta wonder, right?
How about the people that worked the news back then in the 450s? They wore a shitload of makeup.
Oh yeah, yeah. And what the fuck kind of makeup did they have back then? That was probably all chemicals.
Cake makeup, man.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Phil Donahue shit.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, you don't have to wear that, ladies. We're not that complicated.
You guys gotta wear makeup when you do the UFC fights?
No, I don't wear anything. I'm like, are you crazy? I have to go in there with dudes who literally have their head split open. You know? I have to interview people that are soaked in blood, and sometimes the blood is spitting out onto the microphone.
Oh my God, I never noticed that happens?
All the time. I get blood on me all the time. Like, the idea of me wearing makeup to look better while I'm out there dealing with people that just got their face punched in is crazy. That's ridiculous. I won't do it.
So when they're speaking to you, like when you get a fighter that's real bloody, like you can, what's because you're really up close to these guys. What do you see in their eyes after a fight, like when they're also bleeding, man? Do you see like their intensity, man? Do you see things that other people don't see when you're interviewing them?
I'm sure you see something.
You're there in a fight right in front of them.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to get more of a sense of how they feel after it's over. Like, there's like some historic moments where you could see that when the fighter wins, it's like, it's a big fucking deal. And one of my favorite ones was when Israel Adesanya had his second UFC fight against Alex Pereira, and he knocks him out, cold, beautiful, clean right hand, then finishes him on the ground, and then fires off 3 arrows into his body.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy. Yes.
I mean, that was a fucking classic moment. And then he grabs a microphone and gives like one of the most inspirational speeches. Like, pull that speech up.
Yeah.
Because it's amazing. This is my favorite moment, I think, of anybody after they won a fight. Because it's just like, this was real in the moment from a guy who's the fucking boogeyman, dude. Alex Pereira is the boogeyman. He's the scariest motherfucker in the sport. He knocked Izzy out twice. He left hook KO'd him in kickboxing, and then he beat him down in the UFC, and then Izzy finally knocked him out. And when he knocked him out, when he fires those arrows into his body, and then see if you find that speech. And when you hear it, man, you're like, wow. That's what makes the whole career worth it. These moments where you reach out and you touch the world.
I hope every one of you can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something. When they knock you down, when they talk about you, if you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this again and again and again and again and again.
Amazing. That's like human fuel. You hear someone saying something like that, after doing something like that, that can help you all throughout your day. That's human fuel. Amazing. Amazing.
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try. Yeah. Charles Bukowski.
That guy was out.
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try. This could mean losing girlfriends. It could mean losing wives, relatives. It could be time spent in jail. Lonely nights in the dark. Lonely nights by yourself.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's all worth it. I don't know the rest.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah.
He was. Did you ever see the movie they did on with Ricky Rourke?
Both.
They did 2 movies?
There's one with Matt Dillon called Factotum too.
When was that?
That came out like in 2000 something, and he plays at a there's Barfly, there's Factotum. Factotum, he plays them at that age, and
He's
then
way too handsome.
yeah, but
How dare he?
He plays them good.
How dare he?
Yeah,
He's way too handsome. That's outrageous. Mickey Rourke made himself look fucked up.
Yeah,
toast to all my friends. You know, he like
Charles Bukowski is actually in Barfly. He's one of the drunks in the bar.
Yeah.
All women in the world aren't whore, just mine.
You ever see one of those readings that he used to do? He used to do these readings. He'd read from his books, and people would yell and fucking have hecklers and shit, and yell out to them. He's just a guy, just constantly drunk with profound.
Yeah, man. When I started reading, I wanted to read books about authors that were from Los Angeles, like in the 40s or 50s. Because he's from the, and I said I gotta find something that talks about Los Angeles, these streets that I live in. And there was Charles Bukowski. He writes about Los Angeles. And I found out that his inspiration was a guy named, oh man, what's his name? He writes just like Charles Bukowski. He wrote a book called Ask the Dust, and The Adventures of Arturo Bandini. I'm lost here of his name, but it's John Fonte. Yes, John Fonte. John Fonte wrote books in the style of Charles Bukowski, and Charles Bukowski, when he found out about him, he helped him publish all his books again. So that's why I know that John Fonte exists, because Charles Bukowski, he republished all his books for him when he was dying of diabetes. So Ask the Dust, bro, he talks about Los Angeles during 1932, bro, when Los Angeles had a metro rail and the 1932 earthquake in Los Angeles.
Wow.
So it's all about, this guy's from Los Angeles. He talks about Armenians and working the docks in 1920s.
Wow. That's a great catch.
And they're alcoholics, bro. This guy's an alcoholic, and so is Charles Bukowski. These are dudes that work jobs and still were authors.
Imagine going from those guys to TikTokers at BOA.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, these guys actually had jobs during the day. Charles Bukowski, he worked at the post office. He never worked. He never quit.
Yeah.
And Arturo Bandini, well, what's his name? The other guy, he started writing for Hollywood, and he just disappeared.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, like writing screenplays?
Writing screenplays. He got into under contract.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of like talented writers who just decide to write for a company. They just kind of like give up on the dream.
Get hired to be a writer, and then you said, this is not for me?
I got a book deal once, and I gave them the money back because they had too much input. They wanted to have too much input, and then they wanted me to transcribe my stand-up. That was one of their ideas. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. They're like, George Carlin did. I'm like, well, that's fine. I love George Carlin, but so what? I'm not doing that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would I want like the worst version of what the idea are, which is just print? The best version is a live performed version. Second best version is a video. Worst for sure is print. Audio is slightly better. But it's like, you don't want to do that. Why would I do that? That's a dumb way to write a book. I just want to write about things that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, why would you write your whole set list on a book?
And then I realized if I'm going to write something, I have to want to, and it has to be something that I do because I'm controlling the entire thing. And then if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. But it's not something that I would ever want to have somebody help me out with.
According to this article about him, part of the reason why he didn't explode when other writers did is because his publisher was in a legal battle for an unauthorized publication of Mein Kampf.
Whoa!
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Whoa! Holy shit.
So,
Yeah. Wow. The financial drain on the publisher hampered the distribution of Ask the Dust.
Yes.
While Fenn put out a short story collection, Dago read in 1940, more than a decade would pass before another Bandini novel. Wow.
Yeah, he disappeared. And there's a bunch of stories about this.
He used to live in got in a legal battle with Adolf Hitler.
Was his publisher did.
That's
Crazy, huh? Insane.
That's crazy. Dude, I'm gonna read that. Is it on audio? I hope it's on audiobook. I'm so lazy. Sitting down and actually reading a book right now. It's too daunting. It's too daunting. Felipe, one more time, tell everybody special on Netflix, available right now.
Oh, my Netflix special is available right now. Raging Fool on Netflix. Go check it out. Directed by my wife, Lisa O'Daniel. And I want to give a shout out to my brother-in-law who listens to you religiously with his daughters. Johnny O'Daniel, what's up, boo?
Shout out to
Dayton,
Johnny.
Ohio.
All right. Instagram, all that shit. What is it?
Oh, my Instagram is Felipe Esparza. My website is felipesworld.com. I'll be in, I don't know when this airs, I'll be in Grand Rapids, Iowa, and Indianapolis, Helium. But
when are those dates?
I don't know.
Okay.
My
Now go to the website. Go to the website.
But, April 5th, I'll be in San Diego with Paul Rodriguez, and April 25th, I'll be in San Diego with a bunch of comedians.
Beautiful.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
It's always good to see you, my brother.
Thank you for having me,
Thanks,
bro.
man. Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, everybody.
Let's say the boy and I, and say I'm a talent agent from Los Angeles, the boy and I, and see you look at all the talent. So you get two other agents from two other agencies. They charge each kid $250. You get there, bro, it'd be 95. Kids there, $250 Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right. We're up and rolling. Magnus Carlson, ladies and gentlemen. You want some coffee?
No, I'll just water.
We have, tell Jeff to bring in the coffee.
No, I'm good with water.
But I need coffee. I want to keep up with you, buddy. And of course, Tony Hinchcliffe is here, who's a gigantic chess fan, and just creamed his pants yesterday when I told him you were coming in. And then immediately I said, you got to come with me. And so Tony's here as well. It's an honor to meet you, man. I'm always fascinated by people that are at the top of something that's insanely difficult, like chess. And I'm always wondering, like, how much time is involved? How often do you play? And when did you start? How old were you when you first started playing?
I think my dad is an avid chess player, so I think he thought that I might have some talent, so he taught me pretty early at around 5 years old. But at that time, I wasn't that interested. I was mostly into Legos, and I was into maths and like sports stats, and I had my little flag book with all the countries in the world, their flags and their inhabitants and area and everything. And I sort of that's what I did. Generally, just taking in all the stats that I could, also with sports, reading the sports section every day. And I didn't find chess that fun. A couple of years later, my older sister is a year and a half older than me. She did a lot of chess with my dad. I started sitting in on them a bit, and I started liking it. I really, really wanted to beat my sister as well at generally everything. And from there on, it really just became my thing. And it's been my main hobby, and eventually work as well since.
Yeah, obviously. It's fun. It's so funny though. A competitive spark with your sister is really what ignited you to get going with it.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, she's not competitive at all, so she hated the fact that I wanted to play, especially when I realized that I could beat her. And she liked chess, but she stopped for a while and only started when I had become good enough that there wasn't a competition. So it turned like my dad was right after all. I just needed I just needed that that extra push.
Yeah, what a call. I think you've got some talent. What a call.
Grandmaster 12, was it?
13. So actually, the record is 12. But most kids these days, honestly, they start so early. I was at a tournament in India a few months ago, and there's this guy who's like a 1600 rated player, and he's 3 years old. And like I'm seeing the games, like they're actually decent. And yeah, now there's this one kid from Argentina, like they call him Messi of chess, who's going to become a grandmaster soon. I think he's only 10, so they're really playing early these days. But it's good to see though, because like information is so easily accessible these days. Like it takes a lot shorter time to get good at something.
Well, it seems like now chess, because of social media, it's like everything else. It's kind of exploding because there's so many fascinating videos out. And then, of course, there was like the big controversy with that young man who you believe is a big old cheater. That guy. I need to know the anal beads thing. Is that a legitimate theory?
So it actually started in one of my friend's streamer channel. That like one random guy made a comment about anal beads, and he was like, yeah, maybe. And then I think it started taking the rounds in Reddit, and then Elon saw it, tweeted about it, and then obviously it blew up. I actually spoke to I think it was Mark Andreessen who said like that would be one way to do it.
Yes.
But I really don't believe that has happened. Like I think it has no connection to reality, but it just became a thing of its own.
So, unfortunately, this young man, we'll explain the anal beads thing, but this young man is a very talented player, but does have a history of some shenanigans, correct? And even admitted that he did a little bit of cheating in order to move his rating higher so he could play better players.
Yeah, I mean, he's not admitted to nearly the extent of his cheating, but if you sort of take what chess.com say, then yeah, he cheated a bunch online in a certain period of time, partly in tournaments, but mostly in casual games, as he just set himself to sort of get himself up the standings and play the best players in the world.
But he is a very good player.
I think he has become a very good player, yeah.
Interesting, okay. So what made you convinced that he was cheating in that particular game? And by what method do you think he could possibly have been doing this?
Could you hear something? Was it like burn? You're hearing vibrations?
You see his seed shift.
Yeah. You're smelling something? There's a whiff of something in the air?
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the smoking gun, I suppose. But I think there was a combination of things, though, based on the chess level that I thought that he had and that I'd seen from his game, both playing against him, analyzing a little with him, and looking at his other games. There were a lot of stories back then. The thing is also there's a Netflix documentary coming in a few months that sort of where I'm telling my side of the story. So I kind of go too deep into everything, but what I can say was that there were a lot of factors that made me very, very suspicious.
And I think ever since then he has become better, but there's still something off, both then and now. But yeah.
That's so fascinating that as an elite chess player, you'd be able to recognize that something is happening that's outside of his capabilities.
Again, I'm not ruling out the factor that chess players are becoming more and more paranoid, because we do have chess engines that basically have perfect chess, right? That anybody with their phone can, as I think Elon tweeted to Gary once, like, my iPhone can beat you at chess, which is the truth. And this means that, you know, anybody having access to information it's incredibly dangerous. And I think top level chess has been a lot based on trust. And whenever you have outsiders whom there are these stories about, everybody gets a bit jittery. There's like people who either like they burst onto the scene, then they establish themselves, and people know that they're legit and so on. It's not a problem with him specifically. I don't know. It was
high school.
It's just he doesn't seem to be playing, or it didn't at that point seem to be playing with a particular style. It seemed that he either played kind of or he just more or less played any position very well in certain games. Like, he could just switch from tactical to positional play very easily, and it was it didn't smell good to me. It still doesn't, but you know, to some extent, like, he had his lawsuit. We've all kind of moved a little bit on. I think I don't trust him. A lot of other top players still don't trust him. He certainly doesn't trust me or Chess.com or Hikaru or whomever he felt wronged by. But
the problem is, like, once someone admits that they cheated a game, especially a game that has a lot of trust in it, like chess, you're always going to think, like, is he cheating now? Always. But the question is, like, what method? Like, what do people do? So if you're sitting there, you have no phone, your pockets are empty, like, what could you be doing that could possibly be aiding you?
Well, first of all, like an invisible air piece that people use for exams and so on. Like,
so, but he would have to have a partner.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. That would not have been detected by the security system that they used at that tournament. They amped up the security after the whole thing happened.
Check your ears.
Yeah. They start checking our ears, and then you know, we had a live tournament in Paris last year where I played him, where there was proper security, where all of these things would be picked up, and he didn't play to nearly the same level there. So I think I'm not an expert in all of that, but that's what I've heard from people, that that's like the most obvious thing that it could have that someone could have done, and it wouldn't be really that hard to pull off, considering the kind of security we have at chess tournaments. And this tournament had like a little bit of security. A lot of them, like open tournaments, people are like wandering in and out of the playing hall. There are people in the playing hall, like spectators, with their smartphone on and taking pictures or whatever, like going in and out, like they could make signals. It's hard. It's a big problem in chess for sure.
Yeah, so the anal beads thing, because people don't know what we're talking about. The theory was that he had vibrating anal beads that would somehow or another, through some sort of code, explain to him the moves. And I've thought about this for a lot longer than I care to admit. Like, what kind of code are you getting from inside your butt that you're like, okay, got it?
Well, it would be like, C4 or whatever. Like, it could tell you.
Like, how would it say in your butt?
Well, I mean,
Morse
I'd
code?
have to show you.
Luckily, I brought one.
Yeah, I have some in right now. No, it would be like it would buzz, right? It would buzz the letters and then the numbers that would indicate where you would move, and there would only be a piece or two.
So, like, the first 3 vibrations would be letter C, and then, yeah, okay.
It's just a sort of technological version of ways people have cheated before. There was a scandal back in 2010 where the captain of the French team was helping one of the French players by cheating. He was basically just standing in certain spots around the table to tell him where to move.
Oh wow!
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh wow! Dirty people out there.
It's wild.
Well, it's such a competitive thing. Whenever you have competitive things, you always have people that just want to win at any cost, right?
Yeah, it's also funny that one of his teammates from that tournament worked with me for a long time, and he told me like this guy was like going out every night, not taking the tournament seriously at all. But he had a good reason. Like he knew he was gonna.
He's partying.
He knew he was gonna win.
That's hilarious. Yeah. So is that the most egregious form of cheating you've ever seen or heard of?
No, I actually played an open tournament in Denmark about 20 years ago, where there was a guy who was playing Grandmaster in the first round. Like, this was not a very good player, and he came drunk to the table and just literally pulled out his phone open the chess program. But of course, like, he was immediately so that wasn't, of course, nearly as nefarious. But yeah,
that's just a moron.
Yeah, he was just probably some other issues there.
There's just it is such a fascinating game because it's impossible to play if you're dumb. Like, there's games that you could just be a savant, like an idiot savant. But chess is, like, it's the most impressive thing for people to be unbelievably good at.
I don't know. I think you can be dumb and be like fairly good at chess. I think like some intelligence certainly helps, but after all, a lot of chess is about learning patterns, right? And basically anybody can do that. So, like, applying them at a higher level, learning how to evaluate and so on, that sort of is what sets the really the best players apart from merely good players. But I feel like anybody could become quite decent at the game. But I do love the fact that there are no coincidences. Like, there are no outside factors. Well, if you don't talk other than cheating, of course. But it's just you're either outsmarting your opponent or you're getting outsmarted.
So for a guy like you that excels above all, what is the difference in your preparation? Is it just simply who you are as a person, you think, or is it something about the difference in your preparation without giving away any secrets, obviously?
I'm like known in the chess world for being like a little bit lazy, I think. The thing is that I
What do you mean lazy? Like, how is that possible?
No, the thing is, like, I've never been the kind of person who wakes up in the morning, works 6-7 hours and chess like a normal job, and then
because a lot of them study computers.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think about the game all the time. Like, I play online. I look at games. I may read some.
Do you ever play anonymously?
I used to do that all the time.
What a bloodbath that must be.
But I think I got humbled one time by this Russian grandmaster who somebody else asked me like if a certain account on a certain website was me, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, like I don't know who that is. And this guy went like, yes, that is you. And he listed up like 5 other accounts that I thought nobody knew about.
Oh wow!
That were also me.
By the way you play?
Yeah, I think it's playing strength, playing style. Because I tried to switch up my openings on different accounts to not make it obvious that it's me. And I have like a style where I switch that up a lot, so it makes it a bit easier. But I think you could just tell by the playing style. So
that is crazy.
These days, I play with my own name. I don't really care about that anymore.
Yeah. So, do most professional players study chess all day long at the highest level?
I think quite a few do. I mean, I don't know, like, people's day-to-day activities. So
you guys don't talk about it?
Not that much. The people that I've worked with, they certainly study chess a lot. But others, I'm not quite sure. The thing is that chess has always, like, still been a bit of a hobby for me. That once it starts to feel like work, then it's harder for me. I had a chess coach when I was little. I went to have sessions once a week, which I love, and then he started giving me homework, and I told him like quickly like I don't like homework, but I would still spend a lot of time like reading books, playing a lot. Like the things that I still do, but I would do them for fun, and that was the difference between me and the other kids, is that they would go to chess practice, they would maybe even do their homework, but they weren't living and breathing sort of the game that in the way that I was. Like, I think about it all the time. Like, I'm thinking about the game while I'm sitting on this chair. Like, I'm still analyzing a game that I played today. Like, it never goes completely out of my mind. And I think a lot of very good chess players do that, but like casual chess players, no, of course.
So maybe the thing is discipline versus enthusiasm. Enthusiasm causes obsession and enjoyment, which probably leads to better retention of information. Whereas just pure discipline for the sake of like, I have to do the work in order to get better, you're missing this enjoyment. You're missing this enthusiasm for it that you have managed to, although absorbing so much information and playing all the time, you've managed to keep it playful and fun.
I think so. I think this is definitely the way that works for me. Maybe for others, I think for anybody, like if you want to be great at something, you have to be obsessed with it. Yeah, and it has to come from within. Like nobody can. Maybe in certain sports you can get that good purely by very, very targeted practice and a lot of hours. But I think for me it's just the way that it works, and I do like process it, even though like I don't necessarily study, like I don't deliberately practice all the time. I still process the information, so it's still whatever the method is, it certainly works.
But it's interesting because you've been able to excel above so many, and it makes me wonder. Like, I always am fascinated by whether it's a Tiger Woods or whatever the athlete is, or whatever the game they play. What separates the very best from everyone else? Like, I know in martial arts, there's a series of factors that have to do with genetics, training, coaches, sparring partners, and then ultimately discipline, and drive. But with chess, it's all mental. This physical has nothing to do with it. So do you think it's a genetic thing? Do you think you have a unique mind for chess? Do you think it's this balance that you keep with enthusiasm and obsession? Like, what do you think separates you from everyone else?
I think it has to be a variety of factors. I think there's no doubt that I'm incredibly naturally gifted at the game. Like, otherwise I wouldn't have come this far. And my dad is incredibly good with numbers. He started playing chess quite late, but became became decent. Like, my mother was quite smart, and my sisters are very intelligent too. So, like, it's clear that there are some good genes, and I just I happened to find also an environment early on where I lived near Oslo, which had probably the best chess environment there was in Norway, at the very least, where there were I had access to coaches, and I had access to like a little training group of other ambitious kids. After that, I think the most important thing that I've done is that I haven't really listened to people who want me to do things like a certain way, because that's the way things have always been done, especially with the Soviet chess school. That was the dominant one for so many years. So I've always sort of gone my own way, tried to have as much fun. Everything has to be about enjoyment. And yeah, I cannot tell you why, but I just like understand the game better than the others. Like, I don't calculate necessarily as far as the other, but my intuition, like for short lines, constantly evaluating is just better.
It's always just such an interesting thing to analyze, like high performers, and just to wonder like what it is that separates high performers. When you say your father started playing late, how old was he?
Oh, I think he started playing about 14, 15, something like that. In chess, that's right. But he never like took it seriously enough.
Right.
That he wanted to, like, he pursued it, but
as a hobby.
As a hobby. Yeah.
Well, when you say take it seriously, you mean like you do.
Yeah.
Right. This is what makes me think about epigenetics. Like, we still don't exactly know how much information is transferred between parents to children, and it seems like there's a lot of talents, whether it's like singing talent or sports talent, that you have to wonder, like, is that coming from genes, or is that coming from the environment in which this child grows up, which this person, or is it a combination of all those factors? Like, I wonder if someone gets a very intelligent person gets very good at chess early on, I wonder if some information or some proclivity for the game gets transferred.
I think the reaction in the chess community, at least with certain people, was more along the lines of how could such a lousy player have such a good son at chess with my dad. And the fact is as well that there are practically no. There are many couples of like both mother and father are grandmasters in chess, but I don't think any of them have had sons or daughters that are grandmasters. So whereas you see anywhere like in the NBA or the NHL or in football or wherever, like, it happens all the time. So I cannot say exactly why that is, but it does suggest that it's not a given, at least with genetics, that your children are gonna.
I have an alternate theory for that. I wonder if you're a child and your parents are absolutely obsessed with a game, if it's annoying, and you're like, fuck this game. Like, I want to go play in the park, and my parents don't even pay attention to me. This is bullshit. And, like there's a lot of children of alcoholics that will not drink. They won't even try it. because they've seen the effects of it. I wonder that. If it's like you see, because chess is an obsessive game. Like, I remember when Howard Stern was playing it, and I would listen to him talk about it on the radio and about how he started hiring a coach and he was playing all the time and he's improving his rating and this, and I was like, oh, this is eating up your mind. Like, it's a game that gets in your bones.
It really does, because like the entry is not so easy, right? Like, you don't like just get it immediately, and you don't necessarily get enjoyment out of it immediately as you start to play. So you have to spend time on it, and then I think when you're trying to do something hard, then it becomes much more rewarding, and it's easier for that to become an obsession when you start to get that reward.
So the good thing about that controversy with cheating was that I think it elevated the profile of chess because it became mainstream news. It was like a big issue. I think there was a positive aspect of it in terms of the publicity of the game. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think for any field of that's trying to achieve something, with publicity, there's always going to be a little bit of a negative with what exactly we're connected with, right? Because this is everybody knows chess and cheating, but overall, I think it's been massively positive. Hopefully the Netflix thing coming up in a year, even though like.
Can you explain to people what
it's a Netflix Untold documentary. So basically, it's a series of sports documentaries, and they're doing that. It's not something that I wanted to necessarily be part of, but I do recognize the fact that these things raise the profile of the game, and you see now like everywhere people like it. Chess is showing up in people's algorithms on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. So it's just like much more in the zeitgeist than it used to be.
Yeah, it's certainly showing up on mine. It shows up on mine all of them. Yours, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, you've always been a giant chess fan.
Well, it's actually a newer thing, but when I got into it, it was just everything. Now it's what I do right before bed. I fall asleep. Usually, I fall asleep during actual games online on my phone.
You're driving them crazy.
Yeah.
How could that happen?
I'm exhausted.
What do you do when you wake up?
Oh, it's total opposite.
You wake up and you
Coffee.
lost.
Yeah. No, I wake up and I look at the board and it said you resigned because I went over my time or whatever.
Yeah.
I just ran out of
How
time.
many times have you resigned?
It happens an embarrassing a lot amount. It's how I fall asleep now is playing chess. But what you will appreciate is that when I fall asleep playing chess, like when I fall asleep, I'm still playing the game in my dreams sometimes. And sometimes the game will go all night. It'll be like this never-ending game and pieces will pop back up that have already gone.
That sounds amazing. Like, I would, like, obviously that would never happen to me. Like, I like to play a game of chess on my phone or my iPad whenever I have some time, especially like if I know that I have 15 minutes or whatever. And then if something comes up, like my wife tells me like I have to be somewhere, I have to do something, it's like, can you just finish the game? I'm like, no, I cannot resign the game. What are you talking about?
Yeah, obviously that's different. So. Yeah, you can't just resign. You gotta ride that bitch out.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by 0 Day, a new Netflix limited series. This conspiracy thriller is about a devastating cyber attack that downs America's infrastructure. Take a listen.
Thousands died on 0 Day.
Congress is authorizing a special 0 Day commission.
You're just going to grab people off the streets without warrants.
Actually, you are.
I run this investigation, not the White House, not the CIA.
If the public finds out how deep this really is, I don't think we survive.
Robert De Niro is absolutely legendary in his first TV series, and you don't really know if he's the good guy or the bad guy till the end. Zero Day has an incredible supporting cast, including Angela Bassett, Jesse Plemons, Lizzie Kaplan, and Connie Britton. Zero Day is now playing only on Netflix.
Yeah, that would be like psychologically torturous, right?
Yeah, especially if I'm playing somebody who is a little bit of a rival. It's like, that's
Right.
That's not gonna happen.
No chance.
I mean, because like every time like I lose games, it's a little bit of a story, right?
Yeah.
In chess.
Get like some little baggies, and then I would try. At first,
Also, I prefer to happen as seldom as possible.
I played a little bit of chess when I was young, but I never really got into it. But my real introduction where I got fascinated with chess was actually at a pool hall. Because people in the pool hall would play chess sometimes, but there was this one guy who went to jail, and in jail he learned how to play chess with his head, in his mind. And then there was a young kid who was a grandmaster, who was like 16, 17 years old, somewhere around then. Really, really good chess player, who kind of like lost his way and started hanging around in pool halls and gambling and being a weirdo. And I watched these two guys play chess with just words. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, what? I was like, I think I was 22 or 23 at the time. And I was like, what are you doing? And they were explaining to me that they're playing chess, memorizing the board in their head. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. And then I saw a video of you blindfolded. Playing how many people? How many people did you play? This is the most people you've ever played blindfolded.
I think I've played 12, but the world record is something like 50. That's crazy.
Like 12. You played 12 people blindfolded.
Yeah. For me, that's as long as the people I'm playing are kind of decent at chess. That actually kind of makes it easier, because it's easier to store the games when I recognize the patterns and so on. When people start making weird moves, I kind of really recognize. Oh, so this is another one actually. This is a blindfold timed symbol. Like there are fewer games, but what's difficult about these is that the moves do not come to me in the sequence. So like the presenter will tell me on board 2, e takes d5, and then all of a sudden on board 1, e6, and then on board 2 again, and so on. So that makes it a bit.
So you have to jump back and forth. So in the other games, there's a sequence where the player, even though if they know what move they're going to take, they must wait until their turn.
Exactly. That's kind of the normal way of playing Simul. I think the last time that I played a proper blindfold Simul was at an event in Vienna back in, I think, 2015. And then I had some very nice but spicy Chinese food before the game. I sat down and like my stomach was acting up. I couldn't think. So I played for 10 minutes. I realized that I cannot do this. I ran away for 15 minutes, and then I came back and I finished the game. But ever since that, it feels like I've done it, and now it just seems incredibly hard to do again. But
do you prepare when you're doing something like this? When you get ready to do a blindfolded multi-game thing?
Not really, because it's like if my mind is on, then it's really not that hard, I feel. So no, the preparation that I do is right there. I see my opponents, so like I assign a certain face to a certain seat, like a certain number, and so on. So that's just about what I do.
So you assign their face, and you think of their face as they're playing.
Yeah. Face like number 1, stabilization.
Right.
Yeah, and so on.
And what are you seeing in your mind when you're envisioning the table? When you're looking at the board, are you merely thinking of positions? Are you actually thinking of the pieces? Like, How are you breaking it down?
No, I just see the chessboard in my head.
Just see it completely 3D chessboard in your head.
Yeah, so it's and then when I'm playing a simul, I just really think about one at a time, and I kind of store the others away. And
but that's so crazy. Like when you're 5-6 moves in, and you're thinking of all these pieces moving around, and you've got it remembered. You've completely memorized each position of 12 different boards.
Yeah, so like the difficult part of it, that where things sometimes go wrong, is that. So generally, I remember all the games that I've played, but I don't remember every move. I remember, like, in broad strokes, what happened. And this is what can happen in these blindfold games as well sometimes. Like, I can remember everything that's going on, but maybe there's a pawn on the side that I cannot remember if it moved one square or not. That's the thing that can be difficult. And I do... We used to have these blindfold, like, professional tournaments, actually. That used to be, like, both fun, but also totally exhausting. And then we would play on a computer, so we'd have, like, a blank chessboard where we would just click from one square to another, and then whenever your opponent moved, their move would pop up on the screen. And I've had, and also the software will tell you if you're making an illegal move. So I've had people like lose track, and then you see them just clicking frenetically, trying to figure out what the position was. Like there was one guy who I played, like he thought his rook was on a certain file, and if it was on that file, he would be able to save a draw. So I think he tried every single rook move on that file, hoping that the rook was there. But like obviously I knew that it wasn't. But yeah, overall I feel like honestly like blindfold chess is a bit of a party trick in the sense that for the very top players it's not that hard, but obviously for serious chess players it seems incredibly hard. But I'm sure that, for instance, like solving Rubik's Cube is really easy for those who know how to do it quickly, right?
Yeah.
But it still looks incredibly impressive for outsiders.
Have you seen they used a computer with AI to do a Rubik's Cube in less than a second?
No, I didn't see that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It just goes and just spins it.
I've never figured that shit out. That's crazy.
There's a sequence of moves. If you follow a sequence of moves, you can actually get it to do it automatically. Yeah, someone explained it to me once, and they did it, and I was like, "What?" I don't remember what it was because I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it was just like eight times this way, 8 times that way, 8 times this side. Then you just keep doing it, and then eventually it'll be all flattened out at a certain point in time. Wow. Yeah, but this computer does it like.
You do Rubik's Cube too?
No. I'm talking out of my ass. Like I know. I think the world record is only like 3 seconds or something. Like it's something absolutely insane.
Imagine the time you could have spent building a business, raising a family. Like it's a fucking world record.
All the
Rubik's
same
Cube
color. Yeah.
It's so
green,
dumb.
red.
So dumb.
Yeah. Well, we all have to spend our time.
Watch this computer do it.
Wow.
How crazy is that? Ready? Wake up. Yeah, less than a second. Wow. That's crazy. Show it again in real time.
I don't give a fuck what they tell you because this was my problem. My problem was deep down inside. I believe if I.
So give up, kids. Give up. Give up. The computer figured it out. That's a dumb game. But do you play other games as well?
No, not that much. My parents sort of brainwashed me when I was young into thinking that computer games are no fun. And
really,
yeah.
But you're a grown man now. You realize that's a lie.
Yeah. I have, but it's.
I can see you with Call of Duty fucking people up.
No, the thing is like. I actually got a I got a PlayStation recently, but like my wife is playing GTA and all of these FPS games, and I'm like playing some, chill FIFA or something. So, but the thing about that is that I didn't really spend that much time on those things when I was little, which I think was a good thing. Like I was doing some sports, and I was doing a lot of chess. Not so much school, but I kind of found time for everything else. And I think it was an important part of my chess education as well. That I think some of the kids today are missing. That I actually learned chess on a physical board. I was able to practice from a fairly young age playing online, but I wasn't allowed to use the computer for more than a couple of hours a week, right? So I had to spend that really well playing chess. Otherwise, I would just sit there with my board, with my books, and try and figure things out.
Yeah, the thing about video games is the narrative was always video games are a huge waste of time, and if you do it, you're not going to get anywhere in life. The problem with that is now people make a lot of money playing video games, and they've also shown that there's some benefits from video games that leak over into other things. Like, for instance, they found out that surgeons who play video games regularly make, what is it, like 25% less errors? 37%. 37% less errors. That's I would feel like if there was a factor in medical school and they said, well, if you do not do this, you will make 37% more mistakes. They would force you to engage in that, whatever it is. It's like whatever particular discipline that was. Like, if you want to be a surgeon, you must do this. I would say, if you want to be a surgeon, you should fucking play video games, because these people are 37% less likely to screw up an operation.
That's why I'm not a surgeon.
But I'm saying, so like, video games are not necessarily a waste of time, and they've also shown there's cognitive benefits that can be gotten from playing video games on a regular basis. Things that, which does make sense, but it seems like a frivolous pursuit, whereas chess is like a noble and very respected pursuit.
I'm glad you say that. Like, we've officially that is what chess has, though. That it is very respected among the general population, and it does have that different standing from a lot of other games. It's like, I'm not here to shit on video games for sure. Like, I know, like you do, that there are studies that show that it can be helpful. I think with anything, if you obsess over something, the only thing you will become good at is that particular thing. Like I have with chess. I just think for me specifically, it was probably a good thing that made me just sit and focus on chess rather than do all sorts of other things.
Oh, most certainly. Because video games are very, very addictive. I had to stop playing video games. We used to have a whole local area network at our old studio where we'd all play Quake, and it was a real problem. Like, I just wanted to end the podcast so I could go play Quake, and then we'd play for hours. And eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I gotta quit again. Just cold turkey, never again, leave it alone. Because they're just too fun, and if you have other things, you have obligations, like chess. If you're an actual professional chess player, Call of Duty or whatever you're playing, Quake, it's going to eat your time.
I remember, like, when I first moved out, I was technically a chess professional, but I didn't have a lot of time to, I had a lot of time to kill when I was home. So, and I got myself a PlayStation, played a ton of FIFA back then, and there was a GameStop near me that, like, they made a lot of money on me just buying new controllers all the time, because I would throw them into the wall. But I have that same personality that I become obsessed with things, and then I just have to quit cold turkey. That's the only way that works.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is why I've avoided golf, and like Tony's big on golf, and so is Jamie. It's like I see what it is. I'm sure I would love it, but I don't have that time, the time during the day.
Well, I can tell you that I always thought, well, I wouldn't say that, but I always thought that I would get into golf later in life. And then I decided more or less a year ago that I was going to start, and now I am obsessed, and it's all I want to do. So
Yeah,
I can 100% relate. But my wife knows that I'm so happy when I come back from golf that it's like better if I get to do it quite often.
Yeah. Even if you fake being happy, so you keep doing it.
No. Like, yeah.
They say that's ruining Canelo Alvarez. You know, there's been a lot of criticism in the boxing world, and particularly in, like, you know, some of his promoters and things along those lines, where they've criticized his he's obsessive. He plays every day, even when he's in camp.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. If they do that with him, and I obviously see them do it with Trump, but you have to golf to understand what golfing does to you. It appears from the outside that people are drinking and smoking pot and having a good old time out there and giggling around, farting around with their friends. But the touch grass, meditative element, it truly is, like he was saying, like, I'm in such a crazy good mood after golf. Everybody at the comedy club can notice it. Like, it's like an upper, it gives you a massive burst of energy. So like the what am I thinking of? Just the bad reputation that golf has. Like, I would want my president golfing a couple times a week, knowing the effects that it gives you. A much clearer mind, a big burst of energy. You would think it would be exhausting walking around the woods or grass for 4 hours, but for some reason it's totally the opposite. It's whether it's the sun, the grass, the this, the that, the differential, going from a powerful thing to a mid-range thing to the delicate touch and accuracy of putting, these repetitive things. For some reason, it's a mind clearer and kind of an energy giver. Whereas video games and other things make you depressed. It's almost impossible to be down or depressed after golfing.
Well, it's certainly a stimulating game, right? Because it's hand-eye coordination, calculation, managing the lay of the land, the way the rolls of the hills are, and all those factors. I think, like, this is something that I think people genuinely need in life. And I think it's one of the reasons why people respect chess so much, is because they know how difficult it is, and they know that all this is going on, and that they see you two just staring at the board, looking at these pieces and calculating this insane number of possibilities that could emit from each individual move. It's like that stimulation, when someone gets good at a game, I think it's very valuable for you, and I think that can apply to all sorts of things in life. So I agree with you. I would want the president to play golf too. I'd want him to find something, whatever it is. Find a thing that you can excel at other than just being the president.
Yeah, even if it was Call of Duty.
Yeah, that would be wild. I wouldn't want that. The president going, "Fuck yeah!"
We had that. It was George W. Bush, and there was no video game system.
It's dark. Yeah, it is dark. Well, I mean, they literally used PlayStation fucking controllers when they were using drones. I don't know if they still do it now. I think now they have more sophisticated setups, but one of the reasons why they were using them was because so many people are accustomed to those. You get kids that have been playing, Madden 10 hours a day for 15 fucking years, and then you give them the same controller, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I could fucking drop some bombs on people." Like, it's not a problem at all.
That's horrible.
It's dark.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, like, these skills that you have in a video game, like, you think of it in the same way. Like,
well, it really haunts those people. Yeah. Apparently, there's a very specific type of PTSD that drone operators get. It's because they see the people sometimes for days in advance. So they're doing surveillance. They're waiting for the moment when they get the green light. They see these people. They see them with their families. They're watching them from above, and then they drop put the bombs on him, and then they cease to exist. And this is happening on completely the other side of the world.
Yeah, they just press X on the controller.
Yeah. But if you want to get good at that, you probably play video games. It's a job for everybody out there, Magnus.
I'm also trying to think, like, could you get surgeons to be grown-up raiders? Probably doesn't work that way.
No, probably doesn't work that way. Well, I bet surgeons, just whatever hand-eye coordination that they have is probably so intricate that they could probably excel at anything. They'd probably get good at video games. Like a very good surgeon who's never played video games would probably get really good at video games really quickly because the communication between your hands.
There's also probably a tricky part of that stat where the younger people are the ones playing the video games that probably wouldn't slip up with their hands as easily as an older surgeon that has never played video games, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. It's it's interesting that chess is uniquely the game that's respected. Like, probably out of all, even if you play golf, people could think, "Oh, you're a fuck up." You say you played chess, like, "Oh, that must be an intelligent man." It's probably the most uniquely rewarded game in terms of the way the people respect it in society.
Yeah, we're very lucky that it has this unique position. Whether that's deserved, I don't know, but there's just something about the fact that it's a very, very simple game, but it's still so infinitely difficult. The thing now though is that we're trying to actually make it a bit more difficult for a classical form of chess, because now computers are so strong. Preparation has gone so far that the thought of, like, sitting down at the board and just thinking on your own from the very get-go is it's not there anymore. Anybody who's really good at chess, like, anybody can learn the best openings, like, very quickly. Even if you go like 10, 20 years ago, you could play. You could play, for instance, in Chess Olympia, which is the biggest team, like, nation tournament in the world, and you could play against the best player from let's say Colombia, and you would know that they have a certain skills, but they might not have the same set of openings, right? Now all of these, like, there are kids everywhere, and they just, like, they know their stuff so well. So now we're, like, testing out new formats. One that we call freestyle, which is basically there are 960 possible starting positions if you shuffle the pieces on the first rank. And basically, like, you start out, you just draw the position 10 minutes before the game, no preparation whatsoever, and you basically start with, like, in gaming, a new map every single game. So that's sort of for the traditionalists. That's not, like, the same game. So, like, there are some people who don't like it, but for the professionals, it's a chance, like, to use their skills, because otherwise chess is moving, like, it's becoming faster. Like, chess used to be an art, science, everything. With the way things are now, it's just very fast, and it's all game, sports, and so on. Like, I feel like with thinking from the very first move, you're bringing some of the other factors back as well.
What I think is really unique about today is that kids today who are coming up are not just studying from books and from coaching, but you can watch so many great games instantaneously anytime you want. This is what's so unique about today. And I think it applies to all sports. I think it applies to all games. I think it applies to stand-up comedy as well. I think it's one of the reasons why the younger guys are so good. It's like you get to see very high-level stuff, which gets into your mind that this is how to play at a very, very early age, and you can be obsessed and just absorb so much more.
Yeah, and you see there are such different approaches. as well. Even with the kids, like I had a training camp a few years ago with a kid called Alireza Firouzja from. He plays for France now, but he's from Iran originally. I think he was about 14 then, and my chess coach had like recommended that we bring him in because he said that this is the most talented kid out there. So we have this camper. Typically, everybody has their laptop, and there's a chessboard in the middle where you sort of and you sort of look at your own thing and then some things together on the board, and you throw out ideas, mostly for openings, but also sometimes other little exercises and so on. And this kid, he would have his laptop where he would analyze a certain position, and then he would play games like for money on that same site at the same time, so that he could buy cloud engine types, because like the very best engines, they're stronger like if they're in the cloud than from your own laptop generally. So he would buy time for that by playing games like 1 minute games on that server. He would play 5 minute games on another server, and he would analyze with us on the board, and he was still like following everything. Like he had no problems whatsoever just being there. So like it's just that's one way of doing it. Like he basically became one of the best players in the world by just constantly playing chess all the time, and mostly like really quick games. And then you have the current classical world champion from India, Gukesh. Like he doesn't play casual games at all. He just studies his ass off all the time. And he's also like, he's not good at rabbit chess, he's not good at blitz, he's not good at other forms, but he has made all his studies about classical chess. He didn't even own like chess software on his computer before he was like 13. Wow. And he was a grandmaster. Wow. At that time. But it's interesting to see that there are such different ways to develop even these days.
I just think it's fascinating human beings' capacity to excel at things, and that you really only know when someone pushes it a little bit further, like this guy playing all these games simultaneously. You know what I mean? It's like when if everybody's doing it one way, if everybody's only playing a few games a day and hanging out, like you'll probably all stay at the same level. But if you got one fucking psychopath in the group that's online and is playing and is reading books and that guy's gonna pass everybody, and then everybody else realizes like, oh, that's possible. I could have gotten as good as him. I better really bear down.
Yeah, because you could also see that in these guys playing that the guy who has been playing like constantly all the time from when he was little, he has fantastic instincts, especially with the little time. He just knows where the pieces go, and like he's the only one of the kids who has that kind of feeling. The Indian guy, on the other hand, from the way he studies, he's like during games, like he's meticulous. He calculates, like he sees every position as a problem he has to solve, more than, oh, what does my intuition tell me? Oh, I'll do this. It's like, for him, it's more, well, this is possible. Let me like try and see this all the way through. So it's just, it's just very, very different, and they call it like the tortoise and the hare sometimes, and then in certain situations the tortoise will win, and other situations the hare will win.
Right. So so there's different types of tournaments, and there's some tournaments that have no time limit for moves,
There's always a time. There's always a time
That's
limit.
a traditional time limit.
What it used to be in chess was you'd have 2 hours for 40 moves, then you'd have an hour for the next 20 moves, and then half an hour for the rest of the game. So a maximum of 7 hours. And that form is still being played. And then you have faster forms of chess, which is blitz chess, which is usually 5 or 3 minutes, and rapid chess, which is somewhere from 10 to 30 minutes.
Did you ever, before you were known, did you ever go to Washington Square Park and play those hustlers?
No, I actually went there in 2010, but I think some people recognized me back then as well. I think it's a bit of a myth, though, how good they are. Like, they're like okay, but they're not like your level. No, they're not grandmaster level. There was one guy though. I don't remember what was. What's the name of, like, it's up by Columbia University. There's a park up there where they're playing chess as well. There I played against a guy who played like a very strange opening as well. Like, he put like just a couple of pawns, one square forward, and then he started developing his pieces very slowly. So at first I thought this guy has no idea what he's doing. Then it turned out like he actually had a system. So after like 10-15 moves, I was in a lot of trouble. And then like the game became super concrete and tactical, and I won. But it struck me that this guy like had. I think he just played in the park all his life, so he had developed a certain system that was actually like kind of effective if you don't know what you're doing against it. So that was kind of interesting. I'm like, he was fairly old, so I'm sure he played chess his whole life without ever learning any kind of opening theory or something like that. He just had, he was doing his own thing.
Can you ever learn something from people that have an unorthodox approach like that?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's happened several times. There was like, my dad used to play a ton of chess at home. Like, he used to have a home office, and then certain times he'd appear to be focused on his work, but I knew like a certain look in his eye which told me that he was actually playing chess. So I would go over and watch, and then at some point where I was already a lot better than him, he played a certain opening as white, and I told him, like, what is this opening like? Where did you learn this? And he said, well, you taught me the very same opening, but with the black pieces. So I thought I was going to play it as white, like with one tempo more, right? Because you're moving first. I'm one of the best players in the world, and I never thought of that. So I actually took up that line, and I used it. I used it with success against some of the best players in the world.
Wow.
So I don't know if that variation has a name. Like, I've seen some other players play it afterwards as well, but I just call it the Henry Carlson variation.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Your dad must be pretty proud of that.
He is very proud. It's funny though that my dad and my sisters, two of my sisters, they played a bit of competitive chess as well. I think at some point in time, like, they wanted to learn a couple of openings, so I taught them a couple of openings, and I think all of them just never played anything else, basically. So they certainly didn't have the same kind of passion to study, but I'm glad I was able to push them into some decent lines.
How do you decide what opening to choose? And do you ever decide an opening and go, fuck, I shouldn't have done that one?
Yeah, sometimes. Honestly, sometimes I don't know what to do, so I just randomize, because I think at a certain time, like, you might think that against this opponent, you should play a little bit of more of an aggressive opening. But then maybe I feel good about my tournament standings. I don't want to mess that up. So it's easy to go for a safer approach when like the optimal approach would be a bit more aggressive. And then like if you randomize it, then you will occasionally go for the more aggressive approach. So that's what I sometimes do. It's just I randomize it and then I just sort of accept the outcome, and it makes me more unpredictable. It makes me harder to prepare against as well. So that's what I sometimes do. It's not going to be out there, but it's going to be between like 2 or 3 options that I think are roughly equivalent. They're just stylistically different.
So when you say randomize, like how many openings do you have that you pursue on a regular basis?
Oh, it's hard to say. Probably with white, I have like 5 or 6 options that I can go to, but only like 2 or 3 that I feel really good about. And I think similarly with black.
So, and then when you randomize, you just go in your head and one of them stands out for you. You say, okay.
No, I just like have an app on my phone.
Oh, really?
It's a roll the dice. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I think, honestly, a lot of people could benefit from that because you agonize over these minutes decisions. Like you spend a lot of mental energy before a certain game agonizing over what opening you're going to play, and if you know that you're going to make a decent choice, but you leave all the agonizing to like there's nothing because it's left to chance, it makes it a lot easier.
That makes sense. Now you were saying mental energy. You were talking about the spicy Chinese food incident, but do you normally have a method of like when you eat, vitamins you take? Is there certain things that you do to optimize your clarity?
Yeah, like if I'm playing an early afternoon game, for instance, like starting at 1, I try to eat like one big meal. Before that, it was just generally like a big omelet with some kind of salad, and
but you eat pretty clean before a big.
Yeah, I usually do. Sometimes like after games, like I will eat something, like even some desserts and so on. But before the games, I try and keep it fairly clean. And I actually learned that when I was little. Like sometimes, like my parents, they were generally quite strict about sweets and so on. But sometimes I would eat sweets during tournament. Then my blood sugar would drop like crazy, and I would start making mistakes. And so that's something that I learned quite quickly that I shouldn't do.
Do you ever mess around with vitamins or nootropics or anything like that? Nutrients that help memory?
No, I think I think it's a little bit about the way that I was raised. Like I never take medicine unless I kind of have to. I don't really take supplements or anything like that. So I probably should. Like it's not a bad idea. Like my wife is half American. Like she's completely different. Like she takes 5 kinds of vitamins every single day. She's very meticulous about it. But yeah, I don't know. I've never
get her to make you up some little packets.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it'll probably have an impact on you. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about how good you are without it. Like any little thing that could give you a very slight edge. And I think that vitamins for sure give you a slight edge, particularly nootropics. There's a bunch of different vitamins that have been shown through clinical trials to improve cognitive performance. Theanine, there's acetylcholine, bunch of different things that enhance memory that are essentially just nutrients.
What's the new thing that people are doing, like carotene or something like that?
Ketamine?
No, not ketamine. No, it's not ketamine.
Creatine. Yes. Creatine was a bodybuilding supplement that was almost akin to steroids in the 1990s. People would think it was cheating, and then they realized, well, it's just a component of food. But one of the things that creatine does that's very extraordinary is it aids in performance when you're sleep deprived. So if you ever find yourself sleep deprived and you have to do something where you have to use your mind, creatine is a fantastic supplement for that.
Well, I mean, I woke up today and like I think my watch said my sleep was like I got 15. Like I slept for 5 hours, but I got 15 minutes of REM sleep. Like it was really, really bad. So that's like I could have used that because I was playing a chess tournament earlier today, so I could have used that, but.
Yeah, creatine is something that everybody should take. Men, women, children, everybody should take creatine. It's a really good supplement, super safe, and it aids in strength and muscle recovery and stuff like that, but it also has a lot of cognitive benefits. It's generally just like a very good, safe supplement to take. What does it say here, Jen? Cognitive function. Studies suggest that creatine supplementation may improve cognitive function, including memory, attention, and reasoning. It may increase brain energy levels by boosting andesine triphosphate production, ATP, which is essential for brain function. Creatine has antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties that may protect brain cells from damage caused by oxidative stress and neurotoxins. May help reduce it. There's a lot of different things. If you Google it, there's a ton of different benefits. I take it in gummy form. I take creatine gummies every day. They're delicious. It's easy. I just pop a bunch.
5 milligrams.
I don't know. We have any of those Tri-Creates here? Yeah, I think I have them out there. But they're great. You know, it's easy. I put a bag in my car, take them all the time. I've noticed the difference. I just think with a guy like you, where your brain is everything, but you're kicking ass. So like, why listen to me?
No, but
eat cheeseburgers and fuck around. Let's see what happens.
No, but it is the thing though. On certain days, I sort of just accept that, you know, my brain is not going to work as good, and it's frustrating, especially if you got a big game and you know that you're starting down 2-0 because your brain is not working the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I feel that with podcasting all the time, and the real danger is if I do that, if my brain's not on full tilt and I'm talking to a scientist, and I'm like, oh, like we have to talk about quantum physics, like this, I have to like have good questions, I have to be able to follow what you're saying because it's so esoteric. You know, it's weird that the brain just doesn't always work exactly how you want it to.
And honestly, chess is one of the worst things to do sleep deprived because I think creativity usually is enhanced when you're not feeling well, when you're sleep deprived. But that's generally not what you need in chess. Like you need to minimize mistakes. You need precision, and all of my intuition, all of that. It's just so much worse when I'm not feeling on top of my game. So,
do you have a specific thing you do when you're feeling not on top of your game? Do you like double check things in your mind? Do you have a process you follow?
I just try to play like a simpler game where it's not as complicated, really.
And when you're feeling good, then you go for it.
No, honestly, when I feel like good, I don't think about these things. It's just a state of flow where I know how much risk to take. Like I just
So what is the mindset? Like if you're in a world championship game and it's down to these, like what is the state of mind like when you're in the middle of it?
Honestly, when I'm at my best, I'm just like pure laser focused, and I'm just calm and not thinking about anything other than
just in the moment.
Just in the moment, yeah.
Just in the work is already done. You already know the game, so now it's just reacting and moving and calculating.
Yeah, I mean, I had a game in last Classical World Championship I played in 2021 where the first 5 games were drawn honestly, like I could have probably been down at that point as well. Sixth game was a super long game, almost 8 hours. And I think for the last hour and a half, 2 hours, I was pretty short on time. But I remember, like, I was just so focused and so calm. And afterwards, I could have kept going forever. Like, I was just there. And it was exactly what I needed. I ended up grinding out a win. And in those classical games, like, once you get a lead, like, that is so big because it's so hard to actually win games at that level with that level of preparation. So that was really big. But yeah, I've only had, I feel like, a few days where I feel like I'm just like completely in the moment. Usually it's a bit more messy than that, but like when it happens, it's just the best feeling.
That's amazing that it's only been a few days where you've been fully in the moment.
I'm rarely happy after I play. I'm happier now. Like, I'm honestly, like, my standards for myself, like, are a little bit lower. Have gone down a little bit the older I've gotten. Because I sort of accept that I don't have, my brain is not as fast as it used to be. So I'm going to have occasional letdowns. So my top level is, like, I think as good as it's ever been, or at least very, very close to. But like the average level is just too hard when your brain is not that fast anymore. But yeah, generally I'm always thinking about, I could have always done something better. Like, you always miss some things, but I always feel like, there are avoidable mistakes that I'm still making.
So this, as you've gotten older, this lowering expectations, is that a recognition of the fact that being hard on yourself over minute details doesn't benefit you, and that you just had a more healthy approach?
Yeah, I think so. It just makes everything a bit easier. Also, honestly, like, the randomizing opening choices has made things easier as well. Everything just to sort of lower the pressure a bit.
Have you ever consulted a mental coach or someone who works with people on mindsets to try to capture what is happening when you are in that complete total flow state of laser focusedness, and try to recreate that? Because there's a bunch of different mind coaches that will tell you for a bunch of different pursuits that what you have to do is, when you get to that state, whatever that state is, recognize that you're there, and then try to get a map of the territory and try to will yourself back into that thing. But then there's another school of thought that says, no, it just has to happen organically. And that you just need to be obsessed and focused and take care of yourself and meditate, and just, when it comes, it's going to come. But it's just, you have to accept that it's a gift, and it's just not always going to be there.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the latter camp. I've talked to people who have suggested mental coaches, like, plenty of times, both in the past and more recently as well. I've just, like, always been worried that somebody's gonna mess something up in my head.
Paralysis by analysis.
Yeah, that's really what it is for me. So I feel at some point I'm just, like, more or less content with the way things are, that most days that I'm playing, I'm going to be fairly good. On some days, I'm going to be at my very best. At other days, I'm going to be very far from my best. And it's sort of, it's sort of the way it is. I'm definitely much more open to doing things to prevent me from having those very worst things. because that really hurts you, especially now that we're playing a lot of faster tournaments where there are knockouts where basically like if you have one bad day you're out and it doesn't matter. Like back in the days with classical tournaments, like you could have a really bad day.
I mean, she's a fucking G, man.
But then you can always bounce back. But nowadays it's not.
It's crazy
It's not that easy.
Do you ever try to map out what are the factors that lead you to hit that state, that flow state? Do you ever try to think about your day, like what did I do, what did I eat, how did I sleep, did I avoid toxic people around me, did I stay offline, like what did I do that allowed me to get to that spot?
Yeah, I mean, doing everything sort of right before the game definitely helps, like getting good sleep, like reading a book instead of being on some sort of device before I go to sleep, then just focusing as little as possible on chess before the game, definitely.
Really, little as possible.
Yeah.
Because you want it to be fresh in your mind, you want it to be something exciting.
Yeah, I just want to have like 2 or 3 ideas of what I'm going to play, and not like I just don't want to like use mental energy that I could have used on the game before.
Right.
So I think one of my better tournaments that I've played, I used to play every year at this seaside resort in the Netherlands, and it's in the middle of winter, so it's not very resort-like. It's just rainy and windy, and there's basically nothing there except this big tournament that's been there for 80 years, and it's for 3 weeks every January. So for me, there's not a lot to do. So what I would do like every day is I'd wake up, I'd go for a walk, and then I would watch like 30 to 45 minutes of NBA highlights from the day before, look at chess for 15 minutes, whatever my coach has sent me of preparation that we discussed the day before, eat, and then go play. And that worked really well. It's just keeping it as simple as possible, honestly.
So get inspired a little bit of energy from watching NBA highlights, right?
Yeah.
Just a tiny amount of information from the coach, just like get your brain locked in, but not too much energy. Don't focus too much on it.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, they will spend 3-4 hours preparing on a game on that very day. It can be beneficial, like, if your opponent goes into specifically the lines that you prepared and so on. But overall, I think, having a fresh mind is so important. And I'm also like, even if I haven't had the perfect preparation, like, I'm really good at just blocking everything out, forgetting everything that's happened, and just focusing there and then. But it's still not as good, of course. That's just being in a good state of mind.
Do you ever get to the point where you feel burnout, where you want to just take days off, a week off, and not think about chess, not touch a chessboard? Or is it just constantly playing in the background no matter what you do?
But I really love it, so...
Why take time
Yeah,
off?
why take... No, I'm fine with taking breaks from tournaments and so on. But having like at least several days in a row without like looking at a chess game, or I mean, I don't have to play every day, but not having a not looking at anything, like not reading some chess stuff, or like I mean it's my favorite hobby, so. I don't see why I would want to do that.
That's probably why you're one of the best of all time, if not the best. I mean, that's a beautiful approach, right? If you can find a thing that you love so much that even though you do it all the time, I mean, you've done it since you were a child. You're still obsessing and loving it.
Yeah, I do have those moments where I just take a breath and think about how lucky that I am. And there are just moments where I just sort of, I wouldn't say rediscover my love for the game, but where I just think like, I'm obsessed with this game and I'm completely fine with that.
Well, that's a beautiful way to live your life. If people can find a thing like that in their life, that really is the key to an enjoyable life. If the thing that you do all the time you're obsessed with. And we talk about it all the time at our comedy club. We're all in the green room. We're like, we are so lucky that this is actually what we do for a job. And pretty much everybody who's good at it is obsessed with it, and they think about it all the time. It's kind of the only way. But I need time off sometimes, because I think that's different, because it's always different ideas and different things you're working on. Sometimes you need time just to refresh your perspective. But with a game like chess, I guess you don't really need time off.
No, I think it's different for different people, but I don't know. I don't feel like it takes away energy. It just gives me joy and energy when I do that. Like, I will just on a certain day I will just log into chess.com and observe random people play, and that is something I can do and be very happy about it. It's just the way I am.
Well, you're just very fortunate. You found a thing that you really locked into. It's that perspective is very important for people to recognize, like the perspective of gratitude, of appreciation, that you're so fortunate to have found something. People will go their whole lives and never find a thing that they're truly, absolutely passionate about. And for a guy like you, I mean, it's a shining example for people, I think that's one of the things that I enjoy the most about super high performers, is that they provide an insane amount of inspiration to other people. When someone sees you play chess at the highest level, or sees Michael Jordan play basketball, or whatever it is, you get this feeling of what human beings can do, and it elevates your own expectations of yourself and of people around you.
Yeah, I think I've thought about it many times. Like, what am I actually like doing with my life that's useful to other people? And it always comes back to that every time that I hear that people are inspired by what I do. Maybe it helped them through like a difficult time to watch my games and to get into, rediscover or find the love for the game. That's really nice. And again, in the process, I'm just doing what I love, right? And that's really what people wanna see from me. It's just competing and doing well at chess. So that's also what I'm giving as often as possible.
Well, that's what people want out of life, is something that they love, that they do, that they're very good at, and they get recognized for it. And when a person like you does it, and does it publicly, and it's inspiring, it's a great gift for other people. I mean, it truly is. Who has been, are there particular players that you really enjoy watching play, and particular styles that you enjoy?
I think my favorite probably player of all time is sort of the young Kasparov before he became world champion. The thing is, like, what I find fascinating about that is that he played with a style that was so unique and so dynamic that I know that I could never replicate it. It's just not the way that I play. So that's something I admire a lot. Usually whatever I'm into, like, be it soccer or golf or basketball or whatever, like, I admire like what people do, not necessarily like it's about the people themselves. So that's the way it has been for me in chess as well. That I try to like learn from people's games and what they do and when I talk to them. And I've been very fortunate about that, being able to study with Gary back in the day, and Anand, who was the world champion before me, because it's only then when you study, like you talked about, like you understand like how good they really are and how much they understand. For instance, with Anand, I had a training session in 2008 where we had both played a tournament where I'd done reasonably well, and he had sort of towards the end he had nailed it in, but he was preparing for the Classical World Championship. So I think I had 2 days off, and he was living outside Madrid, and so I went to Madrid for a couple of days because the other tournament was in the north of Spain. Then I went to his house, and as soon as like that training camp started, it's like something just switched with him, and he was just so focused. We played a bunch of training games, and from being this guy who seemed completely disinterested in this other tournament, all of a sudden, like he was crushing me. Like he had a massive plus score in our games, and it felt like everything we analyzed. He was just he just had a much deeper understanding of the game, seeing that he was fast and tactically and everything. And it made me like appreciate like how good he actually was. Yeah.
When you are playing someone like that, you're getting your ass kicked. Does this inspire you and enact change in your game, or does it not change your game? You just do the same game but more focused.
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter. It was just a reality check for me because I thought at that point that I was I was ranked, I think, third in the world. I had very briefly been ranked number one already at that point, like for a week, and I thought before that I was maybe one of the best 2-3 players in the world, and it made me realize that I wasn't, and that maybe I was able to have better results than my actual level because of youth, energy, and optimism, right? And that made me it just made me realize that I have a lot to learn, and that I should be patient and not expect everything to sort of come that fast, because at that point I'd had a year of more or less constant rise. I was just winning tournaments. Every time I would lose a game, I was just believe that I could strike back immediately, and I realized now that I was delusional. I thought I was a lot better than what I was, and that was probably why I was having such good results,
because you're so confident.
Because I was so confident, but having a little bit of a reality check, I think, helped me later to actually understand the game a bit better. But I still take in a way that I think in chess, like the optimal state when you're playing a game is somewhere between optimistic and delusionally optimistic. Because if you're realistic, you're just never going to be opportunistic enough to sort of exploit your opponent's mistakes.
I think another factor is the way you analyze things, that you were able to say, I was a little delusional, and even though I'm doing very well, I got to trust in this process of growth and development, and that it is a very, very long process.
Yeah, exactly. And right, very soon after that, I started working with Garry Kasparov as well, and that made me realize I know even less.
What can a guy like Garry Kasparov tell you that makes you know that you know even less?
Back then, it was really like my style has become a bit more dynamic over time. But back then, I really, really lacked understanding of more dynamic positions in chess. Like you can have like more static or more dynamics on structures. Like if there are a lot of possible pawn breaks for both sides, and both kings are under attack, then it's sort of more dynamic and tactical, or it could be more about gaining some minutes positional advantages, and that's sort of what I was excelling at, the latter. And working with him, it just improved sort of the more dynamic part of my game a lot, and that helped me very much short term. And also it's helped me later because it improved my understanding of the game. My main strength is still more in the more static structures. But that work made me so much more versatile, and I still definitely profit from that.
What is a coach for you today? Like, what benefit is a coach today?
A couple of things. The main benefit that I have from my chess coach is opening work. That's like the low hanging fruit. That's really what you can get the most out of from game to game. A couple of other things, like my coach he's also an old friend of mine. He's Danish, so we can communicate in the same language, and he's also just as obsessed with golf as I am. So that every time we have a chess training camp, there's also a lot of golf being played. So those are a few things, but chess-wise, it's mainly about the opening work.
And so it's essentially, he's obviously very good at chess as well, but it's essentially bouncing things off of each other and going over positions.
Yeah, and then he's very good at using chess engines to get slightly different results than maybe others do.
Do you occasionally, or do you at all, analyze other people's games and break them down together?
Not really. When it comes to analyzing other games, it's more useful for me to look at what the engine is saying. So,
because
now
the engines are just smarter than you.
Yeah, that they are, and I'm good enough that I can interpret what the engine is saying to understand why a certain thing happened. So it's still interesting to analyze together as humans, but we always want to double check what we're saying with the engines.
Isn't it fascinating that's a gigantic factor now ever since Deep Blue, right?
Yeah. So the thing about I know. I don't know if you talk to Gary, but he has this whole thing with Deep Blue. I'm not sure if Deep Blue was actually better than Gary, but it started the downfall of us humans when it comes to chess, and it's now been a long time where we've just accepted that our computer overlords are just a lot better, and there are serious benefits for improving players, for kids. The engines help people improve a lot faster, so that's a great thing. Additionally, people watching chess games, one problem is that you cannot easily tell, it's not like one guy is being punched and the other guy is punching. It takes some skill to see what's going on, but with the help of the engines, you could actually have a real-time score all the time, because it tells you who is winning and who is not. It becomes a lot easier to follow as well, because honestly, most people, when they consume sports, they're mostly interested about who's going to win, who's going to lose. So now at least you can have that factor in chess, that you can see that. And It's very interesting for me to read what people were writing about computer chess 30, not 30, but like 50, 60 years ago and so on, when there was an actual discussion whether computers could ever beat a grandmaster at chess. And now it's very much settled, of course.
Well, they have that same discussion about Go, right?
Well, Go is much more complicated than chess. So, but I don't know what has happened since AlphaGo. If like the best masters are still a little bit better, or where the state is at.
I think Go is better than everybody, the computer is, but I think a new factor is that the computer has devised creative moves that were never used before, that have now been implemented. They're part of like general strategy, which I think they thought was very shocking.
So is like kind of bluffing moves, or
I do not know because I don't understand Go. I was just reading an article about the extraordinary leaps that AI has taken, and that one of the more shocking things was that it was able to beat the best players at Go, which they thought it was like a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the movie AlphaGo, and I mean,
how long ago was that?
That's like maybe like 6-7 years ago.
See, in AI time, that's like Stone Ages, which is so crazy.
And I think like a year or two later, there was AlphaZero in chess. So chess engines, they were always like kind of built by humans and instructed by humans. And then AlphaZero came along, and which is a neural network that just learned chess on its own, and it became more or less as good, or maybe slightly worse than the best traditional chess engine. What's interesting is that the neural networks played chess a lot more like humans. They were much less concerned about material factors. They were more about like positional play and long-term thinking and so on, because it was not based on brute force in the way that that traditional engines would. And you would see funny, like they have computer tournaments as well with the best engine in the world. And you will still see like Leela Zero, that's sort of the clone of AlphaZero because they discontinued the AlphaZero project after a while. It will make like elementary tactical blunders, almost.
That's crazy.
Because I don't know, it doesn't have, it just thinks about chess differently than traditional engines, but it will also like do things that just confounds the very best chess engines in the world still. So that's very interesting to see, and like all the best coaches and players now when you work with chess computers, like you always have both like a neural net and a traditional chess engine running, as well as some others who are now like hybrid, who have a little bit of both.
It's just fascinating that it would make blunders.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's something about its perch. I really don't know. But it would also make some fascinating decisions, like when you promote a pawn, like you usually promote to a queen, because that's almost always the best, unless you sometimes want to promote a knight specifically to give a check, or sometimes to avoid stalemate. But that's less frequent. But then what Leela and AlphaZero would sometimes do is that they would promote to a different piece, because if it's a piece that's anyway going to be captured, just to give your opponent like a slight chance of making a mistake by making another move, which is something like a human would never ever do. But it's really funny. A little bit of a parallel to what's going on in Go, I think, with this gamesmanship that is going on with the new neural nets.
So that's crazy that it would just trick you.
Yeah, it would try and trick you. Like, it probably wouldn't trick a human, because a human would be like, that's weird, okay, I'll just take it. Whatever. But another, oh, okay, well, I have another alternative that seems equivalent, more or less. Maybe I'll go for that. It's very strange.
So, what are the best programs that people play on?
There are a few. There's one that was originally developed by Norwegian called Stockfish that's still considered the best. So I think the best now is Stockfish, like Stockfish hybrid. That's part neural and part traditional engine. And then I think,
do you have to be connected online to use that?
yeah, I mean, most people use either. Most people use remote engines, like some kind of cloud service, to have as much computing power as possible.
So the kind of computing power that's on your phone, like, can you beat your phone at the highest level?
No, no chance.
No chance. So crazy, because Deep Blue, wasn't it like as big as a room? Was it?
Yeah.
Deep Blue wasn't like a stack of computers, right?
But I'm sure it's still less powerful than your computer on your phone
yeah,
today.
Yeah, it's just shocking.
No, I have no chance against my phone. There was actually one time where I played corporate simul, and there was this guy who said, I built a chess program in my university class. Can I let that play against you again instead of myself? Yeah, sure, why not? And I actually beat it fairly handily because I played some kind of anti-computer chess where I just close up the position as much as possible and just let it have as few possibilities as possible to out-calculate me, so that it's a purely strategical game. That doesn't work against very good engines, but it can work against weaker ones. But no, humans, we don't have any. There was a grandmaster who played a match recently against Lila, which is the best neural network engine now. They were playing classical chess, and he started with a knight more. And they played a 10-game match, and he won 5.5 to 4.5.
Wow.
Which is crazy. It's a knight more. It should not be possible for any. If God was playing chess, that shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to beat a grandmaster in any game like that. So the grandmaster was still able to win. But yeah, for me, I rarely play against engines at all because they just make me feel so stupid and useless. I think about it more as a tool, more than anything else. And often, when you play against them, the moves that they make, they are not necessarily relevant as to what a human would do in that situation, because we just think differently.
Do you ever try to think like the computer?
Yeah, well, specifically the neural nets have improved our understanding of the game immensely, and the AlphaZero paper came out very late 2018. And actually, I played a World Championship match late 2018 as well against an American, Fabiano Caruana. That was the best match I think that I've ever played. We played 12 draws, actually, and then I won in the tiebreak. But the games were super high quality, and he was very evenly matched. And then he was actually using Lila, the AlphaZero clone, which we didn't have access to. We didn't even know that was the thing. But the thing is, after AlphaZero came out in late 2018, there was a period, half a year maybe, early 2019, where you could very clearly see which players have been using these new neural networks or knew how to use them, and which players didn't. And my coach, he got into it very quickly, and we got an advantage of basically everybody but that guy who had been using it during the match. And it just made us understand the game a lot better. There were, as I said, like a couple of things about long-term team safety. Pushing pawns on the side of the board was maybe the biggest take the way that often you would push pawns and not as an attacking tool, which used to be the way that you would push a pawn like trying to break open your king. What you would do is that you would have a little hook on the side of the board that you could use 20 or 30 moves later to make your king to make the opponent's king less safe then. And this is something that humans didn't really do, and I still see some people like allowing these pawn advances, and I don't like. I wonder if they didn't learn their lesson from 2019. But it was very clear to see at a certain time before everybody sort of caught up with the new information. And that's also when I had maybe my best stretch of chess ever, because I just understood these new things better than others.
It's almost counterintuitive that you wouldn't want to play the computer because the computer makes you look stupid. Because the idea in my mind would be like, well, you should play the best thing that you could possibly play. And if that's a computer, great. If that's another human being, then play the human being. But I would imagine that playing something that makes you feel stupid would, at the very least, teach you something about the game.
Yeah, it does, but at the same time, like, you know that these are usually things that humans cannot replicate. And to be fair, like, the kids these days, a lot of them play like a more concrete brand of chess that is more similar to engines than we have seen in the past,
because they've had so much exposure to it.
Yeah, like they're less dogmatic, more concrete in their thinking, but then I know that there are usually other things that are lacking. So I could sort of steer the game there as well. So I don't know. I haven't found it particularly useful, but maybe I'm just I don't want to.
Is it partly because you just don't want to lose?
Yeah, of course. And it's also because, as you said, like, chess is a very lonely game. Like, when you lose, it's because you're worse than your opponent. And imagine losing to somebody who you know is like completely stupid, which like traditional chess computers aren't. They're stupid. They just have much more computing power than you do. So losing over and over again to something that's so stupid, like, that's not a good feeling.
Could you help explain to me what are the factors? Like, what is it doing that you can't do in terms of calculating positions and moves and strategies?
Well, first of all, it's influence the task there. So there will be certain possibilities that I will rule out because of my intuition, but it is able to calculate in a very short time that it's possible. It will never make blunders like simple tactical mistakes. The neural networks sometimes do, but traditional engines don't. And like I can keep like most of the moves that I make will be the same as they do, but at least like they don't make any real blunders at all. Like they may make slight positional mistakes, but honestly, most of the time that I think an engine makes a positional mistake is because I don't understand it well enough.
So it's not really a mistake.
And it might look like one, but it's long term.
Yeah, it's just that my understanding is not good enough, and that is useful. Then that does help me learn.
What are the what is the difference between the approach that the neural network takes versus a traditional engine? Like, why is one of them approaching the game differently?
Because one of them is constantly calculating based on sort of what humans have taught them is like the value of what is the value of a pawn, what's the value of a knight, and what is the value of far advanced pawn, and all of that. Like, it calculates based on that. Neural network, you just show it the rules of chess, and play against yourself a lot of times and get better. And it just has a different approach. Like, what it does is just based on the games that it's playing against itself, right? So it's just it will have completely different ideas at times. Like, imagine, like, in 2019, building these neural networks, like, every opening that have been played for hundreds of years had to be rechecked by coaches, because there could be a difference in evaluation because there is this new neural network that just thinks in a completely different way.
Wow. So these neural networks could go back and look at a classic game from like 1963 and say, what? You know what? Oh, fuck that dude up. So I would have done this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I think a lot of it was based on, it just emphasizes different factors than traditional engines do, and that ultimately just leads to different results, really. But it's it was extremely fascinating for a while, but now it's just led to really more parity in the world of chess, because everybody just has access to that information. It used to be a thing back in the time that some people would really be ahead of others, not only in 2019, but also other times, like they had more computing power, better cloud engines, like they had started to use different engines and so on. But now you could prepare for World Championship, honestly, in 2 weeks, and you'd be completely with like just a regular like laptop that's connected to cloud. Like, it's very different and so much easier.
That is so fascinating that it's changed the game so much. Could you get a computer, whether it is a traditional engine or whether it's a neural network, could you get one to imitate a specific style? Like, could you get one and say, I want you to play like Garrett Kasparov when he was younger?
So we actually did this back in the day. We actually started an app called Play Magnus, where you could play against myself at different ages, and the style, it was based on the guy who built Stockfish built this engine as well. So it was based like an old version of that, but it would have my openings and try to emulate my style at certain ages. Obviously, it wasn't perfect, but it was a start. I think it's still difficult to build like a very good clone, because essentially, at least with traditional engines, it's not possible. Maybe with AI, you can get there, but I still think we fundamentally think differently about chess. But Yeah, maybe.
But the interesting thing would be to take you, because there's so many games that can be observed and put into the calculations, and then I would really be fascinated to watch you play you. You know, I mean, like, what would that be like? Like, you play you when you were 20.
No, so the thing about it is that you would also what you would have to calibrate is that it would make occasional like tactical blunders, right?
Right.
And which yeah. And so what we would do, what would happen in the Play Minus app is that it would make occasional blunders, but those would be like a little bit too outrageous, just because it's like really hard to emulate the kinds of mistakes a human would make by the engines. So I think that would probably still be like the most difficult part, like the main issue in order to make such a thing.
If the Play Magnus thing was dialed in like 100%, what would be? Do you think now would be the scariest age to play you? Does that question make sense?
Yeah. Are you better now than ever before?
No, I think my peak level is close to the best, because chess level or proficiency at anything, it's about making use of the knowledge and making it into skill, right? And I definitely have more knowledge now than I've ever had, but I think probably the best combination I had of knowledge and energy, and that translated the best into skill, was probably in 2019, like first half of the year when I was 28, and when I was more like a young Kasparov than I'd ever been before. Very dynamic.
Well, what is the difference between you in 2019 and you today?
A few things. First, I couldn't play the same openings as I played then, because they have been worked out to a point where they're basically, they're just too analyzed and unplayable. So that's one thing. Apart from that, I think I could do, like, my average level would probably be a little bit lower, because I'm a little bit older, and my brain is not quite as fast. But I could do, I think, most of those things. What I don't think I could do is like the other sort of best version of me, which was 2013, 2014, when I was in the best shape of my life, and I was just a relentless beast at the board, grinding down my opponents in very long end games, never giving them any respite whatsoever. Like purely skill-wise, that was far from the best version. Knowledge-wise, that was far from the best version of me. But I was just, it was just like the average level of my game definitely was higher than, because I rarely played really bad games at all, because I was always sort of on. I had so much willpower and energy.
Were you saying you were in the best shape of your life? Do you mean physically, or you mean
physically?
Yeah. Well, there's two factors you're talking about, like physical, like fitness, and nutrition and exercise. Like these things you don't really take too much into consideration, but they obviously played a huge factor in the most successful period of your life.
It did, but then,
because you're only 34, it's only an old man.
No, that's true, but I just feel it with these kids, like their brains are just so much faster than mine. I mean, I felt it for years as well. That no, I'm not old, but I can never be at that level of pure like computing power. But
Is that generally accepted with chess that there's a certain age where it just drops off? Like who has won the world championships at like the oldest age?
No, well, back in the days when you couldn't get information that quickly, it took people a lot longer to develop, and then it was considered that the best age was like late 30s, early 40s. Obviously, the drop-off is not nearly as steep as it would be in physical sports. Like that goes without saying, but I think the peak years are pretty much the same for most people, like mid 20s to early 30s. I think I could still. I could still be very, very close to my peak if I focused fully on all the things that I can control. Like all of those things. Yeah.
Yet you don't do that? I don't understand. If you're so obsessed with chess, that seems to have a primary factor.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I feel like I generally like do the right things when I'm at tournaments, but then in between, I don't know, I want to enjoy life as well. And like I'm generally obsessed with chess, but I'm not always obsessed with competing. Like certain times, there will be certain days, certain tournaments where I know that I'm not going to be at my best, and I can feel it, and then I'm not able to take it as seriously. Like I feel like I cannot. I'm not a Michael Jordan type who has to like go all out in every game. I used to, but now I don't think I have that in me, because my main motivation for playing chess is that I love to play. I don't have concrete goals of what I want to achieve, things I want to achieve. Like,
does that sort of relaxed attitude that you have, does that drive other people crazy that you're still able to beat them? That would drive me fucking nuts. If I was just fully obsessed and studying moves all day and just taking my vitamins, drinking only purified water, and
it's kind of a thing that you're known for, right? Like a lot of other people are known to work all the time, and you've kind of always, at least a reputation, played the player, right? Isn't that what you're...
Yeah, and also the thing is, like, I was known for like being fit and all of these things, but now I think there are a lot of other players who take these things a lot more seriously than I do. I think the reason why I got that reputation is that I really like doing a lot of like I did a lot of sports when I was little, and I've always like kind of done them for fun. So I think that was why, like, you don't see a lot of chess players playing soccer or tennis or whatever. Not that I'm great at any of those things, but I was usually better than a lot of other chess players. I guess I do have. I don't know what reputation I have, to be honest. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not much you can do about your reputation.
I'm just saying, like in a game or a sport where it's so computer involved and analyzed, and there's geniuses wearing suits and glasses and things, you're kind of known as a laid back, intimidating force with a legacy. Do you have? Are there special things you do, kind of like more like a poker player or anything, to intimidate your opponents ever? Like I've seen you like show up late to big tournaments where they're like waiting for you and stuff. That's really cool.
That's a Miyamoto Musashi move.
No,
samurai.
Yeah. Honestly, like that's me being late is down to a couple of things. First, I hate waiting, but also I'm terrible at planning. So that's why I keep showing up late.
You are terrible at planning. You know how funny that is?
That's literally what you do. Better than anybody.
Like, my planning is always based on everything going perfectly, and like making a time plan based on that. And if something goes a little bit wrong, then I'm going to be late, and like something usually goes wrong, or often enough that it becomes a thing. Like as you talked about in chess, like there's this video that a lot of people are talking about where I come there's a blitz game, right, and that's 3 minutes, and I come like 2.5 minutes late because I've been skiing in the mountains, and there was an accident on the road that delayed me like half an hour. Like most people would have planned for that, had a little bit of buffer, but I was like, that was probably going to be fine. Suddenly there's an accident, and I'm going to be late, and I'm just running into the playing hall in my sweatpants, and not even realizing that the game has started. But I was so late that I should be. And I saw that everybody was there, and then randomly turned out half a minute left when I got to the board. So that's kind of more.
How'd you play the game? Do you
think that maybe?
Did you like have a different approach because you knew you only had 30 seconds?
No, the thing is like there you have a 2-second increment. So I'm not going to lose some time automatically. I just had to play a little bit faster. But it was okay. But as I said, like I don't do those things to intimidate my opponents. I'm just
that would be such a mindfuck. The guy shows up 2.5 minutes late and still stomps you.
Yeah, I don't think many people know about the skiing delay or anything. I think it was thought of as like I'm a badass. I'm coming in late.
No, honestly, that was like the World Championships in chess. Like they were being held in the weirdest places. So this was in Almaty, Kazakhstan, which is this like really during winter at least pretty polluted, not very nice city. And then just half an hour out of the city, you have basically the Alps. You have beautiful mountains that goes up to 3,500 meters, where it's just fantastic, and you can like get from the city it's like an hour, and you're at the top of the mountain and having a beautiful ski vacation. And I just like was so miserable being down in the city that I thought for this day, like if I'm going to perform at all today, like I need some fresh air. I need to get out of here, and so that's why I took the risk. And it was definitely not not to play mind games, because I Bobby Fischer said about chess that I don't believe in psychology, I believe in good moves. Like I believe in like a little bit of both, but I'm more in his school that I just I think I'm going to make better moves, and I don't need that all those other things.
Did you ever have an opponent that was doing something psychological that kind of messed you up or threw you off? Like back when I was a wrestler in high school, some guys wouldn't shower. It would be disgusting. Right? Is there anything like that in chess?
Yeah, that specific thing has happened for sure. I'm not sure if it's been a conscious choice by my opponents. I'm sure I've been guilty of it as well. That's true. I don't know really. I think the only thing is not to bring that up again, but I think when I think that my opponent might be cheating, that's the only time that I'm really off.
It's just weird that you can cheat and do it for so long and yet still play in the best tournaments. You would think that like in the UFC, like say if you get caught with steroids, you get a long ban, and you can't. And if you get caught again, you get an even longer ban. And I think it's like a 3-strike thing. If you get caught a third time, you're out of the sport forever.
No, it's the thing is that
we think harsher penalties would discourage people.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially for online, because there's been this thinking that cheating over the board and over online is like very different. But the thing is, like once people are cheating online, then having these meteoric rises over the board as well, it makes you think, That's a bit strange.
Yeah.
So yeah, there definitely needs to be harsher penalties. One thing that chess.com used to do is that they would let people sort of confess privately and then get their account back. But now they're moving to more naming and shaming sort of thing with and banning people for longer, which I think is it's a lot better. But a lot of it is about incentives as well, right? Like if you think that you can get away with cheating, and there are monetary incentives to cheat.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess that's just with every pursuit. There's always going to be people that look for shortcuts. There's always going to be someone who likes to skirt around the difficult path.
No, that's true, but the thing is, like, there's so little you need in chess, and the engines are so powerful. Like, if I started cheating, you would never know. The thing is, like, I would get, like, a move here and there. That's all I need. Or maybe, imagine I'm playing a tournament. I just find a system where I get somebody to signal me when there's a critical moment. Like, if there's a moment where a certain move is much better than the others. That's really all I would need to go from being the best to being, like, practically unbeatable, right? So it really is a scary situation. There have been these cases of so many cases of people who are acting suspiciously and who are making suspicious having suspicious results based on the data, but they're very, like, if you're not cheating in a dumb way, there rarely is going to be a smoking gun. And without that smoking gun, it's really hard to catch people.
How would you eliminate that other than security? Would you have it so there's no audience members at all and have them only in a room together?
No, so that has been done in World Championships, for instance. Like, we're basically been playing like in a glass box where you can see where you cannot see the audience and you cannot hear anything. So it's a glass roof box. That's like, you kind of don't want that. You want there to be, like, I really like having chess more like an esports setting where people can be as loud as they want. It's just you have players sit down like boxers with headsets, but
don't headsets open up the possibility of cheating?
But then, like, the headsets would be all provided by the organizers,
right? So some sort of,
and you'd have to have, like, both. We have had that in tournaments that you have to have white noise and some kind of sound from, like, Spotify or whatever, if you want to listen to classical music or whatever.
You can do that?
Yeah.
So you can listen to Wu-Tang Clan while you play chess?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, playing blitz chess, listening to music usually helps me, because, like, doing tasks that are more intuition-based, then that helps with the flow. With longer games, you probably don't want that disturbance. But I've definitely played some of my best blitz chess just listening to music,
what are you
sitting there bopping. I think
some wild Norwegian music. Rammstein or something.
That's actually German, but they have some good stuff. They have some good songs. No, I think my best chess is probably doing Norwegian rap.
Norwegian rap, really? What's a good Norwegian rap band that you could rap group that you could recommend?
There's a guy called Mr. Pimp Lotion and Oral B.
Mr. Pimp Lotion
and Oral B. They're kind of It's like a little bit ironic, but they're like doing like American like West Coast rap in Norwegian.
Oh, that sounds badass.
This is a bit of a difference. But I actually did a song with
Mr. Pimplotion.
I actually did a song with those guys.
What a great name, Mr. Pimplotion.
You're crossing the street, you got the hand that goes like this, right? But at that first light, there's a car. And by mistake, it's like a 1966 Chevelle. If it backfires, you go out in flames, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the thing about what happened was that they did a show, and they have this thing called Spanur, which is like a moisturizer mostly used for animals. But like this Mr. Pimplotion, like he's obsessed with that one. And somebody apparently stole that from backstage at their concert. And so they didn't know who it was, but they eventually found out and they made a song about it. And so they had a bunch of people like send in their verses.
Incredible the difference between America and Norway, what the rappers are rapping about. Just gang wars and shootings. And in Norway, somebody's like, who stole my look?
Yeah. There actually was a popular song like about 20 years ago that referenced specifically that in Norwegian, that there was nothing to rap about because nothing bad ever happened.
That's what he's saying. And don't make pull out the gun. It's best that someone speak out. Who stole this phenol?
Who stole my loaf? Yeah. Basically, there's a bunch of verses, like people accusing each other, and then I randomly come in at the very end. And solve the mystery.
Was it you?
Oh, it wasn't me. I was not at that particular show, but yeah, I think like the best online chess that I've ever played was probably listening to their music.
Do you mix it up? Do you ever listen to like Led Zeppelin or?
No, I listen to a lot of older stuff as well. So yeah, I have no idea what's on the chart these days in general, but
I find out through Tony. I find out through the young guys at the club. I'm like, what are you listening to? What is this? Yeah, and I'll do Shazam on it and put it on my Spotify.
No, like that sometimes happens to me as well. Maybe like once a year. Yeah. Otherwise, it's. I remember like I asked my sister probably like 10 years ago. Like I switched playlists. And you have anything from before 2000? And so I was like, yeah, of course. Britney Spears, Baby One More Time, 1999. So I'm kind of the opposite of that.
Well, that's awesome. Well, listen, man, it's been awesome having you in here. I really appreciate you doing this. And tell everybody when the Netflix show is out.
I don't know, but it's within a few months for sure.
Jamie, do you know? Didn't say when it's coming out. Well, we will put it up on the Instagram when it's out. And it's been awesome talking to you, man. I really appreciate it. Hey, thanks for coming in. All right, Tony.
Fun times.
Fun times. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
My stepfather, he can burn in hell. I don't give a fuck about him.
Oh, come on, dude.
Yeah, I don't toast him for dick anymore. I used to toast him.
Get him a donut or something.
You can just toast so many people. You know what I'm saying? I got people dying left and right. I got Ralphie now. I gotta get a picture of Ralphie.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Baker, good to see you, my friend.
It's good to be seen. Thank you, Mr. Rogan.
You taking notes already?
I am. He said, good to see you. Yeah, I know. I don't know what I do this.
So
right?
tell everybody what you were doing in the Middle East, because it's pretty crazy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Look, it all started
with some colleagues of mine from the UK Special Forces Club. And these guys are tremendous, right? But Howard Leadham and some others who came up with an idea. They said, look, we have to do something to help the benevolent fund, which is for the UK Special Forces. It's like Wounded Warriors here in the States. And I can say this because I'm a dual citizen with the UK. The British don't tend to be very good at raising money or asking for money for very important causes. So here in the U.S., where you've got 100,000 different groups that are advocating for veterans, over there it's not the case, right? But they have the same need, right? And they have all these wonderful people in their families. So the idea was, what can we do? A big event, something massive that can really help to raise funds and awareness for the Special Forces Benevolent Fund. They came up with this crazy idea at the time, still crazy, to recreate a 1917 epic journey that Lawrence of Arabia did through what was considered the impassable deserts of Saudi and Jordan, to go from essentially northwest Saudi through these impassable deserts and then into Jordan and then down to Aqaba to rout the Turks, who at the time controlled the area. And with a small Arab army led by several sheikhs and Lawrence, they did this trek of about 1,100 kilometers. Took them several months because they stopped along the way. Plus, they were fighting Turks along the way. So we took off in January, mid-January, 5 riders, 10 camels, and an incredible support team.
Can I stop you there? Is this your first time riding a camel?
Well, we went out in December. Spent about a week and a half. Howard lives out there, as to do one of the other fellows. And
so you go through camel riding training?
Camel riding training. That's exactly what we did. Yeah, oh.
What is
So
it
there
like
we are.
riding a camel?
It is not comfortable in any fashion. It's not like a horse. A horse you can fall into sort of a rhythm, and a horse has a much smoother gait. So the camel, basically, all you're trying to do, there's the crew. Wonderful guys, Howard, James, myself, Tomo, there's Craig in the back. An amazing crew. I've rarely worked with guys that are just so impressive. And again, going with the support team, everybody that was on that group, a small group of 8 or 9 folks.
Why does everybody ride with one leg to the side like that?
It's essentially a comfort issue, and because you'll notice there's those not really saddles. They're called shaddads that sit on top of the hump. That's a Saudi shaddad. The Omani shaddad is different. It sits behind the hump and is even less comfortable. And now these things were probably designed some 2,000 years ago, and they've never felt the need to improve them. They're basically just some wood tied together, and then you try to throw a couple of things on top of this piece of wood to make it comfortable. And I think all the Bedouins and others were laughing at us because we just kept piling blankets on to try to see if we couldn't. Yeah, it was tough, and so ash blisters are a real thing. And so anyway, that's what you see there. But there's no stirrups on these things. Like a horse, you ride in on the saddle, you got stirrups, and it takes the pressure off your legs. You're just hanging on. So you don't want to ride with one leg on either side because it's just not comfortable. So you hitch your leg over the front, and then you kind of put your leg or your foot behind the other leg.
Is it because they're too wide? Is that why you don't want to ride one leg on the other side, or is it just a ball buster?
I'll tell you, it's a ball buster, particularly if that shifts and it starts to lean forward, and then suddenly, there's these large dowels in the front and large dowel in the back. They kind of basically look like big wooden dildos on this shaddad, and so if that shaddad shifts forward, as it did on occasion, your package is just jammed against that thing, and you have to cover these guys. Look, I got injured. I had some soft muscle injury, and there's the crew walking through. And I tore some muscles in my rib cage.
You were just riding?
No, it was a rather inelegant dismount from the camel. And so I twisted really badly, and then went the other way. And the next thing you know, I had fucked up some the muscles along my obliques and then rib cage area. And so I spent the next couple of days. We had a team medic, Jed, a wonderful guy, great sense of humor, as did they all. And he eventually got tired of me asking him for painkillers and anti-inflammatories. And so eventually I had to tap out, which was more painful probably than the actual injuries. and the guys just continued to grind it out. 25.
How far was left when you?
Oh, I was in the first 25% of the journey,
wow.
so I had to, and then I went back for the end for the arrival of the Aqaba. There's the whole crew right there. I just can't say enough about these people. Again, 26 days, longer than that, actually a month, out in really bad conditions. People think that's a desert, right? Well, it's called the impassable desert for a reason. Massive sandstorms, freezing temperatures at night, bitter cold. And we were sleeping in one-man tents. And then you'd get up, you'd get the camels ready.
How much supplies did you bring?
Well,
did you have a supply camel?
We had Land Rover did a wonderful job of helping to sponsor this. So they provided vehicles that the support team used to kind of trail and then get ahead and help to establish the next. And we had Howard and Craig had done the recce's, so we had the camps mapped out because this is a long trek, 1,100 kilometers, and so they were able to supply and do all the work that kept these guys moving forward. And
imagine doing that without them.
Oh, it would have been. It wouldn't have been impossible, but they'd still be out there schlepping. Yeah.
Geez, you'd have to bring several camels just to carry your food and water.
Yeah. No, it's exactly right.
There's no water out there, right?
No. I mean, there's
spring occasionally.
Yeah, you pass through a handful of areas near small. I mean, when I'm saying small, I mean like there's nothing there. Little tiny village. Maybe there's a mosque, and the mosque would have a water supply, so you could stop and maybe refill what the camels drink.
Are they getting water from the ground, or are they getting water from? Are they bringing
They're getting
it in
from the well. Yeah, from the well.
Okay.
So they have like, I mean, because talking thousands of years, they figured out where the wells are, and part of this. From 1917, look, the Turks never expected these guys to come from this direction because who's going to do that?
Right.
And they did it. These guys all did it. I was just honored to be a part of it, even though I had to tap out, which was goddamn that.
Jamie, can you show me what that looks like on a map? All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. You just mix it in some cold water, take a nice moment in the morning to do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Like what that area looks like?
Yeah, I should have included a map of the route itself. Look for Al Waj, Saudi, on the coast, sort of northwest Saudi.
Look at James spelling it correctly and everything.
This guy's crazy. Look at that. He's right there at the top. So we started out in Al Waj, and then there you go. Now click out, and then you start heading north. You start heading northeast. You can see Jordan is up there above that area. You start heading sort of on a diagonal northeast. You pass through all. Look at it. It's like, what the hell? And you keep going. Eventually, you get if you zoom out a little bit so that you'll see the border with Jordan. Okay, you go up, past, you keep going in that direction.
The whole place looks inhospitable.
There's not a lot there. And then you come up to where Jordan is. But anyway, at the end of the day, you see Aqaba. We came down through Jordan and into Aqaba, which is at the tip there. Right there, yeah. Which is where the fort was, which is where they routed the Turks. And then eventually that created all sorts of opportunities
Scroll
for the
back
Arab
up again.
states.
Look at this whole area. There's fucking no green.
No, there's not. No.
Tiny parcels of semi-green areas.
Yeah. No, there's when I say it's desolate and there's nothing, there's nothing. You
Jimmy, zoom back out again. Look how wild that looks. Like, what happened?
So these
doesn't that all look washed out, Jamie? This is all Randall Carlson stuff, right?
Yeah, and we went through the Royal Reserve. The Saudis were very good, and the Jordanians were amazing as well.
Jamie, what were you saying?
Supporting this basin. It's like it all washed down.
Yeah, it totally looks like it washed.
Yeah, you'll find like all these wadis that are in there that, you know, it's essentially there's a lot of dried up riverbeds, and you know the danger is, of course, that there are flash floods on occasion, not very often. But so this thing took place, and they eventually the whole thing ended in Aqaba. Again, the Jordanians couldn't have been greater about supporting this. I think everybody, I know the Bedouins, when we got started, they were staring at us like, what the hell are you doing? They couldn't imagine that people would do this willingly. Right? For no, especially from their perspective, no reason.
Americans and Europeans.
Man, I tell you what, I know when I got injured, I know every single one of those damn son of bitches were laughing. They were like, what the hell? And then and they were looking at like our shaddads with all these blankets and furs on them, trying to make it somewhat comfortable.
Those guys must have leather balls.
Yeah, I think, or they just had them removed. I don't know how you do it, because and you have to try, right? You can't just walk. Walking was comfortable enough, but you have to cover the distance, right? And the trot on a camel is not comfortable, right? And so it was. Anyway, I just can't say enough good things about these people. But the cause, the UK Special Forces Club Benevolent Fund, if people want to go and read more about this, they can go to what is it? www.sfc.
That's all you are using the W's. Everybody else.
I guess I don't have to. So that's 3 W's, and then
everybody used to say that. People used to say HTTP //
I still do, because I think that's what you have to do. So it's sfcbf.org. You can go there, you check it out, and if you're so inclined, there's even a button you can click on to donate, even if it's the price of a cup of coffee. If you get enough people putting in the price of a cup of coffee, it makes a huge difference for these people. But it was one of those bucket list items that I just can't describe it.
When you see some of the things that USA fund, does it get you upset that they don't fund things like this?
Yeah, it really does.
It does me too.
Yeah.
It does me too. It's come on,
because this is a direct, right? As is Wounded Warriors, as are all the other groups. Yeah. It's a direct way to help people. And it's not like they got massive administrative costs, right? Like the government tends to.
Right.
And so no, absolutely, goddamn right. It seems to me, and so we were fortunate to have a lot of corporations that went in on it. There were some that looked at it and goes, okay, so let me see. You're talking about 5 white guys on camels, recreating what we think is it was still sort of the vestiges of that bullshit DEI thing, right? From a corporate perspective.
Right.
So we're like, no, goddamn it, exploiting, veterans. How difficult, and their families, how tough is that to understand? But, some
just taking a difficult trek. It doesn't mean you support colonialism.
Yeah, no, exactly. And by the way, the Arab sheikhs led the way. Right?
Isn't it
their effort?
We have to look at things through this lens of who in the furthest left, kookiest perspective is going to be offended by this bunch of white people in the desert.
Yeah.
If anything, it should give you a perspective on how unbelievably brutal the times were back then.
No, absolutely. And you also think that, honestly, it's just, look at the cause, look at the reason.
Yeah.
Right. But I think we are on the downhill slope of DEI. Right? I think the grifters who built up that cottage industry are going to have to be looking for new jobs, because I think most companies are starting to think, let's get out for this thing.
Yes, so I think so too. And I also think that if you look at the overall body of work that they produced, it's very obvious what many of them are doing. I think there's some genuinely good people that are involved in this that really want to do good work. They're very sensitive, kind souls. They probably grew up rich. But I think there's a lot of grifters too, unfortunately. And the grifters, they've been so egregious and obvious that I think it's turned a lot of people off. Even rational kind, compassionate, progressive people are like, enough, this is fucking stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially when you hear like the anti stuff. It's not just like pro whatever you are, it's anti whatever you're not.
Yeah.
And then you realize, oh, okay, this is not rational. This is cult like thinking, and this is a thing where if you don't agree, the punishment is very grave. Like they'll go after you so hard if you don't agree with them. And then you kind of realize what it is. Like,
and then eventually they start to eat their own.
Yes.
And so
you can never eat progressive enough.
No. The mob's always going to turn on no matter who you are and how righteous you pretended to be. And I agree with it. Yeah, good people with good intentions, mixed in. But I think a lot of people saw this as a terrific opportunity, right? And I also think that what it taught me was that yes, I am racist. I hate elite progressive white people more than I can't stand them. It's the one group that I would say that I just can't stand because there's something about it, and
I feel sorry. I feel like at this point in our culture, the divisions are so fucking crazy, and it's so counter to what America should be standing for, which is a United States, united country, a community, a large group of people that all agree on a few very key rules, one of them being freedom. And I think that
seems logical.
Yeah, we got to stop. All this division is set up not by us. It's set up by world leaders. It's set up by the media. It's set up by the people who benefit from keeping us divided. Most of us agree on a lot. And one of the things you're seeing is like from all these USA disclosures is the mainstream media cannot ever say that anything this administration is doing is positive. So even if they find unbelievable corruption, right, and they found some really wild shit, like what was the $4.7 trillion in untraceable money?
Oh yeah.
I sent that to you, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was Doge. Was digging through essentially the way that money is audited within the government, and they look at the data sets and how things are divided and how you have to explain what's going on. And the idea is that there's a lack of links to payments, outgoing payments, budget line items. So this payment goes out. What is it for? Right? It would be the same thing if you had and I have a business, and in that business you have to know what you're spending your money on, right? That's a logical thing. I'm not a rocket scientist, but what they're saying is that they've well, there you go.
Yeah, here it is. So it's Treasury Access Symbol. TAS is an identification code linking Treasury payment to a budget line item, standard financial process. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank. Yeah, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where money is actually going.
It would be like if
Treasury for the great work.
It would be like if I got my monthly reports, my monthly numbers from our finance director, and I looked at it, and there's the outgoing line, so I can see how much money is going out, but there's nothing that links it to where did it go? Did it go to pay a vendor? Did it go to pay rent? Did it go to pay staff?
Who bought a jet?
Yeah, who bought a jet? Yeah. By the way, when a company buys a jet, it's usually that's a key fraud indicator. Right?
If a company buys a jet,
if a company buys, not all companies.
UFC bought
not
a
all
jet.
companies. Let me just make a note of that. UFC jet. It's what I mean is obviously it's not like if it's Nike or an established large business.
But you're making so much money, you can buy a jet.
Right. If you've got a business that in a space and it's a growing business or it's a new business or a startup, whatever, a purchase of a jet usually is a fraud indicator on the list of all the fraud indicators.
But cashed in meme coin.
Yeah. I'm not cashing mine.
Have you thought about a Mike Baker meme coin yet?
You know what? It's funny you say that.
It seems like it's legal gambling is what it is. And it seems like even though it's horrible to do and very unethical to dump it, to pump and dump it, it seems like that's illegal for some weird reason.
Yeah.
You know, because I know that's the turmoil around the Haktua coin, and that's the fear about the Trump coin.
Yeah.
And I think didn't the president of Argentina do a pump and dump as well, allegedly?
Well,
What
allegedly,
did he do?
yeah.
What did he do, Jamie?
That is getting way messy this week. I want to speculate. There's
Tell
all
me.
sorts of shit going on.
What do you think's happening?
Poppyzilla had a video come out. Of course he did. Late last night.
He's the guy you do not want investigating your shit coin.
Yeah. Some guys admitting to stuff that I didn't sound.
They're admitting it?
Yeah, I don't. That's why I was like, I haven't even watched the videos yet. I'm just seeing the stuff on Twitter.
We were trying to figure out as a way to do it where you don't pump and dump it, because anybody can kind of make money now, which is so strange. And we're like, we make a JRE coin. What if we didn't dump it? What if we didn't pump and dump it? Like, what would it be for? How can you just do that? How can you just...
the regulations have not caught up yet, right? So and you see that any new emerging business industry technology, you know, I think there are people who look and go, there's an opportunity here, because regulatory policy hasn't caught up,
right?
And so
But Dave Portnoy's been paying attention to all this, and he's been buying coins and tweeting about them and then selling them, and he's been making a lot of money. And he's like, "Am I going to jail? Like, what is this?" Because you're making real money. I think didn't you make like $1 million off of one of them?
He's involved in this thing now.
It reminds me. He's involved in what? Which one? The Argentina thing?
I don't. That's what I don't know.
Well, fill me in, dog.
I'm trying to find out. I don't like. It's called Libra coin. I think. I don't know if that's the same as the Argentina coin.
And I think that's what it is.
Going through like whether or not he knew stuff before, or who told him, and what did he know, and
the Portnoy,
and when did he know it?
Yeah, he's pretty careful.
Yeah.
He's pretty careful. I doubt he did anything illegal. Also, he's so wealthy, he doesn't have to do anything illegal.
I was gonna say.
But then again, people get fucking crazy greedy.
They do. How much is enough?
Well, they hang out with other billionaires. That's the problem.
Yeah, and you're always comparing yourself to the guy who's got $3 billion. You got $1 billion, and you're not. How the fuck can you have that much money and not be happy? That's the part I don't.
Well, that's where it gets weird. But I get it. Like if I hang out with Elon Musk, I feel poor.
So does everybody else on the planet.
Yeah. You know,
he's still the richest guy.
When you meet like really, really rich people, you feel poor, even if you're really wealthy.
Well, that's the funny thing with him. I always think, like right now, the past couple of weeks in particular, it seems like people are just losing their shit and dropping onto the fainting couch over the idea that he's accessing your private information, right? What's he gonna do? He's accessing your private information. You think, okay, well, first of all, I don't think the guy is looking to scam you out of $500, right?
But the argument's good. Like he shouldn't be able to scan your information, but also, is there any evidence that he's doing that? And here's the other question: who else has access to this? Well, it turns out
every company.
Turns out a lot of people have access to this. Even students that are interns who work in the department have access to this.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is
they're making an argument, and it's a good one, right? If you have if he was evil, if you do have this evil billionaire who wants to control the world and has access to everyone's credit card and just steals all your money or does whatever.
Didn't that used to be Jeff Bezos? I thought he was the guy who they were focused on.
Well, they were for a while, but he's just balling. Jeff is just like hanging out on a yacht, banging his super hot wife. Like he's having a good time.
That sounds a lot better than like chasing government waste and fraud.
Yeah, and like I remember when Elon Musk was criticizing him for not working hard enough. I'm like, dude, wait a minute. What is work for? That guy's got $200 billion. I think you can chill.
Yeah.
When you get $200 billion, then it's time to get that fucking crazy yacht.
Yeah, once you start launching your own rocket ships.
Yeah, you got a rocket shaped like a duck.
Yeah.
You're literally tryring to fuck space.
Austin Powers.
Yeah, have a good time. I like the way Jeff Bezos is doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I appreciate the fact that Elon is so psychotic in his drive. It's bizarre, and also in the face of overwhelming hate.
Oh my God, it is. I mean, part of me finds it very entertaining. Part of me just looks at it and goes, "Oh, you got to." I mean, I think what they're having a problem with is two things: is the messaging and the means of doing this. Right? Everybody, you would think, would agree that you're going to go through government spending with a fine-tooth comb. You're going to find the waste and abuse and fraud. Fantastic. Right?
Well, this is one of the things that Clinton ran on.
Right,
and implemented during his first term.
Actually implement.
Yeah,
there were
very effectively, by the way, and it was a huge boon to our economy.
Yeah, but again, the messaging was different.
But Also,
and the
it's-
means were different.
The Democrats were different. That was a different kind of a Democrat. That was the kind of Democrat I would vote for right now. I'd vote for Bill Clinton, despite all the blowjobs and all the crazy shit.
Well, but you weren't involved in that, so
I think that they all did that. I think you get two types of people who want to be president: pussy hounds and warmongers. I prefer pussy hounds.
Well, but you could be both.
Yes, you could be Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
He's both.
Good use of the pronunciation, Genghis.
Well, I'm actually listening to an amazing podcast. I'd love to recommend to everybody because Elon recommended it on X, and I've been listening to it. It's fucking great. Fall of Civilizations podcast. They're doing a series on the Mongols right now. Terror in the Steppes, and I am listening to it right now. So that's why I'm saying Genghis correctly.
Okay, no, that's great. All right.
Yeah, they even explain the pronunciation. They explain where it came from and how it got fucked up over the years of translation into languages that didn't have Cheng. They didn't have a sound, and so Genghis Khan became Genghis Khan. You know, especially when European languages started translating.
Yeah. That makes, everything I know about Khan, I learned from Mulan.
Do you know they didn't even fucking know about this whole story until the 1800s? They found a Chinese book, and the Chinese book was written, they thought it was nonsense. They just couldn't figure out what it was saying because it was written where the Chinese characters made the Mongol sounds of the words. And so they had to translate it from Chinese to the Mongolian language, and then they realized this was the history of Genghis Khan and the Khan Empire.
Okay, yeah.
It's fucking the secret history of the Mongols. It's fucking amazing. This podcast is fantastic.
Yeah, that does sound good because again, I think when you consider how we're all apparently carrying some of his DNA around.
Not us.
Yeah. Not us.
Not
us.
Europeans. Mostly Asians,
damn it.
right?
Okay.
Well, I have a little Asian in there. I have like 1% Asian.
Really?
Yeah, 1% Asian. Close to 2% African. It's like, but I'm from Sicily, my ancestors, and so I think those are the ones that got raped by the Moors. That's in the movie True Romance. Remember?
Oh yeah,
remember that scene? Yeah, Christopher Walken
and Christian Slater. No,
no,
Christian Slater. Christopher Walken.
Who was it with him?
There was a whole series of people. Bruce Dern,
right? Who's
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper.
That's right. Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper, right? Is that who it was?
Yeah, that's who it was. They had I remember that they had a scene.
Fuck, that movie's good.
Yeah.
Fuck, that movie's good. That is a great fucking movie.
But yeah, I think if they had come in, if the administration had come in and said, here's what we're going to do. We are going to root out waste and fraud. We're going to go after, every dollar that's not spent on behalf of the American public and our national security, advancing American interests. And we're going to do it in this efficient, manner. But, and again, don't get me wrong. I think sometimes, the disruption of fast action is extremely beneficial at times. And sometimes you can't see the benefit until other things happen outside the bubble that we may be looking at. But I think that if they had messaged it a little bit differently, and then with the means, rather than taking a blowtorch to everything, because, and again, not saying that it can't be effective, but what I'm saying is that they're losing, I think, important opportunity from a goodwill perspective. And I know they probably don't give a fuck anymore, but all those people who voted for them this time around gave them that chance that didn't the previous time. They said, "Oh, fuck it, I'm so tired of the Biden administration and all this bullshit." They need to see, I think, more stability, less chaos. And I think the Democrats are very good. I think we all thought perhaps that the progressives, the Democrats, were just going to go into a cave and hide, but they're regrouping, right? And they're starting to come back. They're all
getting on testosterone.
Yeah, that's right. Suddenly the toxic male is very attractive. They don't have any. But I think that if you give them ammunition, obviously they're going to take advantage of it.
For sure.
And I think some of the approach to this, again, not saying it's wrong in the sense of let's find that waste and fraud, but they're giving them opportunities to start firing back.
Who's scoring big in the NBA this year? You are. With all new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. From monster slams to dishing the rock to cleaning the glass, get behind your favorite players and the prop bets you can make on DraftKings, the home of NBA player props. Plus, for new DraftKings customers, bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Take it to the rack with DraftKings Sportsbook. Every point counts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, I think the problem is they're trying to do it very quick. They want to get midterms, right? So they only have 24 months to enact real change.
Yeah.
And, you know, did you see Kevin O'Leary talking about on CNN? He was saying they're not doing enough. They should cut more. He's like, if you want to, because he's talking about it from an entrepreneur's perspective, taking over like a failing company that's filled with bloat and waste. And he's like, that is the government. He goes, you got to cut more. He goes, cut everything. Cut it all out and then find out what's necessary and rebuild it from there. Well, I would argue saying on CNN, and CNN, they're like,
Ladies were in a wash. Oh my God! Well, the 5 people that watch CNN still were probably.
There's probably 20.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, they're all united in their message. Whether it's MSNBC, I watched MSNBC the other day in the gym. Oh my God, it was awesome motivation to work out because these people look morbidly obese. And they were given, they had this language that they were speaking. It was like almost like they were translating from another language. Like it was all like, it didn't make sense. It's like, you know, we're in danger, you know, it was the way they were talking. It's like my people feel like they're in danger, like they're being criminalized. We're being pushed out of society. We're being told we don't exist. And then, of course, you have to say you're an ally of the LGBTQ+.
You have to be an ally.
They're digging their heels in on all that stuff, though, which is that's not going to win anymore. That's too crazy. Even like kind progressive people realize, like, you know, you've done a weird thing with women's sports. You've done a weird thing with the safety of women in bathrooms. And it's not to say that some of these people are legitimate trans people who really do just want to use the women's room and be treated like a woman. That's true too, but you open the door for perverts, and you're not admitting that. You open the door, you're just allowing guys with beards and hard dicks to wander around the women's room.
And how tough is it to just have a unisex bathroom? Right, most places, a lot of places do, right? So you can find
as long as it's not a big bathroom. The problem is a group if it's all single bathrooms, but that's not economically feasible at like a stadium, you know, and that's where it becomes a problem. And then it's also this like weird cultural line of like which bathroom do you get to use? It's like this is like a thing in Congress, right? Because there's that one trans person in Congress who, by the way, said that they do not want to use the women's room, so it's not even an issue.
Yeah, no, I think
notice how I said that.
That was very good, right?
That's the line.
You're very sensitive. People always say that. How goddamn Rogan is so sensitive. But I think if most folks, right, who are in alternative, you know, lifestyles, whatever, however you want to put it, I think, they just want to get on with it, right? They want to be accepted. They don't want to make, you know, people make a fuss over it. They just want to move on. And then you've got a small minority that just can't seem to get enough attention. And when they can't get enough attention, then they do something, even more wacky.
I think it's a problem with a lot of the people that are quote unquote leftists in general, is that they've been bullied and picked on all their life. And they've been fucked with, and now they have a gang. And now they're going to go fuck with other people.
Yeah, it's not much of a gang, though. Really.
But it's online, the words they use online, it's like very attacking.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, this is like a core aspect of progressives right now online, is that when they're tweeting about stuff, when they're posting about stuff, it's very aggressive and very angry and insulting.
Yeah.
And that this is their way to demean Biden, whether it's Pete Hegseth or Kash Patel or any of these people that are involved, or RFK Jr., any of these people that are involved, and even Tulsi. It's like the way they're doing it. It's like, it's not about policy or agreeing or disagreeing about perspectives or the way they're choosing to govern. It's not that.
Well, I think they're angry because for a while, right, the mob rule was working, right, and everybody, was being, silenced from the bullying or the fear of being bullied. So,
and it lasted for so long.
It lasted for years. Right? You think about it.
It lasted until Elon bought Twitter. Really. Realistically.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
If he hadn't done that and they were all controlled by the left, do you think Facebook would have loosened up their grip?
No,
I don't think so.
Well, look, Meta, Alphabet, they're all kind of rewriting, toning down their DEI policies, right?
I think that's also because Zuckerberg started doing jiu-jitsu. I really do.
They start taking testosterone.
Yeah, shout out to
change.
Zach Machado.
Yeah,
jiu-jitsu changed your mind, man. It'll change who you are. You'll realize there's reality in this world.
He's looking a lot more manly.
He does. He's a lot more manly.
Yeah.
He's got a thick neck now. I think that has a lot to do with it because you start looking at things from a more libertarian perspective, from a merit-based perspective.
Well, also, you're starting to fuel. You're feeling better. You're focused on something other than your own inner angst. Or how do you fit in with this? Look, everybody just should be able to live their life.
Absolutely.
And
that's what we all need to concentrate on.
Yeah.
Everybody just live, as long as you're not hurting anybody else with the way you live your life.
Exactly.
Live your life. If you want to wear a dress, God bless it.
Yeah.
God bless everybody. But just be nice. And I think most of the people, the reason why they're not nice is because people have been not nice to them. That's that old expression, hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
And the way to fucking unite us is not to keep hurting people. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I think it's simple enough. I honestly, I don't care. Someone's got an alternative lifestyle. Now, I don't need to play along with the imaginary idea that a dude's going to have a baby or can,
I like breastfeed. There's this one TikTok person who trolls, and I don't even know if it's a biological woman because that's one thing that the trans people are very upset with. There's a lot of really hot OnlyFans girls that are pretending to be trans and they put a fake dick in their underwear.
No.
Oh yeah, and they're super hot, and so the actual trans people are very upset. And get ready for this. Their argument is, my identity is not a costume for you to wear. Wait a minute.
Hold on a second.
Hang on. That's a real woman, bro. You're already doing that with her. She's just got a rubber dick in her pants for money.
There really is no. I keep waiting for Jamie to throw one up on the screen. I'm like, oh my god. There's no self-awareness or sense of irony.
So this one lady who's I think it's a lady. I think she's a lady who's a troll. And she said that she went to some country and got a chromosome change and a uterus installed, and now she's pregnant. And she I just read the comments and people are fucking going crazy. It's a bunch of sub 90 people, IQ people in the comments just fucking having strokes.
That is the best part. When somebody throws some shit out there and people buy into it, right? And they're like, yeah.
Well, I buy into some of the dumb ones sometimes. I have to send them to Jamie. And me and Jamie have to sort out what the fuck is real now. It's so hard to tell. I see things from myself that aren't real. I saw me doing, or I didn't see me, I heard my voice over some narration of something, of some TikTok story. And I was like, I never saw this. This is not me saying this. It's all done through AI. This is crazy.
You're a prime case study for the impact and effects of, and the sort of the downside of AI. Right.
Oh, for sure, with my voice.
Yeah.
I guess now with video as well. If you wanted to have a podcast video of me doing something.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's pretty wild now that, we had a little bit of a problem where a bunch of people are selling cheap things online and using my voice, and we have to get them removed.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's just, that's just opportunists that are taking advantage. I'm selling protein powders that I've never seen before, all that kind of shit.
Right.
They're doing that with my voice.
There's very few, we talked about it before, there's very few because the idea was always sort of detection, right? Okay, we got to create better systems to detect deep fakes,
right?
but now I think the focus has rightly shifted from sort of the detection to more proactive protection of material, right? So get it at the moment of creation, embed the ability within the video clip, the audio clip, whatever, to show that you've got proof of whatever you want to call it, reality, credibility, authenticity. And that's the way it's all going, because you just can't keep up with it. If all you're doing is trying to create better systems to detect deepfakes, it's a losing game. It's like battling terrorists, because you're coming up with an idea to prevent a terrorist attack based on the last terrorist attack, and they're on to something else. Right? So it's an interesting world. There's not that many companies out there that are doing a great job of it, but there are some.
It's going to get to a point where it's impossible to tell, and I think that's not far away.
I think we're there. Yeah. Honestly, most people aren't curious, right? Most people are, they don't have time, or they're not cynical. Right, and so most people are willing to look at something and go, unless it's just clearly bullshit. But for the most part, if it's a half decent fake, right, I think most people will accept it and move on.
I like the ones that they're obvious. They're really good, but they're obvious things. Yeah, like, you see the one with Kamala Harris after she lost the presidency, she's wearing a bikini top, walking with a beer, says unemployed.
Yeah, that's good. I mean,
but it's obvious that it's not real. Yeah, so it's okay. Like the ones where Trump's playing the guitar, and then there's all these other people, like Putin's in the background with the drums. Have you seen that one?
That is good. There's one where I don't think I've seen the one with him playing the drums, but I've seen them where there's a whole series of world leaders and they're in a ballad together.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah, the one with Trump playing guitar. I think they're doing. It's Fortunate Son, right? It is, right? I think it's on my Instagram, right?
It's
so good, and it's obviously fake.
Yeah,
that's why I like it. It's like, it's not tricking me, but I'm like, wow, that's really good.
It's interesting. I mean, again, talk about regulatory policy not catching up. I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, like if you were in Europe, right, you could be fined in jail, right, for in a case for like pushing something that's disinformation, or you're just goofing, right?
Yeah, you can't goof,
but you can't. If it's an obvious, to your point, if it's an obvious goof, then okay, you can probably get away with it. Maybe not if you're in Germany or somewhere, but
Germany's going crazy.
They are going crazy, and they weren't happy with J.D. Vance's speech. I'll tell you that much.
I wonder why.
Nobody in the EU was happy. The head of the Munich Security Conference literally cried after the speech when they were addressing the EU leaders following the speech, right, talking about the impact and what it might have meant for U.S.-EU relations and everything. Literally tears being shed over J.D. Vance's speech.
What was it about his speech in particular that was offensive?
Well, I think what they were anticipating at the Munich Security Conference was he was going to come in and he was going to talk about, obviously, the number one topic on the table for them is Ukraine. And, where are we going with that? Because obviously the EU leaders are now very concerned about U.S. commitment to NATO. What is the Trump administration, planning on doing in terms of further support for Ukraine, really further support for NATO. They're looking to distance themselves. And Vance instead came in and didn't really focus on any of that shit. He turned it onto the European Union, into EU countries and the UK, and UK in particular, talking about how their biggest threat isn't necessarily Russia or China. Their biggest threat is what they're doing to themselves in terms of suppressing free speech from all the various groups out there, including the conservative groups, the far left, whatever, determining that this type of speech is illegal. We're going to pursue you. We're going to fine you. We're going to jail you. Armed raids against people that are pushing content online. So he made it anti-immigrant content. But to be fair, right? I mean, most of Europe at this point is pretty fed up with the immigration policies that their leaders.
Which is why they want to suppress the dissent online.
Exactly.
They're not doing it because they genuinely think this is a moral and ethical thing to do. They're doing it because they sense an uprising.
Yeah, and they rightly should. Look, Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, he's not getting elected. Their election is coming up here shortly.
Yeah.
And so he's not. It's not going to happen for him. So I think they're not rightly, but they are concerned about their own political power. That's
what it is, and that's what people need to understand.
It's not rocket science.
It's not that the Europeans are the kinder, more progressive. No, just like they understand that it's coming, and they want to do everything they can to stop it because most people are fed up. Most people just want to be left the fuck alone. And if you tell them that they can't put a flag meme on one of their Facebook pages or they get arrested, which is what happened in Germany.
Or talk about so if you talk about the immigration problem, you say, look, we got to stop this. We got to, maybe secure borders. If you talk about the Ukraine war and say, I don't think we should be supporting, dumping more resources into Ukraine, all those things, or reproductive rights, if you're on the wrong side of that from a European perspective, they're coming after you. And so that's what J.D. Vance came after. He turned the tables on them and focused on that. And that was, A, it was completely unexpected. And B, I think, the reality of it, the fact that it's truthful, I think upset a lot of them.
It's truthful and it also appeals to their citizens. That's the thing. The citizens say, this is the way we want our government to talk.
And I think it's funny because a lot of people are, there's a lot of people on social media right now going, oh my God, you don't realize how hated, you are now as Americans. The U.S. is so hated. And I think, I spent most of my time overseas, right? And most people go, it seems like it's common sense. You guys are finally coming around, right? And so I don't think they're going to win the argument that somehow the U.S. is more hated. Look, we've been hated in a variety of locations.
Well, we definitely are hated in Canada right now.
Oh, yes.
The hockey game. They were booing the national anthem so hard. They get 3 fights in the first 9 minutes. And then we kick Canada's ass. Sorry, Canada. In Canada. It's not good because that's their fucking sport. That's basically their only shot at beating us at anything.
Well, curling.
They might be able to do that. If we practice it, we'd be better at that too. Like they make great mixed martial arts fighters. One of the greatest of all time, George St. Pierre in Canada. But after that, get your football team to come fuck with America.
I'm trying to think of other things that I could throw out there.
Maybe baseball. They got Duga's really good.
Emulsions.
They have strong beer. They have great people. I love Canada. I love the
likewise.
It's just they're too nice and they let communists run the country. And that guy's a communist.
Well, it is one of those moments where you think, okay, I understand, I get your point. To talk about turning Canada into a 51st state.
That's a little crazy.
That's a little crazy. A little crazy.
He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious. Well, first I was joking around, but I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea. Now I think he keeps talking to him. He refers to him as Governor Trudeau. It's so funny.
You know what I love is I was just out in the Middle East for some things, including the amazing trek with the guys from the SF Club. And it was right during the period of time when President Trump announced his idea during that press conference with Netanyahu about, look, we're gonna own, the U.S. is gonna own Gaza.
Did you see the look on Netanyahu's face when you're saying that?
Yes.
Netanyahu's priceless. What in the fuck
I know.
did I get into?
And now you know what they're all doing? The Israeli cabinet is fully on board with the idea, in part because I think they understand that, okay, look, this is probably not going to happen, but if we take this position, right, it's going to create chaos. It's going to create some movement, right? And maybe that leads to something of interest. And I think when being out in the Middle East, when that idea came out and hearing some of the responses from people out there was amazing. But what I like about it, look, you're not going to move 2.3 million Palestinians out of Gaza, right? Because none of the Arab states want them. The Egyptians have fought against this idea for years and years and years.
That's a good point, and some maybe a lot of people aren't aware of. Is that the wall on the side of Egypt is way bigger than the wall on the side of Israel. That is an impenetrable wall that's heavily guarded. They do not want Palestinians coming into Egypt, which is kind of crazy.
Well, from their perspective, look, it's a security issue, and there's a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, so it's not like Jordan hasn't tried to do their part. But they also, what are they going to do? Absorb another 2 million Palestinians? No. So the problem from an operational perspective is it's unlikely to happen, right? And also, do you really want the U.S. buying and owning Gaza, right, and then being up there? You think that the cost of supporting Ukraine is high. Wait till you see what the cost of not only the reconstruction, but the security of the reconstruction, right? What that's going to be. You think there was a boom in private security contractors during the Iraq incursions? This will make that look like nothing.
Right.
So
they got to guard their investments.
So the costs involved, the potential for just never-ending really trouble. But what I do like about it is, look, now the the Arab states are responding by having a summit, right? They're having a summit at the end of this month, and they've been having little mini discussions amongst themselves, but all the key players in the area are now meeting to discuss what's an alternative, right? What is the way to make this happen? And, it's not going to be by the U.S. owning it and building the Riviera, right, or a series of casinos. But the Arab states are having to react, and so what that means is nothing's worked before, right? Nothing in terms of two-state, option. Other security agreements, peace agreements have held for some period of time and then fallen apart. None of that shit's worked. So I think the sort of the disruptive aspect of sometimes of what Trump does, even though you may look at the idea on the surface and go, it's like it's work, you have these other effects. Right? So now you've got the Arab states having to respond, coming up with these ideas. They're already, over the past couple of days, saying, well, Hamas can't play a role. If you had said that a year ago, Egypt and Qatar and some of these other Arab states out there would have gotten on board with the idea that Hamas has got to go, that wouldn't have happened, right? I mean, before the 7 October attacks.
Right. They're also talking about rebuilding it themselves. They're like, well, we'll do it. We'll do it. Just back off.
Yeah.
We'll do it. We'll take care of it.
Which is great.
And that's when they have to say Hamas can't be part of it.
Right. That's because they know what the problem is. And they haven't been willing to admit it before, but because the Trump administration just thrown stuff at the wall, right, to see what sticks, they've got to respond. And so now they're coming up with these ideas. Look, Hamas, they are a shell of what they were, right? But they're still supported by the Iranian regime, which is a big problem. Right? And the Iranian regime, do you think they don't want peace? They don't want stability, right? That's not in the books. One of the benefits from their perspective of the 7 October attacks was that it completely scuttled the normalization talks that were going on between Saudi and Israel and the U.S. at the time. So, they're going to continue to be a problem. But Hamas, is now kind of on its back foot. The Palestinian Authority is saying, well, we'll come in and we'll govern Gaza. Well, the Israelis are saying, no, that's not going to happen either because you guys are, peas in the pod. Right? And Palestinian Authority has a program where they actually pay the families of people who kill Israel. Right? It's called the Pay to Slay program.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. Pay to slay.
How much do you get paid?
You know what? I'm not sure what the going rate is now, but for out there, it's a payment, ongoing payments to families who have family members who have attacked, wounded, or killed Israelis. And so, that plus, other ties between Hamas and the PA. And look, there's been animosity, obviously. Hamas drove Palestine out of Gaza years ago. But, the Israelis see it as the same. And so, my point being is the Arab states are now reacting, and you could end up with something that actually works, as opposed to all the bullshit in the past that never did work, and always and continue to provide nothing for the Palestinian people. And if you say, look, all this is about is we want the Palestinians to live a better life, then you should want new ideas thrown at the wall, right? And you should want something that eventually is going to work. And from a U.S. perspective, you should want something where the Arab states actually take it on board themselves.
There's also a problem with the reality of the region at this point, right? It's like, what do you want to happen to that area? Because someone has to rebuild it. Absolutely, Israel shouldn't have done what they did and kill who knows how many innocent people and literally destroy most of the buildings here. We all can agree that's a horrible thing, but it's done. So now what?
Yeah, and we can also agree that it was not. Look, yeah, I agree. It was a very aggressive action. I would argue that the U.S. would engage in that same aggressive action if we had a proportionate, attack
from Mexico.
Yeah. So, or Canada.
Right.
Goddamn Canadians. They're plotting something. I just know it. So so that's true. But again, it was a war that Hamas started. Right? I think you have to go back to the beginning of this one. And yes, there's fault on both sides, of course. But Hamas now at times has been acting like the aggrieved party.
It's fuck around and find out in the worst way possible.
Yeah,
that's what it is. I mean, they gave Israel the green light to just go ham. And now when you see the overhead drone footage of what Gaza looks like now, it's hard to even believe that it's real. Everything's gone.
Yeah, which is I get it. I mean, from a real estate developer's perspective, I'm sure he's seen overhead imagery, right?
Turn it into the Mediterranean of the Middle East.
This looks like a demolition site.
So let's clear it out. The real question is, if that doesn't, okay, then what? Then what? If you don't want that to happen, then what? If the United States doesn't take it over, or who should, and what do you do with it? And how do you get the money to rebuild it? And where does it come from? And how do you do it? Who do you bring in to rebuild it? Who governs it? How does that work? Who gets what building? How does it work?
Yeah.
You know, it's a very complicated thing when you destroy an entire fucking city.
Yeah.
Which is see if you can find some of that overhead footage.
And when you're talking about moving out 2.3 million people to other areas. But I think again the answer is that the Arab states have to take this on. Right, they finally have to address this issue. They've used some of them have used the Palestinian issue to their own devices without doing anything to the benefit of the Palestinians.
Look at this footage. This is unbelievable. I mean, this looks like they got hit with an asteroid.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. The scope of it. It's just insane. Yeah. It's insane to say.
Yeah.
Dave Smith had a very good take on this. He was on one of those Piers Morgan, everybody yells at everybody panels, which are really fun for about 5 minutes. But let me send Jamie what Dave said. Because Dave had, in my opinion, the best take on this. Where it's like, you see, you're like, okay, yeah, that's correct. This is the way to look at it, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Again, I think unless I don't know who would be on board. Take it from beyond the sort of the initial sentence of the U.S. will take ownership. Oh, here we go. I don't know if is that Dean Cain on the right? No. It is? Yes. Superman. I don't know if this is the right brand. I didn't click it from the option.
Yeah, click the one I sent. It's probably the same one.
So you could tell he's one of those guys.
Sometimes I love these Piers Morgan panels. You never know who you're going to show up in one of those boxes.
Obviously, I'm cocaine, but there was
and it's a bizarre mix of people.
That I was clean, that my energy levels on stage
were
too high for my age, for me to be on cocaine.
It's just like a commentary for women.
Pictures of Gaza? Are you telling me there were Hamas missiles in every single one of those buildings? That's the entirety of the story? Is that Israel just had to blow up this building? Which, by the way, still I don't think would be morally justified. But come on, man. It's just again, even to Dean's point, I always find this fascinating because somehow Americans could say this about the people in Hamas and go like you said, yeah, I wouldn't like to be kicked out of my neighborhood, but if my government had done October 7th, I'd accept it. Your government, Dean, destroyed Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, the drone bombing campaign in Pakistan. So, can you get kicked out of your house now? Is it not ethnic cleansing if we were to kick you out of your neighborhood? This is so ridiculous that we impose these standards on these poor people that we would never dream of holding ourselves to that standard. It logically makes absolutely no sense, and it doesn't really matter what Hamas's approval rating is, in the same way that it doesn't matter that George W. Bush had record-high approval ratings. It doesn't mean that the innocent civilians in the United States of America are fair game, and neither should any other group of civilians.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, if you could do surgical strikes and do nothing but kill Hamas terrorists, great. Yeah. But that's not the real world. Dave's talking about a world that we don't exist in. But I would this is where we would differ. I like Dave Smith a lot, and I think he's incredibly intelligent. But we fundamentally look at things sometimes in a different worldview because of our experience, right? And my experience has been dealing with a lot of hostile actors who, you may look at and think, okay, well, can't we just, I don't say we get along, but they exist and we exist, and do we really? That's not the world we work in, right? And urban combat is really ugly. It's not dismissing, the horrific nature of it and the fact that yeah, sure. In a perfect world, it's morally repugnant, and it is, but it's the world that we live in. So I think, okay, on one hand, I get what he's saying, and I don't disagree on that moral side of things. But from my background, I don't tend to live in that world. I tend to live in sort of the operational side of things, and you sometimes you have to do things that are not good.
But even as extreme as that,
Well, yeah,
that's the thing.
I don't.
It's
Yeah,
so extreme.
Oh, I know, and I don't disagree. And they have they went above and beyond. There's no doubt about it. But to my point, and I think to kind of what he was saying, look, we if we did after 9/11, and we went above and beyond, and from a proportionate standpoint, and we felt certainly justified in doing it. Right? We did. I mean, America finally came together as a group, right, as opposed to the partisan way that we live now. But
we were justified based on a lie, which is even crazy because they used that justification and went after a group of people that had nothing to do with it, based on a lie of weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah,
which is even crazier, right? We went to a completely different country.
Yeah. Well, I think Hamas also. These are disjointed statements, and I'm not really tying it all together very well at all. But there's also this element that Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian citizens, right, the civilians. And if they did, they wouldn't conduct their operations. Their methodology would be different. Right? They wouldn't bury themselves in their operations and their command centers and everything that they do. Right, their depots and their missile weapons supply centers within the public environment. Right? They just wouldn't. Right?
Well, they probably never expected this.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no way they would have done October 7th if they expected this response.
Well, there's no way that the Iranian regime, I think, would have allowed them to do this if they anticipated they would get this sort of response. So I think you're right. But and again, this is the problem. People only hear what they want to hear, right? So they hear me say from an operational perspective. I understand that they had an aggressive response, but then they stopped listening, right? So what I'm saying is, was it over the top? Well, yes, it was over the top. And could they have been more surgical about this? Well, yes, they certainly could have. Could they have prevented some loss of civilian life? Well, yes. Would that have been difficult? Yes. Why? Because Hamas puts themselves in the center of civilian life there. They know this is what's going to happen. This is their currency. Dead Palestinians, that drives their narrative. And they always know it's going to turn against the Israelis as we're having these discussions. That's what happens. And they've got enough of a track record to know that's what's going to happen. So they use it to their advantage. But, again, it doesn't excuse the killing. I keep coming back to that same thing. You could have, disparate multiple, thoughts in your head at the same time. Right? You can feel bad about that. And at the same time, you can go, yeah, it was fucked up what they did on 7 October. You're going to go after Hamas. And then what you're going to find is that urban combat is really, really fucking ugly. Right? And you're going to have casualties that you really, really regret having. Were there more than needed? I would say yes. They didn't need the extent of their response. But I understand their mindset for why they went so hard at Hamas. This is decades and decades, built up saying no more. Right? They can't put up with this anymore. Now, again, the problem is, the problem is not that it's not really Hamas. I keep coming back to the same thing. The problem is that the instigator of all this trouble, the instigator of the vast majority of chaos and instability, violence and death in that region is the Iranian regime. Most Arab states will agree to that. Maybe not the Yemenis, right? But most of those Arab states are not going to be sad to see the Iranian regime fall for this very reason. Everybody wants a better life, right? However they perceive it. And the Iranian regime, the mullahs and the IRGC, they've got a stated objective, and they are pursuing that. As long as those people are in charge, ultimately we're not going to get a big sea change here. We're not going to get a huge shift in the way things go. But if you want a better life, then you got to look to the whatever you want to call it, the head of the snake or the top of the mountain. There they are, the Iranian regime driving them out of this chaos. So anyway, I'm getting away from the point, but I don't disagree with Dave. I always like a lot of the things that he says. I just think that we come at it sometimes from a much different perspective. I don't tend to believe that the world is full of good actors who are just trying to create a community of nations. yeah, I'm not putting it well, but I think what I mean is that it's not. I was having a conversation the other day, and it was about U.S. involvement in a variety of groups, activities, associations over the years, looking to topple governments, looking to change, the direction of a government, all the nefarious things that the CIA has been accused of over the years. And I was like, well, goddamn, what do you expect? Of course, that's what we're doing, right? Of course, we're infiltrating organizations to try to influence the direction of the government. You go all the way back to the Cold War, right? We were convinced the Russians or the Soviets were going to blow us to hell, right? Of course, we're going to be doing a variety of things. You want a government over there that's more friendly to you? Okay, how are we going to go about doing that? Right? If that means VOA or Voice of America, or it means infiltrating some organization that's going to try to win them, yeah. So, is that morally repugnant? I don't know. You think it's necessary? I think I think it's understandable, and I think also.
So imagine a world without that.
Yeah.
So if that is a vacuum, and we stop doing that entirely altogether, does that vacuum get filled up by another power?
Yeah. I think that's
the problem. Right?
That's the problem. Is that we don't live in a world of benign nations who, like, if we're not the police, at the top of the food chain, nobody needs to be there. Someone's going to fill that gap, and you know what? Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I've been around a long time, and I've spent most of it overseas in unusual places. We make a lot of mistakes as a country. It's a human endeavor, but we do try to correct. It can take time, right? It can take a lot of time. We make a lot of mistakes, of course we do. But I've seen a lot of players out there, and I'd rather have us and our allies trying to direct traffic rather than some of the hostile actors that are out there.
This is the best case scenario perspective. The worst case scenario perspective is that these policy changes that we are initiating and that we are influencing is for corporations to make more money, is to control resources and to control areas and to make things friendlier for business. That's the worst case scenario. Is this is done?
Well, that's
in a mercenary fashion.
Yeah,
but is that?
But that's what That's what
is that
Chinese
regime, right? That's right. And is that? Here's my question: is that just what happens? Like when you do have the ability to control other regimes, isn't it almost logical that you're going to need a lot of money and you're going to need a lot of influence to do that, and so there's going to be a bunch of people that say, actually, we could use some of those minerals. Actually, that natural gas is very valuable. Actually, if we could destabilize Russia's energy systems and pump up Ukraine's and control it, that'd be pretty good. And so then we start initiating things, and we start with the coup in Ukraine in 2014 and a bunch of different things. We start helping things along that would benefit us both geopolitically, but also geopolitically in the sense that, like, you're controlling the geology of the land, which is a real term, geopolitical, right? Yeah, that's the real term, right? Doesn't it have to do with like controlling regions?
Well, sure. Yeah, and I think that it's you're talking about national self-interest.
Right.
I think in the world that we actually live in, every country is acting in its own self-interest. So
it's also national self-interest that's kind of prostituted by corporations. This is what people are worried about, is that we engage in certain activity that's avoidable simply for profit.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think, look,
it's just what happens when you have a system like this, right? When you can influence foreign governments and you do have enormous amounts of resources and you do have the ability to change things and install a government more friendly to...
But if you're not going to do that, let me go back to that. I'll go to the Cold War, because that's probably our best example of what happens when you actually had it. It wasn't just a unipolar world, right? You had the Soviets and you had the U.S. Yes, there was concern over life itself. There was this concern over mutual destruction. But there was concern over influence. So the Soviets were busy in a variety of places. Let's pick Africa, right? So in the mid to late 50s, right, as Africa was moving, clearly strongly away from colonialism, right, and independent states started, sprouting up. Then there was this concern over, well, okay, the old colonial era is gone, right? The Belgians aren't going to own the Congo, as an example. The Congo is rich in resources, right? Uranium, cobalt, diamonds, obviously, but let's take uranium. The Belgians were running Congo when we were developing the bomb, and almost all that uranium came from the Congo. Right? So that's a good example of the U.S. looking and saying, okay, are the Belgians, good stewards of the Congo? Well, no, right? They were enslaving people and having them work in the uranium. And we were taking that uranium and using it to build the bomb, the Manhattan Project. Now, all those years later, the Congo, realized its independence, Patrice Lumumba and all the rest of that history. But now the Congo is wrapped up in conflict still. Why is it still in conflict? Because of its minerals. Cobalt now is the key, right? I mean, uranium you can get from a variety of places, Australia and elsewhere, Kazakhstan, and a variety of other locations. But cobalt, they've got maybe Mississippi River, 60%, don't quote me on that, but I think it's about that, of the world's cobalt supply. What do you need cobalt? Well, electric vehicles, batteries. So now the Eastern Congo is still in conflict. That place is a mess. So if it's not the poorest, it's like the second or third poorest country in the world.
And isn't most of those mines controlled by China?
Well, a lot of them are controlled on the eastern side by militias, right? Congo's been a difficult place for everybody to try to wrap up licensing agreements, right? But you've got 100 plus militias out there, mind control because it's money, right? And so I guess my point is it's good you brought up China because yes, they've been busy trying to lock up a variety of locations in terms of critical minerals, and they've got a monopoly on refining those minerals, essentially at this point in time. But I just think it's maybe what I'm surprised by, because I'm so fucking cynical, is the idea when you say it's corporate interests, it's government interests, it's self-interest of the nation, to pursue and do these things. I'll be honest with you, I look at it and go, yeah, of course it is. I don't know any other world, right? I don't know that we're not going to walk that dog back over a couple thousand years. People are doing the same fucking thing all human existence, I would argue. Right. So I just got to look at it, and I maybe because I'm not wired that way, I don't sit around and go, that's fucking wrong, we have to rail against this. I'm a very simple person, so I look at it and go, yeah, that's how it works. And goddamn right, I'd rather be on the top of the heap than, not. And, as long as we're...
So this is like a pragmatic perspective.
I guess.
Based on your experience overseas and your understanding of how these things are done, is that if we don't do something, if we don't act in some way to influence these governments and control these regions and do whatever we can to make sure that our interests are being, that we are the ones that are kind of directing the way things go.
Right. I would rather be directing how things are going than not. And
those are the two options.
I think those are the two options, because we're not going to live as a community of nations. What are we going to do? Hold hands and say, okay, everybody's going to live as a collective, right?
Right.
So I know that I'm sure there's all sorts of flaws in the way that I'm thinking, but I'm a very simple person. When I was in operations, you tell me what to do, I'll do it. Right? Never sat around and got angsty about it because I just didn't see any point. And so,
again, pragmatic.
Or just being a douchebag.
Well, there's a lot of people listening that probably come to that conclusion.
Yes, I think you're right.
This is the reality of that job, right? And this is the reality of international relations.
Yeah. I just and look, I tell you something. Look, there are people over the years. I think the CIA leadership at times over the years. I'm talking all the way back to World War II and beyond, certainly during the Cold War. Alan Dulles is a good example of that, where they legitimately would sit around and say, "Well, as far as I know, we're not in the business of overthrowing countries." And you think well, that's bullshit. Of course, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to influence countries because we want them on our side. We want to create friendly governments that, yes, will be beneficial to our national security, our economic interests, all those things. So I've always been puzzled also by people who try to minimize that in a sense, right? I mean, if you're doing something, then goddamn it, maybe own up to it. It's like John Brennan, who was a director at the agency, right? He's a relatively well-known former CIA official for a handful of reasons. He was very tight in the Obama administration. But he said one time, I forget what it was, but anyway, he talked about the business of the CIA. He said, we don't steal secrets. God damn it, of course we steal secrets. That's the point of the exercise, right? You think the FSB or the Chinese intel apparatus is stealing secrets? What the fuck?
Why was he saying that?
Oh, he's trying, it's a kinder, gentler nation, right? He's trying to sugarcoat that was a laughable statement. Right?
Well, why would you say something that's objectively true?
I have no idea. Well, I mean, because again,
objectively false, I should say.
Maybe it's the world you want to live in, instead of the one that we actually do have.
Right, but when you're doing it publicly, that's not what you're doing. It's a PR exercise.
It's a PR exercise.
You're kind of pretending that we're different than what we are.
Yeah, or you're trying to convince yourself. Who knows? I don't understand the thinking. I just know what he said, but I think it's an interesting comment from the director of an intelligence organization, that is in the business of keeping secrets.
So I'm sure you've seen Mike Benn's take on USAID and what USAID was really all about. And his perspective is that it's for everything that's too dirty for the CIA. They send USAID. Do you think there can be a rational argument, though, that a lot of these things that seem ridiculous, like sending all this money to influence the votes in Pakistan or in India, and then we look at it like, why are we spending $21 million on education here and $2 million there? And that these things are actually beneficial to the United States as a whole, because even though we're spending exorbitant amounts of money, the results we're getting is we are maintaining peace by being in control of certain areas where someone else would come over, and then you'd get a regime that's not friendly to our interests.
Yeah. Look, I mean, USAID traditionally, they were set up during the Kennedy administration as an independent organization, right? Because at the time, I think the thinking was, they're not the only one that set up as an independent agency, but at the time the thinking was we don't want it to be seen as like the U.S. administration is picking and choosing and driving sort of where the money's going, which again is kind of a strange way of doing things, right? It's coming from the fucking U.S. government. Right? So people aren't going to parse words or discern somehow that, okay, well, it's an independent agency, so I guess it's not really what the administration wants, it's what the USAID wants. So, is it, were dollars going into programs that the idea was, can we turn this country around? Can we change? Who's in charge? Is it Lumumba? Is it Sukarno? Is it, pick any number of folks during that period of time and create a government that's more friendly to our interests? Again, I look at that and go, well, yeah, is USAID also projecting whatever they call it, soft power, diplomatic power? Well, sure. And that's another way of phrasing it, I suppose. Were they also doing things like feeding the poor, providing, medicines out there, doing actually, legitimate things that I think sometimes people in a righteous world are like, well, that's exactly what they should be doing. Well, yeah, they should be doing that. We should be, USAID's got a lot of important programs that they run, right, that actually help people around the world who don't have many options.
So I think what the perspective of this administration has stated is that they're going to review all these programs and keep the useful ones.
Yes.
And I think they're going to run it through the State Department, right?
So they're going to run it, they're going to slim it down, and they've already started. It'll be run through the State Department. Great idea, right? Take off that, don't pretend right? I mean, this it's a U.S. government agency. What do you that people are going to assume? Some people will assume the worst no matter what, right? But yeah, fine. Again, under the same theory that what you do is you go in and you say, we're going to go through every program. We're going to keep the ones that are important, and I would argue that's food aid, health aid, whatever it may be. And shit can all those others that aren't being really helpful.
You mean like the $251 million on transgender animal studies?
Yeah, is that helpful or not?
Well, they have to figure out how to do those operations.
Yeah, no, I think that, yeah. So is there waste in there? Of course, there's waste, and are there programs in there that were designed?
What's the baby with the bathwater? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the point. Is I think going in there and calling it all waste and fraud and a criminal organization, I think is not the right messaging. I think that the American public would be fully on board if you simply said, we're going through, we're going to find the waste, we're going to focus on those programs that help people around the world legitimately.
But I think the problem is the people that are opposed to this administration are never going to see the good in anything that comes out, even if it does uncover undeniable fraud. I think we're just so dug in now, especially the fog of war post-election, which seems real in this country. This fog of hate on both sides, gloating on the right, and bitterness and anger and hyperbole as to the extent of what's happening on the left. It's all a constitutional crisis and a destruction of democracy and a real dictator that's in place, and it's all the things that they feared coming into this election now come to light in their eyes.
Yeah. No, that is the messaging that's gone out. You can see them coalesce around it. I think the first weeks after the election there was confusion and sort of they were going through that grief cycle on the left. But now I think you're seeing that they are coming together on that messaging. I think that now they're starting to get more focused. They probably understand they'll probably take the House in 2 years. So they're getting their shit together again. But I think that and on the right side, I think you'd like to think that the gloating is a bit unnecessary, right? You focus on getting shit done.
Not only is it not necessary, it's counterproductive.
It's counterproductive, yeah.
And it just fuels the other side. Yeah, it's stupid. It's like this should be a uniting time for our country.
You would think that creating a more efficient government would be a uniting concept, right? And I think it could be. But I keep going back to that same thing. I've never been particularly impressed with the messaging, and I get it. When I say that, people always, on the right come after me and go, "Oh God, well that's what makes MAGA MAGA. That's what makes Trump is." And I don't disagree with sort of again the benefits sometimes of being disruptive, but I do think that you can't just look at USAID and say it's a big old criminal organization. Right? You should be a little bit more. I mean, Kevin O'Leary, you mentioned him earlier. For all that talk, I guarantee you, if he was, if he had a large company, he wouldn't just shit can everything right off the bat. I know, maybe that's his implication, but
I think he's talking about failing companies.
Failing companies.
When you take over a failing company that's filled with bloat and waste, you cut more out than even you think is necessary, and then you figure out what you need.
But he would go through. There would be a thoughtful initial review phase in a corporate environment. I think I would argue that even he would do that. He's not just going to pull the pin and throw it in the room and say, okay, now let's see what we actually need.
Well, isn't what this administration's done is putting a pause on everything, and then they're doing an audit of things and then a review.
But that's not the way it comes across because the media is not, like you said, they're not going to give you right. So even if they said that that's what we're doing and here's how we're doing it, here are the people on the transition team. I mean, who are the people on Elon's Doge team, right? I mean, can you name half a dozen of them?
Big balls.
Big balls. Okay. All right, fair enough. There's big balls.
There's the kid who deciphered those scrolls from Pompeii using AI.
Yeah.
Genius. I mean, it's very interesting because the approach is essentially, he's mimicking the approach that Elon used at Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Just you're saying, okay, I'm going to cut out 90% of this and see how it works.
Yeah, I just think that, and again, you got to go after the waste, the fraud. Is there bloat? Of course there's bloat in the government.
But
Go after
so your perspective is that, of course, there's waste, of course, there's fraud, but if you don't understand international relations, if you don't understand this long tradition of supporting regimes that have our interests in mind. If we don't do that, someone else will. They'll gain control of these areas. This is just the reality of the world that we live in, and we should be influencing other countries.
Yeah, that's said a lot better than I could say. But yeah, that's what I'm saying on the international front. On the domestic front, I'm just saying, go through all these organizations, right? But don't give the other side the ammunition to say you guys are you're firing useful people, right? I hear this all the time now. In the past few weeks, it's like oh my God, they let this entire group of people who are working on women's health issues, and and they're giving them ammunition that they don't need to by virtue of the way that they're going about it. And again, go about it, do it. So all I'm saying is it's the means of which they're doing it. You can accomplish the same task, and you can accomplish it quickly, right? It's not like your review process.
How could you review USAID while this is all going on, while they're still able to spend money? Because they're still able to, if there is corruption, if they're still able to dump a bunch of money into a bunch of different projects and funnel stuff around and move stuff into these areas where it can't be traced, which is apparently where at least some of it goes.
Yeah. I would look, if you're doing a corporate fraud investigation, you don't walk in and say there's fraud everywhere here, right? Where everybody's going. No, you don't. You go in and you do your investigation because you don't know what the iceberg looks like. You don't know what's underneath the surface. So you want to be able to go through it in a methodical way. And if you walk into the World Bank and say, we think there's fraud here in this department over here, right? And the World Bank, just as an aside, they have to, if they think there's fraud somewhere, they have to notify the people that they suspect of fraud that they're going to initiate a fraud investigation before they do it, right? How fucked up is that? So it's pretty crazy. So anyway, that's just give them a time. So I don't know. Again, I respect the fact that they're actually making the effort. I think that's great. I'm not sure that it's there's an immovable object in Washington, D.C., made up of lobbyists, defense contractors, self-interested politicians, right? They're all like this, right? And Doge is obviously, bumping up against them, particularly when they start now talking about Pentagon spending. So I guess my point is, it's complex. I don't know that blowing it up and then saying we're going to rebuild it. It's like when Cash Patel or anyone else, for an organization, we talk about the FBI. Let's raise it to the ground and start over. What? You got thousands and thousands of hardworking street agents out there doing very important work. Right? You can't just say, okay, we're suspending 30% of it, right? You got to go through and say, okay, well, where is the problem? And
is there enough time to do that?
Well,
this is the question. It's like, how is this a more time-effective way of confronting the reality of what they're trying to accomplish, which is government efficiency, right?
Yeah.
Department of Government Efficiency. We don't believe that the government is efficient. We do see that there's at least some waste and some fraud, but it's not being chased down. They're going to chase it down.
Yeah, well, I think I would argue that they're going to find this is a years-long process anyway, no matter how much of a jump they get at the starting block, But I think that
Mike Pence thinks it's going to take 50, 60 years.
Yeah, I think he's right. I mean, I don't think it's going to take that long. I think if you're persistent about it, and I think your timeline is that you mentioned the midterms. That would be my focus. Right? I want to get it well done before the midterm elections, right? Because I'm concerned about losing the House. So you've got that runway to work with, then go. But don't feel like you got to get it done in the first 4 weeks.
Right. So there's a lot of messaging that you hear online that you got to kind of decipher. And one of them is the price of eggs. For whatever reason, the price of eggs is a big one that gets bandied about. People need to understand what the price of eggs is all about. Well, one of the things is they killed a lot of chickens during the Biden administration because of this bird flu thing. So they killed millions of chickens. Because the fear is that these chickens it's gonna hop over to people, and right now I think it's only in geese and ducks. Is that correct?
Did it move to cattle?
I think it has in some cases moved to cattle. But the question is like what happens? Is that treatable with antibiotics? Is this overblown? Like what is the actual reality of this pandemic, so to speak? But this is why egg prices are so high. But then unfortunately it becomes a political talking point. So it's hard to get to the bottom of it because you're just trying to use it to cast blame. So they're trying to blame this administration on the price of eggs. They're fucking up. Regular people are going to starve. And
yeah. Look, he's been in office for 23 days. Egg prices haven't come down. You guys were lied to.
Well, guess what? It takes a long time for a chicken to be able to grow from a chick to an egg laying. It takes months.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get any discount in eggs anytime soon if they killed millions of chickens, which they definitely did.
Oh no, it's remember the old mad cow disease. Years and years ago.
Sure,
right?
England had a big problem with that.
Yeah, beef prices.
I had a buddy of mine who went to England and he was living over there during the mad cow crisis, and to this day he can't give blood. Wow, it's a prion disease. Okay, the idea is that if he does have it, what is it called? Jacobs-Creutzfeldt disease? I always fuck that up. But what that disease, that prion disease is from cattle eating cattle brain tissue. Which is so crazy.
Sheep's brains.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody at some point thought, what we could do with all these sheep parts is we could feed them to the cows.
Jesus
Christ.
I know. Grind them all up, and then the cows eat them and get the prion disease, and then they're fucked.
Yeah.
The same thing, which, by the way, happens to cannibals. It's the same thing with Papua New Guinea. And the cannibals get that same sort of problem where the neurological, the body breaks down.
Good God.
Yeah, good God.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the story about Rockefeller's kid? Was it nephew? The nephew that got killed and eaten by the...
Yeah, he went over there to live amongst them.
Well, he went twice. Okay. And apparently the first time he went, he insulted them by trying to acquire one of their sacred things. And the second time he went back, they decided to eat him. And they didn't find out about it for a long time. I think he went missing in the 60s. Yeah, we covered it, Jamie. Do you remember what year it was? I think he went missing in the 60s.
I remember that story. Yeah. And there was debate over whether he was actually killed and eaten by the cannibals or not.
Yeah, now they're pretty sure he was.
Yeah.
And at least that's what they're saying.
He goes back a second time. You piss him off once.
I don't think he got away. Pissed him off.
Oh,
I think he felt like, they just couldn't come to an agreement on whether or not he could take home whatever sacred object he was trying to get from them. I forget what it was, but it was something that they would never sell or trade, and he was insisting on it, and they're like, oh, fuck this guy. And then I think they had some time to stew on it while he was gone. And then when he came back, like, this dumb motherfucker's back.
Can you imagine how surprised they were when he showed up again?
Oh, boy, we're going to eat him. Yeah, they're probably thinking, if he comes back, I want to fucking eat him.
I get the haunch.
Yeah. Well, again, this is, rich liberals. That's what he was. He's a rich liberal who wanted to fix the world and travel around and went into a world that he didn't understand. Like, literally didn't understand. Didn't understand what they were saying. Didn't understand the culture. It was fairly,
Yeah, I'm here to help you,
confusing.
In my own way. I'm going to bring enlightenment to you.
Yeah, and also, what a great story when you get back to the university. Like, guess what I did? I went to Papa. It's so interesting.
You got to wonder about his family. He's like, yeah, sure, you should go back to Papa.
Can you pull up the story? You see this cat? There's photos of this cat, like, with the...
yeah, I remember this. I recognize.
Yeah. There we go. So 62. Here, hold on, go back up. It said the first public report that Rockefeller was killed and dismembered. Scroll up. And his long bones turned into weapons and fishing equipment.
Wow.
Was published by the Associated Press in March of 1962. A second investigation later that year by a patrolman named Wim van der Waal on behalf of Dutch colonial government came to the same conclusion. Van der Waal was given a skull bearing no lower jaw and a hole in the right temple, the hallmarks of the remains that had been headhunted and opened to consume the brains. which he turned over to Dutch authorities, who never asked him to write a written report and never asked him to verbally report his conclusion. The information was apparently deemed politically sensitive, in part because of the fragile state of the Dutch Empire in the Indonesian archipelago, and in part because of Nelson Rockefeller's political celebrity in the United States. The findings of van der Waals' investigation are restated in the written memoir of Anton van der Waal, a successor missionary to Van Kessel.
The famous Van Kessel. I just added that because I thought he deserved it.
You can find photos of that dude.
That's crazy.
Because there's photos of him hanging out with the people that ate him.
I love that. Go out and investigate. This isn't the conclusion we wanted. Don't bother giving us a report. Keep that to yourself. There he is. Yeah, the guy with the glasses.
There he is. Chilling. Go to that one right there. The third one. The third one. Yeah, that one. Look at that. He's like, I'm going to eat you.
Those classic 60s glasses. Right?
And look at the smile on his face when he's looking at that dude.
Oh, I know. Oh, look at them all. Look at the guy that's behind the front guy. He's looking, he's going, yeah.
And eventually they ate him. Crazy. He looks such a nerd.
Yeah, what a moron.
Well, back in the day, he thought he was being soy boy, even back then.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm having such a wonderful time with all of you people.
Yeah,
they're gonna eat you, bro.
That is the we're about to cook you dance right there.
Yeah, you're fucking around in a place you don't understand, and you don't understand that they have a long history of that.
You think about his family. Wouldn't his family have said, "Look,
what is
I gotta
that?
tell you, yeah.
What is that? Is that supposed to be him? Oh God! Click on that.
Yeah.
What is that image of? Does it say?
Yeah.
Michael, that is him? It says Michael Rockefeller.
Yeah, that's probably a picture that he took.
Oh. Even more fucked up. Like he already knew they were doing that? Jesus, bro.
I'm sure this would be.
Someone brings out that. Like, hey, check this out. We did that to this guy.
Yeah.
Like, look at that fucking skeleton. That is so creepy.
I gotta tell you, they look well fed. I would worry about that.
Yeah, that one guy on the right. He's got a big old belly. Yeah. Just been eating people. Well, a lot of them, they get bloated because of parasites, too.
That's true. Yeah, tapeworms. 30-foot tapeworm.
Oh, God.
Well, there you go. So,
click on that one where the guys are holding the arrow right below that, right below your cursor. Yeah. Look how fucking terrifying is that? Jeez. Imagine that guy. You show him the beach and that guy's there. You're like, oh, fuck.
You think they do like a movie that give you a 10-second head start into the jungle and then track you down? I mean, I honestly,
there's persons who do that.
If I was in the tribe, I would do that, right? Why wouldn't you? I mean, it's entertaining.
Yeah, there's a famous story of a guy where they killed his friend, chopped him up, threw his guts on him, and then they gave him, like, I think a 30-second head start, and he escaped. He hid in a beaver den. Yeah, I think this is in Montana.
A couple of years ago? What was it?
Oh, okay. I believe it was the Nez Perce, and I think he hid in a beaver den and made his way naked all the way back to the fort. I think it was like a couple 100 miles, too.
Yeah, people were tougher there back then. I would argue. They had to be.
Michael reportedly told his companions, I think I can make it, and jumped into the water. That was the last time we saw him. Oh, this is when he swam to the shore. 1961, Michael Rockefeller was traveling to this dangerous area of dense rainforest, mangrove swamps, and crocodile-infested mudflats known as the land of lapping death, when a small catamaran capsized in rough seas. This is so Michael Rockefeller, a strong swimmer, immediately jumped in the sea and began to swim to shore. But this is the second time, right? This is when they killed him. But
they don't know. No one saw him after he jumped in the water.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know what happened.
Right.
Now, here's an interesting thought. If you're offshore from whatever the lapping island of death, and your catamaran, you capsizes, and so it's still there, right? It's still floating, and you've got your shipmates, and they're there. And your decision, the way that you process this is to swim to the lapping island of death. That doesn't show a lot of thought there.
Well, he thought he'd make it. and he's already visited them before. There was another article that I had read, Janet, that actually recounted the moment he was killed, that they picked him up in a canoe and speared him in the canoe.
That's what I was reading through the Wikipedia. There's been multiple times, starting 7 years later, to try to investigate what happened, and I don't know how you would really go about doing that.
Yeah, the most recent article was like there was some recent revelation, some information that was given to them by the tribes people about what
First one
happened.
said that they sent a guy down there, private investigator.
You know what we're gonna get?
3 skulls. They said one of them was the skull. So I don't know how they would.
Well,
why would they have
DNA? You know what's going to solve this problem is going to be the newly formed U.S. Government agency for the classification of documents. That's going to solve this problem.
Which one's
federal
that?
Secrets. Yeah, federal secrets.
Is that the JFK UFO one?
Yeah, Epstein files.
With the hot ladies running it?
Anna Paulina Cruz.
Why is she running it?
Because she's hot. I don't know.
I think maybe they should just release the documents. Like, if you're going to release the documents to the people on the internet. They'll figure it out. They don't need you.
Oh no, they've got this new committee, and they're going to sort of COVID is also on the table. UFOs. Now Michael Rockefeller. I would argue.
UFOs, I'm hoping that's where the 4.7 trillion went.
Wouldn't that be good though? Actually,
I'm hoping that's what it is. It's all these government crash retrieval programs and re-engineering and back engineering,
developing our own technology that we kept secret.
For a lot of it. I could
it's
absolutely be wrong, but I think that's what a lot of it is. I think we have some super sophisticated propulsion systems that are way ahead of our time. And then also, I think we're being busy. I think there's a bunch of different things happening simultaneously.
Well, I think 4.7 trillion. Okay, when you think about that, it sounds like a lot. But in terms of government spending, we can blow through that pretty quick. So I'm thinking, yes, I do.
What's over how long though? How long is 4.7? When
Yeah.
they say 4.7 trillion, they don't give you a timeline.
Yeah,
It's
there
like that was
really-
the thing about Politico, right? Like there was this talk about we gave Politico $8 million. Well, sort of. What the real story was, there's a subscription model for Politico where you get news like instantaneously, and it costs like $10,000, and there was a bunch of those subscriptions that were in many different agencies.
Right.
And so this is over the course of 8 years. Like that $8 million was from like 2016 to today.
Right. So, I mean, so say that, right? Roll that out rather than saying, they've been funding, political, because it's in a short burst, it sounds much worse. Right? It's still, you still can argue, is this really necessary? Do you need to be doing this? Well, I don't know.
Well, if you want information instantaneously, which would be very beneficial to someone in government,
yeah, you're paying for a database, for information that's going to hopefully inform better decision making.
The problem is the way you say it. If you say we gave Politico $8 million, oh, those motherfuckers, that's why they're fucking, that's why they're biased. And then you realize, like, oh, that's not exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So, I think the people that are doing this have to make sure that they're not hyperbolic.
Well, I'm saying, yes, exactly. And that goes back to this whole thing that I've probably beat to a death is the messaging idea. But I think
this is important, too, because today, now they're talking about Social Security.
Yeah.
And that people are receiving Social Security that are 150 years old. But I don't think that is the reality as it's being explained by people who understand COBOL, the language, and this computer programming language that they use is ancient, right? Which is kind of crazy that they're still using that, right?
It's a government,
right? Yeah. So some guy who understands it was explaining that if certain factors aren't taken into consideration or certain things aren't entered in, like date of birth or when, there's certain things.
Or date of death.
Right, but it doesn't even necessarily mean that all these people are receiving checks.
Right. They're just listed on the file.
Right.
And it doesn't mean money's going out to them. And so, again, from a message perspective, does Elon need to screenshot that and then send it out as a tweet or whatever we call X?
Right.
And then suddenly you've got a couple million people going, oh my God, we're paying dead people. Well,
right. That's the problem with being hyperbolic. I'm going to send this to you, Jamie, because I was confused myself, and so I was like, what exactly are they saying? because it seems like the people that understand that programming language are the ones that aren't jumping on board and saying, hey, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
Vampires exist amongst us. Just 300-year-old people getting Social Security. That's not what they're saying. The people that actually understand it are saying that's not really the case.
Although, how cool would that be if vampires existed among us and found out that 300-year-old people were making benefits?
That would be great. Like, how crazy. So I'll send you this, Jamie. This is this guy's explanation of it.
But that 4.7, I'm sure we're going to find $1 trillion. Of course, some of that money goes out, and I think if you follow money in the government, it's always more effective and interesting than anything else, right? You always get to the bottom of things by following budgets.
Yeah.
Depending on how it's hidden, right? And so a lot of that money is going to be, perhaps it's in black budgets for Defense Department activities. It's worth digging into because it's always fascinating.
So in that, this is a guy that explains it. I'll read this. I hope he's correct. This is a gentleman named House of Carter on X. He said, this isn't a vampire conspiracy. It's just COBOL, C-O-B-O-L. Legacy government systems, especially Social Security, still rely on COBOL, a language designed before anyone thought databases would need to track people beyond 99 years old. The numbers you're laughing at aren't literal ages. They're most likely misinterpreted categorical codes or data artifacts from outdated formatting. Social Security isn't paying 150-year-olds. The system uses fixed width fields, and when modern databases misread them, they mistakenly interpret grouping codes as real ages. This happens when old mainframe logic isn't properly translated into newer systems. So no, there aren't thousands of people over 150 getting checks, but there are a lot of outdated systems that need modernization. Maybe focus on fixing that issue instead of hyping up a non-issue. So there's multiple people that have said the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
This guy says, I'm an old programmer, coder in today's parlance. As many old programmers know, COBOL, young coders don't. When Musk claims that Social Security is paying thousands of 150-year-olds, I think someone should let him know that COBOL, in COBOL, if data is missing, if data is missing, the program defaults to 1875. Example, 2025, 1875 equals 150. So for some reason, if data is missing, the program defaults to this ancient date, and it's just a problem with data.
Yeah,
which makes more sense than 150-year-olds.
Exactly. But again, so fine. I dig into it, find out, and you know what? If the end result is, you don't have 150-year-old people getting benefits, but the end result is that you modernize the way that we store information. Right? Then great. There's a benefit to Doge right there. Right?
Yes.
We've created a more efficient system for tracking and paying out and good. So everybody should not have a hard on about an organization called the Department of Government Efficiency.
Right.
And I think ultimately they're going to do a very good job. I just think
So this is something to think about with Social Security, though. So there's that, which is probably a misinterpretation of data.
Right.
And this other one that I just sent Jamie. So there's this woman who's a whistleblower, and she's saying they were incentivized to qualify illegals for long-term disability, to qualify illegals for Social Security for life. So they were set for life. And in quote, she says, they wanted us to try to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for long-term Social Security disability is for life. So if they got identified and qualify for long-term Social Security disability, they're as good as set up for life. That doesn't sound like a refugee to me, she's saying. Just being honest, it sounds like someone who's planning on staying here. So they're instructed to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, now they're called clients. So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, reoccurring headaches, or any lower back problems. Anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability. Which is crazy.
Yeah, and then, but again, trackable information, you would think, right? So you can go in, if you're serious and persistent about it, you should be able to go in and identify, yes, we
Let's
have.
listen to this lady talk about this. So this is something that, when people are talking about the problems of Social Security, this seems, if she's telling the truth, this seems real.
Right.
Being honest, that sounds like somebody who's planning on staying here.
Yeah, right.
Stays until the comes over and they go,
Well, that's right. And so they instructed us to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, they're not called clients. They're now called clients. Yeah,
okay.
Because clients pay.
Sure.
And so they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, recurring headaches, and lower back problems. Anything that would qualify for Social Security.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Part of the screening is supposed to be, are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Okay, good. You get coming. You get on the airplane. Are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Yes. Good. So we can give you disability.
Correct.
What? This is insanity. But in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number?
Well, we were instructed in the meeting that one of the first things we were supposed to do was sign them up for Social Security.
So this guy, Mike got mad on his ass at him and his buddy.
This is unbelievable.
His family
so they come over here and they get a Social Security number.
Killing big animals, nothing small.
They become legal.
Horses, heifers, stuff like that. And
they pull my leg.
No, I'm not.
He gave a bunch of
and then after we
processed
them for a Social Security card, then we would process them for a
three
U.S.
animals all shit at the same time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think again, fascinating if it's true. It's just outrageous.
Fascinating if it's true.
If it's true, but you need corroboration on something like that. Right? Yeah. That's
Dude,
she's Russian disinformation.
Like who they are, what they did. Right, I don't even know where that came from.
Yeah.
See if you can find that out.
I mean, that's just due diligence, right? Okay, so I think that's great. And the obligation then is to say, okay, well, who is she? Why does she have this knowledge? Is she credible? Can you corroborate it with other sources? And if you can, then yeah, you've got a serious problem. When she, at that moment where she said, get them a U.S. passport, that's where I started. That little flag went off. And I thought, hold on a second. Wait. Let's dig into this and actually see.
Is that possible?
I think it's 2017.
Wow.
A radio show. A Missouri woman is interviewed by radio show Josh Tolley. So I don't know.
Wow, that's 2017. That's crazy.
Yeah.
God. So what would be the benefit of that? The benefit of that would be you get a vote for life. If you are whatever party, whether it's the Republican Party or whoever it is that allows this to happen and hooks these people up and sets them up, you would think that those people are going to vote that way for life, because those are the people that gave them American citizenship, essentially, gave them Social Security for life. All you have to do is tell them, look, you get this check for life. All you have to do is keep voting, and you know how to vote. You know the right way to go, right? Don't vote with your fucking conscience. I want you to vote with,
And we'll regularly remind you to vote.
We'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean that would be fair, and that is the theory, the narrative that says that's why the last 4 years we had essentially an open border policy was to bring in 10, 11, 12 million new voters, right? I mean that's the way that story unfolds.
That's one version.
That's one version.
The other version is cheap labor, right?
Cheap labor. Also, just sort of then there's the soft. It's the way the world should work. We need an open borders world.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
I don't think
that version's horseshit.
Most people don't fall along the lines of I'm doing things for ideology. Most people have other more base motives.
My take is, if you got a place that's awesome, and you got a system that's awesome, expand awesomeness. Don't bring in people that aren't awesome. You don't bring in people from places that aren't awesome. So the problem is, if you bring people in that are criminals that have a lifelong history of selling drugs and being involved in the cartel, they're not going to come over here. You know what? I need to join a union and be a pipe fitter. They're going to fucking continue to do what they've done their whole goddamn life. So, the problem is not that. The problem is where you're from sucks.
Yeah.
So I think the best way, and I'm not saying we should take over all these countries and run them, but the best way is to get, that's probably the only way that it would really work. But the way to do it is to somehow or another encourage those countries to become more like the United States.
Well, yes, and then you would do that through soft power and organizations that could influence hearts and minds. And
This is so I'm trying to look at this from a bunch of different perspectives. Right? This is a very complicated situation. It's not as simple as we need to stay out of the way of other countries' businesses.
Right. No, I don't. Again, and that comes back around to it'd be lovely if we were all working on the same team. That's not how I don't think human nature is. So,
well, that's not the state of the world. Right?
It's not the state of the world, and it's in the last 4 years, and I would argue during the Obama administration, they oftentimes, from a national security perspective, seem to run it based on how they hope the world would be, right, as opposed to how the world actually is, right, and so. Like them or hate them, again, the current administration tends to, I think, look at things in a more pragmatic way.
Do you think they'll be able to do that with USA? Do you think they'll be able to convince some of these other people that are all these USA first people that don't think we should be spending any money overseas? Yes, that maybe some of this money is well spent for our best interest.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Right? Because are you even allowed to say what you're actually doing yet? Because how do we discern whether or not? How are you going to tell people that $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street is actually a really good idea? Right. And here's why.
But how are you going to tell them that buying and owning Gaza is a good idea, right? I mean, I really don't. I don't think so.
But Canada to the 51st state.
But to the people on that side of the fence who say no money spent overseas,
right? How are you going to justify that?
What are they going to do? Look at that and go, well, that's a fucked up idea, right? But it's still President Trump, so yay, we got to support it. I don't know. Do they discern, or do people on the base, do they just say, yeah, everything that comes out of the White House is a great idea? Because that certainly runs counter to the idea that we don't want to spend money overseas. What are you going to do? Substitute Ukraine now because we don't want to spend money in Ukraine and substitute for Gaza?
Right.
But again, it's
the idea that we would protect American interests better if we were in control of that. And so, like, if Israel did something, if someone did something, we'd be able to respond in minutes versus in days.
Well, that goes against the idea that we want to be involved in foreign wars. I mean, if President Trump doesn't want to be involved in foreign incursions and wars, he's picked a hell of a spot to not be involved in foreign. You're going to drop yourselves in
he's going to fix it.
He's going to fix it. Well, I know.
He's going to make it nice. Yeah, the old Trump hotel.
Yeah. So I mean, but again, hey, look, I think it's great in the sense that I never thought I'd see the day where some of these Arab states would turn around and say Hamas has got to go. I mentioned it before. That's a sea change. That's a big goddamn sea change. And it's kind of like with Ukraine right now, right? He comes out and he says, okay, we're going to start these. They finished already. Earlier today, they finished conversations in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, between Sergei Lavrov and Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff on the U.S. side, and to start the discussions about peace in the conflict, right? Without Ukrainian representation or the Europeans there. NATO wasn't represented either, right? So, and
how do they have those kind of conversations if they don't have Ukrainian representation?
A lot of people asking that question.
Yeah.
But now that they've done it, right? Again, under this idea that, yeah, you have to bring them in, but the fact that you just jumped into the breach and got started, right? I mean, you think about it. In the previous administration or in a normal administration, I'd argue, getting to the table where you'd sit down and talk. Look, this is the first time we've talked to the Russians really in a serious way since the invasion back in 2022. So the fact that, most administrations would have taken, a year just to map out, okay, well, this is what the talks are going to look like. And this is, we're going to have to, this is what the conference table will look like. And this is where people are going to sit. This is what we're going to be able to say. It would take months and months and months to do that. And these guys just said, fuck it, let's go over. We're going to sit down. We're going to talk with them. Now that's forced. Right, that's forced the Europeans to say, okay, how do we get involved? We got to be relevant, and they do, right? But the European nations, the European institutions have allocated more money to Ukraine than the U.S. has. Right? I mean, they're up to, depending on numbers you look at, they're up to maybe $130 billion allocated in financial.
How much have we allocated?
Probably about 119, 120 billion.
I thought it was way more than that. I thought it was 100 $100 billion where Zelensky said he hasn't received it?
No, well, when I say allocated, not all of it's been dispersed, right?
Right.
So now the U.S. is the leading military provider of military hardware gear. But if you combine humanitarian, financial, and military all together, EU institutions and EU countries have actually allocated more than the U.S. has.
Oh.
And that, logic would say buys them a seat at the table for any peace talks. Aside from the fact that they're sitting right there, close to Russia, they've taken in a vast number of Ukrainian refugees. You've got Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania sitting right there on the border with Russia. They've got a real reason to want to be involved. But again, Trump saying, let's just start the conversation with Russia. It's forced the EU to say, okay, how do we get involved? How do we rethink? Much like the Arab states with the Gaza issue. So now they're saying, well, Keir Starmer over in the UK is saying, we'd be willing to put boots on the ground for some sort of peacekeeping force. And other nations, some are pushing back. Poland, Germany, but they're about deploying troops to Ukraine to enforce some sort of peace deal. But they're talking, right? And that accelerated the process. So, they'll have to be involved, and Ukraine will certainly have to be involved. What are you going to do? You have an invaded country,
right?
And they're not going to be involved in the future of what happens to the invaded country. So they'll be involved, and Marco Rubio has said as much. But I think it's good. I think people are really up in arms over the idea that they've started the talk without the Ukrainians sitting at the table. But I don't think there's any intention in any plausible scenario where the U.S. doesn't get them involved here in the very near future, because otherwise it's going nowhere.
When Zelensky says that he hasn't received $100 billion, what does that actually mean? Does it mean it just hasn't gotten to Ukraine yet?
It means,
it doesn't mean it's missing.
It's not missing. Although,
so this is the thing that people are saying. It's like Tucker Carlson was talking about this, and he was essentially saying that there's a bunch of people that are spending money. And he went to some wealthy ski town, and these Ukrainians are all super wealthy, and he thinks that some of that is
he's not going out on a limb, right? I mean, look, for Ukraine, one of the big problems over years and years has been corruption, right, and fraud. And one of the reasons why, there was pushback against, this idea of NATO, even though back in 2008 or 2008, at a European summit, they actually said that during the NATO summit, they said, yes, at some point in the future, Ukraine and Georgia, will become members of NATO. We're not going to give you a timetable. We're not going to tell you what that's going to look like, but you can become members of NATO. But one of the problems has been the level of corruption within Ukraine. So is some of that money, both from the U.S. and from the EU, gone missing and lining pockets? Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Look at Iraq, the money that we spent in Iraq, and how much. I mean, just any time you've got government disbursement of that size, like fucking COVID fraud. Right. Anytime you got money going out in large buckets from the U.S. government, you're going to have fraud. Absolutely. Yeah, you're going to have people who are going to take advantage of it. So, yeah, that's not a surprise. And Tucker's right to point it out. I'm just saying it's not rocket science. How much? Well, that's, again, you would like to think that Doge, one of their jobs, would go, and I think if there was more transparency in how the money is spent, as there should be, and I mean, then maybe the taxpayers would be a little bit more understanding, lenient,
but they're not going to be lenient or understanding for any fraud where people are getting rich off of this. Right. There are people that are getting rich off of this. Remember, there was one guy that had to resign because it turned out he had somehow or another moved around $1 billion that he shouldn't have. Remember that story?
$1 billion.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'll just step off. And so he kind of went away and
living on a yacht.
There's these stories, and it's so confusing because, we're getting the mainstream media version of what's going on versus boots on the ground. Where is the money actually going? What is actually happening? Why did Russia actually invade in the first place?
Well, my company was out in Iraq. Shortly, actually a little bit before, but then, following the 2003 entry of the U.S. into Iraq. And so we were there for a handful of years. I provided security assistance to a variety of organizations, and you didn't have to look hard or far to see. There'd be some group coming into town saying, "Hey, we just started up this company," and it's an 8A company. Look, we're owned by Eskimos or handicapped women or whatever. They just set up some bullshit company to get government contracts. No experience, no other, and so we watched that unfold. Anytime you have an environment that's steeped in chaos, that's fraud is definitely going to happen. So you have to be incredibly aggressive and willing to hunt it down, right? But I think sometimes the problem is in government there's like an accepted loss concept, like with credit cards or retail operators, right? We ain't got an accepted loss. We know we're going to lose a certain amount each year to fraud.
Columbia Record and Tape Club.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do. I was a member.
I was too. I think I still owe the money.
That's right. I'm still getting notices. I have not received my.
People don't remember that. That was when you used to get cassettes and CDs in the mail, and you sign up, and you get it was a big hustle with the music industry to sell more copies.
Yeah, and you could never unsign. You could never get rid of it.
You never get rid of it. Yeah. But it made it look like they had a lot more people buying albums than they were. They weren't really buying them. They're getting them from Columbia Records, and you get like 10 of them for $1. Yeah, everybody's like, "Oh, this sounds great," and then you get them for regular price afterwards. Like, well, fuck this.
They send you a little count and you check off which ones you want.
Everybody defaulted. Nobody paid. Yeah. It's like all my friends did it. It was a completely weird scam that went on in the 1980s.
That was remember Netflix started by mailing it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. And yeah, you used to get a CD or a DVD in the mail.
Yeah, I told that to my boys the other night. They put on Netflix. And I said, this got started. And they couldn't believe it. I mean, they're still amazed when our postman walks by the house. Right? They think it's incredibly quaint that some guy walks by and leaves you with some mail.
I wonder what they would. I mean, imagine taking a kid to like 1988 and bringing him to a Blockbuster video. They would walk around and go, "What is going on?" Well, we don't have the internet anymore. I mean, yet. So this is how you get movies. They're going to shut the fuck up. You don't watch it on your phone. Like, we don't even have phones.
Yeah, no.
No one had a cell phone.
Your evenings were spent with a bowl of unshelled nuts, walnuts, and you crack them, and that was your activity while you talked to your mom and dad or something.
If you ever showed someone a phone back then and say, "Someday people are going to jerk off looking at that," they'd be like, "What are you even talking about? That's the dumbest prediction of all time. That's not a Star Trek."
You get a phone call. I remember some girl would call and my privacy was only as long as the cord on the phone.
Oh yeah,
right. Because everybody was in.
You have to go to the closet.
Yeah.
You had one of them ones that like had the button, like a little portable one with the cord attached.
Yeah.
You hang it up on there like a desk one. You can bring a long cord.
If you were lucky, but we had the wall ones, and so they had the curly cords.
Oh, that was the worst.
I could go around the corner, and then
and the cords always fucking tangled. Spin the headset around to untangle the cord. These people don't know. The cord gets dragged to the ground.
Do you remember your landline phone number when you were a kid?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
I do too. It's the craziest thing. I can't remember what I did 2 or 3 hours ago, and I could still. You put a gun to my head, and I could recite the phone number I had when I was 8 years old.
Yeah, no weird. Yeah. We used to be able to remember so many numbers. I only know like 3 or 4 numbers of my friends by heart.
Yeah, you know your kids' numbers by heart.
Yeah. And my wife's, maybe a couple of my buddies that have had, like my friend Eddie's had the same phone. But he's got a new one now. So it's weird that we don't have any numbers in our head anymore.
No, I will say, and I know this because just a day and a half ago I was doing something. I was filling out some application for one of my boys, the middle boy, Scooter, and it asked for his phone number, and I had to look it up. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking, well, I don't know. I just pushed the button.
I have to look up mine sometimes. Yeah. Does that change it? When I give someone my number, I have to go. Hold on.
Yeah.
I fuck it up.
I haven't taken another in generations. I don't know.
It becomes an issue.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For you, I think
At a certain point in time, you're just getting bombarded by people that you don't want to talk to. Like, okay, there's one way out of this.
I've got all the friends I want.
I got a vanish.
Yeah.
It's not even the friends you want. It's all transactional. That's the problem. The problem is, like, you start realize this person only texts me when they want something.
Yeah.
And the text before they want something are bullshit. The say hi text are bullshit because it's coming.
Yeah.
Here comes the thing you want.
Yeah.
And then that comes.
Yeah. I get that from.
I've got a startup. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I do you want to invest? Fuck off.
Yeah. I don't get the investments because nobody thinks I have money, but you know, I'll get like sort of a request for, you know, how about a hookup with, you know, somebody in some part of the country or government, or you know, so, and I'm like, I'm not going to put you in touch with anybody. I don't know.
Those are the worst.
Yeah, so it's interesting. You know what today is? You know what today is? Today is my 20th wedding. Congratulations! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was thinking about that. I know. It was funny because you proposed the 18th for us to get together, and immediately I thought, well, that's our anniversary. And then I thought, well, she loves Austin, so I could combine the two. And I don't know that I got credit for it. I'm not sure. Yeah.
You won't.
No,
I don't work with anything, and even if it's the most awesome vacation, but it's also work. You don't get credit.
Yeah.
Oh, you go out of your life to do this.
Yeah.
You know, you kept doing the same stuff, and you added a thing.
And here it is. Yeah. 20 years, and here you go. Yeah. I don't know. But we
go
go
to a nice restaurant.
We are. And we had a dinner in Boise with a bunch of folks on Saturday night. It was really lovely. So we got everybody together. And,
do you guys have wolves out there in Boise?
Yeah. I saw you put something out about wolves near Aspen.
30 minutes outside of Aspen, my friend has a ranch, and he just released wolves there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he's already finding, I took a photo of it and put it on my Instagram. We found a dead elk leg. The neighbor spotted the wolves, and they're on his property, and they released them on his ranch.
Yeah.
No one let him know. That's the leg he found in the snow. No one told him, and these are big Canadian wolves that they got from BC, by the way.
Oh no, the repopulation program, look, the way you feel about it is entirely jurisdiction based. What I mean by that is, if you live in New York City or Chicago, you love the world repopulation program. If you're a rancher, or you know you live out in the northwest or the west, you're like, what the fuck?
Where he lives, it's all ranch. Yeah, this is what's crazy. It's like they released the wolves where the fucking livestock is. What's crazy is they had a mandate to release wolves in Colorado. So the first wolves they released, they got from Oregon, who they took out of areas where they were killing livestock.
Yeah.
So they got wolves that were accustomed to killing livestock, and then reintroduced them to Colorado, where there's livestock, and what do you know? They start killing livestock.
Yeah,
and kind of crazy.
And it's true. And what you said is absolutely true here. Give it a short period of time, and they're going to start laying on wolf hunts, right? And
you're not going to find them.
Yeah.
Here's another thing my friend said: you can shoot them if you're killing your livestock, or if they're killing a working dog.
Yeah.
But you can't shoot them if they're killing your pet.
Yeah.
This is what he said. I don't know if that's true. You can in Idaho. Well, in Idaho, you can kill them.
Yeah.
In Idaho, they're giving out tags.
Yeah.
And they're giving out tags in Montana. And this is what people need to understand. When they first reintroduced them, there was no way you could shoot them. Right? And then it got to a point they're like, okay, this is not just sustainable. This is a large population of animals that is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And they do surplus hunting. So in one place in, I think it was Wyoming, they killed like some crazy number of cow elk, like 15 or 16 of them.
Type A predators, man. They're incredibly efficient.
And they work together.
Yeah.
They're the only animal in North America, other than coyotes, which are actually wolves too. They're a small wolf.
Yeah.
But they're the only animals that work as packs. And they're so good at it. They're so good at it, and they're so fucking smart. They're so smart. They're all psychic. They all fucking think together.
And
they're like a hive mind.
Yeah, their hierarchy is amazing. The way that they, I did several days out in Yellowstone one time for a TV show, an episode, and following or trying to anyway, the lives of a family out there, and it was amazing. Right?
Yeah, they're amazing animals.
It's just incredible.
They're amazing animals. It's just this ballot box biology. These people that are in Denver and Boulder, they're the ones who are the big population centers. They're the ones that are voting for this. But you're not going to release wolves in the middle of downtown Denver, right? No, you're going to release them out in the area where these people voted against it.
I wish that they would, though.
The area where they released them first were areas where people voted against the wolves.
Yeah.
It's just like a big fuck you to those people.
Yeah, well, it always is. And if you're a rancher, I mean, even in Idaho, right, and you're constantly fighting for just kind of common sense decision making. And luckily, the state house is very favorable. Who knows? I mean, maybe that changes in 10 years. But for right now, they understand that this is what's important to this state, and why it's such a great place to live. But yeah, so I don't know. I saw that, and it's front and center, but I know exactly who's voting in favor of it, because I've talked to those people who don't understand at all, how it operates. Right?
Well, apparently it's a pet project, no pun intended, of the governor of Colorado's husband. His husband is big on wildlife, which everybody should be.
Who's the governor of Colorado again? It's not important, but
not important. It is important if you live in Colorado. But the reality is, it's already started. The wolves are there. If they were coming into Colorado anyway, there's Colorado wolves that were moving in from neighboring states. Colorado borders Wyoming, of course.
Right. And they don't stop at the border. It's not like they go, fucking
Colorado. They travel hundreds and hundreds of miles. Yes. We showed a video on here once of a friend of mine filmed a wolf in Bakersfield, California. And I was like, well, these people that live out there, the ranchers that live out there, talked to me about it. One of my buddies who actually works on a ranch filmed this wolf, and we actually played the video. It's a big black wolf that's in a cattle field in fucking Bakersfield. It's just outside of Bakersfield. It's like off the 5. Well, what we had Diane Boyd on, who is a wolf reintroduction specialist. Like she studied wolves her whole life, and she's not in favor of reintroduction of wolves. She thinks they should reintroduce to areas naturally, and they're going to do that anyway. They're going to migrate into these areas naturally, and that's the best way to let it happen. But she said they can travel hundreds and hundreds of miles, and that this wolf probably came all the way from Oregon and just made its way down. It probably wasn't even, because their fear was that some crazy wildlife group was like, we're going to reintroduce the wolves ourselves. And they're capturing these wolves and then bringing them to California. Fuck you, rancher. You should be eating soybeans, and just release them. She doesn't think that. She thinks those wolves actually probably made it from the wild all the way down there because they really travel insane distances.
Yeah. I mean, no, that makes sense. And I'm glad to hear that she's, after all that experience, she's not in favor of a program. I mean, that shows a lot of common sense.
It just throws a giant monkey wrench into whatever ecosystem there is.
Yeah.
But the reality of the ecosystem of Montana, where they did reintroduce wolves, was that they were very overpopulated with elk. To the point where, when she was explaining this, they used to have these winter seasons for cow elk, and it's basically shooting fish in a barrel because they're stuck in deep snow, and you could just pick them off. And they did that because they were heavily overpopulated. The land couldn't sustain the numbers, and so they offered opportunities for hunters. Hey, it's great. You shoot an elk, you get, even a cow elk, you get like 150 pounds of meat, 200 pounds of meat, and it's great. So that's your meat for a year almost.
I remember a park ranger out in Yellowstone told me one time, he said he was driving, he was out just checking things, and came across a large, I forget what you call it, it was a van of some sort, but it was like a VW, hippie van of some sort, and there were 4 young folks, he said, early 20s, and they were trying to herd this little baby bison. That had gotten separated from the herd, right, and was now all on its own. And they'd been driving along, and they saw it off in the distance, in the fields, and so they decided they were going to rescue this thing. So they were out there trying to get this thing to come towards their van. I have no idea. He says, I don't know what were they going to do, put it in the van. He had no idea what they were trying to do, but he stopped. He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm trying to save it." He said, "What the fuck? Get in your van and drive off." He said, "This is how this works, right? No, but it's not going to find its mother."
Have you ever seen the Instagram page Tourons of Yellowstone? Oh, it's one of my favorite. Tourons, like morons that are tourists. Tourons of Yellowstone. It's a great Instagram page. It's all assholes taking selfies with deer and selfies with bison,
German
selfies.
tourists,
It's people trying to feed bears, and it's all people just getting fucking thrown through the air by giant bisons.
Yeah, I love that when they're like this, and it's right behind them, and they're just trying to get that picture. And once that bison starts staring, right? Once it starts staring at you, you got a problem.
This is one I saw the other day.
Holy
These people are right. This black bear is eating fish right on the edge of this lake, and they're getting right up to it. I mean, these kids are literally 15, 16 inches away from this fucking thing. And he gets closer, too, by the way.
Look the kid in the red jacket. You say, get our picture. Come on, I got my thumbs up.
Yeah. One of them winds up touching it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he reaches over at the end of this stupid fucking video and touches it. And the bear is just like, get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to eat. They don't care, but they're so habitualized to being around people. No wild bear, a truly wild bear, would ever allow this. No. This is just a bear. You know, they start eating people's garbage. They start taking fish from fishermen and that kind of shit. And look at this kid taking this selfie. He gets closer. This fucking dumbass. Look at this fucking stupid kid. Look, he's gonna move in and touch it. Oh, yeah, that could have been the end of your life, buddy. And look, he's got flip flops on. These kids, they're so silly.
We go up fishing in Alaska. And I'll tell you one thing we're not going to do. Bear comes out of the brush. We're not going to stop and take a selfie.
No, don't take a selfie.
No, not at all.
Alaska, though, they are scared of people because they hunt them in Alaska. It's the only state in the United States. And they want to open up a season in Montana. And there's arguments about that right now because of the interactions that people are having with bears.
Yeah.
This is part of what the governor of New Jersey ran on, that he was going to stop the bear hunt. People are like, stop the bear hunt. That shit lasted 1 year. And there were so many problems with bears. They said, all right, you're right. And then they reintroduced the bear hunt.
Most of those are black bears, right?
Oh, that's only black bears.
Yeah.
But New Jersey has more black bears per capita than any other state in the United States, which is nuts.
Yeah, you always forget that New Jersey, how big it is, but also just how green it is. Right?
It's fucking rural.
Yeah.
New Jersey is like Newark and Hackensack and those places, and then
it's all pine flats and all the rest of it.
Mountains. It's like you get into the woods of New Jersey. You know, it's fucking real woods, and it just doesn't seem like it should be because New Jersey. No, in our mind, it's Tony Soprano.
It's Newark. Yeah, there's nothing great about Newark.
Yeah, that's what we think about with Newark. You think about
is that your soprano voice?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
You excited about the JFK Files release? We haven't even talked about that.
You know, I feel like Charlie Brown when Lucy keeps pulling that football away. You know, like, today's the day I'm gonna kick that football, and then she fucking yanks that football, and Charlie goes flying through the air and lands on his head.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
It's gonna be the way it is too. I mean, I think they'll actually kick out the door. I don't think this time around. I don't think they can hold any more documents, and they don't have that many left to hold.
I think they just found thousands of new documents.
They found 2,400. That is actually a good way. They found the FBI says over years. You know, what they did was they did a review. It started in 2020, and they said, okay, all our closed cases, we're going to start, compiling all of them in one place. Why weren't they doing that 40 years ago, 50 years ago? How do you not do that? I have a central repository anyway. So they said, this is what we're going to do. So they did, and they said, we're updating the way that we digitize and hold on to all our records. And during the course of that, then when Trump issued his executive order about the release of the files, and also for RFK and MLK, then the Bureau said, well, we were able to, because we've done this digitizing and this way of tracking our records, we were able to find 2,400 documents that are related that we just didn't know about. So there's those, and then there's maybe 5,000 other documents left that haven't been released.
Well, Trump was quoted as saying that if you saw what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either.
Right.
What does that mean?
You know,
what does that mean?
It's a really good question. Here's what I think. I think, and I don't, obviously, I don't know what's in those documents either. Remember, I was at Todd when he was shot, and although that would have been perfect cover because nobody's fucking looking for it.
toddler to come behind the microphone, magnifying glass,
come off that grassy knoll.
But what could I mean, it's not like they're going to say in the documents we did it, right? Like, so what could the documents have that would be so incriminating that they wouldn't want to release them? Like, what would you document if you assassinated the president? We'd say, well, me and Mike were sitting over here on the grassy knoll.
And then I think some of the documents, the redactions are really pedestrian. Like they redacted in the old days, redacted a person's name who is an investigator or a social security number of somebody who was interviewed,
but there's always
something
something
like
like
that.
redacted.
Right. And so there's like
those are like weird.
Yeah, there's like I think they held on to Biden administration held on to like 2000 some odd.
Well, in 2017 they were supposed to release them, right? And then this was when the Trump administration didn't do it, and that's when people got mad.
Yeah,
like, hey, you said you were going to do it, and this time they are saying they're going to do it, and then you got this hot lady who's involved in all this, which is odd.
It just again,
why'd they pick her?
Why'd they pick her?
She, she a JFK expert?
I think she's an assassination expert.
Well, it's not just assassination; she's in charge of UFOs too, right?
Right, and Epstein and all the rest. I think what we're going to find is, this is just me speculating, obviously, but I think what we're going to find with the released documents is there's no smoking gun, and it's not going to stop people from believing what they believe. It's not going to put anything to rest. And I think also there probably will be one of the reasons I think some of these things were withheld was because it's embarrassing, perhaps, to the CIA and the FBI also in terms of their collaboration. Look, Lee Harvey Oswald was on their radar for good reasons, right? For counterintelligence reasons. He had lived over in Minsk. He defected to the Soviet Union. He lived over there for like 3 years. Came back. So that in alone puts him on the radar. Right? Now suddenly he's a CIA concern. So the CIA is definitely monitoring him. And then he goes down to Mexico. He goes to the Cuban and Soviet embassies. Right? And he's desperate to get involved in the revolution, even though he's the Soviets by that time had decided he was a complete loser. And I think
is that the narrative though? I mean, do we know what they really decided?
Well, I think I'm just speaking again from experience in the intelligence community. At a certain point, you look at somebody and go, "There's nothing here. This person is more of a liability than an asset."
Well, wouldn't that be the perfect person to make a patsy?
Well, unless they decided the guy is just unstable. Look, I mean, reportedly he was finally granted permission to exist in the Soviet Union after he tried to kill himself. When they said they were going to send him back, he couldn't stay there.
How did he kill himself?
No idea. I don't know that part of it, but I think it's. I guess. So my point is that I think he was on the radar, and I think what happened was, in the documents we may find that the CIA, at the time, was not proactive enough, and they didn't work well with the FBI. There was real friction between those two, and I think that if they had brought in the FBI, informed them, said, look, we've got the Cuban embassy and the Soviet embassy down in Mexico under observation. We've had this guy on our radar for some time. He's now come back to Dallas and New Orleans. He's back in the States. We've got to keep an eye on him. I think if they had done that, maybe history changes. But I don't think they did.
Yeah, but this is assuming that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone.
Right.
I'm not buying into
under this scenario. Yes,
I'm not buying that at all.
But I think that's what we're going to see in some of this documentation.
Well, if Trump really did say that if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either. It has to be something, and that something might be a second shooter.
Well, it's not,
or more.
I agree, because Trump has never been known to say anything hyperbolic. So, I mean, there's a chance that he was, I don't know.
He attempted suicide, a striking indication of how much he desired to remain in the Soviet Union. Showed how willing he was dramatically and decisively when he faced an emotional crisis with few readily available alternatives at hand. He was shocked to find that the Soviet Union did not accept him with open arms. The entry in his self-styled historic diary for October 21st, 1959 reports, "I am shocked!" 2 exclamation points. "My dreams!" exclamation point. "I have waited 2 years to be accepted. My fondest dream," I don't even know what that means. Fondest
Fondest.
It's probably they forgot the T. He can't spell this fuck. My fondest dreams are shattered because of a petty official. I decided to end it. Soak fist in cold water to numb the pain, then slash my left wrist. What a pussy. The Van Plague wrist. Oh,
fuck. Then
plunge wrist. Boy, I can't spell plunge either.
Then plunge wrist.
Plunge, so he spells plunge, P-L-A-U-G. I guess it's plunge. Wrist into bathtub of hot water. Somewhere a violin plays as I watch my life whirl away. I think to myself, how easy to die and a sweet death for violins. Oswald was discovered in time to thwart his attempt at suicide. He was taken to a hospital in Moscow where he was kept until October 28, 1959. Still intent, however, in staying in the Soviet Union, Oswald went on October 31st to the American Embassy to renounce his U.S. citizenship. Mr. Richard A. Snyder, the then second secretary and senior consul officer at the embassy, testified that Oswald was extremely sure of himself and seemed to know what his mission was. He took charge, in a sense, of the conversation right from the beginning. He said he presented the following signed note. I, Lee Harvey Oswald, do hereby request that my present citizenship in the United States of America be revoked. And then they let him back into the United States. Yeah. This is why the more tinfoil hat wearing amongst us say this fucking guy, he was working for the government. This was all bullshit.
Yeah.
They were setting it up, and they were using him as a patsy.
Oh, no, I know that. I mean, there's obviously there's a strong belief that the CIA was involved, the mob was involved. And again, hey, I haven't seen all the documents like, Trump has. So, everything's on.
I wonder if he's even seen them all.
Everything's on the table. I don't know if he's seen everything either. What has he gone through all the files?
Yes, he's sitting there in his office drinking Diet Coke, reading the documents.
Who knows? But I think, who else? Well, said Kash Patel said he's seen all the files.
Oh, okay.
He said he's seen everything. Now, I'm not sure how, in what capacity.
Right.
That was he part of a review committee, perhaps? I don't know.
Interesting.
But
we'll find out, right?
Yeah, we'll find out. And
you have long said that you think that the Martin Luther King Jr. assassination was fishy.
Yeah, I really do. I believe that, and it's interesting that his family doesn't want this released. They don't want the remaining documents released. And I think the reason there is because, look, they, Hoover and the federal and state law enforcement had a real hard on for Martin Luther King, obviously, right? And they were covering him 3 ways to Sunday. So, including wiretaps, some that were signed off by RFK, right, by Robert Kennedy, so as Attorney General. So, I think, the family is like, look, do you really need to release these records? Because I think they're worried about, embarrassing information perhaps about his lifestyle.
Hasn't a lot of that already been released?
Yeah, it's been talked about and everything, but I think if you dump it out there, whereas with RFK's, with JFK's documents, like they've released some 5 million pages of his. I mean, estimates are like, we've released 99% of the documents.
Right.
It's not that high a percentage with MLK.
Right.
So I think there's potential for embarrassment, but I also, same thing. I don't think in those documents, I don't think anybody's going to, if they're not going to self-incriminate, right? And I do think that there was something going on. Look, James Earl Ray is a much more interesting case study, I think, anyway, than Lee Harvey Oswald. James Earl Ray and his behavior leading up to the shooting at the Lorraine Motel, kind of going off the radar, disappearing. The guy couldn't keep himself out of jail. He was a failed petty thief, right? And he was just a fuck up. And then suddenly he disappears off the radar screen, and he shows up and he, looks like a college professor, and he's kind of got his shit together. And then after shooting him, he ends up in Belgium.
And he got money and guns.
Yeah, he got money and guns. He had a bag full of cash to go buy himself a Mustang, which he used to drive around the South and kind of be off the grid. I don't know. That one strikes me as, and then the sort of the interplay with federal and state and local law enforcement. To me, but again, my point is that they released the documents. What do you think? There's going to be some note in there saying, must kill MLK. Somebody talked to Hoover. So
that's why it's just fun to think, like, what's the JFK documents going to say? What's the MLK? What are they going to tell us about UFOs? Like, how much are they documenting? Like, if someone is involved in killing the president, I would imagine they wouldn't write that down.
Yeah, you would think, right?
I would imagine.
Kyle, we're going to need you to make a statement here about shooting. So I think that there's probably, I don't know why I picked the name Kyle. That seems odd.
Good name for a shooter.
Yeah, it wasn't a popular name, I don't think, back then. But I think, look, release everything. If they don't release all the documents at this stage, if they say we're gonna hold on to or redact 1,000 pages, what the hell are they
Everyone's
doing?
dead. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
1963.
Just put it to fucking rest. And if there's embarrassing things in there, then own it, right? Accept it and fucking move on. But again, it's not going to change the narratives that are out there. I don't think it's not going to satisfy anybody.
Wasn't it also a problem with so much time has passed that the waters are so muddy in terms of like trying to see clearly exactly what happened and when it went down and how it went down, unless they did somehow or another document everything, which seems insane that they thought that they would just tuck that away somewhere.
Yeah,
it just doesn't seem realistic.
It doesn't. No.
It seems much more likely that would be something you would have a conversation about in a closed room, and
Yeah. If there was actually a cadre of people that did that, it's not in the documents, right? It's because those documents are like interviews of people on the grassy knoll, interviews of people who knew Jack Ruby in his life.
My friend Evan Hafer has an interesting perspective on it. Special forces guy. He thinks that those guys who got fucked over at the Bay of Pigs when they didn't get air support from Kennedy, that if you were going to find a group of hardened individuals that were essentially assassins for the government,
right,
those would be the guys that would have a bone to pick with JFK.
Yeah. I mean, again, until everything's visible and out there, I think everything's on the table.
Yeah.
He's not wrong in the sense that they hated Kennedy.
Right.
But a lot of people hated Kennedy. The mob hated, RFK immensely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because he wouldn't play ball.
Well, also, he fucked them over because they got him elected in Chicago and then turned on them and then started investigating them. And they're like, hey, motherfucker.
Yeah. And then depending on who you talk to, Jack Ruby was either mobbed up or he did it because he was Jewish and he didn't want, the Jewish community to take that. Or
the MK Ultra version is the best version. That's Sirhan, Charles Manson, everything.
Yeah. Well,
I say it again, but read Chaos by Tom O'Neill, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. No, MK Ultra is a dark history or chapter in the history of the agency. There's no doubt about it. And again, it's one of those cases where you can't. It's like we talked about with Alan Dulles saying, as far as I know, we've never overthrown a country. It would be like if I sat here and said, well, as far as I know, we never did anything. Of course,
we've never done any mind control.
Yeah, of course they did. Yeah, it was like the experimentation that went on, and it was outsourced.
Did you see the most recent thing that people are saying about China? I think Kirk Metzger sent it to me, so I know it's got to be accurate. He's not out of his fucking mind. Something about some new thing that they found, some Chinese mind control thing. Where you saw that, Jamie?
They burned the ether. That thing?
I don't know.
They burned the cryptocurrency, and the guy said that they're being taken over by. Yeah, that has to be it. It was going viral like yesterday.
Oh my god! How would I get this? It says I was not on Kurt Metzger's email list.
I don't think actually I just checked. It wasn't Kurt.
He spent $1 million to do it. They're like wasted. That's how people saw it, I guess. It's a better way to put it.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is some mind control thing that they're involved with. It's like their version of like a Neuralink.
Oh, okay.
There's more than one different scenario that they're picking.
This is crazy because what goes around comes around, right? Everything that's old is new again. Because when we talked about MK Ultra, the whole reason behind MK Ultra was fear that the Soviets were engaged in mind control.
This is a different one. Yeah. Someone burned 500. Yeah, this is it. ETH to accuse Chinese hedge fund CEOs of using brain-computer weapons. Allegations of mind-control tech sparked a crypto donation spree amid intrigue in Chinese finance circles. Yeah, this is it. So this dude, how do you say that name? Hulezi burned 603 ETH to allege Chinese hedge fund CEOs' use of brain-computer weapons. Large donations totaling of 1,950 ETH, that's Ethereum, were made to various addresses, including WikiLeaks in Ukraine. A self-identified Chinese programmer has burned 603 ETH approximately $1.65 million and donated 1,950 ETH, approximately $5.35 million, through a series of blockchain transactions while making allegations against executives of a Chinese hedge fund. And so this guy, I don't understand why he's donating the money.
Yeah, I'm not getting this. So people would see it. Essentially.
Okay, he sent 500 ETH to the Burn address with this message. The CEO of Quande Investment, Feng Jin and Yuji, how did I say it? Yuji used brain-computer weapons to persecute all company employees and former employees, and even they themselves were controlled. Like, what?
Okay.
The individual, identifying as Hu Lezi, sent multiple on-chain messages accusing Quande Investment CEO Feng Jin and Zhu Zhuzi of using what they term brain-computer weapons against employees and former employees. Quande Investment, known as Wizard Quant, is a hedge fund specializing in quantitative trading.